And to those who bleed orange and black, good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
That's our names. Don't wear them out. Remember those? Hey, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Hey, it's Friday. Maybe raining all over the freaking place, but it's Friday. As Baron Davis would say, it's Friday. It's Friday. I didn't even know it was Friday, man. And happy Steph Curry 4,000 day. Happy St. Patrick's weekend. A little rainy St. Patrick's weekend coming our way. And, of course, just happy to be here, Marcus, on a wonderful March day. I told you we were coming out of the darkness, and even though it's raining, we're still coming out of the darkness. How you doing, brother?
Murph, what's up, my man? I know on Fridays we like to switch it up, whether it's a reggae Friday or an 80s or a 90s Friday or a 2000s Friday. May I add a suggestion? Can we call today a 4K Friday in honor of Steph Curry?
Yeah.
I mean, we're almost going 3 weeks in a row of celebrating Steph Curry on Friday mornings.
So 4K, what are other things in 4K? Is it TVs in 4K?
TVs are in 4K now.
I was just reading about this thing. Have you heard about this new sports sphere thing called COSM, C-O-S-M?
I know about the Sphere out in Vegas.
Right. And now they're doing like one opened in Dallas, one opened in L.A. It's like a sports sphere where you can go watch like a UFC fight in like a sphere, or I could go watch like a UCLA's March Madness basketball game in like a sphere. I don't know. My point is that 4K? I don't know.
I don't know if it is 4K. And is it one screen? Is it multiple screens? I got a lot of questions.
Sphere. I know. No, it's. I was. You know what's on my mind? It's just when I was boning up for the show. For some reason, somebody wrote a feature about it. It's like the next big thing in sports that you're going to go and have this completely immersive spectator experience. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because 4K. And I'm like, well, isn't that... Like, I couldn't even explain to you what 4K is on my TV.
It's the next step after HD.
Yeah,
like,
what does that mean?
I remember like it was a big deal when we got HD TVs. Now you have 4K TVs. It's just better quality.
I guess.
Yeah.
Sharper picture.
That's all I know.
Shout out Steph Curry.
Yeah, shout out Steph
4K.
Curry. Crystal clear hitting 4,000
Hey,
three-pointers.
just don't tell Marcus Thompson.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Marcus does not want to celebrate the milestone.
I mean, if everybody missed it, the great Marcus Thompson, obviously the outstanding athletic columnist and KNBR contributor and just wonderful all-around dude who is one of the great Bay Area shining lights in journalism. He came on the show this week, and we were like, hey, man, Steph's getting 4,000. He said, yeah, who cares? He's like, yeah, who cares?
He poo-pooed it.
He's like, that's a fake record. I'm like, well, you know, it brought up the whole concept of, like, round numbers in life. You know, it's the 100th anniversary. Oh, we got it. We have this is Marcus just taking a whiz on Steph's 4,003 here. Yes.
Can I just get on my curmudgeonly soapbox right here?
Go ahead.
This is not a record. It's not a record. He already has the record. He's the three-point king. This will be like Elon Musk. Oh, he's past 400 billion. Okay, like he already had the most money. Why are we celebrating opulence, like reaching another level of opulence? Okay, you know what Steph's also going to be? He's going to be the first one to get 4,100 threes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there it is.
And
took all the fun out of it.
And guess
right
what?
there.
I'll be here celebrating when he hits 4,100 threes and 4,200 and 4,300 and 44 and 45, all the way up to 5,000 three-pointers. We'll be celebrating those round numbers.
Well, it's the whole concept of celebrating a round number. So I'll tell you, when I turned 50, which was a while ago.
Yeah.
Murph is well into his 50s. I saw him. I saw him the other night, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, we exchanged pleasantries.
Homegrown.
Yeah. we remember when I turned 50, turns out Tim Ryan and I have the same birthday. Like, we're almost like 2 or 3 days apart, same year.
Ooh, twin. Where
Like,
have you been?
Exactly, dude.
Nobody knows me like Tim Ryan knows me.
Look at the two of us, by the way. Talk about like two people who came on Earth the same day and took different paths.
Oh, yeah.
With their bodies in particular, yes. And our hair, too. But anyway, I saw him. I was like, hey, you're turning 50 next week just like me, huh? And I go, yeah. He goes, I said, it makes you stop and pause for a little bit. He goes, no, man, I'm not pausing for us, bro. He just kept walking.
T-Rock don't stop for nobody.
I'm not pausing for us, bro. So that's the Marcus Thompson view. 4,000 Ks, not pausing for us. I like a round number. It's a cause for reflection. It's a moment to stop, pause, gaze out at the landscape, think about the meaning of it all. So congratulations, Steph, for making us Think about the meaning of it all.
Yeah, and it makes you appreciate those moments more. Whether we're talking about 20 years on the radio or turning 50 years old or a 50th wedding anniversary, like these round numbers, they do mean more to people for whatever reason. That's just how our brains are kind of tuned to work. And so it's great to see Steph Curry as the first person ever to enter that threshold of 4,000 threes. And I get it. He's not breaking any records. But you know what he's doing? He's setting the bar higher for somebody else to break that record. Well, and I want those totals to keep going up and up and up. And I will celebrate an accomplishment because last night, it wasn't just you and I congratulating him. LeBron James is sending out tweets. People from all over the NBA. They had a whole video tribute package. They were selling Steph Curry 4,000 shirts at the game last night. I mean, people had their phone out on every possession until Steph hit that shot. So people were appreciating the greatness of Steph Curry.
You know what's ironic? He had a really light scoring night.
Very light.
Dude, the Kings just said, we're doing one thing. Somebody else beats us.
Dude, the Kings were acting like the beam was going to disappear if Steph Curry reached 4K.
If they didn't have two bodies on him at all times.
Bro, the ultimate face guarding.
It was total face guarding. And you know what happened? Draymond freaking Green scored 23 points.
Day.
Moses Moody scored 17 points. Quentin Post scored 10 points. Guy Santos scored 10 points. Buddy Hield scored 16 points. Gary Payton scored 11. And wait for it. Johnny Kuminga scored 18 points. Welcome back, 0-0.
Welcome back, Johnny.
There was times he looked a little rusty, but there's other times he looked pretty darn good, throwing down dunks. All I'm going to say is my general takeaway from Kuminga, plus to have him back in the lineup. Any thought of it's going to be tough to reinsert? I'm like, no, dude, you're going to reinsert a 6'8", 22-year-old guy who runs like a cheetah, who can leap above the rim and gives you another body off the bench. Awesome. Kuminga 7-10 from the field, 4-6 from the free throw line. Missed his only 3. Welcome back, 0-0.
And he brought some energy, and the crowd gave him a standing ovation as soon as he checked into the game. You mentioned some of the dunks and just running to the rim. That Draymond Green alley-oop was absolutely beautiful. Yeah. And we've seen Draymond throw up a lot of those lately with Jimmy Butler. And Jimmy told him, just throw it near the rim, and I'll go up and get it. Well, we saw that last night with Draymond doing it, with Johnny Kuminga. What's interesting, the rotations. Kuminga and Butler did not play together on the court at the same time until the third quarter, so they're going to work out those kinks. Yeah. But I got to say, it's a good first sign for Kuminga. What was it, 17, 18 points in 20 minutes?
Yeah, 20 minutes only. Jimmy Butler's interesting. Is Jimmy okay just scoring 6 points? I hope he's happy. I mean, last night, it was either Stan Van Gundy or Kevin Harlan. I think it was Stan Van who said, they showed his line, 6 points, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, and Stan Van said he doesn't care about that. All he cares about is winning, and he likes the 7 assists. And if that's the case, good. I mean, I hope that, we know Jimmy has been upset in the past when he doesn't get quote-unquote featured, but he seems to be, I think maybe that's if they're not winning or he's not getting paid, and right now they're winning and he's getting paid.
Yeah, and we'll dig up the quotes that he had from a couple of games ago where he talked about the selflessness of the Warriors and how the guys on this roster don't care about the box scores. They care about winning, and I think you're absolutely right. If Jimmy Butler is winning, he's in a good mood. You don't want to deal with a upset Jimmy when they lose, but the problem is, or I guess the solution has been winning because all they do is win with Jimmy Butler in the lineup.
And like most of us, he likes to get paid.
Yeah, he likes to get paid. We all like money.
And Joe Lacob broke out that checkbook and gave him the next 2 years at $52 and $54 million. So what's to be unhappy about right now? In fact, he's so happy, he almost stole the phone from Bruce Frazier. And Frazier said, no. I call these in. So, Bruce Frazier calling in a score out to New York, waking up Adam Silver late. Adam Silver said, you guys just keep winning. He said, that's right, skinny boy. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 130, Sacramento Kings 104.
Woo!
Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
I only want to be with you.
Golden vibes.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Oh, I want to dance with Steph Curry.
There it is. It's aging. aging tough in the ear.
Yeah, it's not a good sound.
Hey, you went for it, buddy. You
But
went
hey,
for it, which I
there I
love.
was last night at Chase Center asking Steph Curry for that dance.
Just somebody to dance with you. Or
I'm
no,
looking for
I want
somebody to
somebody
dance
to shoot a three or something like
that's
that.
it. I want
So you were
Steph
there.
Curry. Yeah, of course. I had to show up last night.
Yeah, was it good?
It was a milestone moment. As I said, people.
Was it your 4,000th beer?
Yeah, it was close.
Yeah.
It was close. Actually, shout
Got a
out to
t-shirt for that, for
shout
Marcus
out to me
at
getting a
4K.
free beer last night.
Really?
Some guy walked by. He goes, "Hey, bud, I accidentally bought 2." I said, "Well, that's never an accident." But he goes, "You want one? I'm with my kid. I can't carry both of these." I was
Whoa.
like, "Sure. Why the hell not?"
That's unusual.
Dude, it was great.
You sure you weren't getting,
Well, I even riffed. I said, "Hey, are there any good drugs in here?" And that's when he said, "Buddy, I'm with my kid."
Yeah,
I was like, "Yeah, I'm riffing here.
Was
Come
it
on,
a
let me riff."
canned beer or a...
No, it was a full glass.
He just said, I bought 2 by accident?
Yeah, I was like, "How do you buy 2 beers by accident?"
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
And you took it.
And I took it. Why the hell not? You think I'm gonna say no to a beer?
You hadn't hawked a lug in it or anything
I
like
don't
that?
know. I don't know. I took that risk.
You're here to prove it.
Now,
You're
I
okay.
recommend you don't take beers and drinks from strangers, but I'm an idiot, so I did.
Yeah. That's good to know.
It's a free beer.
Maybe it was beer 4,000.
I like beer, exactly. I've definitely had at least 4,000 beers in my life, I can tell you that.
Well, the Warriors-
Who's made more three-pointers versus beers drank, me or Steph
You
Curry?
know what? I wonder if somebody could keep a tally of our running counts of beers in our lives.
I don't think I want to know the answer, actually.
I think I do.
It'd be pretty damn high.
I know. Well, that'll be good. Let's check it out. We're a stat-oriented show.
It's not good for my liver.
Well, you're looking good, buddy.
Thank you,
and
thank you.
women want your number. That's all I
This
know.
is true. That's the thing. I got moms asking for my numbers and dads giving me free beers.
See? This is
Life's
what
not
happens-
bad.
This is what happens when you become a celebrity
Life's
on TV.
not bad.
That's when you're. We posted a picture of Marcus on social the other day, and it did huge numbers to the point where we were calling it a thirst trap.
Yeah, Murph.
All right.
Well, you know, sex sells. It always has. It always will.
Friday, March 14, 2025. Steph in 4K. We called in the win. By the way, they're just still holding off just to get you guys that little pennant race update. None of the other teams played last night. So the Warriors still holding that 60 with 28 losses. Minnesota ain't going anywhere. They're right there with 29 losses. Now, the Warriors do have the tiebreak on them. Remember that. The team they don't have the tiebreak over, the Clippers, are back at 30 losses, 2 behind. And then if you want to look up instead of behind, Houston is at 25 losses. So they're 3 behind Houston for the 5 seed. Just to give you a little update, too. So there's everybody's playing tonight. Clippers are at Atlanta, which is odd. Dallas is at Houston is hosting Dallas, so Clay needs to come through for us. And then the Minnesota Timberwolves are hosting Orlando. So those are probably all favorable matchups for those 3 rivals. But we shall see. And the Knicks come into town tomorrow night at 5:30 for the Warriors. And oh, by the way, we buried the entire lead. It's freaking Steph's birthday today.
Happy
after all
birthday,
that.
Steph.
So a little birthday celebration. You know what we're going to do for Steph? Was he born? Well, he was born in the 80s, which is kind of crazy, by the way, right? Yeah. So he grew up in the 90s. So our 90s Friday begins in honor of Steph Curry, just like last week, because we're going out. Because this is 90s, and then next week 00s, and then it's on to baseball season Reggae Fridays. Yes. So our last 90s Friday, which means varsity only. There's no deep cuts. You're coming with the headliners that defined a generation.
Are we going to get a big country song?
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope
That'd
not.
be great.
I hope not.
They didn't make it to the 90s.
Varsity only.
They peaked in the 80s. In a big country, dreams stay with you, like a lover's voice across the countryside or whatever. Anyway, let's say good morning to Young Tone on the other side and start our 90s Friday in honor of Steph Curry. Happy birthday, kid, on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week, and it's the last day. We are giving away one Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card, and we want to reward the early birds. So stay tuned through the 7 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, you're going to want to call 415-896-KNBR, and if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Amici's, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
3,999 threes. One more to 4,000. Curry thought about three. He'll put up a three. There it is! Number 4,000. A shot for the ages from a player for the ages. Truly the portrait of an artist. Unbelievable.
Now that we've reached 4,000, if he can stay healthy, how far can he take this?
8,000?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Smells like 4K is what it does there. Steph Curry, Kevin Harlan, Steve Kerr, and the late, great Kurt Cobain. Come on, man. You're going to go 90s Friday, you got to put Babe Ruth up first, all right? You got to put Willie Mays up first. You got to put Steph Curry up first because maybe the most iconic song of the entire generation. Come on, turn it up, Tone. Turn it up. There you go. This was we were all saying, what's he saying? Can't even understand his lyrics. It took me years to understand the lyrics to this song. With the lights out, it's less dangerous. Here we are now. Entertain us. A mulatto, a mosquito, a libido, my albedo. Anyway, so all I know is he expressed some sort of disaffected rage of a generation that was not really feeling the world. It was a bunch of people who had they were a couple years younger than me. I was like, why are you guys so upset? They're like, the world sucks, man. I'm going to play my guitar loud. I was like, okay, all right, cool. I like the song.
I'm down with it. I'm down with it. I'm mad also, Murph.
Young Tone, as we say good morning to you, buddy, would you even connect to a Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit?
I've heard this song multiple times, yeah.
Does it connect to your youthful rage and disaffection at the world here?
Not really, no.
All right.
For me, it does, Murph.
All right.
For me, it definitely does.
Knowing that you love hip-hop so much, do you ride with a Nirvana?
Oh, definitely. And it's funny because when we talk about a 90s Friday, you're absolutely right. Like when you think about that like grunge era of rock, you think about Nirvana. And to me, that kind of represents the 90s. Also a lot of gangster rap in the early 90s with NWA and Eazy and guys like that. But those to me are like kind of the two distinctive sounds of the 90s.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, stay tuned. Maybe we'll get some.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll get some.
Hopefully.
Anyway, 90s Friday. We had some fun all winter long doing Decades Fridays. OO's next Friday. And then back to Reggae Friday for baseball season. Oh, speaking of baseball season, we'll get a little bit of that coming up. But yeah, obviously the story of the day is the Warriors getting the big win last night over Sacramento. By the way, night to the beam, buddy. I mean, the Kings. So you want to cue up this Barkley stuff? I know you were at the game.
The sadness of the beam.
And you know, this was by the way, setting aside all the Steph record stuff, and we'll get into it obviously, we laid this out at the end of the show yesterday. This was quietly a big game. Because, you know, listen, the 6 seed's not a guarantee.
Nope.
Not the 5 seed, too. If you fall back into the play-in bracket, you do not want to fall below 8. You definitely want 7 and 8, but if you fall below 8, you got trouble. Because then you're in a one-and-done situation. And the Kings were at the 9 seed, and if they had beaten the Warriors, they were going to make things a little sticky. But now the Warriors have a pretty good cushion between them and the 8 seed. So, and that win over the Kings, I think, gives them the tiebreaker for the season. So, in many ways, pretty big win strategically last night, too, which is why when the Warriors were leading by 23 in the first half, I was like, great, but is there anything more meaningless in sports than an NBA first half score?
Nope.
Sometimes I'm listening to Tim Roy and R.C. Davis, and they're going like, first quarter partial, Atlanta 14, Charlotte 10. I'm like, come on, bro.
Well, it's like in the
Why are we wasting our breath on a first quarter NBA partial?
Yeah, in the first quarter, the Warriors damn near doubled up the Kings in points, and then at halftime, it was like a 6-point game. It
was 10 at half.
Yeah, and so it kept on going back and forth.
So what happens? We go to Inside the NBA on TNT. No Ernie last night, but we did have Shaq and Kenny and Chuck. And Chuck is just, a listener wrote this to me, or a tweeter wrote this to me, because I tweeted about this, and the guy said, you have to admire how much Chuck commits to the bit. Mm-hmm. Because here it is on
He's
the day.
All in.
So here, this is what happened. And believe I should be older. I should be old enough to know better. But for some reason, this chapped me. Here it is.
I'm not even worried about it. Sacramento Kings they're gonna win this game.
Okay.
All they gotta do is take care of the ball.
They're 12-1 with Jimmy Butler plays.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna be 12-2 tonight.
Okay.
How about that?
Sacramento Kings fans mad at Barkley for jinxing them again. At halftime, the Kings were down by 10.
Got my money, Kenny? Kenny, you got my money?
Oh, you won.
Yeah, I won.
That's right. There you go.
Yeah.
End of the game, they were down by 26.
20 down, everybody.
What happened? What happened, Chuck?
Hey, listen, it's all Aileen's fault. You remember the reporter?
Wow. Ernie's not here.
Girl, Aileen,
we're going crazy.
She used to work for Atlanta, the Journal, then Sacramento.
For motion picture use only.
Yeah, Chuck.
Welcome to NBA on TV.
All right, so madness, right? So there's a lot going on there. Yeah. So what happened at halftime when Chuck guaranteed the win, I don't know if this was, Shaq had stacks of bills. I'm guessing, I don't know. Is there $1,000 bill? I don't even know. I don't traffic in that kind of stuff.
I don't think so, no.
But he just, when Chuck goes, Sacramento's winning this game, I guarantee it. Stack just started stacking cash and started going boom, boom, boom. And Kenny's like, what you doing over there? He's like, I want a piece of the money.
Yeah, I want your money.
Chuck, let's go. Come on, Chuck, let's go. And he's like, well, okay, let's go. And so it appeared that they'd, obviously they're doing a bit, but still at the end, when the Warriors won the game, you heard they replayed it. And then Shaq started saying, Kenny, where's my money? And Kenny started throwing the stacks up in the air. It was like raining on the desk. These guys just do the best, right?
They have such a good time.
Oddly enough, Charles Barkley made a reference to a sports writer, Aileen Voisin, who used to work at the Sacramento Bee. He never followed up on it. I have no idea why he mentioned her. She used to cover the Niners. I know her. I don't know why he mentioned her. But anyway, it was funny. But Chuck, when he said it at halftime, he was kind of cocky about it. He's like, yeah, no, they're going to do this, and the Warriors can't do this. And I was like, come on, bro, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah, why? Was he watching the game?
Yeah. I mean, the Kings had cut it from 23 to 10.
Yeah, but still, they're talking about a Kings team that was missing Sabonis last night. Like, I didn't think they had a chance going into the game. I didn't think they even had a chance at halftime when they cut it down to 10. And we saw the final score. It really wasn't close at all.
No, and it was just the comprehensive. The Warriors are just swarming at you with all that depth. Oh. And again, when they take away Steph, the Warriors entered with 8 players in double digits.
I asked this to Copes and D Pops as I was hanging out with the Dirty Work boys yesterday at the game. And I was like, we talk so much about like the gravity of a Steph Curry. I wonder if there's a stat out there that kind of represents how many other guys get wide open three-pointers because they're on the court with Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Like Draymond Green to start the game yesterday, GP2, like the list goes on and on and on. All of these wide open shots because of Steph Curry.
Stan Van was on that very thing. Every time they hit an open three, Stan Van was saying, this is Steph Curry. Yep. This is because of Steph Curry. There's 2 bodies. I'm doing my Stan Van. I don't even know what I'm doing. But he's like, look at that. There's 2 bodies on Steph. That's why Moody hit the open three. And by the way, we don't talk about Moses Moody nearly enough.
Friend of the program.
Go get a Moses Moody jersey.
That's our
if you
guy.
Can. Say good morning to Young Tone on a Friday, March 14th, 2025. Guest list. Tony, good morning, brother.
Good morning, gentlemen.
And how did you process the Curry 4,000 there, buddy?
I actually went to bed before he hit the 4K, but I was not like, I just knew I could go to sleep. He was going to break the record. Or break the record or just set a new milestone, I guess.
Hey, can you just just for that crowd that didn't like you, cut 313D from Steph about the 4,000th three? Unlike Marcus Thompson, did it feel special? Yes.
It was a special moment, obviously, to do it at home. The 2974 record in New York was great because it was an unbelievable environment in Madison Square, but to do it in front of my home fans, and it was a weird game. I didn't get many attempts up, but to finally get it in the third, I felt the energy. It was special.
Yeah, he only made 2. He had to make 2, and he only made 2.
Yeah.
Rory the Greek almost missed on that one,
Dude,
too.
I'm saying, and it's funny because we were sitting there the entire night like, oh, Steph's going to do this in the first quarter. All right, he'll do it by halftime. Third quarter came around, and we're sitting there through halftime like, damn, I need some Steph Curry in my life, and I need it quick. I need to pay out on this, Murph.
And then cut F from Tony about, I think it was Allie LaForce said, are you thinking about 5,000? Yeah, look at this.
I'm in the moment. Blessed to keep doing this thing. 2974 felt like an eternity ago. So to being out here with this fresh milestone is pretty cool. Who knows? I never limit God or never limit the blessings in my life, but I'm going to stay in the present right now.
All right, there he is. He's like, can I enjoy the moment, please?
Yeah, asking about the Knicks. But here I am, already making like the predictions that we made when young Tony asked the question on Wednesday. What's next for Steph? 30,000 points, 5,000 threes, or the 5th ring? I truly think it's going to be 5,000 three-pointers.
That'd take 3 or 4 years to get there. We can get into the numbers on that and all that stuff a little bit. But just in terms of numbers, his first 3 was October 30, 2009. Andres Biedron's assist. That was a big factor last night. Biedron's was on everybody's mind. The 29-74 passing Ray Allen was on December 14th, 2021. To say you were on, so you and I were working together, Marcus, when that happened. And then last night, obviously, March 13, 2025, he gets to 4,000. And today is his 37th birthday. So, all right, Young Tone, what do we got today, bud?
All right, coming up early in the show, if you missed Tyler Fitzgerald yesterday, a phenomenal interview. We are going to replay that early in the show. We're not sure on the time yet, so stay tuned. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Rick Barry going to join the show at 8:15. Hall of Famer, Warriors legend. Cooler content 8:30. Frank Isola, we'll talk a little NBA with him at 8:50. And then Bob McKillop, who actually coached Curry at Davidson from 2006 to 2009. He will join the show at 9:15.
So a lot going on here. Number one, McKillop, booked by DJ Raw B the morning after Steph got drafted in 2009. we had him on the show.
Wow.
That's number one. Number two, Frank Isola is awesome. I'm so glad we got him back. Talking NBA with that guy, New York-based broadcaster and writer. Don't miss him at 8:50. And, of course, the Hall of Famer at 8:15. But I do want to say, speaking of getting Bob McKillop on, I do want to pour one out. It's too casual a phrase. I do want to express condolences in the loss of a great sports writer, John Feinstein, who died at the age of 69 suddenly yesterday, unexpectedly. He's a thriving, massive part of college basketball and golf, actually, and wrote the seminal book, A Season on the Brink, where he spent a year inside with Bobby Knight in 1986. Bobby Knight, for some reason, gave him full access when he was a young reporter. It was a total game changer. I saw Sports Illustrated listed they did the top 100 sports books of all time, and they listed it at number 6 all time as most important sports books. And the reason I bring it up is, first of all, we lost him, and he had just written a column on Tom Izzo in the Washington Post the day before, and he was on his way to the Big East tournament, so obviously it was unexpected. But when I started here, Marcus, in October of 2004, he was a weekly guest on KNBR. And so all through like my first year here, we had him on every week.
Wow.
And he was good. He's really polished broadcaster and had sharp opinions, very East Coast guy, sometimes got in your face, stepped on some toes and liked to express his opinion. But he was good radio. He was always good writer. And it's just a big loss. So I wanted to reach out to the sort of the community that all enjoyed his writing, and we lost it. Go read A Season on the Brink. Highly recommended. Highly recommended. So anyway, that's what happened yesterday. Okay, back to Steph Curry and all the post-game reaction. Plus, did you know Steve Kerr had a record night last night, too? We'll have to talk about that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Diving for it, Monk. Curry thought about three. He'll put up a three. There it is! Number 4,000! A shot for the ages from a player for the ages. Truly the portrait of an artist. Unbelievable.
Oh, Kevin Harlan and Coolio. What more do you need? Coolio featuring Kevin Harlan, man. Our 90s Friday continues with, where are you going to go, Steph's Paradise? Gangster's Paradise from Coolio. Young Tone, Marcus, you ride with it?
As I walk through the valley of Steph, I see 4,000 three-pointers.
You know what's funny? The first two songs we've played for 90s Friday, Smells Like Teen Spirit, Nirvana, and Gangster's Paradise, both signature parodies by Weird Al Yankovic.
Absolutely. Shout out the Amish Paradise, Young Tony.
Young Tone, do you ride with a Gangster's Paradise?
Absolutely, yeah. By the way, Weird Al Yankovic, Cal Poly alum.
That's it.
Did the, I think, My Paloma.
My Bologna.
My Bologna in the Cal Poly journalism bathroom.
In the bathroom.
I've used that bathroom multiple times.
Yeah.
For
actual use.
Okay, all right.
Come on, what's going on in that bathroom, huh? More than just fried bologna.
We are giving away an Amici's Pizza gift card at 7 a.m. hour. Stay tuned. And we appreciate all y'all on a 90s Friday. This was a big one. And you know the sample is, of course, from Stevie Wonder.
Ooh.
Most people don't know that.
Nice.
Yeah, Pastime Paradise, Stevie Wonder, same kind of thing. It's amazing when you hear samples, you're like, oh, wait a minute, that's Coolio. So, all right, guys, 90s Friday and Steph Curry Friday as he hits his 4,003. And we go through I did want to deliver on my tease that I said Steve Kerr had a record. Dude, I did not know this until I read it. He, last night, got his 557th win as the Warriors head coach, and that ties him for the all-time Warrior regular season record with Al Attles. First of all, rest in peace, Al Attles, man. Talk about one of the more iconic and just, man, Al Attles will make you stop in your check. That's Al Blank and Attles right there. Number one. Number two, Al Attles won a lot of games. Steve Kerr's won a lot of games. It took him until now to catch him. I mean, and Attles won one title. Kerr's won 4, right? So that's pretty darn cool. So that means if Kerr beats the Knicks on Saturday night, he becomes the winningest coach in Warriors history. It's pretty amazing that Al held him off this long, man. Kerr's been here since 15, right?
It's a bit
14,
of a shocker
15.
that Steve Kerr has not already broken this record. Like, you think about, like, this title run, like, this dynasty. Are there any records left that haven't been broken yet?
Yeah. I don't know. All-time Warriors scorer, Curry. All-time wins leader. Kerr's going to get it. What else? Titles? No. This is it. It's the golden age.
Yes.
And so Curry took a moment to talk about not himself, but Steve Kerr last night.
He's brought the best out of us, and we joke all the time, both of us could have been in New York. And, fate would have it that we were, here. He taking that job in 14, understanding we were a really good team, and he could, try to elevate us to a championship level, team, and we got it done that first year. And obviously the history that we've created. So I love his humility, his work ethic, his level of care. It's not an easy job. Coaching is a very thankless job, but I do appreciate the fact, and his 12th year, that he has records and milestones that he can look back and be proud of. I'm sure for him, he thanks everybody on his staff and everybody that has committed to his style of coaching, and again, it's brought the best out of all of us. So it's been a hell of a ride.
Yeah, and typical Steph Curry, on the night he hits 4,000, he spends that much time talking about somebody else. That's the kind of guy he is. But it is funny. I mean, if I can riff, I would have followed up if I was in the press room last night, the Bill King press room. I would have followed that up by saying, Steph, everything you just said about Kerr, haven't you been reading Twitter? It's like, you talk about like a guy that is just, there is a faction of Warriors fans that would have ran this guy out of town years ago.
Which is wild.
They hate his rotations. They hate his obsession with small ball. They hate a lot of things about him.
They hate winning, apparently.
Well, mostly it's, listen, they had a couple bad years in there. And everybody does. If you go through every great coach, Greg Popovich, Bill Walsh, whoever you want to, Bill Belichick, you name them all. They've all had down years. And I get it. Sometimes rotations can get frustrating if they don't work out. And now he's got a situation on his hands where he's got to insert Kuminga. But the bottom line is, look at this, man. He brought in Jimmy Butler, and they're all talking about the vibes that he's created. Like Kerr isn't so much as an X's and O's guy as he is a culture guy.
Yes.
And that's the culture that's been here for the last 10 years, has been championship culture.
And how often do we talk about that Warriors culture? Now, there have been some flare-ups, like a Draymond Green punching a Jordan Poole. I don't think that represents the Warriors culture that we're talking about, but it seems like everybody who does come to this team on the court buys into their philosophy, buys into that ticky-tacky Spanish offense that Steve Kerr wants to run so that they have the ball movement. I mean, that's the main difference. It's like you look at Steph Curry, 4,000 threes. Some people are like, oh, all he does is jack up threes. It's like, no, watch him get open. Yeah. Watch him work. This isn't James Harden, who is just dribble, step back three-pointer. Steph Curry will run laps around you on the court, but a lot of it is based off of Steve Kerr's offense to throw two or three different screens at you so that you can't keep up with Steph.
Yeah, man, it's quite the marriage, the Kerr and Curry, and they joked about that. It could have been New York, and it would have been because he was the next pick, and the Knicks job was open. So Kerr would have gone to the Knicks, Curry would have gone to the Knicks, and how funny that the Knicks come in tomorrow night with Kerr's chance to set the record. Wow. It's all lining up, everybody. It's all, as our old buddy would call it, particles are lining up there.
In the air. Particles.
Hey, just a little bit more on Curry from last night, too, about we played the Kerr sound about how many is he going to finish with, and Kerr's like, I don't know, 8,000? Something like that. But Curry had some thoughts last night. I guess he was really emotional about Aisha being at the game and gave her the ball, right? Got you, Tony.
Yeah, she wasn't in New York for the record, the 2974, so it was cool that for the 4,000, she was here. She got the responsibility of making sure the ball gets home. And but just the idea that, like you said, we've been all together for a very long time. Coach allows the family to be a part of what we do as much as possible. We got kids running around the practice courts. You realize when we started this, we were all youngins in the league, and he's seen our families grow one by one over the years. So it's kind of cool that we get to all share the on-court and the off-court experience together.
Damn, the way they're talking, it's like, are they going to make a run? I mean, it's like with all this energy, all this positive, golden vibes, candle vibes, Erykah Badu vibes, all that stuff. Things are just clicking, man.
I mean, they're now, 13-2 with Jimmy Butler?
Well, 12-1 with him in the lineup? 13-1 with him in the lineup. Perfect. That's the one you got to go with. 13-1 with him in the lineup.
13-1 with him in the lineup, and they just added Jonathan Kuminga, who gave you 17, 18 points in 20 minutes last night.
Yeah.
It's starting to feel like something's cooking right now with the Golden State Warriors.
Now, the Knicks are coming in with a better record than the Warriors tomorrow night, and they have had a little bit of a soft patch of schedule.
No Jalen Brunson on Saturday. Got to make sure to point that out.
Okay, that's a good point.
Dealing with that ankle injury.
Yeah. And then after this, listen to this. Nuggets, Monday night.
Nuggets.
Right? Bucks, next Tuesday, back-to-back. So
Nuggets.
Those are kind of tough. They still have a weird road trip where they got to go out to the southeast of the country. They got to go to Atlanta. They got to go to Miami. They got to go to New Orleans. They got to go to San Antonio. Isn't that weird?
They got another southeast trip?
Yeah, it seems like they've had a lot.
They just took one a couple weeks ago.
I know. And then they go to Memphis, too. And then they go to the Lakers.
I'm from Memphis.
So they have a 6-game road trip coming up, which starts it starts next Thursday, or pardon me, it starts next Saturday, a week from Saturday, in Atlanta. So Warriors, Heat, Pelicans, and then Spurs and Lakers and things like that. So there's still some hurdles left, but man, oh man, as you mentioned, bring back Kuminga. And even Buddy Hield was hurting his old team last night. Stan Van Gundy said last night during the game at one point when Buddy was busting his A on D, he goes, this is the best defense I've ever seen Buddy Hield play. He goes, I don't mean tonight or this year. I mean ever, is what he said.
You might be right.
Yeah.
Like, I think it was last game, Buddy had a pick and then went full court, pulled up and hit a three. I'm like, I've never seen Buddy with a steal in my life. It seems like Jimmy Butler has influenced everybody to play defense right now.
Yeah, so, I mean, if you get Buddy Hield playing D, the cycle, everybody. All right, man, so there you go. Good first 45 minutes on Steph and the Warriors and Kerr and all that good stuff from last night. They play the Knicks tomorrow night. Obviously, we'll get back to it. We got a ton of it coming up with the big hit at 7:50 is you guys. Rick Barry at 8:15. Frank Isola, of course, is a great basketball reporter for the Yes Network and ESPN and Sirius XM Radio. He's always a good talker at 8:50. And Steph's former college coach, Bob McKillop at 9:15. But Giants fans, we do know you're out there, and we did get Giants starting second baseman Tyler Fitzgerald on the show late yesterday. So for the early crowd, a little blast of Scottsdale baseball. Tyler Fitzgerald from the Giants next on the Sports Leader.
It's been a hell of a ride.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. You got to give the Canadian gal some love. She was big in the 90s. Young Tone, isn't it ironic? A lot of things are ironic around KNBR.
Yeah.
A lot of things are ironic around KNBR.
You could say that again.
We could do our own version of this song. We could. It's like Mike Holler telling you to work overtime and not paying you. Isn't it ironic? So, yeah, man, we're continuing our bangers only, and this definitely makes it for sure with Smells Like Teen Spirit, Nirvana, Gangster's Paradise, ironic from Alanis Morissette. Is this on your easy listening playlist there, Marcus?
You know, it's not on my playlist, I would say, but anytime it does come on the radio, I'm not changing the dial.
Because you're turning it up right here. Young Tone, is it on your easy listening playlist there, buddy?
Absolutely, dude.
You know, she lives, according to a listener, 415, she lives here in Lafayette. She's right here in the Bay. Go see her at like a Whole Foods. You know what I mean? Go see her like a yoga class on a Whole Foods in Lafayette.
Are you telling me she's hanging out with Gio Carmazzi on one of those goat farming yoga centers?
Lafayette's very suburban.
I know. I just want to throw out Gio Carmazzi.
So anyway, shout her out, and we'll leave out all the other stuff. In 619, yes, we did mention all the Northern California teams in basketball, but we'll do it again because it is state basketball weekend, so I want to go through this quickly. Good luck to all our NorCals. Boys, Open Division, Reardon Crusaders are going for it, and they're going against a team called Roosevelt High School from near the Chino area. Lincoln from Stockton is in Division 1. Jesuit from Sacramento is in Division 2. Kings Academy from Sunnyvale in Division 3. Woodside Priory, shout out to the One Percenters in Division 4. A little tiny SF International down there at Civic Center in Division 5. Girls, Midi girls in the Open Division. Carondelet girls in Division 1. A school called Carruthers from down near Fresno. Marin Catholic girls in Division 3. They're staying local there. Shout out Janie Rocket and the good crew there. Half Moon Bay girls in Division 4.
Go get them, kids.
There you go.
Put a body on somebody and box someone out today.
We always root for Northern California in these games. Always. All right. From Alanis Morissette to Tyler Fitzgerald. He joined us yesterday. And for our second baseman Giants fans out there, we have a guy who's been anointed. You know, Susan Slessor pointed out the anointing hasn't worked in the past. Joey Bart was anointed, didn't work. David VR was anointed, didn't work. Marco Luciano was anointed, didn't work. So hopefully this one's different. So we began that by saying on the UMA guest line, Tyler Fitzgerald, it is great to catch up with you, and we hope, you know, with him inserting himself into the starting lineup, to be doing this for years to come.
Yeah, I hope so as well. It's good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on here.
It's an absolute pleasure. Still rocking 49 this year? We going with that?
Yeah, I'm still rocking 49. My family and, you know, my wife has a lot of 49 clothes, so I don't think it's and, you know, some fans are starting to buy some jerseys, so I don't really think it's ready. I'm ready to switch yet.
Was it one of those ones they just Brad Kremps handed to you, or was there like a request?
No, I just got it handed because that was my AAA number.
Okay.
So, yeah, no, it wasn't a request, so it's not my favorite number, but, you know, we're going to rock with it for a while.
And, of course, the connection to the 49ers. You get to go be the double, the crossover guy, right?
Yeah, it works out pretty well.
All right. Well, tell us, okay, I want to back it up to the offseason when Buster Posey takes over the team. Can you take us back to, like, maybe any conversations you guys had and what he told you about maybe making a shift from the left side of the infield to the right side of the infield?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, just super excited, you know, for Buster and, you know, just his vision, you know, it's in his process, you know, we all trust in him and, you know, it's going to be amazing with him around, but back to your question, yeah, I mean, I just flat out, when we signed Willie Adames, I got a phone call from Buster first thing, and I knew a move might be coming this offseason as far as getting a true shortstop, someone especially that could drive in that many runs. So it wasn't a shock, and I was actually super, super pumped when Willie signed with us. And then just to get a phone call from Buster saying, hey, we love you. You're going to probably move over to second base, and, I still have to perform, but that's their vision for me. So just to have that transparency from Buster and, the whole front office has been awesome.
Yeah, and Tyler, we saw you slide over to second base a few times last year. So talk to us about that process of learning a new position mid-season, but also how much more comfortable now you feel at second base, having a full offseason of getting reps at second base.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing I was most grateful for, was I got that phone call early enough to where I could get out here in early January and start getting to work at second base and not having to train all offseason at shortstop and then move. So, I feel great. I've played quite a few games coming up throughout the minors. The Giants have done a great job of kind of having me play short, second, a little bit of third throughout the minors. So it's a new position to be at full time, but it's not necessarily super new as far as how many games I have under my belt. But there's some certain plays and stuff where I'm gonna keep working on as far as turning, because just getting the body turned the complete opposite way as a shortstop has been probably the biggest adjustment. But as far as in game, knowing the game, knowing where I have to back up, when I'm out there in the gaps, everything as far as baseball related is pretty simple. Just being a student of the game.
Tyler Fitzgerald's the voice you hear, and of course, Giants draft pick out of University of Louisville. Oh, real quick, you following the ACC hoops? You got Stanford today. You following?
You know what? I haven't really been watching too much basketball. I've been so focused on baseball, but please. Yeah, keep me updated on that. Huh?
You guys play Stanford today, a little hometown, Cardinal versus Cardinal action here. So
all right, we'll
that'll
be a good one.
We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, they're playing well though. The Louisville's playing well, so that's awesome to see.
Little resurgence there to the new coach. Yeah. So so whether it's an old head like me remembers Lou Whitaker and Alan Trammell, or the new generation remembers Joe Panik and Brandon Crawford, the shortstop second base combination is a thing in life. So tell us about you and Willie Adames. Going over everything, little thing. I like my feed here. I like my feed here. I like this underhand. I like this overhand. Tell us about this. I like this ball. You like that ball. Tell us about how much you guys are working on in the laboratory together.
Yeah, I mean it's been amazing. He's been out here since early January as well. So we kind of had a spring training done before spring training even started. So when I had this little back thing flare up, there was no panic because we've already been out here working. But Willie he's a freak athlete, so he'll tell me where he wants it. But me being a new second baseman, I told him, hey, some of these feeds, stay ready because I'm gonna try and hit the chest. But he's like, he just reassured me that he's gonna be ready at all times. The biggest thing is the fact we have Matt Chapman at third base. Willie can kind of play more up the middle, then I can kind of play more to the 4-hole. It's a huge domino effect that's going to help the whole infield. But as far as just me and Willie talking, me and Willie working, that's just going to be a constant work in progress. But so far so good. I mean, the couple double plays we've had in game, it's been smooth. So we're working every day and trying to perfect this.
Tyler, we know about Willie Adames as a player, but what can you tell us about his personality and the type of vibes that he's bringing to the clubhouse?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, we are meshing as a club right now better than I've ever seen up here. So just the energy he brings, he's kind of like another Matt Chapman, he's that leader that you can not only listen to, but just to watch. The first thing he does when he comes in is comes up and says hi to everybody. He's got a big smile on his face, whether it's the players, the chefs, the trainers, whether he goes 0 for 4 or 4 for 4 the day before, just his energy is you just kind of feed off it. So it's awesome to have. He's super nice to all the young guys. And just definitely a player, that you hope to end up like one day.
Yeah, Willie Adames vibes and Matt Chapman vibes and Tyler Fitzgerald vibes as he joins us here on the Murph and Marcus Show from Scottsdale. We appreciate him making time on a busy spring training morning, 2 weeks away from opening day. Let's talk about you and power. Let's talk about you and home runs. 15 home runs last year in only 314 at-bats. Is this something that, I know your father played in the bigs. Mike, he was a first-round draft pick, played 13 games. Is this something like, your family, he calls you up and says, dude, you got pop? Or you're like, yeah, I've always had pop. I mean, I guess I'm asking long-winded, is Tyler Fitzgerald a home run hitter?
I try not to think of myself as a home run hitter. There is some pop in there, but, the more homers I try and hit, the more strikeouts I'm going to have. So especially, I want to be better at utilizing my speed this year, so I'm not going to be out there trying to hit 25 to 30 homers. If I could, even get close to 20, I'd be super happy with that. But no, I to be honest, I wouldn't consider myself a power hitter, but more of just a hitter that, has some pop. I'll run into them every now and then, and I'll go on these stretches where I'll hit multiple in a week, but I'm not going to probably hit as many as, Chappie and Ramos and all these guys.
Yeah, but Tyler, you do mention the element to your game that is your speed, and I believe you had one of the best sprint rates in all of Major League Baseball. So talk to us about that power-speed combination, if you have any goals for yourself this season, whether or not you want to be a 20-20 guy, or how you plan to attack the base pass this year.
Yeah, I plan to attack them a lot more aggressively. I'm not a big goal guy, but just in the back of my head, I'd like to be around 30 stolen bases, which I think last year I had 17. So definitely push the envelope a little bit more. If I get more than that, great, but I don't want to set the bar too high. But, just still being smart at the same time. There's a lot of guys around the league that just they just go every time they get on. I'm not that type of player, but I do want to push the envelope definitely more this year. And especially, Buster's been telling me to run, Bomel's been telling me to run. So just kind of having that freedom of coming into the year and knowing, hey, if I get thrown out, it's fine. I definitely think those stolen base numbers are going to increase. But as far as just the combo, I mean, that is what it is. That's why I don't consider myself a power hitter, because I also have speed, and I don't consider myself just a speed guy because I also have power. I like to have a little bit of both in my game. So that's why they have me here. So I got to utilize both of them.
A couple more minutes here with Tyler Fitzgerald. Let's talk about the difficulties in Major League Baseball. It's hard. It's really hard to hit a baseball. And strikeout numbers are a thing for young players. You probably want to cut down, I would imagine, on strikeouts. We see that with other young players too, Grant McCray and Matos and guys like that, and Ramos. So tell us about that, and especially in an era where we hear Buster Posey wants to emphasize contact, go the other way, put a ball in play. Is there a transition going on here?
Yeah, I think so. And it's a small sample size here in spring training, so the numbers aren't necessarily showing that. But I came off a back injury, so they're definitely inflated right now as far as strikeout percentage. But I think that is something that for me to be to my full potential, my strikeout numbers have to go down, and just put the ball on the ground and see if I can beat out a throw from the infield. And I think that's kind of the next step in my game is taking these strikeout numbers down, and then you might see 10 to 20 more hits throughout the year. So, that's kind of the way the game's going, especially with guys throwing so hard now. So, there's an emphasis on less strikeouts, but at the same time, strikeouts are going to happen, especially if you're going to be a guy that hits for power. So there's some give and take. There's no on and off switch. You can't just flip a switch and decide one day you're going to stop striking out. It's an everyday process, and it's an everyday battle of always getting better at your approach and your mechanics. And there's just a lot more to it than just striking out, and an 0-2 count. There's a lot that goes into how did you even get in that 0-2 count? Was I on time? And that's kind of the things last year where I would go down rabbit holes at times, and then kind of mess myself up, start striking out more. So there's a lot to learn from last year that hopefully I'll be better at that.
Yeah, and Tyler, I remember actually last season when we had an interview with you after you were named the National League Rookie of the Month in July, and we talked about the success you had, but also the adjustments that pitchers were going to make, whether it was with their game plan or how they attacked you in the strike zone. So what do you think is your biggest takeaway, seeing the way that pitchers adjusted you down the stretch last season?
Yeah, it's really just taking it day by day, knowing kind of what this pitcher has and what he's going to do to me. I had that stretch last year where I just thought I could kind of have the same approach for each pitcher, just hit damage mistakes in the middle, but I kind of stopped getting those. So instead of being more patient at the plate, I got more aggressive. I was trying to do more instead of taking my walk. it's little things like that. You know, the second I decide to put my bat down and take my walk and then steal second and third, you know, pitchers will start coming back into the strike zone. And that's kind of the things that you notice in the off season when you look back at the year. Wow, I could have been better at that. But when you're in the moment, you know, and you're up there and you're wanting to do so much and you're wanting to help the team win, it's kind of tough at sometimes to take a step back and say, how are these pitchers throwing me? So, you know, that's an aspect that I'm hoping and I know I will be better at this year.
And by the way, do we bury the lead? You got married in the offseason?
Yeah, I got married November 1st.
Hey,
Congratulations, man.
Yeah,
How'd that go?
you.
Did you guys, would you do it back in Kentucky or where'd you go?
Yeah, back in Louisville, Kentucky, and then we honeymooned out in Maui, so it was unreal and everything I could have dreamed of.
That's awesome. Well, congrats on that. Yeah. And finally, last one is I just looking at your Instagram. I saw you pumping up some Traegers. You like to get on the grill? Because my partner here, he likes to get on the grill.
You know, I haven't been a big grill guy, but once they sent me that Traeger, I started using it all off season.
Dude.
Yeah, so we're about to get a house in a couple years, so that's going to be like the first thing I have moved into the house. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot more grilling in the future. But no, I'm not a huge griller right now.
Oh, not yet, Tyler, but I'm telling you, those things are addicting. Sooner rather than later, you're going to be smoking up briskets, ribs, pulled pork, everything on that Traeger.
Yeah, I mean, I can control it from my phone, which is just crazy to me, so it makes it pretty easy.
Listen, first time we talked to you, we enjoyed it. We do it now. It's an easy to like a homegrown kid who's hopefully going to be the starting second baseman for the Giants on opening day. So keep working hard, and we appreciate the time, and we'll say hi to you at the first homestand.
Yeah, thanks, Tyler.
Yes, sir. Sounds good. Also, Pat Burrell walked by me, told me to say hi to you guys.
Now that's our guy now. That's our guy now. Now you listen to old Patty. He'll point you in the right direction. All right.
Yep, I do.
All right, Tyler. Thanks for the time.
All right, see you guys.
Very likable kid. We're back live. Tyler Fitzgerald joining us from Scottsdale. We're back live after Steph Curry hit his 4,003 last night. So, I don't know. You know, we enjoyed the conversation. Always like a Pat Burrell shout out, too. By the way, just before we get into the actual baseball event, before we wrap up and get back to Steph, what was he talking about with his phone and the Traeger? What was he talking about?
Oh, so these new high-tech Traegers come with an app, Murph. Because for those who don't know, a Traeger is an electronic smoker. You have to plug it into the wall, but now they have an app that connects. So even when you're not home, I think you have to be within a certain distance, you can press the app and it will turn the smoker on for you. And when you're done cooking, you can press a button and it will turn the smoker off.
Bro.
Yeah.
I mean, that's awesome, but it is far, far away from like a Texas farm where some guy's been smoking something all week. You know what I mean?
You're not wrong. And like now we're really getting to like the deep darkness of barbecue where like real barbecuers will call out people who use Traegers because it's an electric smoker instead of feeding the fire for like 12 hours straight. But I don't got time to sit out there and feed my fire for 12 hours for a brisket. I'm going to set it, I'm going to forget it, and I'm going to enjoy the fruits of my labor.
You got excited. You were talking ribs. You were talking pork.
Oh, yeah. As much as I've loved moving to the city of San Francisco, I miss my smoker.
Well, can we can't put it on the roof?
No, I can't. Can't put it on the rooftop. I miss my smoker.
We got to rent Waterboy like a smoker space. Yeah. Like a warehouse down in Dogpatch.
You're right.
Where you can just like go and smoke your meats.
Well, I will give a shameless plug. The Fisk Barbecue, which still isn't open yet, next to Harmonic Brewing. They had the pop-up next to Chase Center for All-Star Weekend. It's going to be a brick and mortar barbecue spot, and it's some of the best barbecue I've had in the Bay Area. I'm just waiting for them to open up that Chase Center location.
How was, by the way, while you're talking Thrive City, how was Splash last night?
I did not stop by Splash, actually. Went by Harmonic, had a beer before the game with the boys because they were doing the broadcast, before JD did Dubs OT after, and then went straight into the game.
So, Tony, as we say Splash, I have to tell my Vin Scully story, right? That one? Do you know that one?
Splash.
Do you know this one, young man?
I think so.
2000.
There's a lot of Vin Scully stories.
A's, Dodgers. I'm covering the A's. Interleague play. It's a day game. I walk into the urinal right before the game, and the only freaking guy in there is Vin Scully. I could see, and so I have the profile of him, and I'll never forget, like the way he hairspray. What's the word? Hairspray. The way he used hairspray is what I'm trying to say. The way he sprayed his hair, it looked like a diving board. That's what I remember. It looked like a diving board, like Greg Louganis would go off it, and it was red. And he looked over his left shoulder, and I walked in. I got that Scully, that red Irish face of his. His parents are from Ireland, the whole deal. And I stepped up next to him in the urinal that was low. It was the low. I just got nervous. I went to the urinal next to him, and we were peeing in quiet, and then he just says to me, he says, "I never use that one." I was like, mm-hmm. And he says he's zipping up. He's shaking and zipping and turning. He goes, too much splash. And I was like, that's my Vince Scully urinal story right
too
there,
much
buddy.
splash.
In that Bronx accent. All right, we got
I love that you're
going to
be thinking about Vince Scully every time you go to that splash bar now.
Yeah, I am. I am going to think about it. Maybe I'll use the low urinal just for him.
Out of respect.
Out of respect. And respect is the word for Steph Curry, who hit his 4,003 last night. We got tributes to him. We got songs for him. And we got sound and reflections on just what happened as the Warriors get another win last night. We'll talk about it more, too, with Rick Barry at 8:15, Frank Isola at 8:50, Bob McKillop at 9:15. Still haven't given away the Amici's gift card. And it's Friday, everybody, on KNBR. It's a 90s Friday. So far, Nirvana, Coolio, and Alanis Morissette. What more do you need on the Sports Leader?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3,999 threes. One more to 4,000. Curry thought about three. He'll put up a three. There it is! Number 4,000. A shot for the ages from a player for the ages. Truly the portrait of an artist. Unbelievable.
Now that we've reached 4,000, if he can stay healthy, how far can he take this?
8,000? There it is, Kevin Harlan, Steve Kerr, and a 90s Friday. And I've turned the jukebox over to Marcus Boucher. Now, I was going strictly big headline bangers. You've grabbed the wheel and steered us down a direction. Fill us in, Marcus.
Murph, we've gone too long on a 90s Friday without honoring the life of Eazy-E. One of my favorite rappers as a kid growing up. Of course, Eazy passed away in the 90s, but this song, when I was in middle school, young Tony will tell you, I know this track lyric for lyric, bar for bar. You're talking about like 6th grade Waterboy, quoting Boys in the Hood by Eazy-E.
Awesome,
One
dude.
of the
Well
first
done.
really debut singles from Eazy-E before NWA blew up and took over what was that gangster rap era in the early 90s.
NWA came before that. Yeah. NWA came in the late 80s, and then they all broke up.
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
Did I just confuse you?
No, I think I just pulled a Murph because when I think early 90s gangster rap, I think Eazy-E.
Yeah.
Turns out this song, Boys in the Hood, was released in 1987. So I think I just did a throwback to an 80s Friday. I had no idea,
Dude,
so I just
live
assumed.
radio, baby. It's live radio.
So, yes.
We'll do it live.
So for
We'll do it
anybody
live.
who saw the movie Straight
that's
Outta
hilarious.
Compton,
That's hilarious.
this song is kind of the beginning when Dr. Dre actually wrote the lyrics for Eazy-E, and then Eazy-E was the one who went out there.
Everybody needs
or maybe
to know.
it was Cube who
So
wrote the lyrics.
I curated the list
It
of
happens,
bangers.
it
only.
happens,
And
all right?
Marcus got excited, and
Yeah.
he goes, hey, he goes, I got one. He goes, do you mind if I bump the playlist? I said, what do you mean?
No,
Of
it's
course,
one of my
dude.
favorite songs.
I said, it's the Murph and Marcus show. Go do your thing. And so he ran in, and he told Tony, and came back. And as I'm here doing a little search here on this, 1987.
Hand up at the scores table. That one's on me.
Should Dad come back and drive the car
Yeah,
now?
dude, I just assumed it was early
In
90s.
fact, why don't you go needle across the record and play the original one? That was from, but hey, it sounds good. I enjoy it very much.
R.I.P. Eazy-E.
Hey, listen, when you get Marcus, when you get old like you, see, this is what we originally had.
Yeah,
queued
and
up here.
I have no problems with this either. I had no idea I was bumping this.
So we'll scratch. Here we go, baby. A little hypnotized with the notorious B.I.G. Guarantee from the 90s.
Yes.
Guarantee from the 90s.
That is correct.
We'll let this play for a few minutes. So we'll just use Eazy-E as an appetizer before we got to.
Yeah, Just wanted to warm you up.
Had to play a little New York City, New York East Coast style Notorious B.I.G. Did you ride with him?
I mean, Murph, we can do an entire 90s Friday just on Biggie and Pac alone.
Yeah, this is true.
And no, I'm not going to get into the argument of which one I prefer more. They're two of the greatest rappers of all time, and let's respect them both.
All right, 90s Friday. So Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit, Gangster's Paradise, Coolio, Ironic, Alanis Morissette, Hypnotized, Notorious B.I.G. with a brief detour to the 80s and Eazy-E in the middle there. Don't worry, buddy. I did it last week.
But 707 says, Waterboy, if you're not playing NWA, how about you play some CB4 straight out of Low Cash, a great Chris Rock parody film about the band, the group. NWA.
I did see that.
Oh, you've seen CB4.
Straight out of Low Cash. Believe it or not. I don't remember a ton of it. So.
It's a good movie.
All right, back to Steph Curry, who we know was born in the 80s, grew up in the 90s, and was drafted in the 00s, and has now created an iconic legacy in the 10s and in the 20s with his 4,003 last night. Hey, for the 7 o'clock crowd, we should probably call in the win because they got the big win last night. Really, actually, strategically an important win. Because if you're talking about avoiding that 9-10 spot, they're in really good shape now. Had they lost last night, things might have gotten a little weird, and the Kings cut it to 4. You were there at any point last night. Did you think there was a concern that the Kings were going to pull this thing off?
Not really, to be honest with you.
All right.
I mean, it seemed like it was a special night for Steph. Eventually, they're going to pull away. They built up double-digit leads. They lost a couple of them, but that's what happens in the NBA in 2025.
Can we talk about that Kings strategy on Steph last night? My God.
I mean,
they were just like, that's it. We're just removing Steph Now go beat us.
I mean, they were acting like if Steph Curry reached 4,000 threes against them, they were going to be relocated to Seattle or something. Like they were playing like their lives were on the line.
Yeah, they actually have now fallen to 32 losses, 4 losses behind the Warriors in the loss column. It's a big deal. Right?
Does anybody want that 9 or 10 spot? The Kings traded away De'Aaron Fox, and by the way, his season's over now with the Spurs with that surgery he's undergoing. The Dallas Mavericks are falling apart after the Luka trade.
Phoenix is falling.
I mean, KD and Phoenix is falling apart. San Antonio, like I mentioned, just lost Fox and Wemby. Who the hell wants those last two spots?
Mark Spears thought Portland wanted it, but they faded now too. Yeah. So there you go, man. So a little bit of sound from last night as it got really, really fun out there. So there was a video tribute that was played. We got to call in the win. That's right. I forgot to do that. I got distracted there. So Bruce Fraser grabs the mic. Bruce Fraser is the guy who warms Steph up. He's the guy out there with this cool beard and cool, chill vibe, and he's the one who warms him up. So he plays a big role in those 4,000 because Steph got his 4,003 last night. By the way, if you're curious about who's number 2, James Harden, 3,127. So this is Jerry Rice type stuff. Yeah. This is Jerry Rice type stuff. He's that. It's Gretzky, it's Rice, it's Curry.
He's in his own universe.
And by the way, it's his freaking birthday today. Yeah. So the guy gets to celebrate with 4,000 and a record.
Happy birthday, Wardo.
Bruce Fraser calls Adam Silver, wakes him up in the silk pajamas in Manhattan. Silver said, wait, did he get 4,000? He said, don't worry about it, skinny boy. Just put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 130, Sacramento Kings, no beam 104.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir. Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
Only wanna be with you.
Golden vibes.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Oh, I want to dance with Steph Curry.
There it is. It goes for it. It goes for it there.
Gotta go.
That was from 80s Friday, which Boys in the Hood. Easy E was from 80s Friday too.
Shout out Easy on an 80s Friday.
So they did a video last night, and we, for our YouTube viewers and our Twitch viewers and our app viewers, we have it on for you guys. You can check it out. And what's great is that Tony, when he queues up the videos for us, we can kind of see him setting it up, so we get to see the first image. The idea of frickin' Andres Biedrins staring at me right now is making my morning. Or as he's known colloquially, as he's known, Beans. He assisted on Steph Curry's first three-pointer on October 30, 2009. Those were dark days, buddy.
Ooh.
Those Thunder jerseys.
Yeah, the Thunder
Those
era.
were dark days.
Your
there's
favorite.
old Beans, man. And the Warriors put this when they played this, the first commercial break, first time out after the 4,000.
Yes.
Okay, here it is.
Hey Steph, what's going on? It's Andres. Just wanted to say congratulations on reaching 4,000 career threes. That's incredible. And in case you forgot, I assisted you in your first career three in 2009 in Phoenix. So no worries, you can thank me later. Congrats again, brother.
Steph, to be on the verge of crossing 4,000 3-pointers, it's just a testament to who he is, his hard work, the type of person he is.
For him to get there shows that we already know that he's a great shooter. It's crazy to see that Steph is going to hit 4,000 threes this year. That's a part of the game that I just grew up watching and loving.
Yeah, him doing that is just kind of outworldly. I don't think anybody for a long time will catch him with that.
He's a cheat code. I don't think there's much else to say besides the greatest ever.
He just has a magnet for that ball. I feel that God has blessed him.
He's different in everything that I already saw in my life.
One of the great artists ever in the history of mankind, and we're blessed to be able to watch him.
4,000. Every time you make one, you set a new one. So let's just keep setting day by day, all right? I'll see you at 5, okay?
If you're watching it on the YouTube and Twitch, you can see they had a little picture-in-picture of Steph watching it from the bench. I like Gary Payton at the end. See you at 5, okay?
Yeah, see you at 5, Wardo.
Yeah, so you had Looney, you had TJD was in there, believe it or not, Draymond, Kerr. How about Kerr calling him one of the great artists in the history of mankind?
Not just basketball.
Well, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, Curry.
Steph Curry.
Right? Yeah,
Put him on the
it.
list.
Hey, why not, man? And by the way, it's going to just because, I love a good sports beef. 650 says, isn't Wayne Gretzky getting surpassed on goals shortly? Well, you are correct, 650. Alexander Ovechkin is about to pass him on the all-time goals list, but let's talk points, which is assists and goals. Wayne Gretzky, 2,857. Number 2, Jaromir Jagr, 1,920, almost 1,000 points ahead of the nearest guy.
Different stratosphere, just
So
like Steph Curry.
It's points, not just goals. So there you go. All right, well, that was funny. Well, Curry reacted to Biedrins. How about Beans being there last night? I love that we're talking Biedrins this morning.
And here's something for you real quick.
Yeah.
What if I told you it was not only the first assist on Steph Curry's first ever three-pointer, he also gave him his assist on his 100th three-pointer also.
Dude, it's Beans Day. It's Andres Biedrins Day, man. And so Curry was actually asked about the Biedrins factor here.
I actually had I call it an emotional moment on the bench when I saw him. They didn't tell me that they found him, got the video message from him. That was my vet when I was here, my rookie year. I would love to have quizzed our team and the bench to see if anybody knew who that was, because that was such a long time ago. And between myself, Raymond, Eric Housen, John Murray, who was our strength coach at the time, who was still a part of the organization, obviously the NEA, know how much, we call him Goose, how much he meant to the organization at that time. And it was cool to see him, because I know that first 3 I hit, which was my second game of my career, and he threw the pass. Kalina, who's in the booth upstairs, was setting the little screen for me. So really cool to kind of think back how far I've come from the first one to 4,000, which is crazy.
I love it. I wonder how many would know. I mean, listen, we do What Did Young Tony Learn Today every day. So those Warriors out there, pick a guy, Kuminga. Pick a guy. Pods. Do they know Biedrins?
I don't know if they do.
I'm going to say no.
To be honest with you.
I don't know if Young Tony knows Beans.
I was just telling Curly, that was before my time. I mean, I wasn't dialed in as I am now.
Yeah.
I've heard his name, but I've never...
Sorry to interrupt, but he wasn't like a dominant player.
Right.
There's no need for you to... It's not like not knowing Rick Barry.
No.
But he was sort of... he was a guy they kind of relied on for a while. He was supposed to be their big. It was just they had some really bad teams. But he was, he was okay. He was never an all-star or anything like that, but he was a big.
He's a good immaculate grid name.
Yes,
if you're looking for a Warrior who assisted Steph Curry.
Well, let's see, he played, let me give it the exact numbers on Beans. From 2004 as an 18-year-old up through 13. Then he played his last year in Utah. So if you're going immaculate grid for a Jazz and a Warrior, he played 6 games as a Jazz. Let's see, he played 82 games in 2007. He was on the We Believe team. We should probably recognize that. You just don't see Biedrins jerseys out there.
No.
Shout out Latvia, by the way. Shout it out. So,
all right.
It's just a fun little postscript part of the night last night as we continue to sort of revel in everything that Steph did. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and text line. If you guys want to check in on where you're feeling about Steph, does 4,000 make you feel some kind of way? Or are you more interested in the win? And Steve Kerr's record last night, too. All next on the Sports Leader. Ooh, right into an Amici's. Right into an Amici's East Coast Pizzeria Reed. Why not? Because we get to talk about the Detroit-style pizzas. All right. Those are really good. They tested them for about a year, made sure to unleash them, and we've been loving them at all 12 Bay Area locations. New Detroit-style pizzas. They're rectangular. They're cut into square slices. They're really, really tasty. A thicker crust. It's still light and airy in the middle. But the best part is the outside of the dough is coated with a layer of provolone and Parmesan that caramelizes against the high-sided pan. And it creates a crispy, cheesy edge all around the pizza. Once again, hashtag crispy, cheesy edge. So you can, do some specialty options or just build your own. It's all about the taste of the Detroit-style pizzas. Dine in, takeout, delivery at Amici's. So do your taste buds a favor. Indulge in these new crunchy, pillowy Detroit-style pizzas. 2 words, baby. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Diving for it, Monk. Curry thought about three. He'll put up a three. There it is! Number 4,000! A shot for the ages from a player for the ages. Truly the portrait of an artist. Unbelievable.
Ah, man. 90s Friday continues with Kevin Harlan. You think Kevin Harlan ever got there and jumped around?
Oh, absolutely.
Think he did?
Absolutely.
This is, come on, man, one of the more lasting and iconic songs of the 90s. Shout out Wisconsin football. At the start of the fourth quarter, they play this, and the whole Camp Randall Stadium goes crazy.
In my opinion, one of the best traditions in college football.
Let's go. You want to start jumping up and down right now in the studio? How cringy would that be, kids? Did Curly ever get out and jump around? Curly got out and jump around?
He loves this song.
Well, they kind of fancied themselves as Irish, really.
Yeah.
You know, they were Irish. Even though they were from L.A., they were of Irish descent, and they kind of embraced that. And they kind of almost cops an Irish accent. He's like, jump around. He's like, yeah, jump around.
Well, I'm sure you'll be hearing a lot of House of Pain and a lot of Irish jigs this weekend because it is the start of St. Paddy's Day weekend, my friends.
By the way, word to your moms, I came to drop bombs.
Hey,
all right,
so did Steph Curry.
All right, there you go. And in the spirit of House of Pain, why don't you jump over to your phone and win an Amici's gift card? Caller number 10. 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. Call John Joe, sing House of Pain, jump around with him. He's a pasty Irish-American guy. And you win a $100 Amici's gift card. Yeah. So you would know that. I mean, like, you're looking at a guy, this is prime demo for me, buddy.
Is it?
Dream Trip, me and my buddies, Patty's. I can remember specifically a major mosh pit at Patty's in Scottsdale to this song.
Oh.
Injuries, sweat, you name it.
And you wouldn't have it any other way.
I mean, like maniacal freaking mosh pit at Patty's to this.
Yeah. If you're
when it was
drunk,
at its peak, it was like 93, you know what I mean?
Oh, in your 20s at a bar, this song comes on. You got your buddies with you, all of your high school buddies.
And you know what? Nobody had a smartphone.
No. What a moment. What a moment in time to live in, Murph. Must have been nice.
It was.
Must have been nice.
I told you guys, Young Tony asked Wednesday, what would you live without? I said, take my iPhone, man.
Well, Marcus, you live without an iPhone every day, right? You don't text anybody back.
Yeah, exactly. I'm off the grid. I am the last generation that actually grew up before having cell phones in their pocket. Get off my lawn, Tony.
I love it, man. I love it. All right, well, 90s Friday leads us to Steph Curry Friday because he got 4,000 last night. But I think, are we sort of overlooking one of the angle from last night is Johnny Kuminga. I mean, listen, we've done Steph and you know, but Kuminga returned last night, and I can't even believe we're going to say this, but it was like there was almost like a little tiny bit of concern, like, quote unquote, will he fit in? And quote unquote, will he ruin the mojo? It's like, come on, man. He's a 6'8", 22-year-old who runs like a gazelle, leaps out of the building, gets to the line, finishes at the rim. What's the minus, you know? And as expected, it went well.
Yeah, it went extremely well. It was good to see Johnny Kuminga back on the floor. Chase Center gave him a standing ovation from the minute that he checked in, and we saw him back on the court with Steph Curry. Now, I will say the caveat that people were concerned about is how he's going to fit in with Jimmy Butler on the court. They did not put them on the court together in the first half. Had a small run in the third quarter, so I think that's what some people are concerned about. But to me, that's not a concern. That's a good problem to have. Because I've mentioned the potential lineups that they can put out there. Whether it's Steph, Quentin Post, and if Buddy Hield's hitting shots, they can space the floor and let Jimmy and let Jonathan Kuminga be the rim runners on this offense. I think there is a way to make it work, and last night it worked pretty damn well.
Yeah, so Steph Curry, the man of the moment, was asked to talk about somebody else, and that was 00 Kuminga. What did he think?
He played great. He understood, you know, how to do what he does best, attack space when it's there. I know he's been watching, especially since Jimmy's been here. We try to keep things very simple. You know, when I'm on the court, you're running our pep plays, but we still have options for Jimmy to get into playmaking spots. When I'm off the floor, you can run the offense through Jimmy. He's going to lift and elevate everybody around him because he demands such attention. So I don't know what it'll look like on a night-to-night basis. The fact that we added another, you know, finisher, a guy that can get downhill. You saw how composed he was, taking those seams and those advantages. So another athlete, another finisher, another guy that a defense has to worry about, and that's always a good thing.
And the crowd energizing dunks too. A couple of big throwdowns that got everybody juiced up.
I mean, that alley-oop from Draymond to Kuminga was beautiful. And it feels like that's not something that has been a big part of their game. Like the last couple of years, we talked about like CP3 throwing up lobs to Kuminga and to TJD. That's not saying that Draymond doesn't have it in his bag. But lately, especially since Jimmy Butler arrived, Jimmy told Draymond, just throw it up near the rim and I'll go get it. Even if I'm not throwing down a dunk, I'll grab it, I'll bring it down, I'll go back up. That's what that pass to Kuminga reminded me of last night. Draymond Green now like being more comfortable throwing up those alley-oops, and we saw it already in a small sample size of Kuminga coming
So
back.
we wondered how many minutes he was going to play. He wanted to play in 20, a decent chunk right there. We wondered how efficient he'd be, 7 of 10 from the field because most of his buckets are right at the rim. He did take 1 3. He missed it, but he got to the free throw line 6 times. So did Moses Moody. In fact, the Warriors shot 24 free throws to the Kings 22. It's funny, Jimmy only got to the line twice last night. It was a little quieter on offense. He was more of a facilitator. He had 7 assists last night, which led the team. Jimmy Butler led the team in assists last night.
How about that? Jimmy leads the team in assists, and Draymond Green leads the team in points scored.
Well, when the game started with Draymond hitting 2 corner threes right out of the gate, I'm like, okay, this might be a good night. Because I was like, I'm up. Even though he's shooting much better this year from 3, I'm still hesitant.
And I know there is a stat out there. Like we always bring up how the Warriors are undefeated when Buddy Hield scores more than 19 points. There is a good stat out there that I probably should have on deck of the Warriors' record when Draymond Green hits more than 2 3-pointers.
Is it? Well, listen, that's just kind of like when Draymond hits 2 threes, things are going well.
Mm-hmm.
So he is shooting 34% from 3 this year. I just looked it up, which is. He's a career 32 guy. Last year, he shot 39% from 3, which is quite surprising. He's generally a guy, let's be honest. We don't want Draymond launching threes, right?
No, but there's a reason why he's wide open.
Yeah.
It's because of Steph Curry.
Right.
So they're going to give you that shot. And if Draymond can make you pay, if he can throw that backpack on and throw up a couple 3-pointers, the Warriors are going to win those games.
There's going to be nights those don't go in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There have been those nights, Murph.
Yeah, which is why you're going to find a different way. And maybe that's where Kuminga enters the equation, too. So more on Kuminga. And people asked him last night about that long recovery. 31 games. He missed 31 games. So they asked him about his ankle cut and his Nancy tone.
I never got hurt the way I did. And I didn't know what it was until our staff told me that it's something that was going to take a little longer than usual. And, a lot of people didn't know what it was. But we knew it was just a simple ankle, but it just took longer than the usual ankle because it was pretty bad. But here I am.
Yeah. So he's just telling us it was a really bad sprain.
Here I am.
Damn near a break. I was like, so he played last night, March 13th. So it was 2 months and 9 days. Bro, it was significant. You got NFL guys coming back, 2 weeks after blowing out their ribs. And he stayed out 2 months and 9 days.
Yeah, I'll give credit to our afternoon show, Dirty Work, with Copes and D-Pop.
Stop right there. I was drinking coffee. Sorry. Stop right there. What did you just say?
Our afternoon show.
No, you
with
said
Copes
I'm going to
and
give
D-Pop.
credit. That's what you said.
I will, because I was thinking about stealing this riff, but it's too good not to give Derek Papa credit.
All right, D-Pop, what you got?
He said the last time Jonathan Kuminga was on the court for the Warriors, Joe Biden was still in office.
The media said what?
Well, there's a lot going on there. How are
That's a big game, man.
What kind of ads was KNBR running on January 4th?
Yeah. A little different than what they're running right now, I'll tell you that.
That's a good riff by Papa.
It's a good riff.
Yeah.
He said the last time we saw Kuminga, Biden was still in office.
That's a big game, man.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll keep moving. We'll keep moving. I thought it was funny.
All right. There's riffs out there.
Yeah. Let's go.
Nobody bought a Tesla at Thrive City last night, did they?
No, I did not. I did not see any Teslas or chainsaws in the building.
No, I'm just saying, bought one in front of it. Joe Lake, I'm going to buy one right now. All right, cue Jimmy Butler, the mysterious Jimmy Butler with candles and vibes. And did he color his, he dyed his hair? Or is that gray or what? It's like a little color on his hair.
Ooh, good question.
Yeah, these are important questions.
Yeah, I know. We got to find Jimmy's hairstylist.
When he cornrows it, there's a little color there. I don't know if it's a little flavor or if he's actually turning gray.
Oh, aren't we all?
If so, welcome, Jimmy, to the party.
Join the club.
Here's Jimmy Butler when he plays with him, Jonathan Kuminga, and Draymond Green.
I think that's the easiest form of basketball when you got 2.5 elite defenders on the 0.5 that can switch, that are communicating to everybody on the floor. And then on the offensive side, you just got guys that are just flying around, high IQ guys that are getting the ball where it needs to go and helping the ball get to the basket. I think with us three out there, good things should happen.
Okay, there it is, man. We'll look for it tomorrow night against the Knicks, who are good, but without Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, without Jalen Brunson, but Karl Anthony Towns might have some beef with Draymond Green after Draymond called him out on his podcast about skipping the game in New York because he did not want to face off against Jimmy Butler.
And then it turned out that he was at a funeral.
Yeah, and it turns out that stat is just straight up false because Jimmy has gone back with the Miami Heat to play Cat when he was still in Minnesota, and I believe Cat actually got the better of Jimmy most of those games.
Yeah.
But kind of a bad take by Draymond.
It was a tough moment for Draymond, and then he kept saying...
And kind of doubled down on it.
Yeah, then he kept saying the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis will go on, so it wasn't my favorite Draymond.
Yeah, we'll see what Cat looks like this weekend.
The Draymond haters
coming out with a little fire in his belly.
Draymond haters were having a field day.
They were.
The Knicks are on this long road trip. They lost to the Lakers. They lost to the Clippers. Then they beat the Kings, who are, I'm sorry, beam lighters. It's going the wrong way, buddy. Where's Mike Brown when you need him?
Right the beam.
Where's Mike Brown? And then they beat the Blazers last night or Wednesday night in overtime. So they're actually 3-1, or pardon me, 2-2 on this trip. 2-2 on this trip. It's a long West Coast trip for these guys. It's their last stop on a long West Coast stay. Tomorrow night, 5:30 ABC game, ABC ESPN game. So should be really fun. And by the way, shout out to everybody who pointed out that House of Pain Jump Around was the entrance music for Brian Wilson. We forgot to mention that. He used to come out of the frickin' bullpen, man, and that was always a good one. I mean, we talk about great entrance music. We always go to Sergio Romo. We always go to Deep Purple, Smoke on the Water for Rob Nen, but this was Be Weezy, man. Coming on in.
It is a great song.
Yeah.
And you talk about getting the crowd hyped before you take the mound.
Yeah. And he name checks John McEnroe in this, too. All right, guys, the big hit is next, a 90s Friday, which has featured Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana, Gangster's Paradise by Coolio, Ironic by Alanis Morissette, Lafayette's Own, Hypnotized by the Notorious B.I.G., and Jump Around by House of Pain. Don't you want to see Curly jumping around in the loafers?
Jump around.
See Curly jumping around in the loafers and slacks?
Come on, lad, jump around.
Yeah. And
let's have a crack.
Curly's too busy. Let's have some crack.
Let's have a lot of crack, John Joe.
The crack is mighty.
John Joe's got a huge crack.
Or 90, as they say. Stephen Vacaville is too busy. Curly can't laugh. He's too busy handing out gift cards to Stephen Vacaville, who won the $100 Amici's card. Congrats to everybody for winning stuff on our show. Big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number. What did Steph make you feel last night? What did Kuminga make you feel last night? You can text in at the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 415-808-5627. 90s Friday, Steph Friday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Today is a Steph Curry Friday. It's a 90s Friday, but it's also a Steph Curry Friday because he obviously hit his 4,000th three last night. It's also his birthday. So shout out Steph Curry. Happy birthday. Happy 37th birthday. So keep it locked right here on KNBR for all your Warriors coverage on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
3,999 threes. One more to 4,000. Curry thought about three. He'll put up a three. There it is! Number 4,000. A shot for the ages from a player for the ages. Truly the portrait of an artist. Unbelievable.
Now that we've reached 4,000, if he can stay healthy, how far can he take this?
8,000?
And Steve Kerr joked that 8,000's, not too far off the
I don't think he wants to coach that long, so don't put that pressure on me. Because I like a challenge.
Oh, hit the post, Tony. Hit the post. 90s Friday, everybody. Well, always love. Come on. Wait. When we played Whitney last, you sung. Come on. I will always love Steph.
I thought about it. I thought about it.
Come on. We missed our moment there. Did you have to go back to the chorus?
Timing.
I will always love Steph. Right?
I will always love Steph.
So
I just don't think the audience loves my voice.
When we do these Decades Fridays, you gotta mix in those slow bangers that were gigantic hits. No, it's not like cool to be seen driving down the street listening to Whitney Houston, I Will Always Love You. But there's that time and place late at night when you got your, maybe the ladies over and the candles lit. Or if you're watching the movie The Bodyguard at Stonestown, which I did back in like 93. And this thing was a number one hit forever. It was a big one. And just a fun story. I always remember the DeBartolo daughters were so into this song. And I remember if we were on the road, on the Friday nights on the road, you would go to the hotel bar late and they would be karaokeing or putting this in the jukebox. Shout out Lisa DeBartolo and the sisters. They were great. Nikki and all them. And I remember them just freaking loving this song and singing it loud at the bar. And then all of a sudden drinks would arrive and you'd look around like, I didn't order these drinks. And then Carmen Policy across the room would be raising his glass to you, sending the drinks over. I will always love Carmen for sending free drinks.
We'll always love Steph.
Wow. I think I stepped on it at the end there. My bad.
Man, that took something out of me.
I said this last week. I'll say it again. I miss Whitney. I miss her. Good job, everybody. Good job, Tony. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at King.
I apologize to everybody.
Yeah, I think I stepped on the end. My bad. All right, guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Young Tone, did you ride with a Whitney Houston there, buddy?
Absolutely. I was asking Curly. I think it was a Super Bowl halftime show where she hit that big note, I will always love you. I think that's when it was.
No, she didn't do a Super Bowl.
I thought she did.
She did the national anthem.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. She did national anthem.
Of course. She's a legend.
Well, rest in peace. Yeah, and a lot of people, 707, and others saying, I'm still mad at Bobby Brown. Me too. I'm still mad too.
Yeah.
And 669 says, does Murph need quiet time with Whitney? Yeah, I told you guys, in the 80s when she was rolling, I had a VCR, that's right, a VCR, and a tape in there, and anytime her or Madonna came on, I ran up and hit record for, personal use. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I know what you're talking about, Murph.
I will always love Steph. Everybody will love Steph. And he hit 4,000 threes last night. And that was fun last night.
Always love Steph.
Yeah,
See, I'm better singing at that kind of pitch.
Yeah, that's your pitch. Well, when you did, what was the one you did in the low range the other day? It sounded really good.
Oh, we did another one, Not With Us.
That was it. Yeah, that was you. That sounded real good. What a night for Steph Curry. It just keeps coming. We had Steve Kerr calling him one of the great artists in the history of mankind. How many threes will he finish with? 8,000, 5,000, 8,000, I don't know. But it was really, really fun. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Rick Barry joins us at 8:15. Cooler Content at 8:30. Frank Isola at 8:50. Bob McKillop, his old Davidson college coach at 9:15, which was really fun. So you were in the building. Tell me about the atmosphere a little bit and what was it like when he hit it? Because they didn't stop the game.
No, and I thought immediately they would call a timeout to do a presentation, but they let it play it out a little bit. But building up the anticipation in the building, everybody was excited. And from the moment Draymond Green started hitting threes to hit the game, the place was exploding. So you could feel those vibes. And it was to the point where, like, everywhere you walked around, people were asking, how many threes does Steph have? Has he hit it yet? The usher was telling people, oh, he's only hit one tonight. He's one away. Get back in your seats right now so you can watch Steph. And it took a while. Didn't hit it until the third quarter, I believe. And so on every single possession leading up to the third quarter, there were phones out left and right because everybody wanted a piece of history. Everybody wanted to capture that moment. And when he did hit that three after that scramble and a loose ball, because that was really the only way he could get open last night against the Sacramento Kings.
The Kings were like, not on our watch.
Yeah, he hit it. The place exploded. Standing ovation. And I was like, damn, are they going to keep doing the standing ovation until the timeout? Then they got to the commercial break. They threw up the tribute video, and it was just an awesome moment to be there for another Steph Curry milestone.
Another Steph milestone bites the dust. I mean, it was just so much fun. And boy, the Kings actually came in with a game plan that they were going to hold Steph to fewer than 2 threes. I mean, they honestly, that was, and I guess if you're the Kings, if you're an NBA team, is that the right strategy? I mean, you look, they lost 130 to 104, and they held Steph to 11 points. But you're like, the Warriors have other great players, including Kuminga, who scored 18 last night. I mean, I kind of get it. It's the old Bill Belichick strategy, which is just beat me with your left hand. Like, it's the old, I'm going to tie your right hand behind your back, and if I lose, you're going to have to beat me another way. I mean, I see some of the logic there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a terrible strategy because you're banking on the fact that Draymond Green is not as good of a three-point shooter as Steph Curry or GP2 or Moses Moody or even a Buddy Hield, who I believe is like top 15, 16 on the all-time NBA three-pointers list.
Buddy went 4 for 6 from 3 last night.
Yeah, exactly. So when Buddy's hitting shots, when Quentin Post is hitting shots, and when Draymond Green is hitting shots, the Warriors are damn near unbeatable because of the open opportunities that these guys are getting because of that Steph Curry gravity.
Can we talk about just a guy, Moses freaking Moody, 4 of 6 from 3 last night? Yeah. I don't know, man. He's that, every great team has that guy that nobody talks about. That's Moses Moody.
Is Moses Moody the Elliot Ramos of the Golden State Warriors?
Yeah, but I said a great team.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
So I'm thinking
I didn't want to do that comp, but I'm talking about a player that's been around for a little bit, and some fans thought that he was maybe lost in the doghouse outside the rotation.
In that sense,
but here he is a year or two into his career, and he's finally starting to blossom a little bit.
Marco Luciano get a little Moses Moody?
Yeah, I'll take a little Moses and Marco.
I'm thinking of the great Niner dynasties, and there's like John Taylor. Like, yeah, he got a lot of love, and he's in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame and all that, but he definitely was like not the spotlight guy, not the guy anybody talked about. Now, Moody's not at his level yet, but Moody does have 1 ring already. Let's see if he can get some more. Yeah. So anyway, the Warriors went 22 of 39 from 3 last night. Bro, that's crazy. They shot 56% from 3 last night, and that means Steph was 2 of 6.
Bro.
So take that away. The Warriors went 20 of 33 from 3 last night without Steph.
Yeah, good luck stopping that.
So, I mean, in some ways, I don't want to call that a fluke, but, I mean, Moody's a good shooter. Hield's a good shooter. Quentin Post is a good shooter. He went 3 of 7. The one that I think when the Kings were driving back to Sac last night, no beam, by the way.
No.
I think when they were driving back to Sac last night, they were like, how the hell Draymond Green hit 4 threes on us?
Yeah. And Draymond, of all people, after stomping on the chest of a DeMontis Sabonis.
Dude, Guy Santos went 2 for 2 with threes, too.
Hey, it's that big Guy energy, Murph.
I like it. Mm-hmm. All right, listen, I saw the kid on, let's see, what's today? Friday? I saw him on Wednesday at Davidson Middle School. He was on the mic announcing the Davidson-White Hill game.
Ooh.
Sean from San Rafael. This kid's blowing up. Now he's got mic skills. He's calling in. Sean, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Sean?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Dude, how was that? How'd you like handling the mic at that 7th grade quarterfinal basketball game?
Oh, I loved it. I did it the night before for my brother at the 6th grade game, too. So, I was a little more comfortable, what was it, Wednesday?
Now, aren't you playing, aren't you on the 8th grade team?
Yeah, I was, but our season ended on Monday.
Disappointing. Now, we got our hands full with your squad on, our team plays your squad on Tuesday.
Ooh, will Sean be calling the game?
No, because it's up at Miller Creek, right?
I have no idea. I'll talk to the coach today. I hope I could get out there to.
By the way, shout out Coach Randy. Good dude.
Yeah.
All right, Sean.
He coaches all of our teams. He's a great guy. He devotes a lot of time and effort in the program, and I love it.
Yeah. Now, Sean, how many 3-pointers does he allow your team to shoot a game?
Well, we've got we've got a lot of shooters on our team, very spread out. But we've also got some good bigs. So I mean, if he says if you're open, pull it. But our whole goal on Monday when we lost was just to try and get downhill and get to the basket. And if you're not open, just kick it out.
Who'd you guys lose to?
Sinaloa.
Sinaloa. Ooh, interesting. Well, yeah, Sinaloa.
Yeah.
Okay. Mill Valley's 8th graders are good, buddy.
Yeah, I know. Mill Valley, we played them in the first game. I think we lost by like 20. Mill Valley's really good. Did they win it all last year, Murph?
No, no, they got knocked out, and they got to be. It's a big Del Mar showdown looming. I'll keep you posted, Sean. You keep listening. All right, what's your sports take today, buddy?
I want to talk about the Warriors and how I think it's coming down to the end of it. I think 16 games left, and I think they have a strong chance to get into like a higher seed than the 6. I mean. But everybody's playing so well around them. But it's only separated by like 4 games. So there's 16 left, like I said. So I think if you can go 12-4, 13-3, I think you got a good chance to get in at a higher seed.
Higher than 6? You think? And we'll climb over Houston to the 5? What's interesting is so let me ask you this, Sean. If they make it in, is there anybody in the West you're afraid of, or what?
Probably not.
Okay, buddy. All right. So you think it's all pointing in the right direction? You're feeling good?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think so. Especially with Kuminga coming back, I kind of saw him in like a different role yesterday, without the ball in his hand, and kind of more in a more like a slasher.
Well, yeah, he likes to take it to the rack, man. He does. It's really fun. Are you getting on the bus right now, buddy?
Yep, just hopped on.
Is Andre there?
Chase, where's Andre?
He's playing
there's like nobody here today.
Is that Chase? Is that Randy's kid, Chase?
No.
Okay. All right, man.
Different Chase.
So it's a wet Friday out here in Santa Fe.
Ooh, wet
buddy.
Friday. Stay dry, Sean.
Stay dry, buddy.
Stay dry,
Don't be a stranger. I'll see you at the next game. All right, bud?
Yep. Thank you, Murph.
There he is, Sean in San Rafael. Yeah, he was on the mic.
Staying dry.
He was going like, and 1, first personal foul. He was like really selling it and all that.
Sounds like in 4 years he might be hosting this morning show.
Depending on his price paid. Depending on his price point. A lot of texts coming in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 831 says, Moses Moody, the Gregor Blanco 2012 post-Melky suspension factor.
Shout out Melky.
408 says, it's amazing. Sean's been calling in so long, I've heard his voice completely drop, and that's the kind of commitment I like to see.
That's a true P1 listener.
458 says, Shaq's conversation about Steph's GOAT status last night was pretty cool. Can Young Tone find that clip? We probably were saving it for cooler content, but you want to play it right now? It's in the cooler of the content. Shaq, he's all in on Steph, man. He's all in. You got it right here? Yeah, here it goes.
The way he plays the game, how he plays the game. I mentioned on our show that should at least put his name in the conversation.
What conversation? Say it.
Of the greatest player ever to play the game. I like the way he plays. Definitely changed the game because of him. Because of him, the last 3-4 years, everybody has been running three-man weave at the top of the key. Every team is shooting threes, and they want to blame it on analytics. It's because everybody wanted to beat the Golden State Warriors because of this guy. And again, if you talk about that conversation, I don't really care who you pick. I pick Michael. I don't really care who you pick, but if you're going to start picking people, I just want to hear all the names in the categories. Like, for example, Kareem's name should be in that also.
Sure. Kareem's name is in it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
What
conversation?
They go to Mike. They go to Mike and LeBron.
They do go to Mike and LeBron, but Kareem's next on the list.
No, they go to Mike and LeBron when it comes to the GOAT. They just say Mike and LeBron. They don't say Mike, LeBron.
Well, that's the dummies.
Okay, but
Kareem's next on that list.
I'm talking to the dummies.
Yeah, but I mean, anyone knows, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has had the best basketball career from start to finish.
Yeah, well, we don't hear his name in the conversation.
From high school.
Well,
I'm talking about from high school, being the best player in the world in high school, being the best collegiate, and then being the best pro and MVP. No one else has done that.
I love it, man. So it's funny. Last Friday, I wrote a jock blog on this, and my Fridays are where jock blogs go to die, I know. But I was like, where is Steph? Can we put Steph in the top 10? And I made up my own stupid war. I was like, you can tell me this is stupid, that's fine. I'm not going to argue. But I was like, let's just find. So I chose 4 categories, okay? I chose MVPs, championships won, scoring titles, and if you made an all-defensive team.
Okay.
I don't know. Again, is it flawed? Sure. But it wound up being interesting because there were 3 guys way ahead of the pack. And the guy way ahead of the pack was 23 in Chicago.
Yeah.
5 MVPs, 6 NBA titles, 10 scoring crowns, 9 all-defense teams. Yeah. So I added them all up, and his total was 30. Okay, his total was 30. You know who was second?
It's got to be LeBron.
Nope.
Kobe.
The guy they were just talking about.
Steph.
Kareem.
Oh, Kareem.
Yes. 6 MVPs. 6 MVPs. Okay. 6 NBA titles, 2 scoring crowns, and 11 all-defense teams.
Damn.
So that total was 25, second best. And you know who was actually third, believe it or not, was Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, I was going to say, Kobe is a name that gets left out of the GOAT conversation.
You know why? Only 1 MVP, but he didn't win 5 NBA titles.
That's shocking that Kobe only had 1.
Isn't that amazing?
That's shocking.
I put several exclamations and question marks after that on the shot block.
Ooh, who's voting there?
1 MVP, 5 NBA titles, 2 scoring crowns, 12 all-defense teams.
People don't talk about Kobe's defense.
12 all. So those I put those guys in a category. Don't even think about touching these guys. The next, so he had 20 points. You know who scored very high in this thing? You're not going to believe this guy had. Ready for this? He had 2 MVPs, 5 NBA titles, and 15 all-defense teams. The big fundamental. Tim Duncan.
Ooh.
22 points in my little thing.
How about Shaq? How'd he score out?
Shaq scored low. Shaq scored low because he did not. Shaq won an MVP, 4 championships, 2 scoring titles, and 3 all-defense team.
Only 3 all-defense teams.
Yeah,
for
10
Shaq,
points. He was down in the Magic and Bird level.
Wow.
Magic and Bird. Magic comes up a little light in this, actually. Magic, I said he never made an all-defense team, never led the league in scoring. Now, he did lead the league in assists 4 times. 3 MVPs and 5 NBA titles. So that's 8 points. So really, the highest point totals were Jordan 1, Kareem 2, Tim Duncan 3, and then
you said Kobe 3, right?
No, Kobe was 4.
Okay,
but Tim Duncan was 3, Kobe 4. I did say Kobe should be in that don't touch about it guy, but Tim Duncan should be too. Bill Russell. 5 MVPs, 11 NBA titles, but only 1 all-defense team because the word wasn't invented until 68-69. Wilt Chamberlain. Here you go. 4 MVPs, 2 NBA titles, 7 scoring times. But again, all defense wasn't invented till the end, so he gets 15 points. So really, it is the metric worked out pretty good.
Yeah, and how many total points did Steph Curry end up with?
So that's a great question. There it is. Thank you for wrapping up the bit perfectly, buddy. 2 MVPs, 4 NBA championships, that's 6, 2 scoring titles, 0 all defense teams.
Yeah.
So 8. So 8 points, same as Magic. They're on the back end. So they're in like the 9, 10, 11 category.
And that's the argument for the greatest point guard of all time.
But again,
Steph Curry or Magic Johnson.
There it is. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, who's your starting 5?
Because the only other, Oscar Robertson's the only other point guard on there. He won 1 MVP, 1 championship, 0 scoring titles. He did lead the league in assists 6 times. Hakeem Olajuwon, 1 MVP, 2 championships, 9 all-defense teams. That's my guy. But I think it comes down to this. You go by positions, it's 2 guys. It's Steph or Magic. Who you taking?
Pick your poison.
Who you taking?
I'm taking Steph.
Oh!
Now we got to clarify. Is this a 5-on-5 game where I'm building a lineup, or are we going 1-on-1 basketball?
5-on-5.
I go 5-on-5.
Yeah,
Give me Steph. I need the shooting of Steph Curry,
Okay, I mean,
the greatest shooter in the history of the sport of basketball.
I mean, who's going to argue? Who's going to argue? And by the way, does Magic have his own EDM dance remix?
No, he does not. We weren't making remixes about Magic Johnson hitting assists or hitting 3-pointers.
Wait, Steph hits a 3. 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 Steph hits a 3. Steph hits a 3. Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. Wait, wait, Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. There it is, man. Tony's going to hear that at Portola.
Yeah, I think there were about 4,000 drops of Steph hitting a 3 in that remix right there.
Yeah, Tone, you had a thought?
Portola.
Yeah.
Is. But yes, no, dude, all-time banger right there.
You do know that the neighborhood, if you live there, you say Portola.
Really?
That's the old San Francisco. Yes, Portola Valley. But if you're in the neighborhood by Viz Valley, it's Portola. Yeah, Curly probably knows that as a San Francisco native.
Good to know.
Yeah, he does. Look, he's nodding. He's still jumping around.
Curly's wearing a hoodie today, too. You guys notice that?
You know what? I was going to wear my hoodie, but today's my golf day, so I'm wearing that Marine Lair pullover that THC.
Oh, you do have the THC swag.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's my golf team.
I
Yeah,
like
this thing's
that.
beautiful, isn't it?
That looks nice.
It's gorgeous.
Looks cozy.
Oh, it's super
looks
cozy.
warm.
I almost feel like I'm doing a show in a robe.
Ooh.
But it's my golf pullover for my winter league, and I'll be out there playing today, buddy. Okay, Rick Barry next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Today is a Steph Curry Friday. Happy 37th birthday. Congrats on the 4,000 threes. We will be covering this story all day long, so keep it locked right here on KNBR for all your Warriors coverage. Rip off the knob, like Marcus likes to say. Stay tuned on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here on a Friday morning with Prize Picks, the best place to get real money action on daily fantasy sports. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money this basketball season. Which players are going off, which ones aren't. Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports takes into real money all season long on Prize Picks. And you guys know I love throwing down a few shekels on our Golden State Warriors. Well, I'll give you some picks for Saturday because I've been mentioning the hot streak that has been Draymond Green in points and rebounds combined. You saw he hit that total last night with just points pulling up from three-point range, and I think there'll be some extra motivation in the matchup between Draymond Green and Karl Anthony Towns this weekend. So I'll be taking Draymond Green to have more points and rebounds, and I will also take the over, taking more on Karl Anthony Towns this Saturday as well at Chase Center. So join me on Prize Picks and download the app using the code word LEADER, and you will get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And the best part about this promotion is you don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, 90s Friday. This one's fun, man, because no more fun party tune than Naughty by Nature OPP. You down with it, Marcus?
Oh, you know me, Murph.
I don't know if Young Tony knows him. Do you know him?
This song, I know it from a couple different riffs that you guys have played on the show, but yeah, before then, never heard of this song.
I think we had to explain what OPP was that Young Tony was before.
Yes. Well, here's the connection. We chose this one because, A, it's a banger and it's 90s Friday, but Naughty by Nature is from East Orange, New Jersey. And Rick Barry's from Elizabeth, New Jersey. So there's your connection. Jersey guys there. So one Jersey rap song to one Jersey basketball guy. But he's here to talk about a North Carolina kid, Steph Curry, and the Golden State Warriors. So on the UMA guest line, the Hall of Famer and one of the greatest basketball players of all time, our buddy, KNBR's own Rick Barry. Good morning, Rick. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Rick.
Well, I'm doing fine. I caught something back for All-Star Weekend when I was there, and then for Iguodala's jersey retirement, and I'm still fighting that thing off. I guess it's a lot of people have it. It's just really weird. So anyway, I hope a lot of people don't have this because it's not fun. I don't feel badly, but it's stupid. I never had a temperature or anything, but I can't even remember being sick for over 2 weeks. I can't even remember the last time that ever happened.
It's been a bad flu season for a lot of people, so I wish you well, man. Get some rest, and we won't keep you too long, but we appreciate you.
No, it's fine. I'm going to play pickleball when I'm done. You kidding me?
Nice, Rick.
Can't keep Rick down. You told us you're still active in many ways. You told us that recently, right?
Yeah, you got to stay active, like they say, right? The Rolling Stone gathers no moss.
I like that. All right, man. Well, listen, we were talking about before you came on the air. Marcus was doing some research. You were shooting, because obviously we want to talk about Steph hitting 4,000 threes, but you were shooting threes back in the ABA. Before it was cool. Tell us about that. Like now that you see the NBA, I guess my question would be, when you see the current NBA landscape shooting threes, how different was it for you shooting threes in the ABA in the late 1960s?
Very few people did it. They didn't take very many shots during the course of the game. Now they're taking 40, 50, 60 three-point shots in a game. So it's evolved to the point where it's an integral part of a team's success. I don't think you can win a championship in the NBA if you don't have good three-point shooters.
Yeah, and Rick, you're absolutely right. You look at the evolution in the numbers of three-pointers that are being shot today versus the 70s, 80s, or 90s, or any other era of basketball. Do you think that this evolution of the three-point line has been good for the sport of basketball?
Well, it's good when it's used properly. Like anything in life, if you don't use it judiciously and you abuse it, it can make it not a good thing. And so that happens at times. Teams come down indiscriminately firing up threes, not really playing good sound basketball. But when you incorporate it and use it in an efficient manner, it becomes quite a weapon. Obviously Steph Curry was the guy responsible for getting things to the point that they are now, where these kids are out there training. I just saw a kid, he made 45 out of 50 three-point shot shooting. He's a sixth grader. So they're out there learning how to shoot this shot now. So it's just going to get better and better. But again, it's just a matter if you use it properly. There's times to use it. I love it myself. 3-on-3, right? 3-on-3, coming down the court, push the ball all the time. If you don't have a pass for a layup, take the three in transition. You got a better chance of getting a rebound 3 against 3. The other guys have their backs to the basket and you're running forward. I just love that in 3-on-3 down there. If you don't have a layup, shoot the 3. I'd do that all day long if I was coaching the team.
That's interesting. Rick Barry, the Hall of Famer. Let me ask you a question. When you see a guy pass up an easy 2, though, for a 3, they do have a layup, and this happens a lot. They shoot it out for a 3 instead of a 2.
What depends upon what the score is at the time of the game. Mm-hmm. But anytime you can get an easy 2, take the 2.
That's what I would think, too. But don't you see teams passing up easy 2s for 3s?
Well, not necessarily easy 2s. If it's a little contested there and they're in there, like just yesterday watching the game, Jimmy Butler, I think, went in there one time and doing it, then boom, kicked it out to the corner. I think it was, it might have been to Peyton.
Yeah.
And so those are good plays. If you've got a challenge with somebody that you have to try to shoot over, that's not an uncontested shot, why not kick it out for the 3-point shot? The odds are in your favor when your guys shoot the ball well. It's the whole dynamic and the whole analytics have changed because of the 3-point shot.
Yeah, and Rick, you look at the all-time leaders in three-pointers made in NBA history, and it's a lot of guys from this era and this generation for obvious reasons that we just talked about. But is there somebody from your generation that you thought maybe had the ability to shoot like a Steph Curry or something similar to that, but never really had the opportunity because of the lack of the focus on the three-pointer?
Yeah, well, it wasn't even in, you couldn't even do it because it wasn't even a rule back in those days. The ABA, I had to learn, readjust. I got to like 33%, which is good shooting because it's 50% from 2s. 33 and 2s is equivalent to 50 from 2-point shooting. So that's a good percentage to have shooting-wise. But if I were playing today, I would not be happy if I weren't a 40% three-point shooter. That's a really good. That's a good. You're shooting 40%. That's awesome. I mean, you're really productive, and that's what you have to have. And anybody who's not shooting at least 30%, 30%, you have no business ever shooting a three-point shot.
We have to ask you a hard question here, and I know you're probably friends with Draymond Green, but do you wince a little bit when he casts up a three?
Yeah, but at times you have to take it. I mean, hell, he hit a big one the other night. I mean, that was the one that broke the game open for him to get that victory the other night when he knocked that three-point shot down. And then they wound up fouling Steph, which is not the smartest thing in the world to do, obviously. But, you wince a little bit. But, again, if somebody is – my thing, when I coached – if you're not shooting 30% from three-point range, you have no business to ever shoot a shot unless the shot clock's going to go off and you got to throw it up there for a prayer. Otherwise, no. And then – the better you are, you get to 33 to 35%. Well, now I give you the green light because the odds are good. They're in your favor. And then if you get up to 40%, like Steph, you can shoot anytime you want.
He did. And last night, Draymond made 4 is sort of my point. Is like when he makes them, it's just a backbreaker for the other teams. Talking to Rick Barry, of course, on the Yuma guest line, the Hall of Famer and NBA champ, and, of course, our friend. Just an interesting stat, Rick, about the NBA and three-point shooting. So the Boston Celtics are taking it to the next level. They're shooting 48 threes a game, and they lead the NBA by a wide margin. You know what's interesting? I looked all the way down to see who's shooting the fewest. It's the Denver Nuggets, and they're also an excellent team. Now, I mentioned you'd say it's personnel-based. I don't know, you'd say Jokic, but Jokic can shoot the three. I don't know. How do you feel about two excellent teams winning in such different ways? Boston shooting 48 threes a game, Denver shooting 31.
Well, you do whatever works for you, and with the talent that you have. If you have guys that really aren't that great at three-point shooting, you really don't want them shooting it. But then you also, if you have guys who are good and they do a lot of passing and cutting, and Jokic hits a lot of guys, inside for easy baskets and dunks. So you want to take those easy because those are high percentage shots. So it just shows you can win playing two distinctly different styles. It's just a matter of utilizing the talent that you have in the most efficient way possible. However, I would much rather be a team that is getting my points easily as opposed to the three-pointer, because you can live and die with the three-point shot because you're not always going to make them. And Boston shoots themselves out of games a lot of times when they're not shooting the three-point shot well. So if you have to rely on one thing, I'd rather rely on the easy two-point basket than the three-point shot.
And now we're seeing the Warriors win a lot of games with Jimmy Butler in the lineup, who is not known as a great three-point shooter. So talk to us about the balance between having a player like Steph Curry, but also Jimmy Butler on the court and how they fit together so well.
Well, you need to have someone who, if you have a situation where there's 5 seconds to go to try to get a shot, Jimmy can do that for you. He can create his own shot. He can get to the basket. He can still shoot the three some, get to the free throw line. Well, he attacks the basket, but he also is unselfish and can pass the ball. So he's the perfect complement to what the Warriors needed. They are playing with so much confidence and so much joy right now. I mean, it's like a different basketball team that I'm watching. It's been great to watch this transformation take place. It's almost been miraculous. He's been such a tremendous addition, and everybody was concerned about his attitude or what was happening. But whatever it is, it's working exceptionally well now. I really enjoy the way that they're playing. Come on, what did they have, 35 assists last night? Some crazy number? I mean, they're playing unselfish Warriors-style basketball. They're getting after it defensively. They're just really playing exceptionally well. I mean, they've put themselves in a situation where everybody was worried whether they're going to make the play-in for the playoffs. The way they're playing right now, they're going to be a very dangerous team.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Rick Barry, a few more minutes here as he's talking about the Warriors. Big 130-104 win over the Kings. Steph Curry hitting 4,000 threes, almost 900 ahead of his next guy, James Harden. What about non-Curry question? Jonathan Kuminga returned last night after a 31-game absence. He said his ankle injury was really bad. He scored 20 points. He scored 18 points in 20 minutes. How do you see him, as you look at it strategically, inserting him into the lineup and what he brings in terms of Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green with Steph off the court?
Well, if he can contribute the way he contributed in this game and accept that role of coming off the bench and not let his ego get involved and just be happy to be a part of a team that can win a championship, then that's going to be good. I mean, obviously, he's still got his athleticism, all the lob dunks and stuff that he was getting and finishing off. I'm sure he was really happy to be back out there on the court again. But to put up those kinds of numbers the way that he did it, that's just gives the Warriors that much more firepower and makes it much more difficult to have to contend with him if he can play at that level coming off the bench.
Rick, last question for me. You wanted to circle back to the Steph Curry milestone, just what it means for Steph to reach that number 4,000. And is there any chance that maybe we're talking 3 years down the road about Steph Curry hitting 5,000 three-pointers?
Yeah, listen, I hope he still plays because he's one of my favorite players. He and the Joker are two of my favorite players to watch. And, I hope he stays healthy, and I hope he decides he wants to continue to play because it's a short career. You don't have that much time that you can do it anyway. He doesn't need the money, obviously. So, as long as he's healthy and you feel he can play at the level that he wants to perform at, I hope he stays. I mean, I'd love to see it. In fact, I went up to him at Iguodala's jersey retirement. I happened to be sitting right behind where he was, and just went up to him when the jersey was going up. I went up to him and just whispered in his ear. I says, "I sure hope I'm alive when they put your jersey up there." So he just laughed because it's definitely going up there. I mean, this guy is something special. I just have so much respect for him and the type of individual he is as a person, and all the wonderful things that he does, the way he conducts himself. He has so much fun playing. I love watching him play. Just love watching him play, and I love watching the Joker. Joker's probably maybe one of the most efficient players I've ever seen play the game.
Man, you know what's funny? Everybody talks about Steph in the top 10 of all-time list, and then people are saying, what about Jokic? Like, you might have to start thinking about him, too.
Oh, no, he's super special. I mean, to do the things that he does, to do them so effortlessly, and he's a special player. I said to people, can you imagine if the Joker played with the Warriors, how good the Warriors would be?
Oh, let's get him. Bring him over.
I mean, that would be insane.
Rick, last one is the other thing that happened last night was Steve Kerr won his 557th regular season game, tying him with your great friend and teammate, Al Attles. A late, great Al Attles. That one really hit me. First of all, it shows you how many darn games Al Attles won, right? But, there's a lot of talk last night. And so if you could offer your perspective on Kerr tying Al Attles, what that means to you, how's that hit you in your heart and your head?
Well, I mean, I'm just sad that Al's no longer with us. Obviously, I started as a rookie, and he was my roommate when I first came into the league. And so obviously I've known him for a long time. But it took Al a lot of years to get that many wins. It hasn't taken Steve all that long because Steve's had the good fortune of having some unbelievably great teams with tremendous success. And so he's done a really great job because he understood how the game should be played or understands how it should be played. And that's the whole thing. Warrior-style basketball is the way the game is supposed to be played. Pass, move, cut, play unselfish, force the other team to make multiple decisions. The only time the Warriors got in trouble during that great run with KD was that KD was so good. Occasionally they would rely on him, and it worked fine if he was on, but if he had an off game, it would hurt them because they weren't as effective a team. And this is the same thing you're seeing now. Jimmy's fallen into this. He's getting so much joy and enjoy making the passes, getting the assists. The guys are moving, they're cutting. It's just fun to watch, and it's fun to play when you play basketball that way.
Rick, it's awesome. Now you go hit the pickleball court. Nothing will stop you. Go win your match, and we'll chase you down maybe in the playoffs as the Warriors get there. So thank you, Rick.
Yeah, thanks, Rick.
Thanks. My pleasure. Take care. God bless.
Yeah, Rick Barry full of positive vibes for Steph Curry and, of course, missing Al Attles. But, yeah, Steve Kerr tying Al Attles kind of stopped me in my tracks last night. It's like, wow, man. It shows you just how many – he's right. Al coached for more years, and they didn't have as good of teams. But – all that respect. There was a story in one of the stories I read, I say paper, but all my subscriptions are digital now, still call it a paper, is that when Kerr first got here, he had Al Attles and Nate Thurmond and Tom Sherry come speak to the team to explain what it means to be a Warrior.
Good.
Kerr pressed all those buttons the right way, you know? And Al Attles, that's a guy you walked into a room and you're like, I like this guy.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, that's a smart move by Kerr. And we're seeing something similar with Buster Posey, having a lot of vets coming to camp to talk to the boys at spring training.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea to embrace your franchise history, you know?
Exactly. Guys frequently don't do it because they're like afraid, like, oh, I'm not going to be as good as that guy, or those guys were better than I am. And it's like it's like managing from a place of fear as opposed to embracing it all and saying, hey, man, you're a part of this. You're wearing the same jersey as these guys. It takes like a sort of self-confidence, takes being not insecure, I guess is the phrase I'm looking for. Yeah, and Kerr's that way, man. Awesome. All right, cooler content. Lots of good Steph stuff and some funny stuff, too. Next on the Sports Leader.
Just can't run as fast, jump as high, and not as good in bed. I'm still active. That's all I can say.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content
cornucapacious of joyful news.
yeah, baby! On the sports leader.
Oh, yeah, 90s Friday, buddy. Hey, Marcus, don't ever sleep on a guy.
Collaborate and listen.
There you go. When I put this on the list, hot take, 808 KNBR, do we see a little Ricky Pearsall, Marcus Boucher, Vanilla Ice, baby? Yeah.
You're not the first person to make that comparison. Shout out to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line.
Well, I'm going to say Mount Marcus lookalike more. You're going to go Marcus Boucher looks like Marcus Boucher. Ricky Pearsall looks like Marcus Boucher. Eazy-E looks like Marcus Boucher.
Eazy-E?
I mean, I'm sorry.
He's got a Jerry curl.
G-Easy.
G-Easy, thank you. I was going to say easy, damn.
I had a little brain fart there. G-Easy looks like Marcus Boucher and Vanilla Ice. I would love it if you looked like Eazy-E, by the way.
Yeah, that would be nice.
So, by the way, Young Tone, so this song was famous for two things. One, just the blatant ripoff of Queen's Under Pressure and him never acknowledging it. It was like, yeah, you sampled Queen Under Pressure. He's like, no, I didn't. That was totally different. Like, wait, dude, come on. And then he goes on Saturday Night Live to perform this song and turns around. He's wearing a leather jacket. On the back in diamonds, it said, "Word to your mother."
Ooh.
Word to your mother.
Ooh.
So it was like, hey, I need that jacket. Can you see me wearing a word to your mother leather jacket?
Absolutely not.
No, of course not.
Absolutely not. Maybe a word to your mother quarter zip. Not a leather jacket though.
So this one joins quite a list of 90s bangers we've had today. Smells Like Teen Spirit, Nirvana, Gangster's Paradise, Coolio, Ironic, Alanis Morissette, Hypnotized, Notorious B.I.G., Jump Around, House of Pain. I will always love Steph. Whitney Houston.
How about that vocal?
OPP, Naughty by Nature.
Yeah, you know me.
And Ice, Ice, Baby by Vanilla Ice. For sending free drinks.
We'll always love Steph.
Wow.
Oh, man, I let that one go. You asked for it.
415 adds Macklemore to the Marcus lookalike.
That's it. Any white rapper you can think of.
Marcus walks into the club, says, "What up? I got a big segment."
Yeah, you know.
Your way. Yes,
I feel like I'm getting comped though. Like when we talk about white wide receivers, like Julian Edelman, this guy's a lot like Cooper Kupp. He's a lot like Jordy Nelson.
That is true.
I get a lot of comps to the white rappers who use pomade.
Then I go back to my Eazy-E riff.
Yeah, exactly.
Right there,
Me and my Jerry curl.
Young Tony, you know the song, right? Ice Ice Baby, Vanilla Ice.
Come on.
All right, buddy.
Come on.
Cooler content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. It's all sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center, Marin Health Medical Network, world-class care.
Ooh.
Closer than you think.
That's a new one. 415 says Marcus looks like Zach Collins.
Help me out.
Backup center used to be on the Spurs. I believe he's still on the team, right?
Yep.
I have not heard that comp. That's a new one. I like it, 415.
It's a look. You guys have a look.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I understand.
I don't know who the hell I look like.
Yeah, and the moms love it, Murph.
I understand. I look like a freaking nerd is what
You
I
look like a silver fox.
Hey, do a little too silver. Not enough fox. All right, buddy.
Foxy.
So where do we go? We got to do the those Steph Curry cooler of content. We got Frank Isola, who's a great New York basketball commentator from ESPN's Around the Horn and Pardon the Interruption and Sirius XM. He's really good. But just a lot of stuff on Shaq from last night. The tribute video. Why don't we play that, Young Tone, if you can get that ready. If you have your YouTube or your Twitch open or your Twitter stream, I should always mention our friends who stream us on Twitter.
YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, or just the KNBR app.
Do we roll on Instagram Live?
No, we are not on Instagram Live.
No. Or how about the old-fashioned car radio?
Yes, we are still on the radio.
So here it is.
Last time I
you're going to
checked.
hear Andres Biedrins, which is awesome.
Beans.
You're going to hear Kevon Looney. You're going to hear Draymond Green. You're going to hear Trace Jackson Davis. You can hear Gary Payton. You're going to hear Steve Kerr. They played this at the arena last night. Marcus was there in the first time out after Steph hit his 4,000.
Hey Steph, what's going on? It's Andres. Just wanted to say congratulations on reaching 4,000 career threes. That's incredible. And in case you forgot, I assisted you in your first career three in 2009 in Phoenix. So no worries, you can thank me later. Congrats again, brother.
Steph, to be on the verge of crossing 4,000 3-pointers, it's just a testament to who he is, his hard work, the type of person he is.
For him to get there shows that we already knew he was a great shooter. It's crazy to see that Steph is going to hit 4,000 threes this year. That's a part of the game that I just grew up watching and loving.
Yeah, him doing that is just kind of outworldly. I don't think anybody for a long time will catch him with that.
He's a cheat code. I don't think there's much else to say besides the greatest ever to do it.
He just has a magnet for that ball. I feel that God is blessing him.
He's different in everything that I already saw in my life.
One of the great artists ever in the history of mankind, and we're blessed to be able to watch him.
4,000. Every time you make one, you set a new one. So just keep setting day by day, all right? I'll see you at 5, okay?
Well, it was really cool at the end is they had a picture-in-picture of Steph watching it, and Gary Payton, when he said, see you at 5, he got a big grin on his face. Yeah. He started clapping it up.
He's not done yet.
So you were there, so the crowd gave him the requisite love?
Yeah, the crowd was hyped the entire game. You could feel the anticipation in the building. Everybody wanted to see a slice of Steph Curry history, and he delivered in the third quarter.
More tribute videos. Under Armour, his brand, obviously, got, of all people, Dave Chappelle.
Hey, my guy.
Dave Chappelle to do a tribute video. They aired, this one hit social media, right? And so a little YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter video for you, or if you're in your car, just listen to Dave Chappelle's Under Armour tribute to Steph hitting 4K.
North Carolina. Basketball isn't just sport here. It's life. And one name casts a shadow bigger than the Blue Ridge Mountains. He stepped on the court, and it was never the same again. Everyone wants to be like him. Scorer, champion, icon. North Carolina. The shoes, the highlights, the records, North Carolina. Say his last name and everyone knows.
Curry for 3, making it rain in New York. Curry way downtown.
North Carolina.
The man changed the game. The igniter of the three-point revolution in the NBA. The buzzer for 3. Good! Stephen Curry, all-time three-point king in the NBA.
All right, standard tribute video.
Yeah, I like it. But I'm also a little confused with Dave giving him so much props from being from North Carolina because I was trying to figure out the connection. Young Tony asked me, why is Dave Chappelle doing the voiceover for this commercial? Well, I said they're both from Ohio. Dave Chappelle originally from Ohio, and Steph Curry, of course, born in Akron, Ohio. So I'm surprised his spin wasn't from Ohio, not North Carolina.
Well, I think he stayed in Ohio for like a day.
Yeah. Well, I was just trying to make a connection of why Dave would be doing this commercial.
Yeah, I don't know. But that's why we played it.
Yeah, I'm not complaining about it.
To ponder these deep questions here. All right. Real quick, Charles Barkley was heckling the Warriors last night, taking the Kings at halftime. He got burned, but here's actually a rare one. I'm looking at the clock tone. We got Frank Isola coming up. Why don't we play the Barkley actually praising the Warriors?
What?
Check it out.
How about Kuminga back, Chuck?
I tell you what.
First time in 31 games.
If Kuminga comes back and play well, this team could be the second best team in the West. I truly believe that.
Wow. So after all the bits and all the riffs and all the rips and all the knocks, he thinks the Warriors could be the second. Is he assuming OKC's number one or Denver or the
like
Lakers?
Real quick, 20 minutes ago, he was talking about how the Kings were going to come back and win that game at halftime.
I know.
Then he sees Jonathan Kuminga play 20 minutes, and he's like, yeah, they're the second best team in the West.
And in fact, I think if you follow Charles's career, doesn't he just have if you charted all his takes, aren't they all pretty darn bad?
Yeah.
And that's a credit to that man's entertainment value.
Yes.
That he can be so wrong for so long, and we still tune in.
Well, it's why Kings fans were complaining about the curse of Charles Barkley yesterday because he guaranteed that win at halftime. It's a bit that they do on the show. Every Charles Barkley guarantee ends up losing.
And last night, he did it.
Yep, once again.
Shaq was just stacking cash on the table saying, how much you want? How much you want? Let's get some. Let's go. Let's go. All right, well, there you go. A little Steph Curry audio feed, or arena audio feed, a little Under Armour Steph tribute, and a little Charles Barkley saying the Warriors could be the second best in the West. So it is a 90s Friday. It got us a little distracted playing a little Ice Ice Baby. But we do have Frank Isola, who's very, very good I love talking basketball with Frank. I'm glad he's coming on. He can put this Warriors thing into perspective, this Steph Curry thing into perspective, and talk about the NBA next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
90s Friday. This one, I got a funny story about this one, about a guy in Ireland, but I'll tell it to you later because we got Frank. So it's Under the Bridge by Red Hot Chili Peppers. Outstanding 90s anthem. Look at you singing, Mike. You kind of look like Anthony Kiedis, too. You look like Anthony Kiedis.
Yeah, all of them. Keep going, Murph.
Frank Isola is really good to talk to about basketball, whether it's Sirius XM, you can hear him on the starting lineup, or on the show Around the Horn, which has been on for 23 years and is coming to a close. And, of course, he covers the Nets for the Yes Network and just a basketball guy. Frank, it's great to have you on out here in San Francisco, Steph Curry land after his 4,003 last night. Good morning and welcome back to Murph and Marcus on KNBR. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Frank.
Good morning. How you guys doing? You should get Flea on. Flea's a big NBA fan. I've seen him in the media room in L.A. after a finals game. It was the year that they beat the Celtics, and Ron Artest had hit a big three, and Ron Artest came up there with his entire family. And I think Flea even asked him a question. That's when Ron was talking about how he was on his medication and he was off his medication. It was pretty crazy. I knew Ron when he was, Meta World Peace, when he was in high school at LaSalle Academy in Lower Manhattan.
Oh, man.
He was a good guy.
That's what I'm looking for, Frank. See, I could digress with you all day because I could go right from your New York story there about Ron Artest to St. John's. That's how excited is the city right now on that?
They really are. And I went to a game. I went to the UConn game a couple of Sundays ago. I mostly went I found myself just staring at Danny Hurley the entire game. He was a complete raving lunatic. He makes Rick Pitino look calm, cool, and collected. Uh-huh. But it is a big deal. And I remember, back in the day, I was in college and I went to see St. John's play Georgetown in Washington, D.C., when the great Chris Mullin and St. John's beat Georgetown and Patrick Ewing to be number one in the country. It kind of feels like St. John's hasn't done anything since then. I know that they have. I think, in fact, with Ron Artest, they made the Elite Eight. But there's definitely a different buzz there. Rick Pitino, you say what you want about the guy. The guy, he knows how to build programs and wins. There's no question about it.
Yeah, it's just great for college basketball. It's great I love it. And Dan Hurley makes me laugh, too. We were playing sound from him earlier. He was at this 60 Minutes thing where he said there's only two options. If you win, you get a temporary relief from suffering. If you lose, you're in an eternal hellhole. I was like, all right, yeah, sums it up nicely, Dan.
I think he stole that, though. He might have stolen that from Pat Riley.
Okay. Good man.
I think Pat Riley said there's winning and then there's misery.
Yeah, good. Oh, so much fun to talk hoops. So listen, while you guys were asleep last night, Steph Curry hit his 4,003. It's not a record, but it's a milestone. It's a number. It's a pause for reflection. So for you, as you watch sort of two things, one, Steph continue to thrive, and two, the Jimmy Butler Warriors taking off in the West, how much you paying attention?
All right, well, a couple of things. So if he hits 401 tonight, or 4,001, do they have to stop the game? Because that's also a record. And if they play the Lakers in a game, every time LeBron scores, they'll have to stop the game. And every time Steph hits a three, they'll have to stop the game.
Yep.
I know you guys are getting all wrapped up.
It's funny, Frank, they didn't stop the game for 4,000. They just kept playing.
Well, nor should they. He already has the record. I love Steph Curry, but it is. And my big thing is I wonder if anybody will break. I would have to think, Steph Curry came along in the last 30 years, so I'd have to think somebody else will come along in the next 30 years, plus the way that they play today where everyone shoots threes. The other night the Celtics in the first quarter against Oklahoma City had 9 baskets. They were all three-pointers. They were 9 of 22 on threes, and they were 0 for 2 on two-point shots. So you talk about how the NBA has changed. But getting back to your point, I was lucky enough to see Steph last Thursday in Brooklyn, and that was a game where they were losing 27-5. And, it's just amazing. And I was saying this, the guy's been through so many games before, and they had won, I think it was the night before in Charlotte, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe 2 nights earlier in New York they had won. So it was their third game in 4 nights. They're heading home after the game. That's the kind of game where, the guy's played a long time in his career. It's a long season. He could say, what, it ain't happening tonight. Whatever. Let's just wrap this up and we'll go home. They fight back. He puts on an unbelievable show, and they end up winning the game. It was just so much fun. You guys out in the Bay Area, you're so lucky that you get to see this guy all the time. You know, people lucky enough to be able to afford tickets could watch him in person. The media, you know, you guys love those free meals that you get there at the arena, and you get your free credential. It's, you know, it's you're lucky that you get to be alive at a time when this guy's in the NBA, because he's so easy to root for, and he's a brilliant player.
Yeah, it truly is a special time in the NBA right now. You mentioned LeBron James reaching 50,000 points at age 40. Today is Steph Curry's 37th birthday, and last night, of course, he hit his 4,003. Frank, what does that say about these two players that they're still playing at this level at this point of their career?
I always remember when I covered the Knicks years ago when Jeff Van Gundy was a coach, and Jeff always used to say, you know, players tend to lose it mentally before they lose it physically. So physically, both those guys have been able to, you know, keep themselves in top shape, so they take care of themselves. That's part of it, but like they have that, you know, the spirit of competition is still very much alive, and they really enjoy being out there, and they want to win, and that's why, you know, I mean, one of them is not going to win this year, and there's a good chance both of them don't win this year, meaning the championship, but they love the competition part of it. And I always thought that was the difference too with Tom Brady, why he was still playing. He just loved to compete. And, you know, the older these guys get, like they may slow down in some areas, but they just become much smarter players. So you're talking about, you know, two players that have an incredibly high basketball IQ and still want to do it at a high level. It is interesting, though. You know, I follow soccer a lot. I know that Messi is still, at his age, is great, but he's playing in the MLS. That would be the equivalent of Steph and LeBron. I don't know, I guess playing in Spain or in the French league or something like that, and they're dominating. They're playing in the best league in the world and dominating. And usually, like, you know, the soccer players, you know, the best guys, they start to slow down a little bit at maybe 34, 35 years old, and it's kind of time to move on. And it's kind of like a thing that's acknowledged and recognized. But here, you know, these two guys are at the top of their game. They're still two of the best players in the league, and the one guy just turned 37, and the other guy turned 40 on December 30th. Of 2024. So it's incredible what they do, and it's great to watch them play. That's why I'm a little bummed out. So, you know, LeBron came into Brooklyn on Monday. He was at the game, but he was unable to play because of the groin. You know, they ended up getting 4 days in New York, so LeBron wasn't going to miss that trip. But it kind of stunk, like the fact that you couldn't see him play in person this year.
Yeah, in fact, the Lakers have hit a little skid without him now. Lost a few in a row. They've had a tough schedule because of the fire postponements, 6 games in 8 days. They lost. I think they're going to play Denver now. They got blown out by the Bucks last night. You listen to Frank Isola, of course. A few more minutes with him, of course. ESPN Around the Horn. Pardon the interruptions. Sirius XM. Check them out. And by the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So Jimmy Butler, you being on the Eastern Conference and covering a lot of New York basketball, you've covered a lot of Jimmy Butler and the Heat through the years. You know, obviously it got ugly. He got traded. There were those in the basketball punditry world that said, you know, he's a problem. It's not going to work. My gosh, Frank, it's taken off like a freaking rocket ship. What's your read on this situation? Why is it working so well, and what do you truly know about Jimmy through the years?
Yeah, I mean, I think eventually he'll be a problem, but that might not matter. That might be 2 years or 3 years down the road. If you're basing it on history, there'll eventually be a problem. But he's also really good. And my radio partner, Brian Scalabrine, he always thought, even when it looked like the team that was being targeted by Jimmy Butler was Phoenix, but a lot of people didn't think it was going to work because of the whole Bradley Beal situation. But even when that was going on, probably say in January, Brian kept saying, I think he'd fit in really good with the Warriors, just the way that he plays. He's not a guy that relies on three-point shots. He scores a lot in the paint. You know, he jumps off 2 feet. He draws contact. He's a physical player. And it certainly has done that. And, you know, they're 38, 38 and 28, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and 13-1 with the lineup. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know, they could go, if you look at, I guess they got 16 games left. They go 12-4. They're going to get to 50 wins. And, you know, come playoff time, they could be a really difficult team to knock out. And with Kuminga coming back yesterday. But Jimmy Butler, you know, to his credit, too, it's not like he came in there and said, okay, my reputation it might be at an all-time low right now. I've kind of damaged my reputation. I'm going to come to the Warriors, and I'm going to shoot the ball 35 times, and I'm just going to score a lot of points. I don't care win or lose. I just have to make sure everyone knows that, you know, I'm still a player. He's actually fit in really well, and he's going to get better come playoff time, and he's a guy that you can go to late in the game that can, you know, get a basket. He draws contact. He gets to the free throw line. So if they have a chance to do something here, a lot of, as you guys know, a lot of it will depend on matchups. But it's amazing. 2 trades happened, Luka Doncic and Jimmy Butler, and it's just the way that we look at the Lakers and the Warriors has changed. The way that we talk about them has changed because they look more legitimate now than they ever did.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Frank. The energy and the vibe has definitely changed surrounding the Warriors since that Jimmy Butler trade, and it was represented by Draymond Green making headlines at the All-Star game, guaranteeing that the Warriors would win a 5th championship. So I'll ask you, do you now view the Warriors as a legit title contender?
I do. I think, let's face it, luck factors into it. You staying healthy, does a team that you play, do they have a guy that gets like a little banged up and maybe misses a game or whatever, just not at 100% when he's playing? So that will have to factor into it. If you watch the way Oklahoma City played the other night against the Celtics, defensively, they absolutely shut them down. But I'm still of the belief, come playoff time, there's not going to be a lot of pressure on Steph Curry and guys like LeBron James. They've proven enough already. There's going to be a ton of pressure on the number 1 seed, and that's going to be Oklahoma City, especially after they were the number 1 seed last year and they didn't get out of the second round. The one big difference as of right this moment, Chet Holmgren is healthy. He was injured last year in the playoffs, and they didn't have Isaiah Hartenstein, who gives you toughness and he gives you rebounding. So make no mistake about it, that team has improved with Holmgren healthy and the move to bring in Hartenstein during the offseason. So they'll be a really, really tough team to beat, but they still, they're going to have to go on the road and probably win a game at some point during the playoffs, and that remains to be seen because, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is a great player, but they lost in the second round. And ultimately, all these great players, whether it's Steph Curry or LeBron and Jokic fell into this category, Giannis has been in this category, it's ultimately how you do in the postseason, and they've never been out of the second round, just like Embiid never got out of the second round. So that's all everybody kind of talked. Well, they kind of mentioned his injuries, but they also talk about never getting out of the second round. So from that standpoint, I don't think there's going to be the 2 teams that will face the most pressure. They're going to be the 2 highest seeds, Cleveland and Oklahoma City. But for me, there's more pressure on Oklahoma City after what happened last year.
Good stuff, Frank. Before I let you go, just Barstool. Everybody does it. SGA versus Jokic MVP. Is there an easy answer?
No, it is kind of true. Like Jerry West finished second in the MVP voting like 4 times. And he never won it, and no one ever said, we're getting a little bored of voting for Wilt and for Bill Russell. Let's vote for Jerry West now as the MVP. Like the numbers that I get a vote, I haven't decided yet. It's now like a legitimate debate. Like the problem with the NBA, as you guys know, we start debating this, halftime of the first game of the season, who's the leader in the MVP race. It becomes so obnoxious. And of course, we've changed from that debate to who's the face of the NBA, and I start banging my head against the wall here. That is the silliest sports debate in the history of mankind. But right now, I do put a large stock in winning, and they do have the best record. But, Jokic has also had a triple-double, which is pretty remarkable. I think SGA is going to win it, but I have not decided yet. So I'm going to call you guys the day I fill out my ballot, which usually has to be around, I think April 14th or something. I don't worry about my taxes. I just worry about my NBA ballot. That's all I care about.
Frank, last question for me is about the matchup this Saturday between the Warriors and the Knicks. I know Jalen Brunson will not be out there, but it sounds like we could get a spicy matchup between Draymond Green and Karl Anthony Towns after he made comments on his podcast about how Cat was trying to avoid Jimmy Butler. Turns out Cat was at a funeral. Is this a big topic out on the East Coast, and do you think it will be spicy on Saturday between the Knicks and the Warriors?
It became a real big topic on the East Coast, and I'm still of the belief, my theory is that somebody said something to Draymond Green or Jimmy Butler. So I think somebody from the Knicks, I don't know if it's a player or a coach, somebody who works for the team, I think they made a flippant comment. Oh, well, he's not here because he doesn't want to play against Jimmy. So I think that's why I don't think Draymond just invented that out of thin air, and he didn't know the reason that he wasn't there. The only weird thing is, and Karl is a really good guy, and I think a lot of the players in the NBA kind of bust his chops a little bit because Karl is nice. He's a bit of a nerd. So I think a lot of the players, believe it or not, NBA players could be bullies at times. So I think they're kind of bullying him. But when Karl finally responded to it, he said, I choose to approach it from a place of love and not hate. I'm thinking, Karl, he essentially called you a coward. It has nothing to do with love and hate. You could say something back to Draymond, I hope that you never have to go through a situation like that either, but I'll be there on Saturday. So I think it could it'll be interesting to see if ABC kind of plays up that angle. But, the Knicks will be in a tough spot because Brunson is important. Now, defensively, they'll be better because Jalen's a great player, not a great two-way player. But I think if I'm the Knicks, I'm a little worried because I think the Warriors put a lot of stock into this 4,000 three-pointers just last night, and Steph only scored 11 points. So I'd be worried if I'm the Knicks. It's almost as if like Steph's going to explode on Saturday. So they could be in for a long night. And as you know, the Knicks got to worry about the minutes because the Knicks have the only player in the history of mankind who's ever said he wants to play less, which I thought was pretty.
Wait a minute, who said that? I missed that.
Phil Bridges. He said that he talked to the coach about playing less. The Knicks are the only. Tom Thibodeau's got the Knicks with the fourth best record in the NBA, and he's the only coach that catches grief over playing time. I don't get it because if you play a lot, it increases the chances that you'll get injured. Now that doesn't explain Kawhi, Zion Williamson, and Joel Embiid who never play and are always hurt. But apparently the Knicks are the only team that have players that apparently get players hurt. Giannis and Damian Lillard, they were hurt during the playoffs. Jimmy Butler was hurt during the playoffs. Zion, Kawhi, Embiid, Chet Holmgren. Believe it or not, guys get hurt. Remember when Durant blew out his Achilles and the very next game, Klay Thompson blew out his knee? Guys get hurt. Yeah. It happens.
Oh,
There's no if you could predict when guys are going to get hurt, you're wasting your time. Go predict what the lottery numbers are going to be because I think the Mega Millions this weekend is like $350 million.
I'm going.
That would be helpful.
I'm going.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, I need those numbers, Frank.
Good stuff, Frank. Hey,
Exactly.
let's pour one out for the end of Around the Horn. How you feel about that?
Yeah, I don't. It still gets a very good rating, regardless of how you feel about the show. So usually shows get canceled because they're not getting a good rating. It gets a good rating. So that part, maybe they just don't like me. You never know. I mean, how can anybody not like me? But maybe that's the case.
Well, we can talk hoops. We can talk Italian soccer. We'll do it all, man. So, all right, Frank. It's always a pleasure, and we enjoyed the thoughts. And have a great St. Patty's weekend in New York.
Yeah, thanks, Frank.
Yeah, a little Guinness and stuff.
There you go. There you go, Frank.
All right, boys.
Take care.
Take care.
Frank Isola, good stuff. Yeah. And he thinks the Warriors are legit title contenders. He doesn't know who the MVP is. And Jimmy Butler, he said he might be a problem down the road, but we only 2 more years and that's it.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking that way when they're 13-1 with him in the lineup.
Look, I'm not thinking about 2-3 years down the road unless we're talking about Steph Curry hitting 5,000 three-pointers, which is a possibility in 3 years. But yeah, let's talk about the present right now. And right now, the present has been a present since Jimmy Butler has arrived.
And we had to come back with this because Walter Icalbaceta was like, damn.
Not over one of
you cut off my Under the Bridge for Frank Isola.
Life without Curry.
There you go, buddy.
There's some parody for you.
So my story is, this was a big hit in 92. That was the year I lived in Ireland. And my buddy Brian Carew out of County Clare, we'd get up on like Sundays at like 2 in the afternoon after drinking. He'd come out and just be smoking cigarettes in the living room. This song came on and he took a big drag and he goes, I reckon this is the best song I've ever heard in my life. I was like, all right.
Put it into the mix, yeah.
A little moment in time here, buddy.
You can't go wrong with some Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Hungover, dragging on a cig, just got out of bed on a Sunday at 2. This song hit. I reckon this is the best song I've ever heard in my life.
Is it your favorite Red Hot Chili Pepper song?
Yeah.
Wow.
Sure. Sure.
And you're a Chili Peppers guy.
I did. Well, saw him in 1985 right here at the Stone.
Yeah, you saw those socks.
I did.
Oh, my God. Does young Tony know about the Red Hot Chili Peppers and the socks?
Did you know, Tone? The Red Hot Chili Peppers in their early days when they were wild punks came out at a certain point late in the show nude except for socks covering their genitals.
I do believe we've covered this on the show, yeah.
Socks only.
Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah,
I won't get into too many details, but say Flea was very hyperactive that night, shall we say. I don't want to get into it because there may be some canceling going on.
Yeah, careful.
All right. Well, thank you guys. And you ride with this one, Tone? Yeah?
Oh, dude, absolutely. I also didn't know they're Warriors fans, apparently?
No,
Laker
fans. This song is about Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah. He's always down at Lakers games.
They're all L.A. guys, and Flea's a huge Lakers guy.
They're also Dodger guys. They're also Dodger guys.
Wait. You forgot another place he goes, dude. You can find Flea at Pauley Pavilion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In fact, he plays the national anthem on bass. Yeah, he brings the bass out and does it. He's done it at Pauley. Why not, dude? Come see a winner. Beat Wisconsin today, dude. 11:30 this morning. UCLA, Wisconsin, Big Ten tournament.
Lace them up, dude.
I know, dude. All right.
Bad news for the Badgers, dude.
90s Friday, Under the Bridge. Red Hot Chili Peppers joins Ice Ice Baby, Vanilla Ice, OPP, Naughty by Nature. I Will Always Love You, Whitney Houston, Hypnotize, Notorious, B.I.G., Jump Around, House of Pain. Ironic, Alanis Morissette, Gangster's Paradise, Coolio, Smells Like Teen Spirit, Nirvana. I told you guys, varsity only today. Varsity only. And speaking of varsity only, Bob McKillop, the great Davidson coach who coached Steph Curry, next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
For the third Friday in a row, today is a Steph Curry Friday. I know it's a 90s Friday, but it's also a Steph Curry Friday. Happy 37th birthday. Congrats on the 4,000 threes. We will be covering this story all day long, so keep it locked right here on KNBR for all your Warriors coverage, and you can hear it all on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Oh, 90s Friday gets us a little fun pop here, a little fantasy Mariah Carey. Do you ride with it, Marcus?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. You just like Mariah.
Yeah, I'm a big Mariah fan.
All right. Well, Steph was like a fantasy, a sweet, sweet fantasy last night, hitting his 4,003 and getting a video tribute and getting his life to flash before his eyes, and just finished up that epic road trip up and down the East Coast where New York went crazy for him, Brooklyn went crazy for him, and Charlotte went crazy for him. And in the crowd that night is our next guest. And gosh, we had Bob McKillop on this show the day after Steph was drafted in 2009. 16 years later, Coach McKillop is coming back on the UMA guest line. Of course, he coached Steph at Davidson from 2006 to 2009, where Steph is now the assistant GM.
How about that?
Let's
Yeah.
get into it with Bob McKillop. Bob, welcome back to KNBR in San Francisco. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing?
Hey, morning, Bob.
Good morning, Murph. Good morning, Marcus. There's a lot of Irish eyes smiling this weekend, not just because of St. Patrick's Day, but because of that wonderful St. Stephen.
Oh, St. Stephen. Well, as we know in Dublin, St. Stephen's Green is spelled like Stephen Curry. There you go. Yep. There you go, man.
There's a bar, right? There's a Curry bar in Dublin, too.
Yes, that's right. That's very good stuff. Okay, so you got to see him. And it's probably always special for you. I mean, you guys have such a great relationship. I know you've been out to see him here in the Bay Area. But if you could just maybe fill us in on the last visit through Charlotte, you checked in with him. How's he doing? And what do you think every time you get to see him?
I was in Salt Lake City, I guess, about 2 weeks ago, and that really difficult loss they had after squandering a significant lead. So I had dinner with him the night before, and then watched his workout the next morning, and I watched the game that night. So Charlotte was sort of a little bit of a icing on the cake to get to see him again and so close to home. Just extraordinary, 4,000. And, what he does is beyond what goes on the court. You just look at what's happened with the addition of Jimmy Butler to mesh him, give Steve tremendous credit, but also give Steph and Draymond tremendous credit to bring a veteran, experienced guy like him into the mix and to be as successful as they are over these last 10 games. I think they won 9 of the last 10.
Bob, you've seen so many Steph Curry milestones throughout his career, going back to Davidson. Did you ever think 16 years down the road you'd be on a radio station talking about Steph Curry making his 4,000th three-pointer of his career?
Well, I certainly would dream about that, and now I'm living that dream. And to see what he has accomplished on the basketball court, as I said, is extraordinary. Everything he touches is golden. We saw that in Paris, but we've seen that with the Warriors. We've seen that in the way he lives his life, and we couldn't be more proud to have him as the icon of Davidson College, but a global icon by himself. He's incredible to be a part of his life.
Bob, tell us about what you think about him getting involved. And this is a new thing in college. We're in this new era of NIL and payments and all this stuff. And you see Adrian Wojnarowski leave ESPN to go to St. Bonaventure, his alma mater. That Steph is involved with Davidson. Now, I don't know, maybe he just lends his name, or I don't know. You tell me. I know you're no longer the coach, but you're still affiliated with the program. What do you know about Steph's affiliation with Davidson and what he can do for that program?
Just his presence in terms of his name has always been part of his experience at Davidson. And I don't know that there are many pro athletes at any sport who continually represent their college in such a dramatic way as he does. He wants it well known that he attended Davidson, and he wants it well known. And that's because he's the kind of guy that never forgets where he came from. And having Davidson and Stephen Curry mixed together is like a perfect recipe for national attention, but also for success. And he will, again, as he did when he was an undergraduate here, give us the kind of pizzazz that will set us apart from other people. We're a very unique institution, and very unique from the standpoint of the academic rigor, the size of the school, the fact that we overachieve. Well, Stephen is certainly a representative of that, and clearly his movie Underrated and his golf tour Underrated are great indicators of that.
Today is Steph Curry's 37th birthday, but Bob, he doesn't look like your average.
Steph. Happy birthday, Steph.
But he doesn't look like your average 37-year-old, but that's because of his conditioning and his work ethic. Did you see some of these same traits when it comes to his work ethics going back to his days at Davidson?
I certainly did. Work ethic was unparalleled. Ability to live in the present moment was unparalleled. You know, I've said this a number of times in the past. He has two ingredients that very few people in the world have. He has fast twitch eyes and fast twitch ears. He hears everything quickly and he sees everything quickly and he retains it. And I believe our world would be a significantly better place if more people had fast twitch eyes and fast twitch ears. How he's able to listen into a conversation, listen into what's going on, reading the tea leaves on the court, and be able to then respond to that. He's always one step ahead. You think about his movements on the court. He's always one step ahead, but he's that way in life. He's the one that's sending thanks before he's getting the accolade. He's the one that is sharing his gifts before he receives the gifts. So he's always ahead in terms of the way he thinks. And that's because he's extraordinary with his humility. He does have great confidence, but, boy, he balances that with that great humility that he has.
Man, that's well said for a guy who's known Steph almost all his life, going all the way back to high school. It's Bob McKillop, who, of course, was the head coach at Davidson all the way up through 2022 and coached Steph from 06 to 09, kind enough to join us on Steph's birthday the day after Steph hit his 4,000 three-pointer, almost 900 ahead of James Harden, which is sort of Wayne Gretzky, Jerry Rice type stuff.
But hey, Murph, you know, I was in the Garden when he set the record, when he broke Ray Allen's record, and when can you ever see a visiting athlete, maybe an enemy athlete, because Golden State is good and they're beating the Knicks soundly, but the whole arena, Madison Square Garden, erupted. And from the moment the game tipped off, they were on their feet waiting for that magical moment, and it was as if one of their own hit that. That's the great capacity. You feel, he makes you feel like you're one of his team.
Yeah.
And I think that's been the key of the Golden State Warriors during his tenure there. It was the key for us here at Davidson. Everyone felt a part of his team because he had that capacity to do that.
Well, Bob, that brings up, I was going to go to a different direction, but you saying that makes me bring up last summer and how the entire nation said, oh, now we know what it's like to be with him, right?
But what about the way he acted on the bench, on the court, in those early games when he wasn't the prolific scorer? Of course, there was so much talent on that team. And I'm convinced that he allowed that talent to show itself. And only at crunch time, when they really needed someone to step up in the game against France, in the game against Serbia, only at that point did he say, okay, it's time for me to step on a stage and play the leading role. And he did. And tremendous LeBron James, at crunch time, LeBron James passed the ball to Steph, set a ball screen to Steph, and that was the game-clinching shot. And for LeBron to do that is the greatest testimony another pro athlete can do to Steph Curry, especially a guy at LeBron's level.
It was just he's done so much that you almost like lose track of what he did just last summer for Paris. And then the other thing I was going to say is you keep talking about all the stuff we know about him as a person. I mean, this is going to sound like a crazy question, and gosh, politics is not a pleasant topic on sports talk radio, but he's that kind of leader, Bob. Do you think there's a chance he steps into the forum of maybe getting into a political leadership role because he unites people?
I think he's presidential. I've been saying that for 4 or 5 years, and I've even joked with him if he can make me Secretary of Defense when he does become the president. He's got that capacity to lead people. He's a Pied Piper. People follow him. They just have this willingness to do because he makes you do. He makes you feel good. Man, every kid in America thinks they could be Steph Curry. Mm-hmm. Every kid. We love to watch LeBron James. We love to watch Kevin Durant. We love to watch so many of these great players. But he's an average size, common-looking guy that everyone says, I could be like him.
Yeah, and Bob, it's a great point that we've been making when you talk about the relatability of a Steph Curry, because to your point, he's not a freak athlete that's 6'7", 6'8". He's a 6'3" shooter, and everybody else feels like they can't shoot like Steph Curry. Now, you turn on any NBA game or even college game with the tournament right around the corner, and there are teams chucking up three-pointers left and right, obviously influenced by Steph Curry. But I want to go back to the days of Davidson and ask you the question whether or not Steph had to influence you to let him shoot that three ball that has obviously changed the landscape of basketball.
We had what we call shooter's license. Every player on a team had a certain license to be able to shoot. Steph's license from the day he stepped on campus was unrestricted. And he never had to go back to driving school. He never had it revoked. He always had an unrestricted license. If you'd watched the way he worked and you saw how he was so determined to become the best and his ability to forget a miss and just go on to the next play. And what people talk about is that he shoots 3 points. Yes, he does. But he also shoots 90% from the line, and he shoots about 70% from layups. He's one of the great layup shooters in the history of the game and one of the great free throw shooters in the history of the game. And of course, it's the 3-pointers that get people's attention because he does it in many ways and many times so acrobatically.
That's such a great point about layups. It's such a great point. Bob, last ones as we wrap up. I love talking to Bob McKillop, Steph's college coach. Just one anecdote from recruiting him. I boned up and said you found him in a newspaper. You went to his house. It was over quick. Maybe an assistant helped you. I don't know. Just one quick detail from that recruitment.
Well, there's one anecdote that occurred in his junior year at Davidson. He was the leading scorer in the country. And Loyola of Baltimore plays a triangle of 2 with 2 guys guarding Steph. And Steph stood in the corner, came to the huddle at the 16-minute TV timeout, says, "Coach, I'm going to stand in the corner. We'll play 4-on-3. He gave up being the leading scorer in the country to get one shot that game, not caring about himself, but caring about winning. They wound up playing it the whole game. We wound up winning by 35 points, but he only took one shot and sacrificed being leading scorer in the country to stand in a corner and do what was best for the team."
That's awesome. By the way, Loyola Baltimore might have changed. They might want to think about changing that strategy when they lose. It's funny, Bob, last night, Marcus and I were talking about this. The Kings were almost dedicated to not letting him get the record. They ran 2 bodies at him all night. He only scored 11 points, and look what happened. The Warriors won by 26.
Well, that's exactly what reminded me of it when I watched the game last night. I thought about that.
Hey, the last one, I love my New York City basketball. We just talked to Frank Isola before you. I know you're from Queens. I looked it up. So you were born in 1950. I'm wondering, our guy Chris Mullin is one of our favorites. You got it. There must be some McKillop-Mully overlap somewhere, right?
Well, there certainly are. Mookie, his nickname in high school and college was Mookie. He was a teammate of Bill Wennington, who I coached in high school. Yeah. So Bill and Chris were teammates at St. John's. We played against him. I coached at Long Island Lutheran at that point, and Chris was at Xaverian in Brooklyn. So we knew each other, and they played in the McDonald's All-American game together, Bill and Chris did, and that's where we kind of cemented the relationship. So, yes, I know Chris quite well, and boy, what a great talent he was.
When you were at Long Island Lutheran, what was the game plan to stop Xavier's Chris Mullin?
Well, he was declared ineligible because he transferred from Palo Memorial, so we had the rule book on our side.
Look at you! You went to the fine print, I guess. Right there, you go. Bob, it's great to hear you. I remember, like I said, we had you on the day after Steph was drafted, and here we are, 16 years later, still enjoying the heck out of it. That's the best of life. So we appreciate you. Your birthday wish was heard in the Bay Area, and you go have a great St. Patty's weekend. All right?
Yeah, thanks, Bob.
Okay, happy St. Patrick's Day, and again, happy birthday, Steph. Miss you and love you.
There it is. Bob McKillop on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Marcus Keep Rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
3,999 threes. One more to 4,000. Curry thought about three. He'll put up a three. There it is! Number 4,000. A shot for the ages from a player for the ages. Truly the portrait of an artist. Unbelievable.
Now that we've reached 4,000, if he can stay healthy, how far can he take this?
8,000?
Oh, man. As set against our final entry into the 90s Friday. Come on, man. We opened with an iconic song. It Smells Like Teen Spirit, Nirvana. We close with an iconic song. Nothing But a G Thing. Dr. Dre with a young Snoop Dogg. Well, every one of these songs, you can do a dad joke about the nothing but a Steph thing.
Nothing but a 4,000 thing, baby.
Nothing but a 30 thing. Nothing but a 30 thing. I mean, what are you going to say? These guys, talking about changing the game, right? Yeah. I mean, Dr. Dre, you ever seen like the whole, like before the movie Straight Outta Compton, the documentary on it where Dr. Dre got his start like as a young DJ at house parties? Yep. And the guy was just the king. He always had the best ear for samples. He always had the best ear for beats. He's just a gifted musician.
Oh, dude.
And composer and producer. And so you cut him loose in 1992 here, and it's just Katie bar the door, man. Yeah.
Oh, and you want to talk about coaching trees, Murph. How about Dr. Dre to not only Snoop and Ice Cube and Eminem and 50 Cent down to Kendrick Lamar. Like, it all branches off of the Dr. Dre coaching tree.
As good as Kendrick's Super Bowl halftime was, I kind of preferred the OGs.
Well, it was cool LA, that Dr. Dre bring Kendrick out as part of his coaching tree.
And Eminem and 50 Cent.
And 50 Cent upside down.
This is the one that always gets me,
but dude, truly, man, the 90s was arguably the golden age of rap because we played some Biggie earlier. There's Pac, there's E40, there's Andre Nicotina. Like, the list goes on and on and on of all the great rappers. Tribe Called Quest.
Yeah, we didn't play Tribe.
Nas.
Sorry.
Yeah,
well, and I know the Tribe Army was coming after us
some
on the text line.
Oh, trust me.
But I just had to go varsity only. Got to go with the biggest, most impactful song. So when Smells Like Teen Spirit, Nirvana, Gangster's Paradise, Coolio, maybe I have a small regret on that one. Maybe it wasn't quite big enough.
I'd take Tribe over Coolio.
Yeah, I mean, the song was big. I don't know.
I understand.
I stand by my ironic Alanis Morissette. I thought that was great. Of course, then Ice Ice Baby Vanilla Ice, OPP, Naughty by Nature. I Will Always Love You that got Marcus singing. I Will Always Love Steph, and that was funny. Sending free drinks.
Will always love Steph.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Some people are saying that
Back to Dre, please.
Some people are saying I'm the songbird of this generation.
Somebody said that they're in the driving rain. Their window cracked in the car.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Jump Around, House of Pain, Hypnotize, Notorious B.I.G., Under the Bridge, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Fantasy, Mariah Carey, and Nothing But a G Thing. Woo! So there you go. That's the end of the 90s Fridays. On to the OOs. And again, Steph was born in the 80s, raised in the 90s, drafted in the OOs, and here he is 16 years later. He's been our entire show today, and it was so much fun. You were out there last night. So anything we said, talking to Frank Isola, talking to Bob McKillop. By the way, we love talking New York City basketball. Yeah. How great is New York City basketball? When I had that experience with with Chris Mullen at the Italian Athletic Club in October, where we wound up sitting down, eating some pasta, and him telling me the stories for an hour and a half about growing up in New York and the keys to the gym and knowing the priests and all Frank McGuire's and the Knicks and St. John's and all that stuff. That's why I definitely have a soft spot for Rick Pitino's St. John's. In fact, Young Tone, maybe a chance to break out the sea shanty here on a hang loose Friday. But you get, I mean, you know that you're a California kid, but when you hear old school New York City guys talking basketball, I sit up and listen.
And that, to me, is why I consider New York the mecca of basketball. And some people will point to the lack of success for the New York Knicks, but it's bigger than that. It's about Rucker Park. It's about the vibe of New York City basketball. I mean, we asked Bob about Mola. He goes, oh, yeah, Mookie? We used to call him Mookie back in the day, back in high school. Like, the knowledge that these guys have, the insight, and it seems like everybody who played ball out in New York, they all know each other and have great stories.
And that's why I am, other than my mighty Bruins, who play Wisconsin this morning at 11:30, I'll be rooting for St. John's in the tournament, just like Jimmy Fallon tried to bandwagon them here. Yeah.
There once was a squad from Jamaica, Queens, that went by the name of New York's team. The garden it shook and the fans they roared, let's go St. John's Red Storm. Soon may the Red Storm come to rock the rim and make a run. One day when the winning is done, we'll cut the nets and go. Draining threes straight through the hoop, lay a pump fake alley-oop. The Johnnies march to victory, the champs of the Big East. Soon may the Red Storm come to rock the rim and make a run. One day when the winning is done, we'll cut the nets and go.
All right, it's good stuff, man.
Pretty
now,
good.
We heard Curly said he's watched it 20 times.
He's a she shanty guy.
You know why? Because there's like a vague sort of Irish pub theme there going on, and with St. Patrick's weekend coming, he might be singing this down at the parade.
I'm saying he might. And because of the Steph Curry celebration, we've actually cooked up a new she shanty for Steph Curry.
Wait, Steph hits a three. 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 Steph hits a three. Steph hits a three. Steph hits a three. Wait, Steph hits a three. Wait, Steph hits a three. Wait, wait, Steph hits a three. Wait, Steph hits a three. Steph hits a three. Wait, Steph hits a three. You know, I'm thinking Bob McKillop. You know, he's a nice guy. He knows us. He knows our show. He knows the station. He's listening. He might be listening back there in the stream right now. He's like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, he's like, this is the show I just came on.
What just happened, man? I thought we were talking ball. I thought those guys were cool. And then they just played that. By the way, my St. John's Red Storm play today at 3:30 against Marquette in the Big East semi. And the other semi is UConn and Creighton. So you could get Dan Hurley versus Rick Pitino in the Big East final.
Oh, that's
But, they're both going to the tournament, so it doesn't matter. But, Dan Hurley's out of his freaking mind. And shout out our listener, 707, said, come on, guys, nothing but a 3 thing, baby.
Nice word.
And 209 says, nothing but a 4G thing, baby. Get it? Yeah, there you go. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. All right, guys. So listen, we've been doing it all morning long. Let's play a little more sound for you guys from last night. It's interesting that Steph was the story, even though he only scored 11 points.
Yeah, and it took a while for him to make that second three-pointer.
Yeah. He went 2 for 6 from the three-point line. The Kings just absolutely dedicated their lives to taking him away. So Draymond Green said, I'll hit 4. Moses Moody said, I'll hit 4. And a couple more. You got Guy Santos hit 2. Buddy Hield hit 4. And Gary Payton hit 3. Now, my one worry is I can see a playoff game where it comes down to a Gary Payton 3 or a Draymond 3, and I'm not super loving that. Those guys have been taking more threes than I'm comfortable with, but they've made a few.
Yeah, because of the gravitational pull of Steph Curry. Like, I would love to find a stat out there that just represents the amount of open shots that Steph Curry has created because he's getting double-teamed and triple-teamed. And it's a strategy that teams will take because everybody who knows the game of basketball would rather have Draymond Green putting up three-pointers instead of Steph Curry. But I love the added element of Jimmy Butler and the return of Jonathan Kuminga. You don't always got to take those open threes. You can run it to the rim if 2 guys are out on the perimeter. Steph Curry makes it a little bit easier for the guys to get to the basket also, Murph.
I'm looking at Gary Payton's threes. He hit 3 for 4 last night. He went 4 for 6 against Portland. So he's 7 for his last 13. Now, prior to that, he was 1 for 8 in his previous 3 games. 1 for 9 in his previous 3 games. So it comes and goes with him. He did have a stretch where he hit 3 out of 4 against Charlotte and Dallas, too. So I don't know. I'm just not, I don't. I love him, obviously, but, he's not.
Yeah, there's a reason why GP2 and Draymond Green and guys like that are left open. But, Murph, it's a good sign when you have this much depth playing at this level, whether we're talking Quentin Post or Guy Santos or the return of Brandon Podziemski. I mean, the Warriors went out and won last night by double digits in a game where Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry had a combined 17 points.
Yeah.
That's it. Jimmy had 6, Steph had 11, and they still won by double digits.
He had 7 assists, which was great. Just got a little bit of sound from Steph from last night about, Aisha was there, and that was big for him. He gave her the ball. Cut you, Tony, about feeling it here.
Yeah, she wasn't in New York for the record, the 2974, so it was cool that for the 4,000, she was here. She got the responsibility of making sure the ball gets home. And but just the idea that, like you said, we've been all together for a very long time. Coach allows the family to be a part of what we do as much as possible. We got kids running around the practice courts. You realize when we started this, we were all youngins in the league, and he's seen our families grow one by one over the years. So it's kind of cool that we get to all share the on-court and the off-court experience together.
Classic perspective and just this level head of Steph. That's why Bob McKillick said presidential. Presidential. Can you imagine? President Curry.
I could imagine,
Can you imagine?
actually. You know what's crazy?
He's like 37.
I was just thinking about with that conversation with Bob, like thinking about going back to 2009 when his first three-pointer assisted by Beans. Murph, I was a junior in high school when he hit that shot. Steph Curry has literally been hitting three-pointers in the NBA for half of my life now.
What was Tony?
Was Tony even alive?
October of 2009. So you were born in 98, kid?
So it would have been like 11 or 12?
You were 10 going on your 11th birthday.
Steph Curry has been hitting shots.
So you were born November, right?
Damn near your entire life.
So you were 10 going on your 11th birthday when he hit.
Wow.
What did young Tony look at 10?
Oh, good question.
How was the look, buddy?
He was probably the same height.
You have the mustache, too.
Yeah.
He was
Had a little
Cubano.
bangs. Had like a different hairstyle. I hated the bangs.
Did you have like the Justin Bieber haircut?
Similar, yeah.
Wow.
Honestly, it's coming back.
It is.
These kids nowadays are kind of rocking anything on their heads.
But now it's the Bieber haircut with the low taper fade.
You know what my kid
Shout out to Ninja.
Oh, there you go. You got it? You got Ninja?
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
Imagine if Tony had a low taper fade,
For
Murph.
some reason, my kid is doing the Pajemski thing. It's like he's like curl. It's like all curly and weird and gnarly and puffy and
With the mop on their
unkempt
forehead.
and all. I was like, dude, really? This is the look?
That's
He's
the
like,
style now.
He's like, it's tough, Dad.
It's tough.
No, it's like, no, it's not. It's not tough.
Real tough in those Crocs. Imagine if young Tony got a low taper fade.
All right. Well, it's been a fun Friday, wacky Friday, and thanks to Bob McKillop and Frank Isola and Rick Barry for coming on. But we always end it with young Tony, and lately Fridays have been film review Fridays. Let's check it out next and hand it over to Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And how about Kuminga back, Chuck?
I tell you what.
First time in 31 games.
If Kuminga comes back and play well, this team could be the second best team in the West. I truly believe that.
Hey, man, ending it on a positive Charles Barkley vibe. So I guess he's assuming OKC is number one because of the one, but the Lakers with LeBron and Luka were looking that way, with LeBron out, not so much. And who knows what's going on with the surging Warriors. Could they be that team? Man, it made it so much fun, man. Mike Dunleavy, our hero for trading for Jimmy Butler and giving us so much good content for sure. And, of course, our Fridays always end with our tribute to 104.5 FM. Can't ever take this coveted signal without paying homage to Dave Grappone, or John Grappone. Maybe Dave was his younger brother. I don't know. John Grappone, who used to play this every Friday at 5 o'clock. So when we took over KFOG, you're like, come on, man, you can't do this. Yes?
Now, you mentioned the time 5 o'clock because you know the popular phrase, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
So I just walked out to the bullpen during the commercial break, and our kid, young Jack Loader, says, Waterboy, you're about 12 minutes away from the weekend. And I said, I'm about 12 minutes away from my first beer for St. Patrick's Day. And he goes, damn, you're going to start drinking at 10 a.m. in the morning. And I said, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Well, almost literally it's 5 o'clock in Ireland because right now it's 7 hours. Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. I just looked it up. It is 4:52 in the afternoon out in the homeland of Ireland. So in about 8 minutes, it will be 5 o'clock somewhere, and we will start the St. Patrick's Day festivities.
And Curly, you know this, for this 3-week span right now, they're an hour. They do their spring forward 3 weeks later than us. I know this because I like listening to my guy John Creedon on RTE. Plays great music from noon to 2 our time, but it's 1 to 3 now because they don't spring forward until another couple weeks. So for right now, they're 7 hours for sure.
So put that in your pint and drink it.
Yeah, I will for sure. I'm going out to St. Patrick's Day golf tournament. Shout out my guy Butch Berry, and I'm looking forward to. Butch is always very welcome. He says, Murph, and we always sit down for lunch before the round. He says, would you like a Guinness? I say, yes, I would.
Oh, of course.
Yes, I would.
How do you say no?
I'll be having that for sure. And I just saw on my Facebook feed that today's the birthday of the GOAT, Frank Dill. There's no morning radio at KNBR without Frank Dill, so happy birthday to the greatest of all time, Frank Dill.
Oh.
Yeah?
Nice little nugget. Frank Dill and Steph Curry have the same birthday.
Yeah.
Greatness was born on this day.
Two GOATs. So there you go, man. Have a good one, Frank. I hope you play some golf. Okay, Tony, this has turned into a bit here. Do we have the sounder for it? Or do you just want to go straight into it? Okay, here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Okay, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. We've turned this into a little Film Review Friday. Now, this is a big burden for you on Thursdays to catch movies, buddy, but you're pulling this off?
Absolutely, of course. I'm committed to the bit.
Okay, committed to the bit, like Charles Barkley hating the Warriors. Now, here's the catch. I truly do not know the movie. So I'm like every listener out there.
All right.
Usually something comes up on a show and he follows up on it. So what you got, kid?
So you guys referenced Lee Harvey Oswald also being referenced in Bull Durham yesterday at this time.
Okay.
So what did I watch? I watched Bull Durham. Marcus, you should have seen it. When I told Murph I hadn't seen the movie, he about fainted.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a big hole in your movie game knowledge.
Wow, what a great. Well, you tell me. Your review.
Unbelievable. It is a phenomenal movie. Great story. By the way, all-time cast. Tim Robbins, I was not familiar with your game. This guy's incredible. Like the pitcher just coming up, and then Costner is like the veteran catcher.
Yes,
Susan
Crash
Sarandon.
Yes,
By the way, this clip finally makes sense.
Relax. All right, don't try to strike everybody out. Strikeouts are boring. Besides that, they're fascists. Throw some ground balls. More democratic.
Unbelievable. By the way, R-rated. I was like, I'm getting Field of Dreams, Kevin Costner.
Bro.
R-rated.
So I saw that in 1988 when it came out in the theater. Instantly one of the best baseball movies ever made. And you know why? The guy who wrote it and directed it, Ron Shelton, played minor league baseball. So all that stuff came from his days of, obviously, all the baseball lingo. And, oh, by the way, all the sex.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
dude.
a lot.
So I just remember Crash Dave. It was just a brilliant parable of the old bull and the young bull and just the incredible performance by the Crash Davis going, and the poignant scene at the end where he goes and breaks the home run record. Nobody's watching at the end, where he goes to Asheville Tourists and hits a home run, and when he cleans out his locker and then goes and gets Susan Sarandon. And I got to tell you, Young Tone, to this day, and I don't know if my kids ever care, but whenever we lose a tough game in Little League or in basketball, I say, kids, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, sometimes it rains. All right, brother. That's a life philosophy, all right, man? I've adopted that life philosophy. How about you need a rain out? I can get you a rain out. Put on the sprinklers, get some beers, and go turn on and wash out the field.
How about this clip? You say this a million times. I've heard you say this all the time.
Ground ball with eyes.
Well, that's...
You get a dying quail.
Unbelievable. Totally makes sense.
Well, how about that scene, though? It's
know.
it's funny, it's salty, it's dirty, it's funny, and it's profound because
real.
It's that African-American guy who owns the pool hall. He goes, do you know who this is? You don't know who this guy is. He's like, and he starts reciting his stats, and he starts talking about if you get one more, what's the difference between hitting 250 and 300? One more hit a week. One dying quail. One bloop. One ground ball with eyes. And then he goes, and you're in Yankee Stadium.
Yep.
It's so good.
That's baseball.
So good.
Hey, best baseball movie of all time?
Well, I was going to ask you, Tony, where do you put it on your list of greatest baseball movies?
5 out of 5.
Wow.
Got to be the number one baseball movie of all time.
5-quarter zips.
5-quarter zips.
Oh, the last part about it is, so I figured my kid needed to see it. I'm like, we're going to see Bull Durham. Dude, I forgot how incredibly sexual it was.
It is R-rated. I'm surprised you're even quoting that movie to kids.
So much sex in that movie, and I was just kind of squirming on the seat like, yeah, okay, well, he knows, he knows what's going on.
Which is interesting.
It's a big wide world out there. He knows what's going on.
Because the first time that I watched Bull Durham, I think I was around that same age, like middle school, high school, and I kind of was put off by the romance, not the other stuff
There
going
is
on.
that, yes.
But yeah, I didn't think it was that great of a storyline, but it goes to show, like, when you watch a movie for the first time, it makes a difference. That brings up the argument of, like, when I watch Sandlot as a kid and the nostalgia I have versus you watching Bull Durham in the theater.
Yeah, very true, very true. But come on, you just didn't mention the Sandlot. And
I
Bull
did,
Durham
absolutely.
in the same
If we're
sentence,
going to mention greatest baseball movies of all time, you cannot not mention the Sandlot.
I mean, let's, gentlemen, what do they say? Let's be gentlemen here.
Yeah.
All right, let's be gentlemen here.
Don't go around bursting anybody's bubble, all right, Murph?
Well, let's just be
No
gentlemen.
disrespect to the Sandlot.
Let's just, let's be real here. Come on now.
Let's be real.
Well, listen, me, I love Field of Dreams, but Bull Durham, the realism is so incredible, and Costner was on a roll where he did Field of Dreams, he did Bull Durham, he made so many sports movies. I still haven't seen Draft Day. Believe it or not. I heard
that
that's
great.
good.
Not
that
that
good?
I don't know. It's a little unbelievable.
I mean,
but it is a Cleveland Browns
And for my
draft.
golf tournament today, he did Tin Cup, which is always very enjoyable too. And there's a third baseball movie I'm forgetting from Costner. Come on. Bull Durham, Field of Dreams, and For Love of the Game.
That's right, yeah.
Which also has way too much of a love story.
Yeah.
Like the Sarandon one.
That one gets deep.
Pushes up against it. And what's funny about the Sarandon one is how raunchy it is. And we played yesterday, I believe in what he believes in. And it went to mention Lee Harvey Oswald. He said, well, he starts with, I believes in the C and the P, right? And then he believes in hanging curves and good fiber scotch and all that stuff. So anyway, good job, Tony. 5 out of 5. Glad you saw it.
Loved it, dude. Like I said, Tim Robbins, man, I was not familiar with your game.
And when in doubt, breathe through your eyelids, buddy. Breathe through your eyelids. All right, man. Hey, Curls, have a great St. Patrick's Day. Look for him on the parade route. Look for me and Tony on the golf course, and look for you at a pub.
It's 5 p.m. in Ireland in about 30 seconds, Murph.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
How far can he take this?
8,000?
I like a challenge.
We'll always love Steph.
Happy birthday, Steph. Miss you and love you.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Craig Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
The Sacramento's going to win this game.
You were saying that.
I think they're going to win this game.
If any of that was real, we'd all be good.
Oh, it's real. Okay. They're going to win this game.
Okay.
All they got to do is take care of the ball.
They're 12-1 with Jimmy Butler plays.
Yeah, well, they're going to be 12-2 tonight.
Okay.
How about that?
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! You fool!
Out to Butler, fakes the three. Draymond from the corner. That's a pretty good way to start the game. 3,999 threes. One more to 4,000. Monk has it. Now his coach said, playing that point. Kevon Looney in, knocks away the shot, grabs the loose ball, triggers it out to Jonathan Kuminga, who, by the way, is having a career year. The fake and the try by Monk. Diving for it, Monk. Curry thought about three. He'll put up a three. There it is! threes from a player for the ages. Truly the portrait of an artist. And 6 consecutive wins for the Warriors. They've won 11 of 12. They've won 13 of 15, and with Jimmy Butler playing, they're 13-1. There are not many trades which pay that kind of dividend right off the bat.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sir Charles. I know the halftime declaration, you wanted to go your way with the Sacramento Kings taking down the Golden State Warriors, but alas, it did not happen. They are not 12-2 with Jimmy Butler. They are 13-1, and it's a night full of milestones. Congratulations to Steph Curry. He needed to. He got to. 4,000 three-pointers, first ever to do it. And as Marcus Thompson noted, he already had the record. Steve Kerr, 557 regular season wins, tying Al Addles one more to become the leader in franchise history for a head coach. And above all, for the first time this season, even with the magical 12-3 start, the Golden State Warriors are at the high watermark, 10 games above 500. 38-28, that will be the focus of today. Happy Friday, happy Pi Day, happy 37th birthday to Steph Curry. Happy Greg Papa in the house. What is happening, my guy?
How are you, Silver? Yes, happy 37th birthday to Steph Curry. Happy Pi Day. What's your favorite pie? Apple pie, pumpkin pie, pizza pie? I am a gladiator, so I go with a different kind of pie. But we're going to get into it deep with Steph Curry today. Larry Riley, the guy that actually drafted Steph Curry, Don Nelson took all the credits, going to join us now, a scout with the Atlanta Hawks. Can Trae Young get there one day? Sam Amick wrote the definitive piece on Steph today in The Athletic. We're going to get Sammy on. We do have to tip our cap to Richard Ferkel, the foot specialist down in L.A., that really saved Steph's career. There was a time there where he just could not. You think he's going to have to retire because he's got bad ankles? When has that ever happened? But he had a very significant surgery to tighten up his ankle, and obviously the Under Armour kind of ski boots he wears. So we'll get into it in depth for Steph last night. But just the overall play of the team last night. And we start with the return of Jonathan Kuminga. Is Jonathan still the youngest player on this team? I don't even know. Quentin Post played so long in college. Steph's 37. Is Jonathan the youngest guy on the team? Seems like he's been forever.
Good question. I'm going to fact check that right now.
I'll do that right now. I'm on a roll. Can't stop it. Thinking about other forms of pie, by the way. Anyway, the way he played last night, he may be the youngest guy or one of the youngest guys on the team, but he played with a certain poise, maturity. You know, Bob Myers always quotes the great John Wooden line, be quick, but don't hurry. That's the way he played last night. He played very measured. He did come in for Jimmy Butler. He was the first sub in the game, and he played 4 minutes and 43 seconds in the opening quarter, and he just played under control. He got Steph Curry the first three of the night, number 3,999, Kevin Harlan, and he did it, coming up the floor with pace. They got to push the ball. It's just with Jimmy, you're playing so much in a half court set, measured. It's effective there. But the old days with Steph, it was the Curry flurry. When they pitched it ahead, you got into that scattered court. It wasn't really a fast break, but it was a scattered break, and Steph would bomb threes. He just took it down the right wing, drove in, could not finish at the cup. So what does he do? He Steve Nashes it. Wayne Gretzky, Steph Curry's it. Comes out the baseline, pitches to Steph left above the break, and he makes a three-pointer. That's the way you got to play, Jonathan Kuminga. So many times you could just see his burst, but it was measured, it was controlled. I loved it, and he's not afraid. He grabbed a defensive rebound last night, came up the floor, had their best wing defender, who's gotten, surprisingly to me, Keegan Murray, was on him, and Keegan came over to pick him up. Steph set a little screen. They got a switch where they put Keon Ellis on him. Ellis is a very good defender. He's the one top blocking Steph all night, but he's not as big. Kuminga, just with control, went down and was able to score. Obviously, the three dunks that Anthony Slater broke down in The Athletic today, just put him in the baseline, put him in the dunker spot. Steph sets a screen for him at a back cut. Just play basketball. I just loved, he hadn't played since January the 4th. He's never been injured like this. It was a severe high ankle. And we kind of like the one Steph used to have back in the day until Ferkel fixed the ankle. And he just played so well. But is it amazing? You know, we were talking last night, how long would it take Steph to get the 2 threes? I thought it'd be early. Who thought Draymond Green would have 2 right corner threes before Steph even made one?
And GP2 was 3 for 3.
But Draymond, watch where he's at. I kept rewinding, like, why is Draymond in the right corner over and over and over again? Because with Jimmy Butler on the floor, Jimmy is running the middle of the floor, and Draymond, I don't want to say he's become P.J. Tucker. You just stick him in a corner, but he's sitting in the corner, and he's wide open for a reason. The second one, he actually massaged the ball a little bit. Shoot the ball, Draymond. But they're not going to close out on you, are they? And Draymond he scored 23 points last night. He made 4 threes. Gary Payton's always open in the corner. They never guard him there. But it's just with Steph, and I know he didn't like, mediocre, sleepy game, 11 points, whatever he termed it. Just the gravitational pull constantly to get, they're all over Steph. I mean, whether they're top blocking him or locking, trailing him, or they're just all over him. They don't give him any room to breathe. They don't let him get the ball. That was Doug Christie said it pregame. He said it during the game, and it opens it up, and they just play. It's so easy. They made 22 of 39 threes last night. Draymond made 4. Moses Moody made 4 out of 6. Peyton made 3. Buddy Hield, you really got to rotate off of him and lead. You are with Steph, and then you got to worry about Jimmy. But it's not just the 3 ball. They shot better on the 2 ball last night. How many backdoor cuts like the game in New York? Stan Van pointed it out. It's just beautiful basketball to watch. They laid 130 points on this team. Remember that game in Sacramento when Dennis Schroeder didn't start? Got benched for the 4th quarter. They death trapped Steph. There was no outlet. There was nowhere to go with the ball. You just wilted in the 4th quarter. Now you got Draymond Green. You got, obviously Jimmy Butler. But you got Jonathan Kuminga just storming the baseline, going in and dunking. He can take that wing shot. And then defensively, I thought put him on the ball. They know what they're doing. They're going to measure his minutes. He played fine last night off the bench. Again, he was the first guy in off the bench. He did some in for Jimmy. He played 19 minutes and 55 seconds, right around what we thought, between 16 and 20. You could stair-step that up a little bit. Maybe get him to 24 the next game. They know what they're doing, but they didn't put him on the ball. He did guard Zach LaVine sometimes, but the Warriors are playing like this zone defense where they just put 3 along the baseline. And when you've got Draymond in the middle of it, Jimmy Butler on one side, Kuminga on the other, I've been thinking about zone defenses in the NBA more and more because everybody wants to get to the short corner to make a 3. So if you just play a 2-3 or whatever you want to play, but 3 along the baseline, and you just get out, those guys in the corners just take away the 3 ball. Don't let them extend. That's where they're trying to get the ball to. And then you got Draymond as the middle linebacker in the middle, and then Steph and whoever you want that other guy to be, Moses Moody, when Pajemski comes back. You need Pajemski's ball handling. I've seen enough of GP2 bringing the ball across midcourt. It's just, it is a ride. The one pass he made over to Butler in the wing, it's like, what are you doing, bro? Did you watch your dad play at all? But you watch Nate McMillan? Anyway, it was all good. They all played well. But I was really impressed with the poise, the measuredness of Jonathan Kuminga. It may have been a little off trying to get Steph the record, whatever. They just diced him up. Sacramento got back into the game when they were sloppy. But Kuminga's performance, we'll talk more about Steph. It is Pi Day. It is Steph Curry's birthday. He is Mr. 4K. We'll talk to Larry Roddy, the underrated GM who drafted him, along with Don Nelson. Sam Amick will break down the Ferkel surgery, which saved his career. I mean, if he doesn't get that surgery fixed on the ankle, there's no 4K, there's no 4 championships. But, man, this team with Jonathan Kuminga does have a different level. Now, let's just get Brandon Pajemski back. And let's roll.
Jonathan Kuminga, we anticipated some growing pains. There still probably will be some eventual growing pains, but I got to tell you, wasn't seeing it last night whatsoever. He looked spry. He looked bouncy. Way he attacked the rim, it was a nice sight to see out there. Lots of sound to play today, in addition to the milestones. Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, 4,000. Steph Curry also just hit 25,000 points, so it is a Golden State Warriors Friday. We'll tell you about the guest list coming up on the other side. And also, if you want to share your thoughts, 415-808-5627. Golden State Warriors, you buying this? Contenders? Or do you see the schedule being a little bit weak and Sabonis not playing as a moment of, hey, let's calm down? Well, you can share your thoughts right here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Also, what is up to the YouTube chat? Good to see Barbs, Todd, Alex, Curtis, EB here, Pat H, Wes, a lot of the usuals, and love hanging out in the YouTube chat. The best place for Bay Area fans to sound off instantly. He's Greg Papa. I'm Greg Silver. Walter is jumping up and down on a Friday because he gets 48 hours free of the Gregs. But you got to wait till 2 o'clock, buddy, and we'll go ahead to 10:15 segment next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You know, usually to celebrate a birthday, you go to Chili's, you hang out with the family. Not this guy. Number 30, Steph Curry, celebrated his 37th birthday by hitting his 4,000th three in a victory over the Sacramento Kings. And looking at that latest milestone, it begs the question, what record in the Bay Area is the most untouchable? We got a pair of 73s in the Bay Area with the 73-win Warrior team and 73 homers from Barry Bonds. Or we're going over to the other side of the Bay, 1406 with Ricky Henderson. Let us know your thoughts in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
And Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Diving for it, Monk. Curry thought about three. He'll put up a three. There it is! Number 4,000! A shot for the ages from a player for the ages. Truly the portrait of an artist. Unbelievable.
There was the moment Steph Curry hit three-pointer number 4,000. I don't know if the Sacramento Kings game plan, Papa, was to just trap Steph and have him not do that, because he only scored 11 points, was not getting that three for a while, even a little bit of hunting at one point. Draymond Green admitted after the game that he had a turnover late in the second quarter that was caused by some anxiety of trying to make it happen for Steph. Regardless, as it goes with number 30, the birthday boy, he always finds a way. That was three-pointer number 4,000, and although he already had the record by a long shot, still a very remarkable milestone. We'll see if he can climb to 5,000, or as Steve Kerr joked in the postgame presser, 8,000?
When's Marcus on? Next Tuesday? Marcus Thompson III, you are missing the point here, brother. No one's saying it's a record. When Willie Howard Mays hit home run number 500, was it not acknowledged when he hit number 600? And it wasn't a record then. These are milestones. No one's gotten to 4,000. So we're not going to stop the game every time he makes a three. There's a new record, but embrace what he's done. I mean, where'd you get that T-shirt, by the way? I want that Mr. 4,000. What is that, 4,000 threes? I want that T-shirt. That is so cool. They hand that out last night after the game?
No, so this one was in the possession of one Marcus Boucher, and I said, hey, would you let me do a little showcase in here for the segment? He said, absolutely.
What's the record tour on it? All the cities where he's made one?
Yeah, so it's different milestones. That's where he got 1, 250, 500, 750. I could go on and on. Of course, 2,974 back on December 14th at Madison Square Garden in 2021. And then 4,000 last night, Chase Center, San Francisco.
Yeah, and it was they did a video right after the first time out, after he got to 4,000 last night, and they showed the first one, second NBA game, the Goose, as they call him, Andres Biedrins. He loved his gray goose under his seat on the charter. And the Goose threw it back out to Steph. Guess who set a little screen for him? Bookie! We've reached out to Kalena to come on today. Larry Riley is traveling, so we'll get him in the 11 o'clock hour. But it's just, and the 4,000th last night, he actually fumbled the ball away off the dribble at midcourt, and Moses Moody kind of picked it up and just threw it to him, and he was able to make that three. Even though Trey Lyles jumped out at him late, but he made it over the somewhat of a double team. But yeah, I mean, are you kidding me? They're going to top block him. They're going to double. They're going to lock and trail him, face guard him, everything. They're going to. I wouldn't be surprised if they put a triangle in two and put two on Steph and guarded the other guys with three. I mean, it's just not even a box and one is sufficient. But what it does is it opens it up for everybody else to just do their thing. They're getting easy shots. Jonathan Kuminga, there's no one in your path. Just take it to the rim. Jimmy's going to kick to the short corner. All of a sudden, Draymond Green's a short corner, and he laid like the right corner. Quentin Post made one there. Not as good in the left corner, which is interesting. So if I'm the opponents, I cover up that right corner. But anyway, it was just so great to have Kuminga back in the offense flow. But just a word about, Steph. Happy birthday, Steph Curry, on Pi Day, March 14th. Around here is Steph Day. And just reflect on the last calendar year for him. And it didn't go well. They did not make the playoffs. They lost a play-in game to the same team that he dropped 4K on last night, the Sacramento Kings, who looked discombobulated defensively. So he had a long time. He's never, done, a couple of years ago when they lost to the Lakers after his 50-pointer in Game 7 against Sacramento, they got eliminated on Mother's Day. Usually it's Father's Day when they're playing in the finals. They were out on tax day. But that was kind of good for Steph's body a little bit. They need a reset, kind of like the 49ers season last year. Not just the change in the roster, but the guys need to just heal up after what they've been through the previous 5 years. But he worked on his game. He always does after a short time off. And then, what he did in the Paris Olympics. I mean, obviously what Steph's done here in the continental United States is pretty big, but to do it on the global stage of the Olympic Games, something he's never participated in, to do it against the host country of France and all their size, and then just bomb threes over them. Just an amazing performance. And then to roll into this season, and they got off to the good start, 12-3, but they lulled, and he had long stretches there. November, December, he was not playing back-to-back games, bilateral knee tendonitis. He's got an ankle, and we'll talk to Sam Amick in the afternoon as he's available to us. Maybe at 1 o'clock we'll get Sam on about Dr. Richard Ferkel's the best in all of American sport dealing with foot injuries, and he's the one that saved Steph's ankle, and Sam wrote about it. But just the ankle still does roll periodically, but he's able to kind of get through it. He had the wrap on his thumb earlier this year. He had a bad back last night. His back was bothering him warming up before the game, and then Dr. Celebrini had to work on it at halftime, but he didn't have a great statistical game, but he's opening it up for so many people around him. But the big thing now is, when he turned 36 a year ago, he wasn't on a great basketball team. They just didn't mesh. Chris Paul was here. They played slow. You want to play slow and be in the half court all the time? Can we get out and run a little bit so we get easy baskets in transition? And now you got Jimmy Butler to play slow, but now you bring back Jonathan Kuminga, who plays quickly but is not out of control anymore, but gives you a burst from free throw line to free throw line in that transition when the young dubs that just run right by you. So, you just reflect on his year, and then, we'll talk to Larry about when they drafted him. It's amazing to watch his career now. And he's also playing year 16 in the NBA, which is the same amount that his dad. He quietly wanted to get to 16 years. But going back to when they drafted him. But, how many more can he go? He got 4,000 last night. He's getting 250 a year. As long as he stays healthy and the ankles do hold up, he's going to make 4 or 5 threes a game. He's going to get 250 and beyond, just like Bonds. Once Bonds had that 73 homer season, it's like, whoa, he just hit 500 like yesterday, and now he's got 600? How did he do that? Steph just goes 250 every year. 4 more years, he gets to 5K. Steve joked about 8,000 threes in his career. That's a little lofty out there, but how much longer does he want to play? He is Mr. 4K right now. He plays another 4 years, and he was talking about he wants to play beyond his contract. He's made a point that he wants to play until his mid-40s, be Tom Brady-like. Today's his 37th birthday. Does he have 7 or 8 more years in him? If he makes 200 threes a year, that's 1,400 more. If he pushes it closer to 250, he could easily pick up 5,000, maybe 6,000 threes. Who the hell knows with this guy?
Well, we're going to have to add more to this T-shirt that I was showcasing here on the stream if you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch. I did tease the phone lines, 415-808-5627. Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is open. Some of you little strange folks on there, but that's okay. We welcome it all. And then on the phone lines, we got Chris up in Apple Hill who wants to chime in on the Warriors record. Chris, you're on The Sports Leader with Greg and Greg. Happy Friday. How's it going?
Pretty good, man. Your family and mine go way back on your mom's side. All right, I am the voice of Apple Hill. I'm the Apple man, the voice of Apple Hill. Hey, I just want to ask you and Papa though, real quick. Did you guys get a 2-for-1 because it's your son and Mike Silva? Did you guys approach KNBR and say give us 2 sons for 1? Did you guys get a discount or something when you guys approached
Mr.
KNBR?
Appleseed. Come on, move on. Ask us a legit question.
Okay,
I had no idea.
this is the truth.
This was happening.
Curry's 4,000 by far is number 1. It would have been Bonds, but the steroid thing screwed that all up. And the stolen base by Ricky was awesome, but his 4,000 by far is the number 1 thing, and that's saying something.
The best record in what? Bay Area sports history, American sport. Where are you taking this one?
4,000 shots. A 6'3" skinny guy changed one of the 3 big sports in all of sports. He's changed it forever, Steph Curry. So his 4,000 threes is by number 1 in the Bay Area. It would have been Bonds, but he did the steroid thing.
All right. Well, hey, Chris, appreciate the call. I don't know what he's talking about with the trade talks and whatever with me and you, Papa, and our families. But that's all to say, it is one of the great all-time records. I don't know if it's a record we'll see broken anytime soon, if at all. And look, there's some great Bay Area milestones. That's what today is for. We could talk about Ricky Henderson, and we did in depth when he unfortunately passed away, and we had shows dedicated to that. Barry Bonds, 73 in a year, 762 all-time. All-time records right now.
Jerry Rice scored over 200 touchdowns in the NFL, and most of them were with the Niners.
And Jerry Rice, didn't he have, was it 22 in a strike year? A shortened season.
Yes, in 87, he had 22 in 12 games, which was insane. But Jerry Rice broke the record as a Niner against the Raiders, and that was the hallowed mark of Jim Brown. He makes an interesting point. The problem I have with it, the NBA was born in 1946-47, and the Philadelphia Warriors won the first title. There wasn't even the NBA then. It was the Basketball Association of America. When did the three-line come in? 79-80? I think it came in. Chris Ford of Boston made the first one. The ABA gave us the three-point shot, but George Mikan was the commissioner of the ABA then. And he's one of the great big men, but he was really athletic. It was just odd to me that this guy would come up with the red, white, and blue ball, and I never embraced the three ball of the ABA. To me, it made it carnival-like. Why are we rewarding them for a long shot as opposed to a shot in the paint? But it is what it is. The one thing was Steph, Jerry West, Rick Barry, they didn't have a three-point line to shoot at, during their career.
Yeah.
So they never got to contribute. So it is, to me, it's a little like, and I heard Mike Greenberg today, and there's a lot of things Greeny says that's just ridiculous. But he did make the point of Babe Ruth invented the home run in baseball. It just wasn't a part of the game. He had more home runs that year with the Yankees when he hit 60 than the rest of the American League did combined. It was more of a Ty Cobb type of game, hit triples and run and steal bases. After Babe Ruth started to do it, and the dead ball era got away from it, they changed the ball. But in any event, all of a sudden, the home run was invented. He changed the game. Wayne Gretzky statistically just blew everybody away. He was Babe, but everybody tried to score in the NHL and assist, and Ovechkin will get Gretzky's goals record. He's not going to touch his points record for the number of assists that he had. He had 212 one year. Anyway, but the point Greenberg was making, you go back to Steph's rookie year, they shot like 16 threes a game on average in the NBA, and that was way up. Go back to Larry Bird's rookie year. What'd they shoot, 5? Nobody shot threes back then. So Steph, was he, and when he passed Ray Allen, Brian Anderson had the great call about he is the, what did he say, the leader of the three-point revolution in the NBA. I'm not sure the word leader was there, but he was the driving force behind the three-point revolution. And yes, he was. The year he made 402, that's like, Ted Williams hitting 406. I mean, who does that? But was it really Steph? Was it Daryl Morey and the Houston Rockets and what they wanted to do? Rick Pitino came into the NBA with the Rainbow Coalition from college basketball and shot the three. I mean, Steph just did it so well, and he's done it so long, and he's done it for so far out. For me to say it's the greatest record in Bay Area sports history, well, I mean, there wasn't even a three-point line for half of the league's existence, so I can't go there. But it is interesting in what he has done to change the game, and now just dribbling, shooting, passing is what people are working on. Before it was dunking. Everybody wanted to be like Michael or Dominique and dunk, but who can dunk? He's only 6'3". So it's an interesting point Johnny Appleseed came up with there. I hadn't thought about that. I mean, Rice and the home run record, Rice the touchdown record, Barry the home run record for career and single season, but that's tainted. Jerry's Rice is not tainted, and everybody wanted to score a touchdown in the NFL. It's the whole point of playing football, but I don't know. We got to think about that more because the game has changed, and the guy has gone where no one has gone, and he's going to put it out there. He could add another 1,000 or, possibly another 2,000 threes.
All right, a couple things. I never teased the guest list. We're going to have Chris Rose joining us coming up in about 20 minutes. He'll come by at 10:50. Nat Mayoko with our weekly conversation. NBC Sports Bay Area's 49er insider. 11:50. Sam Amick of The Athletic is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Matt George of Sacramento will join us at 1:30. And he actually, before he comes on with us, is going to be filming a shoot on the Sacramento A's, and he is going to be a great person to talk to about that because he grew up in the Sacramento area as a big fan of the Oakland A's. So like Carmichael Dave, I think he's happy for the city itself, but understands the weirdness of it all and the dysfunction of what led them to go to Sacramento. And we'll also have Larry Riley joining us sometime in the 11 o'clock hour. And stay tuned because it's a Friday, so we may get a chance to do a little Ask Papa Anything if the time allows. He's Greg Papa. I'm Greg Silver. We got Chris Rose coming up in about 20 minutes. Let's stay on the Warriors on the other side. 415-808-5627 to share your thoughts. More coming up on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now that we've reached 4,000, if he can stay healthy, how far can he take this?
8,000? Yeah, who knows? Who knows? I mean, it just seems like it was not too long ago that he broke the record, and what was that? Less than 3,000, right? What was it?
29.74.
Yeah. So he just keeps going the way he keeps himself in shape and condition, in rhythm. He's gonna make another 1,000 for sure. I mean, that's what I would guess, but who knows?
I mean, look, if he hits 5,000, that'd be a pretty cool milestone as well. Steve Kerr having some fun with that question, saying he can get to 8,000. And Steve Kerr's been present for a lot of these three-pointers. We got the sound of his first ever three-pointer, which we can play a little bit later on. And Andres Biedrins did a little video congratulating Steph Curry. Shout out to Biedrins, man. Like, that is my era of getting really into basketball and the Golden State Warriors. And as the morning show likes to reference, the Thunder era. Thanks for hanging out with us, Greg Papa, Greg Silver. We got Chris Rose coming up, joining us at 10:50. Matt Mayoko, 11:50. Sam Amick, 1 o'clock. Matt George of ABC 10 in Sacramento at 1:30. And a chance to do some Ask Papa Anything a little bit later on. So lots to get to from last night. Obviously, the big milestone was the 4,000 threes, and that's what we came in with. But another big focus was Jonathan Kuminga and how he looked, and he played just under 20 minutes. I'm impressed that he was able to go for a good 19, get some dunks. He had a really efficient 18 points, 7 of 10 shooting. The athleticism looked good, and most of all, I'm just happy for him. Papa, he's actually not the youngest Golden State Warrior. It is Brandon Pajemski, followed by Jonathan Kuminga, number 2. But that's all to say, to be 22 years old, have an injury to keep you out for a couple of months, to be patient and disciplined, rehabbing an ankle when the team's doing well and you're eager to get back out there, I'm happy for him. He was smiling. He was wearing the headband, and it sounds like he's going to stick with it for the short term until, as he put it later on, something goes against him, and then he'll throw it into the crowd.
He's matured a lot. I mean, his growth, and you just hadn't played in so long. He hadn't played since January the 4th, a bad ankle sprain, and really never had an injury like this. And, you know, I just think about all the times he was, preparing to come back, and he had some swelling, and they had to delay it. It was a good time to do it with a couple of off days and a practice the day before on Wednesday. But he just played so under control. Anytime you've not done something in a long time, even broadcasting, you come back sometimes and you just rush. You're just so quick. I thought he would just be a little quick. He did not play quick last night. He played appropriately fast. He had no turnovers. I mean, the shots he took were all dunks and hard drives to the basket. They were appropriate. He was bold. I mean, there was one time he got the ball in the backcourt. I don't think he got the rebound. I think Kavan got it and gave it to him, and he just went up the floor. And he had Keegan Murray on him initially, and Steph came over instead of screen, and now he's got Keon Ellis on him. He was going to beat Keegan Murray. Then they got it switched, and now he's under the basket. He's closer to the rim in the restricted circle. Keon Ellis can guard. He's just not as big. Jonathan went up and scored easily over him. Just the obvious dunks. Put him in the dunker spot. Put him in the baseline. And now that those corner threes are opening up the game for the Warriors. It is just, Draymond's living in the short corner. Gary Payton is always there. Quentin Post is there a lot. It is hard to cover all that floor because you got the 37-year-old, the old man in the club, running around like the Energizer Bunny, and you've got two guys all over him and top blocking him and face guarding him and boxing wanting him. And now what are they going to do? Triangle and two and put two on Steph? You don't have Clay to worry about. I mean, it's just the game has gotten easy for him. So it's interesting. So Pods is the youngest guy on the team, and Kuminga's the second youngest. There's going to be some lineups where your three old guys that are all 35 and older, Butler's 35, Draymond just turned 35 10 days ago, Steph's 37 today, they'll be out there with their two youngest players, Brandon Pajemski and Jonathan Kuminga. I just think that other ball handler is a problem a little bit when you get into a playoff. And even last night with Steph, why did they change the midcourt line from 10 seconds to cross to 8? When did they do that, and why did they do that? I don't see any reason in what the motivation. I got to look it up and see why. It's just a big difference. Steph took an 8-second violation last night. Like, Steph doesn't know how to bring the ball up court, and the NBA's been doing it forever, for 16 damn years. Why is it 8? And you see him a lot of times just kind of slow playing into the backcourt. Anyway, if Steph's not on the floor with another ball handler like Pajemski, and you don't want him to bring the ball up, and Jimmy can do it, Draymond can do it, but in a timely situation, you just put a trap on those guys. They're not pure point guards. They're going to lose the ball, or it's going to be slow. You may get a turnover and a violation or a throwaway. So I think Pajemski's ball handling is big. But it doesn't have to be always. You could play big with Quinton Post, but just how well, tonight we're celebrating Steph, and I love the line, from Ann Killian. She has a way of coming up with the line we're always searching for. Hours before turning 37, Steph turned 4,000. But then it's one of the youngest players on the team comes back, and Jonathan's got room to grow. But, man, has he matured. Now it takes your team to another level. I just think they need to get easier baskets. Jimmy figures it out in the half court with just his physicality and just going into bodies, and he creates shots. You would like some easier shots. You would like some pitch ahead, some run outs, some just score in transition. And Jonathan Kuminga, whether he's doing it off the dribble, there are times when he just sprinted from the above the break into the lane. It was like, whoa, look at how fast he was running. Nobody runs as fast as that guy, and somebody's got to follow him. He's like somebody running a go route in the NFL. You got to run with him. It opens up everything else, but he played so measured, so controlled. We'll see what the Knicks and Tibbs does with him on Saturday, but I was really impressed. I thought being out all those games, all those months, that he would come back and play a little too aggressively. He played perfectly last night.
No, I'm right there with you, Papa. And like I said, we still may very well see some growing pains, especially with a team like the Knicks that defends really well and physical coming in on Saturday. But as far as last night and the first look at Jonathan Kuminga after missing 31 games, that was really controlled, and he was aggressive and he was explosive, but he was also very poised and played within himself. And what I said yesterday, very new team from what it was January 4th when he was last on the court wearing a Golden State jersey. My favorite number of the night was 4,000. My second favorite number of the night was 557 with Steve Kerr's wins. My third favorite number of the night was 0. Jonathan Kuminga, no turnovers, despite with all the efficient scoring and the explosiveness, did not turn the ball over. Look, I'm no Jonathan Kuminga by any means, but if I go out there and I'm the opposite of Rusty and I'm in a flow, you can still pencil me in for 2 or 3 turnovers. That's how we're doing it on a Friday here. So Chris Rose is going to join us. Chris Rose knows his Cleveland, so maybe we'll ask him about the Cavaliers. They've won 15 in a row, and they are rolling. The Browns, what are they going to do with that number 2 pick? And, of course, he knows a whole lot about baseball. We'll get his thoughts on the Giants as well. A little bit of change in discussion. We'll get into all of those coming up next with Chris Rose of NFL Network and John Boy Media. Papa and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR, as Bay Area sports fans know all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything is on track, and the next moment an unprecedented challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you all the way up until 2 o'clock. It is time to welcome in our good friend of NFL Network and John Boy Media and the Chris Rose Rotation podcast. And it goes without saying with the name right there. He is Chris Rose joining us on the UMA guest line. Chris, appreciate your time as always. How are you doing today?
Doing great, guys. Thank you. How are you?
We're doing well. And I mean, look, we've started the show for the first little less than an hour coming up on it, focusing on what happened last night with the Warriors and Steph Curry hitting his 4,003. And so I know your areas of expertise are the NFL and the MLB, but let's start right there in the NBA because I know you are a Cleveland guy. Cavaliers have quietly, and I say quietly because for a team that's won 15 in a row, not getting a ton of national press, at least out here on the West Coast, you think they're going to go all the way with this one, Chris?
I mean, I don't know if they're going to go all the way. I wouldn't make them the favorite, certainly. I mean, I think that Boston will end up being the favorite. And depending on who they run into, probably in the second round, that could be a Milwaukee or somebody like that's got, championship pedigree with a bunch of those guys. I mean, it's not like they're the definitive favorite, but here's the thing is that they, Kenny Atkinson, their coach, spent the last few years in the Bay Area, and I think he probably watched the way the Warriors play and implemented part of that because a lot of this is the same team, right? But they're scoring at an amazing rate. Now, the same questions will rise for them in the playoffs. Is their backcourt too short of Garland and Mitchell, and is their front court too big, meaning Allen and Mobley, can you play them together down the stretch when neither are huge three-point threats, although Mobley has certainly added that a bit more to his repertoire. So we'll see. There's questions, but they're an awesome watch. And by the way, this is their second 15-game winning streak of the year. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, they're 55-10, and Kenny is having a great year. Coached the All-Star game, best record in the East, in Oklahoma City over in the West. So they're rolling. Let's talk about your football team, which does have the second overall pick in the NFL draft coming up on April the 24th at Lambeau. We saw you. We watched you. We were there. Greg and I were at the Combine, my first time going there, and you did the coverage so well up on top with Peter Schrager and Charles. We had him on the air right after Charles Davis. Just give me your thoughts now that free agency has kind of calmed down. Russell Wilson was in Cleveland. We'll see where he winds up. But just your thoughts watching the quarterback. Shedeur didn't throw. Cam didn't throw. Jackson Dart and others did, and were very impressive. What do you think that the Browns do at quarterback, and do they take a quarterback number 2 overall?
Well, I'm scratching my head. I don't know. I mean, I think I would move up to 1 just to make sure I get Cam Ward. I mean, that would be my play, but that's not me. I think there's a huge gap, I feel like, between Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. And, in fact, it feels like it might be closer between Shedeur and whomever is next on your list, whether that is Jackson Dart or even Tyler Shuck or, Kyle McCord or anybody that you want to throw into that group of the next best quarterback. So it just feels like there's, Cam Ward is the guy. So why wouldn't you go up and get him just to secure it if you really feel like that's it? I mean, I was just having this discussion with my wife actually a half hour ago. She's like, well, they have to change something up. I was like, yeah, we've been trying this for like 40 years, ever since Bernie Kosar was good. We've tried everything. We've brought in free agents. We've drafted guys number 1. We've drafted guys in the first round. We've drafted old guys. We've, traded for guys, and none of it has stuck. And so, I mean, you feel a little bit at a loss as a Browns fan, but I would be okay with them trading up to make sure they take a swing at Cam Ward.
So, Chris, let's say the Titans don't want to trade the pick and they want to go all in on taking Cam Ward. If you're looking at pick number 2 and Ward is off the table, would you think Abdul Carter would be the right play at that point? Just make a formidable defensive line now that Myles Garrett has reached a new agreement. still leaves a hole at the quarterback, but, you have a set of options at number 2. If it's not Cam Ward, what would be your preferred outcome for Cleveland after that?
Yeah, I mean, if they don't feel like Shedeur is the answer, and let's say they feel like he's the 28th, I'm just throwing a number. Let's say they feel like he's the 28th best prospect out there, and the next quarterback is the 35th best prospect. Well, then, yeah, I say you go get your hands on a guy who could be an elite player, right? Now, we feel like we know exactly what we're all talking about. The draft is a crapshoot. By nature, it is a crapshoot. Just because you pick in the top 5, you can go back over all these years and see a bunch of guys who flamed out, who didn't make it at all sorts of positions. So we don't know that Abdul Carter is going to be a stud. We think so. We don't know that Travis Hunter is going to be this all-everything, all-world guy. We think so, but we're kind of guessing. And so what I would do is I would take one of those guys at 2, and I would, at the top of the second round, take a swing at a quarterback. Whichever one they feel like to me, Tyler Shuck is really interesting. The kid who spent 7 years in college. He was Justin Herbert's backup for 3 years, a couple of years at Oregon. Went to, I believe, Texas Tech after that, and then finished up at Louisville. 7 years in school, 4 degrees, a lot of injuries, but they feel like he's past those. And he's 25, but who cares? Like, everybody goes, well, you might only have him for 8 to 10 years. Name me the last Browns quarterback that played 8 to 10 years in Cleveland. Sign me up.
So the draft's a few weeks away, obviously, in late April. Free agency, we've gotten through the meaty part. It started on Monday morning at 9 o'clock our time. There'll be some other players signed, certainly, today and in the coming days and weeks, but a lot of it is done. Philadelphia lost a lot of players. We thought they were maybe going to make a trade to get your guy Myles Garrett. Cleveland signed him. Washington really improved their roster. Minnesota improved their roster. Chicago improved their roster. The Rams got Devontae Adams. Seattle got Sam Darnold there. So just in the NFC, where do you see the power structure? Are the Eagles still the best team? Where are the Rams? Where's Washington? What do you think we're at after the first week of free agency, Chris?
Yeah, I don't think the Eagles have anything to be worried about. I mean, because, Howie admitted it, like he is addicted to drafting offensive and defensive linemen. So the guys that he just lost, and I'm going to throw Mekhi Becton in that group because, he'll be on his way shortly, whatever team he signs with, that Howie will replace him. I mean, yes, was Josh Sweat a good player? Yes. Did Milton Williams have a great playoff run? Yes. He's not signing those guys to the sort of contracts that Arizona and New England gave them respectively. But it made sense for those teams. I understand why they did it. But for Philadelphia, that doesn't make sense. And so I don't think just because they lost players, everybody's going, oh, my God. What? Philly still has the backbone of this team. And so does it mean that Jalix Hunt, who was a third-round pick for them, I believe either last year or the year before, takes on a bigger role? Yeah. Like he's the next Sweat. This is what they do. Minnesota, to me, I think that they are – I mean, do you feel good about turning the keys over to J.J. McCarthy right now with that team? I wouldn't. They know more than we do. They traded up to get him, but he also had, I think, the most question marks out of those 6 quarterbacks that went in the 12 picks last year, top 12. If I were them, I would make a play for Aaron Rodgers because I would feel better about giving him that team than I would necessarily about giving a kid who hasn't played at this level that team. And by the way, I love what the Rams have done. They're really good.
Yeah, I unfortunately like what they have done too, Chris. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Chris Rose, kind enough to join us here on a Friday. And yeah, Diana Rossini putting out there that Rodgers is giving the Vikings time to go and make some decisions. And a lot of this is going to seemingly come down to what Kevin O'Connell decides to do as far as the short-term future. But I want to take advantage of your versatility because you know all the sports, and particularly I'm talking baseball here. AL is very fascinating to me. heading into the 2025 season? Because I think we can all say that the Dodgers are the consensus favorite to come out of the NL, yet again, if we're looking at the preseason. But in the AL, Garrett Cole now is going to have Tommy John. Cleveland's, your team, went pretty far and looked awesome last year. Detroit surged at the end of the regular season, and then they got Jack Flaherty back, so that's a team I got my eyes on. What are you kind of looking at for the AL as your early list of contenders here, Chris?
Well, you didn't mention Boston.
Yeah, them too.
I think they're really good, and I think they have the ability to get significantly better, too, during the year. I don't know if you've been paying attention to, what started last night and will continue through the weekend. Every team plays one of these games where you play your, essentially the roster is made up of your top 30 prospects. So it doesn't matter whether the guys –
Spring breakout.
Yeah, the spring breakout. Yeah, it's really fun. I think it's a great idea. And Boston had 3 guys who were, I think, ranked in the top 12 or 15 or whatever in terms of prospects. They all went deep in their game last night. And people are salivating over them. Now, Boston will probably want to prospect hug, which a lot of these teams love to do. They're like, oh, we draft them. We've got to hold on to them. Well, you got to remember that prospects are there also to go get maybe the final piece. Maybe that's a Sandy Alcantara, somebody like that could push them over the top. Could you imagine that Boston team if they add him and Garrett Crochet to what's already there? That is, to me, that's a team that can contend for it all. And since you've added Bregman and you've got Duran and you've got Devers and Tristan Casas is coming back, and that would be a loaded team in my opinion. So I would keep your eye on Boston. I also think that, unfortunately, I think there's 2 better teams in the Central than my Guardians. Doesn't mean that Cleveland can't win it again, but I think that both Detroit and Kansas City have a little more depth, and I like their lineups better, and I wouldn't count out the Twins wholeheartedly, although I feel like they're a little bit behind. And out west, people seem to love the Rangers. Jacob deGrom's got to be on the field for more than a month for me to really buy in, but they're a pretty talented everyday lineup.
Without a doubt. Now over to the other West, the National League West. And, the Dodgers spent, a couple years ago, 2 off seasons ago, they spent over $1 billion. This year, they spent $507 million, which is outrageous, and they're just so loaded.
Well, they're saving. They're saving money now. I mean, seriously, they went from $1.2 billion to $507 million.
Yeah, defer it all. Anyway, they're obviously loaded, but Arizona getting Corbin Burns to that deal. They spent over $300 million. The Giants quietly, with the Adames signing and the Verlander, spent over $230 million. San Diego $110. What you spend in the offseason, like football, we'll see what it translates on the field. But is this the best division in baseball? And I hope Bud Black and the Rockies don't lose 100, and I think they're going to be a better team. But with the Dodgers, last year they won 98. San Diego won 93. Arizona didn't even make the playoffs. Last year they won 89. The year before they went to the World Series. And then where do the Giants mix in? But from 1 to 4, maybe not all the way down to the bottom, and 5, is the National League West the most competitive division in baseball?
Yeah, I think so. Because I think the Giants are decent and they feel like a 4th place team, right? Now the Padres are interesting because I think they've got a lot of talent, but they just don't have the depth. So they need a lot to go right. That's the thing with the Dodgers is that, yes, they have a ton of talent that's going to be starting the year in the rotation. But, I joked with Tyler Glass now after they added Roki Sasaki. I said, enjoy making your 20 starts a year. He doesn't have to go start 30 games, in part because he doesn't do that. I think he's maxed out at 130 innings in his career, something like that. But they are what it is. It's a 6-month audition to see which 26 players are healthiest and best suited to have them make a run to another World Series. And not everybody can do that. They don't have the luxury. The Dodgers do. They don't have, with the Eagles, part of the key of them winning the Super Bowl was that they didn't just have 4 pass rushers. They had 8. Well, the Dodgers don't have 1 starting rotation. They've got 2. And so if somebody's nicked up, go put them on the 15-day, let them rest up. think of it this way. Clayton Kershaw doesn't have a spot to pitch.
Yeah.
So whenever he comes back, he does not have a place to pitch. That's insane. Arguably the best pitcher of the last 4 decades that we've seen doesn't have a spot. That to me is what's probably frustrating for the rest of the clubs, I would say. But Giants fans, I thought that the Giants did some nice things this offseason, and would have been great if you could have gotten Corbin Burns, I know, for that rotation, but Verlander can still throw it a bit, and they're a team that to me is worth watching.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we had Greg Amsinger on a couple of weeks ago, and he said, I think Verlander's going to get 17 wins. And we're like, whoa, how about 17 healthy starts where he can go, 5 innings deep? That'd be a nice starting point there. So that was a fun discussion. A couple more minutes here with Chris Rose on the UMA guest line, and I want to pivot from the NL West to the NFC West, go once again to football. You mentioned the Rams. I unfortunately am with you in that I really like what they've done this offseason. Papa and I were at the Combine at the time. We thought that Stafford might be leaving for the Raiders, and then that got done, and then now they got Devontae Adams. What do you think about Seattle and what they've done? Getting rid of Geno Smith, DK Metcalf is traded, bringing in Sam Darnold. Do you feel like it's somewhat of a even trade? Do you think that they're heading in the right direction? Is it closer toward tearing it down? I've seen all sorts of opinions, and I want to get yours on this one, Chris.
I think it's actually pretty smart, because they haven't tied themselves to Darnold for a ridiculous amount of time, right? It's a 3-year, $100 million deal, which for a quarterback is not horrific. Now, people will say, well, hold on, he didn't bring the play caller with him, so what's he going to be? And it's, I understand that, but you hope that the last 2 years where he spent behind the brilliant minds of Kyle Shanahan, and then most recently in Minnesota, that he's learned a bit. Now, some people will say, well, guess what? Those last 2 games he played, that's what we're going to remember. Well, yeah, he was horrific week 18 against Detroit. Just terrible. But the next week, he didn't have any time against the Rams. They thrashed that offensive line. So I'm not putting that one on him necessarily. But I think he's fine. I think he's still a good athlete that hopefully has learned a lot. I loved his response yesterday about wanting to talk about those last 2 games he played in a Vikings uniform. And if things don't go great over the next year or 2, they can pivot out of that, I think, pretty easily, to be honest with you. And I think they felt like they were okay with Geno, but I think they feel like maybe with Kubiak in charge of the offense now and with a younger version maybe of Geno, because it's not like when Geno took over, everybody's like, oh, Geno Smith. Everybody was like, Geno Smith, right? And then he turned into this Pro Bowl quarterback. Maybe that happens with Sam Darnold, where he throws together a few consistent years. And I'm perfectly fine with them trading DK Metcalf. I think he's a solid, back end of tier 2 receiver.
Yeah, DK is a really interesting one because you see the physical attributes, and obviously the running Buda Baker down play is going to stick in everybody's memory of what a freak athlete he is. But I got to say, Jackson Smith and Jigba, the way he carved up the 49ers, that was the one that was really having me worried out here in San Francisco. So, Chris, really appreciate you coming by and your time as always, and great to catch up on all the sports with you. We'll see if the Cavs can extend their win streak beyond 15, because you mentioned it, not just the first time it's happened this year. Kenny Atkinson, we know him well. So until we connect again, keep doing your thing, and I'll be following your work.
Appreciate it, guys. I will let you know a little secret. My wife and I were we went to the last Cavs loss. I was doing a charity event in Cleveland, and it was February 4th, I believe, the night of the Boston game. We went to that game. We have not lost since. So I just had my youngest son home from spring break, and both our boys looked at us and said, you guys are not allowed to ever go to another Cleveland sporting event. I said, fair enough. I'll sit from the comforts of our home.
Yeah, how good.
What's okay, Chris? One time I made my mom stand up for the duration of Game 6 when the Warriors were coming back from their 3-1 deficit against Oklahoma City, and she was really annoyed at me and my brother for about 2 hours and 10 minutes, and then it was all okay, and it was 100% worth it. So listen to the superstition. Listen to your loved ones.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And probably she worked on her glutes and, did some calf raises, and I'm sure she probably thanks you somewhere down the line.
Oh, absolutely. I have no doubt about it. So thanks for coming by, and we'll stay in touch. Talk soon, Chris.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
Bye, Chris.
He is Chris Rose. You can catch him on the Chris Rose Rotation podcast, also a host on NFL Network, and you can give him a follow. Just his name, Chris Rose. No funky spelling about it. All right, so here's the deal, Papa. We got Larry Riley joining us at 11:30, Matt Mayoko at 11:50. So on the other side, let's get a little bit back into the Warriors. We can also prepare to talk to Matt Mayoko some. Tabor Pepper, the long snapper, adds to another 49ers offseason casualty, and play some good cuts from the post-game press conference, because on a historic night, there's a lot of sound to get to. So we'll hear some of that next. And if you want to share your thoughts, 415-808-5627, the number, as always. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After yet another victory in the Jimmy Butler era for the Golden State Warriors, are you starting to believe? Well, Murphin Marcus this morning had Frank Isola on the show, and he declared that he believes that the Warriors are title contenders. What say you, Dub Nation? Go ahead and chime in on the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here to talk about the Dolan Law Firm. Well, did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard are not even based here in the Bay Area or even California? Well, that's not the case, because Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area and have been for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you right here where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, just know that your rights matter, and you can learn more about those rights at dolanlawfirm.com. Because over the past year, well, unfortunately, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Motorcyclists, pedestrians. I was down on Mission Street yesterday, and a lot of bikers doing little wheelies in the street. Bottom line is, that's to say that there are people all around us, so make sure to be careful and make the Bay Area a safer place together. If Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. That's right, billion with a B. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us on a Friday. Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Hope you're all staying dry out there. Looks like it's starting to clear up a little bit here in the city, at least. And the focus of the day, Steph Curry, 4,000 threes, the 557 wins, tying Al Attles for Steve Kerr, and everything that continues to roll for the Golden State Warriors. They are now 38-28, holding firm at the number 6 seed. We got Larry Riley joining us at 11:30, Matt Mayoko at 11:50. So let's get right back into business. I want to play a couple of pieces of sound from who else but the birthday boy himself, Steph Curry, last night. First, let's go with Curry talking about how the night, the 130-104 victory and all the celebrations, said it was symbolic of the season they have had so far.
It's very symbolic, I think, how tonight went, where I only get 9 shot attempts, and it seemed like a very kind of mundane night because the way that they were guarding us, but you look up and we win by 26, and as ugly as it was for that 4 minutes in the second quarter, we were able to get off to a good enough start and withstand that run where, I don't know what the run was in the second, but we still had a double-digit lead and knew we could correct those mistakes. And there's just a confidence that comes with that. And so it is, the vibes are good right now, but like I said, or like I've tried to, or continue to say, we are not getting ahead of ourselves. Like every night is a chance for us to get a little bit better, find a little bit more confidence, and build that chemistry that we're going to need down the stretch, and win as many games as possible, because we're still not in the clear in terms of the whole playing thing and being our best selves come April.
Yeah, not in the clear by any means, and that was part of the whip around. Minnesota also on a 6-game win streak, and they are a half game right behind you, 1 extra in the loss column. So can't take your foot off the gas. What I will say to Steph's cut, Papa, is I don't know if it's symbolic of the whole season, because even on the nights when it was a little more mundane before the trade, either they would just hold on for a win when it looked like it was a struggle, or they almost blew a lead, or they would end up losing and have the life sucked out of them in the game. I think it's symbolic of how it's been when Jimmy Butler is on the court.
Man, I didn't like the word mundane, Steph. I mean, he's looking at his own personal stat line, 9 shots, 11 points. 2 of 6 on the 3 ball. It was fine, Steph. And I think he knows that it's not all about him scoring points. If you didn't watch the game, you look at the box score, you think Steph was involved in all the actions, the way they are overplaying him, the gravitational pull. What if he just left Steph Curry in the backcourt? Would they have two guys guard him in the backcourt? What if you never brought him? What if you just let him sit in the middle of the court in the logo? Would they guard him right there? You know, the Warriors used to play, and Don Nelson's the one. I'm going to talk to the great Larry Riley coming up, who was with Nelly in Milwaukee, and then when Nelly came out of retirement or came back to coach the Warriors, Larry was the GM, and then there's the one that drafted Steph, and they drafted Clay, or at least Larry did. But, Nelly he's the one that put the illegal defense line in, and he would often play three guys above the line and just play two, and it was three offensive players. He wanted to play two on two. I mean, honestly, if you just played Steph Curry just so far from the basket, how would they guard him? So, Steph, you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is just show up and stand there, and they're going to be all over you. But he's not going to do that. He runs more than anybody in a game. So it was not mundane. They won wire to wire. They led by as many as 26 points. And it got they turned it over too much. 16 turns is probably too many. Draymond had 4 of them. But I think they were trying to get the ball to Steph. They knew they were, right there in a big number. He got the first 3 in a nice pass by Jonathan Kuminga. When Kuminga drove the baseline, wasn't there, circled out, pitched it to him on the weak side. But they played fine. I mean, they took them apart. This was a team, and it's all different. They don't have De'Aaron Fox. They didn't have Sabonis. So they're a completely different team. And we'll talk Sacramento later. I feel badly for them. I thought they were a team on the rise when they took the Warriors to 7. They're not that team right now. And they got a lot of guys that want to jump ship, and the owner there is just too impetuous. You got to ride this out. Why'd you fire Mike? Anyway, but this is they're clearly moving out of that realm where they can't beat Sacramento. I know Minnesota's winning right now. Lakers LeBron's injury, they're sliding. I think they could easily get up and get maybe a 4. So it's not mundane. It was a big night. Kuminga came back. It's one day before your 37th birthday. He's having the birthday today, and he got to 4K. So it doesn't matter. I think Steph knows that, obviously. It may matter to the outside world looking at the box score. But look how many double-figure scores. They had 4 in the starting lineup and 4 off the bench. They had 8 guys score 10 or more, and Draymond Green led them in scoring with 23. When's the last time that happened? Well, unfortunately, we know. Game 7 in 2016. Forget that game. It shouldn't have been a Game 7. Don't get teabagged in Cleveland and the Warriors winning 5. But, I mean, Draymond shot the ball 14 times, made 4 threes, and was killing that right corner 3. Not mundane. Murderous.
Yeah, there you go. Let's play one more from Steph Curry before we get to Larry Riley on the other side. This is Steph on the other milestone of the night. Steve Kerr tying Al Attles for most wins in franchise history. Steve Kerr now 1 away from the magic number of 558. Here is what the star player said about that.
He's brought the best out of us, and we joke all the time, both of us could have been in New York. And, fate would have it that we were, here. He taking that job in 14, understanding we were a really good team, and he could, try to elevate us to a championship level, team, and we got it done that first year, and obviously the history that we've created. So I love his humility, his work ethic, his level of care. It's not an easy job. Coaching is a very thankless job, but I do appreciate the fact, and what is this, his 12th year, that he has records and milestones that he can look back and be proud of. I'm sure for him, he thanks everybody on his staff and everybody that has committed to his style of coaching, and again, it's brought the best out of all of us. So it's been a hell of a ride.
Yeah, and it's good to see a little bit of a revival in this ride, because since that championship in 2022, you had to deal with the punch. They couldn't win on the road. They were losing close leads. They were inconsistent. Steve Kerr was getting put under fire. Jonathan Kuminga comes out and says he lost faith in his head coach, and things are starting to stabilize a little bit. So the milestones are nice and all, but as it was mentioned by multiple reporters last night, all the great people out there who do good work covering the Golden State Warriors, it's also coming at a time in which the vibe and the energy around the team is positive, and there's hope, and there's momentum.
They're winning. They're 10 games over 500 for the first time all year. So Steph was mentioning, and we talked a lot about this last week when they went to the world's most famous arena, the 2009 draft. The Steve almost became the Knicks coach. Remember Bob Myers and Joe had to fly to the airport hangar in Oklahoma City where Steve was doing a TNT game with the great Marv Albert and talk him into taking the job. But we do want to revisit the 2009 draft because you talk about a draft. And the guy, Don Nelson, takes a lot of credit for that draft. And Nelly is Nelly, and he's the genius. But the guy who actually drafted him is going to join us in a minute. Larry Riley was the Warriors general manager then. And you look at that draft. Blake went number 1 overall to the Clippers. James Harden went number 3 that year. And James Harden is now number 2 all-time in threes behind Steph. Tyreek Evans went to Sacramento at number 4. Tyreek was the rookie of the year.
Yes, he was.
That year.
I remember it well.
25-5 year, 20 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. Where's Tyreek Evans now? And then Minnesota and David Kahn, who's a sports writer, was entrusted by Glenn Taylor, the owner of the Timberwolves, to run the team for a while. Never let a sports writer be your GM. He drafted not 1 but 2 point guards back-to-back, Ricky Rubio and our guy Johnny Flynn out of Syracuse. And then Steph went number 7 to the Warriors, and they already had Monte Ellis. Nelly didn't love Monte Ellis. Larry will join us from Atlanta. He just got back from scouting the Big East tournament. He's a scout for the Atlanta Hawks there. Do wonder about Trae Young being the guy to maybe get Steph's record. But we're going to go back in time, and normally we invite Nelly on. Nelly's not in great health right now mentally. His thoughts kind of meander a little bit. We love Nelly. But Larry will give us the straight scoop here. Was there any communication from the Curry camp? More so from Dell. Don't draft my son. He wants to go to the Knicks at number 8. I had not heard that until a few years after the Warriors took him. How would the world have changed had the Warriors just passed on Steph, or Minnesota would have taken him with 5 or 6 or whatever? But the Warriors are the ones, and Larry Riley and Don Nelson was instrumental. John saw him as the next Steve Nash. But just talking to Larry, he's so proud of what Steph Curry has become, and he's kind of an afterthought in this. We're going to talk to the guy that drafted Steph Curry, the underrated Larry Riley.
We got a back-to-back on the guests. Larry Riley coming up next, Matt Mayoko to follow him. 808 KNBR, the time to share your thoughts, and that number coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. And then we'll have Sam Amick joining us 1 o'clock, Matt George at 1:30. Maybe we'll squeeze in a moment to ask Papa anything on Steph Curry's birthday. Happy Pi Day. Larry Riley next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I tell you to do this every day, but today you need to call O'Donnell Financial Group, because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want, and when you don't want to do whatever you want to do, and potentially for the rest of your life and go into retirement, you've worked hard. So you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocketbook, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait any longer. Call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300. You can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300. Also online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, thanks for hanging out with us. We've got Larry Riley as we are working on the connection with him for the UMA guest line, the general manager for the Golden State Warriors that started it all. Now a scout with the Atlanta Hawks, as Papa mentioned in the segment before, and lots to get into as we work on this connection here. I mean, I'm going to ask him what his vision was when he decided to take the small guard out of Davidson College with the number 7 pick. And if he tells me 4,000 threes, I'm going to say, dude, come on, be serious. Stop lying to me. And Walter's got to get your mic on because Papa's down.
I just spoke to Larry. Larry just flew back from New York where he was scouting in Madison Square Garden, the biggest tournament, so he's fighting a cold. He just got back into his office in Atlanta, and we do want to talk to him. But just overall, the draft, and obviously Don Nelson was there, and Larry worked with Nelly in Milwaukee, and they were the masterminds behind this, but they didn't have the first overall pick in the draft. The Clippers did. They took Blake, and Harden went 3, and Tyreek, and Rubio, and Flynn. Was it Curry they were hoping all the while would fall to them at 7? And was there any communication from the Curry camp, maybe from a guy named Dell? Don't take my son. He wants to be a New York Knickerbocker.
We can ask these questions right now because we have made the connection with Larry Riley, who is kind enough to take some time out of his Friday and join us on the UMA guest line. Larry, thanks so much. Greg Papa, Greg Silver for KNBR out here in San Francisco. How's it going with you?
Everything's good. I'm glad to have a chance to join in with you guys today.
Yeah, we're thrilled to have you. And a couple of big milestones we reached last night, of course, with 4,000 threes and Steph Curry, and that's where we're going to start it. Now, before we connected with you, I was telling my partner, I said, I got to ask him, what was his vision when he decided with the 7th overall pick to select a small guard who could shoot the ball really well, had one of the great Cinderella runs in the NCAA tournament the year before. But what was the vision with deciding to roll the dice on that? And do not tell me 4,000 threes, because then I'll know that you're lying.
No doubt. And when we drafted Steph, I really felt comfortable that we had our point guard for the next 10 years. I won't kid you at all. I had no idea that he was going to be this great. And the thing that we did see, I was on the bench as an assistant coach the year that he made that magnificent run in the NCAA tournament, and I saw some of those games on TV. Then the next year I was I'd moved to the front office, and I went to see him play live. And what what really attracted me, of course, was he had the shooting piece. Everybody knew that. But I saw some point guard skills, and I was particularly interested, and I've told this story to other people. I went to see him play against Purdue in mid-December. That game was played in Indianapolis. Purdue was a team that they would beat you up physically. And the criticisms that, you'd hear all the scouts talk about was Steph's not, he's not tough enough. Is he going to handle the physical abuse? He's not really a point guard. Well, that game answered a lot of questions. He had a horrendous shooting day, which almost never happens, but he did all the other things. He played the point guard some in that game, made the long pass, made the short pass, and they did beat him up, and he stood up to it. And that was pretty much a crowning moment where I was concerned in regards to what I felt Steph could do.
Yeah, against Purdue. I remember a game, Larry, and this was not the Sweet 16 or the Elite Eight run he had his sophomore year as junior. They didn't make the tournament. They played in the NIT, and they came out to Moraga to play at McKean. It was Steph Curry against Patty Mills. And I actually was there that night, and Chris Mullen was there. A lot of people were there. Were you there that night? That was the first time I laid eyes on him, and not just off a TV screen. And you could see the shooting range. He would just cross midcourt and let it fly. How many times did you see him that year? Did you see him play against the great Patty Mills at St. Mary's in the NIT that year?
I did not see that game. And as I recall, now we're talking about this has been several years ago. I would say I saw him play 3, maybe 4 times. And but I did not see that game.
Right.
But his shooting stood out. You just mentioned it. And there was the one question that didn't have to be asked was whether he could shoot the ball.
Talking to Larry Riley here, and great to get the backstory on Steph Curry. Now, you mentioned that you thought and you were confident you had your point guard for the next 10 years. Did you have any clue at the time watching his game that he would be so good off the ball? And I know that the Warriors changed their offense. When Steve Kerr came and ended up replacing Mark Jackson, they went away from pick and roll. Draymond Green was the perfect pick and roll partner, point forward, etc. But did you have any idea that he would be so incredible off the ball in addition to just the ball handling?
Frankly, we did, because he played off the ball a great deal at Davidson. And that was another thing that we knew he could do. He could come off the screens. He was a continuous movement type of player. And the other thing that he had was that deception of stop and go, whether he had the ball in his hands or whether he was trying to set somebody up to come off of the screen. Actually, I mentioned his shooting. The other thing is that deception factor, the change of direction, whether he had the ball in his hands or not.
Yeah, there were some years at Davidson he played point guard. There were some years he played two guard, just depending on what they needed there. And that's why people wrongly, labeled him a tweener, that he wasn't pure. But that was a very good draft. Blake went number 1 overall to the Clippers, and James Harden went 3 that year to Oklahoma City. And look at him. He's number 2 on the all-time three-point shooting ranks behind Steph, and then Tyreek Evans became the Rookie of the Year. And you already had Monte Ellis on your roster then, Larry. So you're saying you're drafting your next point guard for the next 10, 15, and now 16 years with the Warriors. Where did you have Steph graded? And was there any concern that you already had Monte, or was your thoughts always at some point we're going to have to move Monte off the roster?
2 things. You hit the nail on the head. At some point, we're probably going to have to move Monte. And secondly, we thought we could play them together for a while. And I never really felt that Monte was a point guard. Monte was a great athlete and was a good player in his own right. But the reality was that I saw Steph as more the mentality of a point guard and could do the things that we would like to have done as a point. So I became, you're never quite sure when you draft him. But as the season went on, you just mentioned Tyreek Evans. Tyreek got a really fast start. in Steph's rookie year, both of them being rookies. And it seemed like that people just kind of conceded, okay, he's the rookie of the year. The second half of the year, Steph was actually, in my mind, a better player than was Tyreek Evans. And I became convinced as the season was going on that, yes, we had done the right thing. We had our point guard. And then the icing on the cake was we went to Portland late in the season, and I think Steph threw up 34 and had a bunch of assists. And we walked out of that arena in Portland, and I was feeling, okay, we got this one right.
You know? It's actually the last game of the year, and it was the last game Don Nelson ever coached, and I think he went for 43 in that game.
He might have.
Yeah.
But that was the point at which we knew. Now I talked to, that was Chris Cohan and Bobby Rao were at the top, and they simply told me, pick who you want. And it was a fairly easy draft from the standpoint that most of our staff raised questions. We went through the process that you go through, and pretty much everybody was on board. And I had sent Nelly the films of Steph. He was over in Hawaii, and that was a draft where there wasn't anybody else that we thought we should take. In fact, that was a draft where we, as you would recall, we were not sure that he would be there at 7. I was actually looking at trying to trade the pick if he was not going to be there.
Great to have Larry Riley joining us on the UMA guest line for a few more minutes. Yeah, revisionist history, always wild to look at, especially in a position like yours. And I think we could say you did okay and ended up making the right decision there for the Bay Area. But, Papa, I know he's had a few different questions. I'm going to steal one of them right here because we know you're working with the Atlanta Hawks now. Is there anyone current who could challenge Steph in the record books with all this? Because there's a part of me that wants to say, absolutely not. We've never seen anybody like him. Then there's also the understanding that the game has changed and the volume of threes that has been shot by a lot of teams is different, and it's become such an integral part of the game. You got a guy out in Atlanta and Trae Young who has a lot of those qualities and could shoot it. I mean, do you see a future for anybody of maybe getting to 4,000 and kind of pushing Steph in the record books when all's said and done?
It's a little bit like Pete Rose. I don't think that record gets broken. And I don't think that because he's going to keep playing a little longer. Nobody knows how much longer, but he's that special. And, there never will be another Michael Jordan. There won't be another Larry Bird or Magic. There'll be guys like them. There'll be guys like Steph. But I haven't seen a shooter like him, and I don't see one coming. There may be, but we're not supposed to bet. But if you ask me to place a bet, I bet on Steph Curry.
Yeah, and Trae Young is young. He's in his age 26 season, and he's made over 1,200 threes, but he hasn't had a year where he made 402 in 1 year, and routinely Steph, even at his age, is making 250. So great to have you on the air, Larry, and catch up with you. I do want to ask you about, you wondered if he would be there and trading out. There was something that was brought to my attention in the last 4 or 5 years, which I didn't know going into draft night that night, was that the Curry camp, Steph, and I think maybe more so his dad Dell, were privately hoping that he would last to number 8 overall, and the New York Knickerbockers could draft him at number 8. You took him at 7. Jordan Hill, a good Arizona big man. The Knicks took right behind you at 8, but he's no Steph Curry. Was it ever communicated to you or Nels or Chris Cohan or Bobby Rowell from the Curry camp, don't take us at number 7, he wants to be a Knick?
Yeah, I don't think that ever got to Don Nelson or to the owners. But both Del Curry and his agent made it obvious that they didn't want us to take him. And I understood that. I wasn't mad at them. And it was one of those things where we were a bad team at that time, if you recall. and it wouldn't have been an environment that you would choose to go into. But at the same time, I felt like, okay, he's the best player. We'll take the best player. What turned out to happen then was he obviously came in. My assumption has always been, and I got to know Del Curry quite well, and my assumption has always been that Del said, look, you were drafted there. That's where you have to go. You go play. And he stepped in and did it. And there was some, I don't know that you would say outward animosity, but some of the players thought, we should have drafted somebody else. Within a matter of weeks in training camp, he won over the team. They saw that he could play. And so everything finally turned out pretty well. Jeff Austin was the agent,
Right,
and they
still
did.
is. Yeah.
Yes, and they made it clear that they would prefer that he didn't come here.
Did they actually tell that to you directly, Larry, and you just kept it from Nelly and the owner? Or did they actually use those words directly to you? Don't take our guy.
No, they actually did do that. Yes. Yeah. And I knew that New York wanted him badly. And see, New York's position was that was Donnie Walsh, who was in New York at the time.
Yeah.
And Donnie had done
well
a
done.
great job. He had done a great job in Indiana and then went to the Knicks and then eventually back to Indiana. Donnie had a pretty good eye for talent, and the fact that he wanted him so badly, that was another plus for me to know that they wanted somebody of that caliber.
So Jeff
it was
Austin
interesting.
and Del Curry told you that directly, and you didn't tell that to Nelly or the owner? You kept that to yourself?
Well, see, yeah. And the thing is that, they wouldn't allow him to visit the Golden State Warriors because a lot of times, the history of it, a lot of players come in to the city, they work out, they make a visit, and they did none of that. And I just thought, we got to take this guy. And so, yeah, it was a little bit of a roll of the dice, but the quality of people we were dealing with and their character came through, and obviously it all worked out. The only thing that might have screwed the deal up, I remember when we drafted him and we had the press conference, I mentioned that we had him rated as the second best player in the draft. If we had gotten number one, I'd have probably taken Blake Griffin and screwed the whole thing up.
Thank God you picked 7 and not 1.
And I guess you would say taking Blake Griffin wouldn't have been terrible. He had a good career, but that's one of the ironies that goes along with these kind of things. And the other irony, of course, was Minnesota taking 2 point guards right in front of us, and I didn't see that coming until the day before the draft. We had gotten word that they were actually going to do that. I didn't sleep very well that night thinking, I don't know if this can be true, but it was from a good source, and it did turn out that way.
Thank you, David Kahn. That's why sports writers can't become GMs. Did you you were talking about trading out because you thought he wouldn't be there. Did you talk about trading up to get him?
We tried that with little success. We didn't have the kind of players that you could attract somebody with. And so what you would have to done was mortgage a number of draft picks to get up, and I wasn't convinced that was the right direction. So we sat tight, and it turned out. The Warriors had a lot of bad luck previous to that. If you remember, they had that lottery system, and we got kicked backwards in the lottery system even.
Right.
So we had our bad luck, and then we had our good luck when it came to number 7. Minnesota took 2 point guards, and there he was.
That's what I always say, Larry, when people are like, well, the Warriors could have taken Anthony Edwards. And I'm like, first of all, they actually didn't have the number 1 pick. So Anthony Edwards was off the board. But I go, look, they took Ricky Rubio and Johnny Flynn and let Steph Curry come to the franchise. All right. I think it all evens out in the end. So really appreciate you coming by with us today. Always great to hear these stories, and it's just fascinating to learn about the history behind it all and what set the wheels in motion. And I guess I'll just say you did all right. You did all right for yourself.
Well, Steph's the one that made it all happen. He's made everybody look good, and I hope it continues. And right now, it looks like the Warriors are on a roll.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Thanks so much for coming by. We'll have to have you on again when he gets to 5,000 threes or maybe even 8,000 like Steve Kerr joked about in the postgame last night.
Well, let's hope it goes in that direction.
Thanks,
Larry.
Larry. Congratulations. You were a big part of him being a Warrior, so congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. The best to you guys.
Thank you, Larry.
He is Larry Riley, and yeah, the man who made it all happen back in 2010. What, 2009? I'm losing my years. 2009, that's right.
Nelly
Jeez.
takes all the credit, but I did not know that Jeff Austin, Steph's agents, even now, and Curry I had heard the rumbling. See, they told Larry directly, don't draft our guy. And he didn't tell Nelly or Chris Cohen that. Ooh.
Sometimes it's better to just rebel, and it all worked out there. So coming up next, let's talk to Matt Mayoko, switch gears into football a little bit. He went on Murph and Marcus yesterday and said it'd be an extreme leap of faith to put them in the contention bubble. Maybe I'll change his mind in about 5 minutes. We'll see. Matt Mayoko next with Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, sometimes our wonderful life in the Bay Area can lull us into a sense that everything is under control, kind of like the Niners and Devo. And then Golden State Lumber and Showroom, they want you to know that when the unexpected challenges occur, they've got your back. With one of the largest inventories and truck fleets to fulfill your needs, they can quickly supply you with siding, fencing, hardware, decking, maybe a Z-wide receiver, or any other kind of lumber you may need. Golden State can get materials to you anywhere in Northern California that allows your contractor or builder to start the repair process as soon as the next day. Golden State Lumber Yards stretch from Stockton to Newark to San Rafael and Santa Rosa, with more locations in between. At GoldenStateLumber.com, you'll see Start and Order and tab on each page. It also allows you to request a quote. Golden State strives to help their clients save time and save money. Family owned since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Friday, everybody. Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Just had a great conversation with Larry Riley. And by the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM. San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Gonna steal a joke from yesterday. Murph and Marcus now have, quite literally on the stream, a man with a big head. Matt Mayoko, because he's coming off the Rich Eisen show, and not literally a big head, but he's nice and zoomed in compared to Greg Papa and I. So, Matt, happy Friday. Good to talk to you as always. And how's your week going?
Week is going well. Yeah, no, everything's going fine, except for, I guess, all the messages, text, email, social media from 49er fans who are, I think a lot of them are need of therapy, some comforting words. Not sure I have any comforting words other than, I was on the morning show yesterday, and they alerted me to the Vegas odds where the 49ers are still favored to win the NFC West. And so what I did, I'm just going to go off here, Greg's.
Do it.
I tried to, how is that? Why would they be favored? And, I do think a lot of it is just the track record of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and how they're viewed around the league. But then if you look at the rosters and let's equate money on contracts to players who have accomplished something, and I just counted it up. There are 18 players in the NFC West that have contracts that call for $15 million a year average or more. 18. 7 of those players are with the 49ers. So they have, darn near double the number of high-priced players as their core, and that's not even including Brock Purdy, who, will soon be in that range, I would figure. So I think that's what probably the rest of the country would be looking at as to why the 49ers would still be considered. Although we could debate that and certainly be skeptical of that, but I think that's why the 49ers are still considered, at least by Vegas, the team to beat in the NFC West.
Yeah, I haven't checked Vegas, but ESPN Bet, just to quantify it, has the Niners as a plus 105. So if you bet $100 on them winning the NFC West, you only get a return of $105. The Rams are a plus 185. Arizona's a plus 650. And Seattle just got their quarterback for a reasonable price is at $750. I think the reason is not just the teams in the NFC West they have to play twice, but Atlanta, Carolina, Jacksonville, Tennessee. The Bears did have a good week this week, but they do have a last-place schedule, and they do pick number 11 overall, Matt. But, the week started out, Black Monday in the NFL is, when the coaches all get fired after the season is over. But this past Monday was hard, and it got me. And then I had to kind of regroup on Tuesday and Wednesday, and I understand what they're doing. A lot of these players leaving we thought were going to leave. But to see the amount of money they got, Aaron Banks got big money in Green Bay to play guard, and Charvarius, we thought he'd go to Dallas. He went to Indy. Talanoa, Andre both go to Denver. Jalen Moore to Kansas City. Eli to Kansas City as well. Josh Dobbs to New England, and Debo obviously got traded. But
Greg,
the one
we
that
don't
hurt
have
me,
enough time for you to list all the players who have left.
Yeah, I think I got a lot of them there.
That would
but
go
the one,
on.
I'm not going to list the one.
The entire show.
Yeah, the one that is Juice, Kyle Juszczyk.
Yeah.
And we talked about it at the Combine, you and Greg and JLC and I, and it's not a surprise, but it still hurts to lose Juice. And I know we had David Lombardi on, and they want to play 12 personnel. You've been in those interviews I do with Kyle. The fullback position is the chess piece that allows him to dictate the defense. The second tight end can do that as well. So I'm looking at what fullbacks are out there. Who you going to draft? Tyler Warren at 11 could do the Juice stuff. I mean, the Juszczyk one we knew was coming, but it hurts, and now he may wind up a Pittsburgh Steeler. But I, for one, do not see Kyle Shanahan putting a fullback on the 53-man roster and up on game day in some form. So what do you think they do? It's probably the least sexy position in the league, and it's not on the field very much. But for Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback position is essential.
Well, I think the reason the 49ers were a heavy two-back, one tight end personnel group was because of Kyle Juszczyk. I mean, it's basically they went out and they identified him on the first day of free agency back in 2017. And so it wasn't like, oh, we need a fullback. Let's just shove a round peg into a square hole. This was Kyle Juszczyk determining his skill set, determining which way the 49ers offense went. Kyle Shanahan doesn't need to have a fullback as a big part of his offense because he's smart enough. He'll figure it out. And I think the signal from the first day of free agency was that maybe now they go one back, two tight ends, and maybe they move Luke Farrell around. I mean, you pay him whatever you're paying him, $7 million a year. You're going to put him on the field. He's not going to be just a backup tight end who only plays in those, one snap a game that George Kittle isn't on the field. So I think that you're seeing a shift of not necessarily the offensive philosophy, but certainly of the offensive personnel pairing or the groupings that they use. So I think that decision was made. And kind of going back to your thing, even though we anticipated the 49ers making that decision to move on from Kyle Juszczyk because they told us a year ago they were ready to make that decision. It doesn't make it the right decision. It doesn't make us, we can still scratch our heads and go, gosh, I mean, are they saving that much money? Is it that important that they move on from Kyle Juszczyk? He was in the last year of his deal. Couldn't they have just played this back, for one more season with Kyle Juszczyk? So it is, even though almost all of these moves were expected, I think we all kind of thought it was maybe 50-50 with Dre Greenlaw, or, anywhere from 45% to 55% he was coming back. But everything else was very predictable, except for, I guess, the defensive line. I mean, we knew that Javon Hargrave was going to be released, but Malik Collins and Leonard Floyd, when I felt like those guys basically gave the 49ers what they expected of them, and then you see their markets. I mean, they basically get the same money or more from another team immediately than what the 49ers would have paid for them. And to me, it kind of points to, the change made at defensive coordinator. Robert Saleh coming in. He has a say in the matter of, what kind of players does he want? And I would assume here 49ers will be signing or reaching contract terms with a veteran defensive lineman or two. But we also know, looking ahead a month or so, it's going to be a very good draft. It should be a very good draft for defensive linemen. And I think Robert Saleh has, in the past, been on teams that have drafted well at that position by and large. So, I think that's probably the area where, they're not going to spend for one of the top defensive tackles or edge rushers in free agency. But the plan would be that they'll be getting some 1, 2, or 3 players in the draft that can plug in on that defensive line and at the very least be part of a rotation that improves the team dramatically from what it looks like right now on paper.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I'll be paying attention to this draft probably the most since 2021 here for the San Francisco 49ers. And we're talking to Matt Mayoko on the Yuma guest line. I'm not going to list all the players that have departed, but I will list one from yesterday, and that was long snapper Tabor Pepper. Now, I know we don't need to devote a whole segment about long snapper necessarily, but were you surprised at all by that release in the sense that his replacement, John Weeks, was not younger and not cheaper? I'm just wondering if Tabor Pepper for them maybe was a symbol of the general special teams dysfunction, if they thought they could get an upgrade. Were you surprised at all by that move?
I was because, for the reasons you mentioned, he didn't cost a whole lot. And then, I know the strategy is to get younger and they got older. What I would say to that is that, they brought in Brant Boyer to be special teams coordinator. And so, to me, his fingerprints are on this one. The 49ers wouldn't make some dramatic move on special teams without his input on this. So I don't know the reasons, specifically, whether it was the number of rotations on his snap back to the holder 8 yards deep or back to the punter. But I'm sure it's a football reason, because it certainly wasn't an age reason and it wasn't a salary cap reason.
Yeah, I just, watching and I watch practice all the time, and, I was standing right behind, the whole operation. Tabor's snaps are a little erratic, and a lot of the misses this year, there's been several that are high. When they brought in Pat O'Donnell after Mitch hurt his back, Pat had sweet hands. He saved him a lot. There were low snaps that hit the ground. There were high snaps that he had to go up and pull, and once you get that timing off. So I was just texting Shane Leckler, who played with John Weeks in Houston for a long time, and he said he is great. Good velocity.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, though.
Well, he played 16. He played last year. He's been in Houston throughout. Shane was there for a long time, but you watch him now. He's not John Kondo. Kondo was one of the best as far as the velocity coming back, but good velocity on his snaps, according to Leckler. Good location on both long and short snaps. I think Tabor had nothing to do with the Debo situation. It's just his snaps were erratic. They were not in the same spot. He would snap them high. I think, and Tabor covers better. I think the one thing with Weeks, he's a big body, short. He doesn't cover kicks as well, but he does, tie up people around him. He's a good wrapper, which allows the guy next to him to get down. So they may lose a little in coverage, but I think you have to really look at it closely to see that
just one thing I would add,
off
Greg,
a little bit. Yeah.
One thing I would add is I'm sure they'll be looking not at the draft. They're not going to draft a long snapper, but as a priority free agent, I'm sure they'll be looking at who the best long snapper is coming out of college and probably make a move there to at least lure that person to training camp and get a long look at a younger guy. So right now, Weeks would be certainly the guy that you would expect to be heading into the start of the regular season, but I think they'd also keep their eye open for a young guy.
Yeah, the other day, right in the middle of our show, Cooper Kupp was officially released by the LA Rams, and I'm hearing like half the league is in on Cooper Kupp. A little disturbing to hear the Cowboys are in on him. We're also hearing New Orleans, New England, Denver, and even Seattle, and we talked about that going back to his native Washington. Do we have any idea, are the Niners in on Cooper Kupp, Matty, as far as you know?
As far as I know, no. And to me, that's, again, something where when you look at how this team was decimated by injuries last year, and they very clearly had a strategy that they were going to go to a certain length to retain Dre Greenlaw, but because of the injury risk, they weren't going to go over that. I would say the same thing with Talanoa Hufanga. They would go to a certain length to re-sign him, but they weren't going to go over that. I think the same would be true with Joey Bosa. When you look at the history and certainly the recent history of injuries, that would be, I think, the same thing with Cooper Kupp. I wouldn't see them getting into a bidding war and paying huge money for Cooper Kupp when you already have Brandon Ayuk, who has his own injury concerns going into this season. When you drafted Ricky Pearsall a year ago to theoretically be a starter in his second year in the NFL. So to me, the guy that not necessarily the name, but I think the profile that I fully expected them to get. I thought it might be Robert Woods, somebody like that, somebody who has a bit of a background in this system, playing for Sean McVay, somebody that you wouldn't have to pay a whole lot for. But to me, Demarcus Robinson was like, he fit the profile of what you're looking for, a guy who could step in and catch 35 passes for 400 yards and a couple touchdowns, whatever the case may be. The issue with him, and it's the reason Les Snead at the Combine talked about kind of the uncertainty there, is that he does face a potential 3-game suspension for violating the league's policy on substances of abuse. So they might not have him for the full 17 games. And that's something that Robinson has been very durable. He's played a lot of games in his career, and I don't think that they would need necessarily a guy to start, but a guy that can be a placeholder a little bit or be a 4 receiver, and then, expecting that Brandon Ayuk will be available at some point fairly early in the season.
Yeah, it's a good point, Matt, because if Demarcus Robinson, that suspension does come and it's at the front end of the season and Brandon Ayuk can't start the season, then it's not great timing-wise. But, hey, we'll cross that bridge when we end up getting to it. Couple more minutes here with Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider for KNBR and NBC Sports Bay Area. And I know you had to open this can of worms a little bit yesterday, but I'm going to put a positive spin on it. For St. Mary's basketball, is it good to get it all out of your system now? Just have one terrible game, can't make a 3, everything goes wrong. Get it all out of your system, okay? This is March. Doesn't matter what seed you are. Let's move forward with it.
Well, that's a good way to look at it, yes. Yeah. They'll head into to March Madness. We'll figure out where we're going. And when I speak to you a week from today, hopefully I'll be, wherever, somewhere, Providence, Milwaukee, Raleigh, Lexington, Denver, or Seattle.
Eventually here at Chase Center for the Sweet 16?
That would be great. That would be
They're
phenomenal.
Going to keep them in the West Regional, though?
It's all about the matchups. And, the shocking thing, they did beat Gonzaga up there. They beat Gonzaga in Moraga. And they played the worst game I think I've seen them play in a long, long time, with 19 turnovers and 0 of 16. And I don't know how, but they were still in that game with a minute left. So not that Gonzaga played great either, but yeah, you look at the net rankings, and Gonzaga, they were right there at 8. They stayed at 8. St. Mary's, I think, only dropped 1 spot in the net rankings after that game. So it'll be interesting to see where they're seated. They had a chance to be a 4 or 5 if they had won that game. Now what are they? Are they a 6, a 7? Hopefully not an 8. But should be fun on Selection Sunday when we see that all come out.
The years past they had to win the WCC or they wouldn't get in. There were a lot of years they were left off. They're going to be in the tournament for sure, which leads to, we just had Larry Riley on, the GM that drafted Steph Curry. And the last college game that Steph ever played was the first time that I ever was in a gym with him, and he just took your basketball sensibilities away. You train your mind. A basket is made on one end, you look down, look at the stats, then look up, and you have time to pick the ball up. There were several times where I picked my head up and the ball's already in the air. Who shot that? Well, we know it was Steph Curry. So I want to go back to March the 23rd. 2009, NIT game. It was Steph Curry and Davidson against Patty Mills, who's still going strong in the NBA. Maybe not 4,000 threes, but he's had quite a career. Steph played 37 minutes that night, 11 of 27 floor, 4 of 10, scored 26 points. Patty Mills that night, and they won. A big second half from the Gales. He had 23 points. He had 10 assists in the game, and St. Mary's beat Davidson 80-68. Last college game in Steph Curry's career. I was there. Mayoko, I'm assuming you were in Moraga that night.
I was, and I'll take you back even a couple days earlier. Well, when the NIT bracket came out, and Steph Curry was already Steph Curry based on what he did leading Davidson to the Elite Eight and darn near a Final Four appearance a year before. And they failed to make the NCAA tournament, as did St. Mary's that year. And when the NIT bracket came out, it was Davidson going to South Carolina, and I believe it was Klay Thompson and Washington State coming to Moraga. And so I remember looking at that bracket going, oh, that would be awesome if Steph Curry comes and Davidson come to Moraga, and it worked out that way. And I know it was only an NIT game, but it was electric in there. And everybody came to see Patty Mills and Steph Curry, and those two guys treated us to a show. And it was packed to the rafters. Yes, there's the annual Gonzaga games, but I would put that game right there on that level for the amount of enthusiasm and excitement that was generated by that matchup. So it was a memorable night and a fun game. And did we all expect Steph Curry to turn into the NBA star, the worldwide, the global star that he's become? Of course, Greg and I did, because we were there. We saw.
Yes.
No,
I
actually thought
too,
Omar the shot maker would be an NBA player, the great Omar Samham. Remember Omar? I loved Omar.
Oh, of course.
Diamond Simpson, Mickey McConnell. St. Mary's had some players back then. They do now.
Yeah.
But that's where it all started.
It did. Yeah, that really started. Adam Capehorn, who's now the head coach of the Boomers, by the way, the Australian national team, he was the first Australian to come in. And then once Patty came there, then it blew up as far as that Australian pipeline. But, yeah, that was just so much fun. And I think I have this vision of, like, early in the game, Curry launching like a 35-footer.
That's what I'm talking about.
Nothing but net, and the crowd just kind of gasped. Like,
I remember looking down,
goodness.
looking up, and the ball was in the air. I'm like, who shot that? Where'd he shoot it from?
Yeah.
No one shoots that quickly, and how far out was
right answer. There was only one right answer, Greg, who shot that.
It wasn't Patty.
But no,
it wasn't Patty.
But I remember it just feeling like the air kind of went out of the building, and then it was almost like everybody was almost like just buzzing, almost cheering, because we knew what the final 39 minutes and 45 seconds was going to be like of that game.
That's incredible stuff. Matt, great to catch up with you. As always, we'll certainly have our fingers crossed for the Gales, and we'll be doing a little March Madness stuff a week from today. We'll tease that a little bit later on here on these
Gales
airwaves.
Gone wild, Matty. Be sober when we have you on. Don't you do a shot right before tip-off? What do you guys do before tip-off?
Yeah, a little fireball. Yeah, that's
fireball.
That gets the blood flowing at 9:45 a.m.
I feel like that's fine. I think the earliest I've ever gone was, I want to say 8:04 a.m. tequila, and I don't recommend it. I don't say that with pride. That was pretty miserable.
Yeah. Now, Greg, were you awakening at that point, or getting ready to go to sleep at that point?
I was awakening, so that's why it was terrible, because it was awakening. Yeah. Don't recommend it.
No, I do. I highly do. Just roll right into it. Hair of the dog, Jigs.
Thank you, Matt.
Take care, Matty.
Guys. Talk to you next week.
All right, brother.
Matt Mayoko, KNBR insider and NBC Sports Bay Area insider for the San Francisco 49ers. Coming up, speaking of little parties and birthdays, let's play something from Shams Charania, shining a little light on the state of the Golden State Warriors after last night. We had Draymond Green's birthday. Now we have Steph Curry's birthday. I'll tell you that next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After yet another victory in the Jimmy Butler era for the Golden State Warriors, are you starting to believe? Well, Murph and Marcus this morning had Frank Isola on the show, and he declared that he believes that the Warriors are title contenders. What say you, Dub Nation? Go ahead and chime in on the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Thanks for hanging out. Happy Friday, Sky. So I tilt the mic over and look up through the windows. A little blue up there. If you're watching us on twitch.tv/thesportsleader or YouTube at KNBR 1045. Great to hang out here, end the week with some good vibes. It was a milestone Thursday. Now we're going with fun and free Friday. Robbie Ray was dealing yesterday for the Giants, although they did fall by a score of 7-2. Great conversation there with Matt Mayoko about the San Francisco 49ers, and big focus of the day, of course, the Golden State Warriors. I teased it before our break. We got some birthday sound, Papa. Remember the Nets game when it was 27-5 and it was all going poorly, and we're thinking, did they have the New York flu with Draymond Green?
They won that game. They came back and won.
They came back. It was fine. Steph hit a night-night.
Birthday hangover? Yeah.
Well, apparently, Shams Charania on Pat McAfee's show this morning, giving a detailed account of how close the team is bonding. Party late into the morning hours.
It's New York. You had a day off.
No. This is last night.
Oh, after the win? Got it.
That's
after
right.
For Steph's birthday. Got it.
Because, I mean, if you're going to go one way for Draymond's birthday, imagine what you do for Steph Curry's birthday.
Where'd they go after hours? They open up Splash? Where'd they go? How late did they go?
Well, let's hear all about it.
Speakeasy? I know
right
a few
now.
speakeasies.
Oh, you do? Yeah? Okay. All right. Shams, what you got for us on Steph's birthday?
The Jimmy Butler entrance to this organization has changed everything. You know, the question that I kept getting around the league was like, him and Draymond Green are going to get into fights. Like that relationship, you're talking about two alphas. How are they going to get along? How are they going to coexist? And everything I hear, they're as tight as ever. They've bonded so much, and that's as tight of a relationship. And that's what's really going to drive that engine in Golden State. And here's a good story for you guys. So Stephen Curry, he had a birthday party.
Oh, I like good stories.
The entire team was there, from what I'm told. And you know, the party went pretty late into the night, 2, 3 a.m.
Wow.
The last three people there, can you guys guess who those people were?
Steph,
Stephen
Draymond,
Curry,
Jimmy Butler.
Draymond and Jimmy Butler.
Holy
spending time. They're talking. They're getting their camaraderie. They're playing cards to end the night. And I think you're seeing how that looks right on the floor. You're seeing these guys smiling. You're seeing them laughing. You're seeing them really come together as a group, and it's translated onto the court.
Well, that's nice. You got the big three, the old heads over the age of 35, playing some cards. Sounds like a nice, wholesome birthday party that went to 3 a.m.
The young guys are going out pulling women. They're not hanging with those old guys. What does Jimmy drink? Espresso martinis? Guy drinks coffee. He actually has a domino table in his house.
He does.
He's so excited about.
Yeah.
That's why he's so good at it. And he was the first domino to fall, just bringing him in, and then it all worked out from there. 2, 3 in the morning, they got done playing at 11 o'clock. Steph ices his ankles after the game. He doesn't get out of the arena till midnight. I mean, that's not a whole lot. But they are settling in right now. I do wonder, we have 16 games to go. And Draymond always talks about a 16-game season. Really, it could be a 28-game season if you have to play 4 rounds of 7 games or more, but he's talking about winning 16. But now you got just 16 games to go, and then you get into it. And I do wonder where they're going to be now that they've added Kuminga, the young guy. He was old enough to drink with those guys. But there's no question that they are coming together. I mean, Klay Thompson would be in the midst of all that, and Klay would be sparking it up. Now that you got Jimmy Butler and the 2 veteran guys hanging around, they do seem to like each other. This the Heat culture that Jimmy kind of flamed out on, he's assimilated very well to the Warriors culture.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And as I look at the remaining schedule with the 13-1 with Jimmy Butler, Warriors have hit a softer part of the schedule. They're going to face the Knicks, who are a good team coming up, but they're going to be without Jalen Brunson. Lakers slipping just a tad without LeBron James, but should be back by the time Warriors square off with the Lakers. So they got the Knicks once. They got the Grizzlies once. Right now they got a tiebreaker over Memphis. If they win that game, they can lock that one up if they are able to somehow catch them. But Memphis finds a way to just stack up some wins here. They've got Denver twice, including coming up on Monday. Lakers, Rockets once, and then the Milwaukee Bucks once. And they got Denver and Milwaukee on a tough Monday, Tuesday back-to-back. So this was a little bit of a lighter week for us in terms of games Warriors played during our week. They played Monday against Portland, last night against Sacramento. Then they're going to get back to it on Saturday. And that's a tough 3 out of 4 days if we're talking New York, day off, Denver, Milwaukee. And Milwaukee is playing really good right now.
Yeah, I mean, they look good last night. And Lakers, Luke had a big game, but they don't have LeBron. So, that game on ABC tomorrow night, they're all going to sober up. I'm sure Steph will wake up and have dinner with the family. So they got 16 games to go. Do you see 12 wins there? Or more, I should say, are they going to lose 4? And then if you get to 50 wins, 50 and 32, and this team last year didn't win 50, they won 46, and they weren't in the playoffs, they were in the play-in. If they get to 50 wins on the year, and they may be able to get beyond that. I mean, with Jimmy on the team, they've lost 1 game. And, that was a game where they could have won that game in Dallas coming down the stretch. But, I mean, what's the overall win-loss total going to be? 50 and beyond? And if they get to 50, where are they going to be? They're going to be hold off Minnesota. Minnesota's got 38 wins as well. They've got 1 more loss. And then Houston's got, 25 losses. So 50 wins will get you what? And do you think they can get to 50 and 32 by the end of the year?
Yeah, looking at it, it could be awfully close. I mean, the next 3 we said are tough. They could lose any of those. Knicks, Nuggets, Bucks. They get the Raptors, the Hawks, then Jimmy's return game to Miami on Tuesday, March 25th. Pelicans, Spurs, De'Aaron Fox now out for the year. That's a brutal blow for them. But once Wemby had to exit with the thrombosis, their season was effectively done. Memphis, Lakers, Denver, that's another tough 3 in a row stacked up. Houston always wants to get a crack at the Warriors. That's 4 in a row. Phoenix, San Antonio, Portland, and then they end it with an afternoon game April 13th against the Los Angeles Clippers. And I know it's a new Warrior team than what they saw earlier in the year with the Clippers. That's been a matchup problem for them the last couple of years. I'm not counting that one out either. So they got to keep playing well, but a lot of games in there that going to be tough.
Run the table. Win the last 16. The hell with that. Get to 54 on the year. Could you imagine? How many have they won? 7 in a row right now or 6? 1, 2, 3,
6.
4, 5, 6. They end the year winning 22 in a row. Where is that going to put them? Why not? I remember a year they started by winning the first 2 dozen of the year. But, I mean, in all seriousness, did we think this team was going to win 50 games before they got Jimmy Butler?
No.
Didn't look that way.
No,
they had
not
a
at all.
stretch where they lost 20 out of 30 games. So they started fast, had a lull in the middle, and now they're starting to play their best basketball. So 1 more round. What does Jimmy drink? He loves coffee. Does he drink that the chicks drink and goes espresso martini? He's not ordering that, is he?
Well, when Big Face Coffee comes to the city, I'm going to go throw a bunch of money at that establishment, and then we'll hang out at Balboa Cafe, be giving him espresso martini after espresso martini. I think that's the move.
Triangle. Got it. Pure Street Annex. Got it.
There you go.
It is St. Patrick's Day weekend, by the way.
That's right. John Curley is going to get ready to get his face nice and red and his clothes nice and green. I mean, seeing him in the St. Patrick's Day environment last year, beautiful experience. He was out of the slacks and, just wearing jeans looking casual. Great site there for John Joe Curley. I digress on all that. Sam Amick joining us at 1 o'clock. So, because it's a Friday, and because we like to have fun, and because we like to ask questions and sometimes even poke the bear and stir the pot, let's ask Papa anything on the other side. That's 415-808-5627. The number to call in, or for the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. And don't forget, you can hit us up on Twitch or the YouTube chat, the place for Bay Area fans to sound off instantly. Get your questions ready to go, and we'll fire them away next. Ask Papa on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. It's time to ask Papa anything. Anything. Anything.
Come to Papa.
Nice. Papa The man, the myth, the legend. How long you had that shirt? I've never seen that one before.
Hemingway. Had it all my life. Read all of his stuff, even though he died before I was born. The one I skipped, Men Without Women. The hell are you talking about, bro? We're not doing that.
It is time to Ask Papa anything. You can chime in on the YouTube chat or the KNBR Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, or dial us up on the phones, 415-808-5627. And do I have an awesome surprise for you? Because we got Homer calling in from Cape Town, South Africa. If we had a listener of the day, we're going worldwide here. So Dirty Work may be the best show in America, but
I want to hear the accent. Really? From Cape Town?
Well, Homer told me he is in the military, so glad to get him through. And enough of me yapping. Homer, you're on the Sports Leader with the Gregs. What's happening?
I can't believe I made it through. I can't believe that I made it through, and I wanted to talk to Mr. Papa and ask him 2 questions.
Is this real?
Number one, does he believe that Howard Stern would be a great vice president?
Better than the one we currently have. But seriously, are you in South Africa right now?
We lost him. We just lost him on the connection.
We lost him. He shut up.
Okay.
Howard Stern, yeah.
Maybe he's calling us back.
The alternative.
Phone lines are lighting up right now.
Gotta say. Better than the alternative.
I thought John Dickinson was the vice president. JD? No?
No, that's the wrong guy.
That's the wrong guy. Never mind. Oh, this guy's got hair. That's right. I got to look up a picture.
Wrong guy.
Let's go.
Was he serious? Was that legit? That looked like a setup to me. I almost recognized the voice. I didn't hear any South African accents. They're so cool. It didn't sound like that at all.
Yeah, but the military thing makes me think maybe it happened. It was a bad connection. I'm gonna hold out a little bit of hope.
He was Praetoriaing us, I think. I don't think it was legit.
While Walter is checking out the phone lines, let's go ahead and go to Oliver in the YouTube chat. First of all, giving me a shout out on the Gauchos.
How about Oliver Miller dying? Broke my heart.
Really?
Anyway, sorry. Oliver Twist.
Yeah. Well, Oliver Tan here giving me a shout out on the Gauchos. So thank you very much. We got a semifinal game of the Big West tournament tonight. Big stressing. But says, what's Papa's March Madness pick at this point? He needs help on his brackets. Do you play brackets?
Yeah, I'm going to wait till Selection Sunday before I go there. But 1 week from today, we are going to be at St. Lee's 9 to 9 party is back. It'll be on the second day of the tournament. And so we'll be there. Bob Gallo is back in good health. He and his wife, Kathy, put on a great time. We've done the 9 to 9 year after year for so many years. So it's going to feel like the old days. The pandemic kind of took us sideways. But we are going back, and we're going to have a lot of great guests. A lot of our favorite Irishmen will be there. Gary St. Jean and Mully will be there. I remember being there one year on literally St. Patrick's Day. And it must have been 85, 90 degrees in the East Bay. And he has a sprawling home, great outdoor loggia by the pool in Alamo. And he's got a similar setup. And it was just incredible. Greg Knapp, who we lost, a great coach, passed away, got hit by he was out on his bike. And he was there just after the last time the Super Bowl was at Levi's was the Denver Broncos. And Greg was the quarterback coach for Peyton Manning. I'm like, how much coaching do you really have to give Peyton Manning? But he came in with that huge Super Bowl ring. So we're going to go back. We're going to do it not on St. Patrick's Day. That'll be on Monday. But we're going to do it on the 21st. And with St. Lee there, we'll drink a lot of green beer. I'm not a big Guinness guy, but we'll do a green beer. We'll sneak in a shot of Jameson here and there. So we'll give you the our March Madness and our brackets next week when they do Selection Sunday. But we don't talk a lot of college basketball in the Bay Area. But we will go wall to wall the whole show as we do 9 to 9 next Friday from Bob Gallows.
Oh, it's going to be incredible. And yeah, Oliver, that's a reminder. Next Friday, 10 to 2, keep it locked right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Frank from Oakland, California, United States of America wants to talk a little Niners. Frank, what's going on?
What's going on, gentlemen? Thank you for receiving the call. I'm trying to figure out why aren't the Niners called the Santa Clara Niners? What's up with that?
Branding, baby.
Wow. He's funny. Why aren't the New York Giants called the New Jersey Giants? Why aren't the New York Jets called the New Jersey Jets? Why aren't the Dallas Cowboys called the Arlington Cowboys? Why aren't the Buffalo Bills called the Orchard Park Bills? You want me to keep going? They used to be the Boston Patriots years ago when they played in Boston. It's not even a city. It's a region, just all of New England. It's not uncommon for, especially in football, where you're not, very few are right in downtown. Cleveland's right on the lake. Detroit's downtown. But most of the NFL stadiums are several miles outside of the city. So, seriously, you want them to be called the Santa Clara 49ers? Ha! That's a good one.
Hey, Frank, appreciate it. Hey, it's a fair question.
Frankie.
But...
Well, it's San Francisco. The team is named after your name. What's your full name?
Yeah, I know.
Are you Franciscum? Are you Francisco? I mean, it's the Sir Francis of Assisi is the city of San Francisco. You don't want to give up your name to call it St. Clair. Who the hell's St. Clair, by the way?
She was a hooker from another town, that's all.
Good one. Good one.
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate
We're
the
0
call.
for 2 on the phone calls. That's why we don't do them on this show. We do them so infrequently. They always hit so well.
All right, well, we need Steve
hooker?
in San Francisco to try to make it 1 for 3 here. Let's get a nice 3-3-3 batting average.
Just draw
Steve,
a walk. Just get on base. Draw 4. Just draw 4 out of the strike zone, would you?
Steve in SF, can you be our Lamont Wade Jr., although maybe I'll call him our Jimmy Butler because he wants to talk a little Warriors. What's going on, Steve? How are you?
What's up, boys? Yeah, really pumped about this Dubs team, and I was quite frankly wrong about this Jimmy trade. I thought it would be a tough fit. I didn't think it would work as seamlessly as it has. I'm wrong now. I want to guys get a lot being at the game last night. I want to get your opinion. I'm really loving the way this team's flowing, and now with Kuminga back, what would be your guys' thoughts on what would be disappointing in terms of this team? Because I think anything short of a Western Conference final appearance for this version of the Warriors would be incredibly disappointing. I don't like to do title bust because I think that's really incredibly unrealistic for most teams, not even the greatest team in any sport. So I want to get your guys' opinion. What would be disappointing? Because I think a Western Conference final appearance would be disappointing. I don't fear any team right now outside of Denver because those Laker teams with Davis gone, they play Oklahoma City tough. And anybody else you want to mention, Memphis, Houston, I don't fear those teams. So I want to get your guys' thoughts. And is it too unrealistic to say this team can win a title? Because it's mind-boggling, even more than the 2022 run, if this team makes a run. I'll get your opinion on that. Thanks for the time, guys.
Hey, appreciate the call, Steve. Papa, the floor is yours.
Yeah. There was a time where I would never say this team can't. I mean, we know the 5-year run where they went to the finals. The pandemic year was weird. Steph got hurt. Take that year out of it. The 22 team, we talked to Bob a lot that year. He just wanted to see his team. So they were never they got off to a great start that year. I believe they were 20-2 or 18-2 that year. But Clay didn't come back till January the 9th. Draymond got hurt that night in the layup line. Yep. When he came back, I think right around this time, maybe a little before, Steph Curry got the smart bomb and Marcus Smart fell on him. They didn't play together until it was go time, and then they went and they won the championship. So I never would tell any of these teams they couldn't. There was a time where they looked like they were incapable. And this year, after the 12-3 start, they had that stretch, 2 solid months where they lost 2 out of every 3 games. They did not look capable. They weren't defending the same. Steph said they couldn't come back in games. There was a crisis of confidence, the head coach said. Whoa, really? You got the most confident player ever. What's going on here? So for a while, they looked lost. I did not know how they could pull it out, honestly. We were locked in on Durant for 48 hours. It was all a mirage. And then Jimmy Butler, and I'm with you. I was not on board with Jimmy. I didn't realize the depth of his ability of a player. You really have to study him and study him with your team, and that's where Mike Dunleavy's knowledge. So now I just would say it's we believe again, but it's not a we believe first-round upset and go out in 5 in round 2. It's a belief that I'm not going to say this team cannot do anything. They are capable of doing anything, winning the 16 required to win the NBA championship. But as far as what they have to do, and it's a bust, and none of that matters. They are back to playing, take Steph's line. They are back to playing meaningful basketball games. For a while there, even with Steph on the floor, they weren't a great watch. They were difficult to watch. They were overmatched. Now the other teams are overmatched. They're winning at a high rate. They're sharing the ball. They defend. You could see what they can do. So let's just go watch. Let's enjoy it. I don't know what they're going to do. Who knows? There's a lot of good teams out there, younger athletic teams. Oklahoma City's for real. We'll see. Denver, I think, is the team you're going to have to deal with ultimately. I know they don't have depth, but you don't need depth come playoffs. You just ride those better players. So anyway, I don't know what they're going to do. If they go out in the first round, who cares? I mean, we care. We don't want them to do that. But the fact is, they look like a team. I haven't seen a team be transformed in the middle of the year like this, where you are just wandering through the darkness. You got no chance. Now the spotlight is back on you, and I'm not going to say they can't do anything. So I don't know what they're going to be, but I'm marveling of what they've become.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, I want to see them win at least the playoff series, but I'm with you. I'm not focused on they got to accomplish X. They got to get to this point. It's just enjoy the journey, man. 16 games to go, holding on to 6 right now, and they're playing some damn good basketball. We'll see how they fare against some tougher opponents coming up. Back to the phone lines. Bob in San Francisco. Got a question about Jim Plunkett. What's going on, Bob?
Hey, how you doing? I haven't been keeping up with the Hall of Fame stuff. Well, first off, let me do a shout-out for Will of Thrill. It was his birthday yesterday, and I was like, that dude was bad. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Will Clark, March 13th. Wow, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, that 89 team was my favorite. I know they came up short, but, man, they were so exciting to watch, especially after all them years of not being anything. It was amazing. Well, 2 years before that, they were in the playoffs.
Yeah, they won in 87. Remember, Will, I had to wait so long to win. Will, you just got here and you won the West. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so my question was, is Plunkett in the Hall of Fame, and is Roger Craig? Because those are two guys I would love to see in the Hall of Fame.
Nope. They're probably the two biggest omissions. I mean, and Roger's not in great health right now. But there was a time when, not the hum baby, the high knees. There was a time we invited him on, and he honestly, I don't want to come on anymore. I don't want to bitch anymore. I don't know why. I think, let's just not wait until it's too late to put him in like they've done with a lot of the great Raiders. But no, Roger's not in. Jim Plunkett's not in. And that's why I get going, when they talk about Eli Manning. Certainly Eli is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. Eli, if he didn't play in New York and his last name wasn't Manning, he got on a heater and he won 2 Super Bowls and he played great. So did Jim. Jim, they won as a wild card team. They were the first wild card team to do it in 80. He was the MVP of that game over Philadelphia. Rod Martin had 3 picks, but Jim was the MVP. And then the Marcus Allen one, he wasn't the MVP against Washington, but look at the run that he had. If you even include his college career, obviously, won a Heisman Trophy, only guy in the Bay Area to do it. So, no, it breaks my heart. I guess I'm hoping Eli does get in one day, and there's the walls are knocked down. But tell me how many 2-time Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, starting quarterbacks, that have won 2. Brady's not in, but he will be, obviously. We could say the same thing about George Seifert and Mike Shanahan, but I can have my soapbox every year. I mean, at some point, would you please put Jim Plunkett in the Hall of Fame and maybe do it before you put Eli Manning in and give him his, and don't wait until it's too late, like they did with a lot of Raiders. You put Snake in, he wasn't there to enjoy it. Cliff Branch wasn't there to enjoy it. Put him in while the man can fully enjoy it that day.
Hey, appreciate the call, Bob. Always good to get some Jim Plunkett thoughts here in the Hall of Fame. And Eli Manning was not a first ballot. That was the big headline of this year. Coming up, we're going to talk to Sam Amick. And I see the phone lines still kind of lighting up a little bit. If you want to sneak in some calls, try us around 1:15, 1:20, or maybe even to end the show. We got Matt George coming up at 1:30. But let's go ahead and get to Sam Amick because he wrote a big column with Anthony Slater on De'Aaron Fox's departure from the Kings and also the unlikely journey that led to Steph Curry, number 4,000. We'll do that next. Pop and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After yet another victory in the Jimmy Butler era for the Golden State Warriors, are you starting to believe? Well, Murph and Marcus this morning had Frank Isola on the show, and he declared that he believes that the Warriors are title contenders. What say you, Dub Nation? Go ahead and chime in on the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. As we move on to our final hour of the week, Matt George coming up at 1:30. Appreciate all the engagement from Ask Papa. Lots of great content on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Perhaps we'll visit that as we get ready to wrap up the show and hand it to Dirty Work. But in the meantime, let's get to yet another guest. He is one of the best to do it for The Athletic. I'm talking about Sam Amick, who joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line to talk a little Kings, a little Warriors, and NBA at large. Sam, thanks for hanging out with the Gregs on a Friday. How are you?
Doing great, guys. Thank you for having me. There's a tiny bit of wind. Hopefully it's not an issue, but glad to be here.
Nah, you sound good to us. And, if we had a bad phone connection, we'll just start calling him Tim Kawakami after he had the rough start with us a week ago. But no, it's all jokes. And Sam, before we get to Steph and the 4,000 threes, I want to start from the Sacramento Kings side of it because you and Anthony Slater teamed up to write a really great in-depth piece about what happened there and the firing of Mike Brown. And it seemed like on the surface, when Mike Brown called out De'Aaron Fox in the press conference for fouling Jaden Ivey and they lost 5 in a row, that there was some friction there. Then there was strong resistance, as you put out, from not only De'Aaron Fox, but GM Monty McNair. I mean, what's happening with the Kings? And after things were looking so good for them a couple of years ago with their 48 wins and their number 3 seed, why has it all started to slip yet again?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of layers to it, certainly. I think, they were on the edge of what they had hoped was going to be the next step, where they became legitimate title contenders. That was something that Fox had talked openly about. And not only kind of in a vacuum, but eventually in the context of his contract situation where he was up for an extension, multiple times turned down offers and had initially made you think that it was just a matter of him waiting to see if he could qualify for the Supermax. And then, last season you started to learn that it was more about him reading the room and evaluating the organization, deciding what direction they were going in. And I mean, I think a lot of people were at fault for sure. I think even Mike would say, that he wishes he could have got the team to the next level. But the lack of support, ultimately, in my opinion, is kind of what ends up dooming them. Where, Mike was trying to push his players and to get them to that next level, but grumbling began in the locker room. He certainly did lose pretty big factions of the locker room, but he didn't lose Fox, and that's where it got tricky, is because De'Aaron had told the organization, like, I don't want to play for another coach. I'm tired of the turnover. And they ignored that. And that, was kind of the last straw. And, a lot of context around that, certainly, but I couldn't agree more that I think now they're going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it wasn't too long ago, that epic playoff series. And I don't know if Tyreek doesn't hurt his finger. Harrison Barnes makes that shot. They may go up 3-1, but Steph Curry and his brilliance in Game 7 drops 50 on him. And then last night happens, and, Steph now, happy birthday to Steph Curry, Sam, 37 today. But your piece today, you wrote in The Athletic on Steph and the journey, and going back to when he was just a 21-year-old kid, and you went to see him 4 days before the draft. You were working in Sacramento then. And the Kings had the 4th overall pick, and they wound up taking Tyreek Evans, and he wound up the Rookie of the Year that year. But just tell me about it in your memory going back, because I remember interviewing him right after the Warriors picked him. Raymond Ritter brought Steph and Aisha in his studio in San Francisco. He was so skinny, so small, so young-looking. It's just impossible to believe 16 years later what he's become. But go back to when you were with him 4 days prior to the draft of 2009, Sam.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. It's a fun memory because of who he's become, and it's just wild to look back. For me, the backstory was I covered the Kings at the time, and I had a blog that I would feed. And at the time, it was somewhat unique to try to have online only content. And so what I would do is I would try to get ahead of the draft prospects before their workouts and do an interview with them that was away from the rest of the media. And people would tip me off to, where a guy was staying or help me out to set up the interview. But on this one, Steph didn't know, that I was trying to talk. Sorry about the ducks. And I see him outside this pretty humble hotel. What always struck me is that, no idea that this guy would turn out to be one of the greats. So the idea of him kind of like schlepping on the hotel shuttle van, from the airport kind of cracks you up. And he walks in the lobby. I say hello, tell him who I am. He couldn't have been nicer. And we sat down on the couch in the lobby there and probably did about a 15-minute interview. Yesterday, I did a deep dive online to try to see if it still existed. Sadly, the blog post that says, here's the video interview, the blog post still exists. The video does not. So, I don't remember all of his thoughts on that day, but he, probably looked like he was 120 pounds soaking wet. Babyface Assassin was the perfect nickname. And what I tried to admit, because it, certainly was partly highlighting how the Kings missed on him like a lot of other teams, but it was also the idea, like, you got to be kidding me. Like, nobody ever thought that this guy was going to become what he would later become. And watching that last night, I know 4,000 is just an arbitrary number. We like round numbers, but it's just an incredible number. I looked at something. Steve Kerr, the most efficient three-point shooter in the history of the game, I think at 45.3%, finished his career with 763 three-pointers, which, that type of context is just wild.
He should have shot more. Come on.
No question. Even in his draft class, in Steph's draft class, I was trying to add up. I kind of went down this rabbit hole of research. And if you take James Harden out of the 2009 draft class, I think the rest of the guys, I want to say like roughly totaled out to like 6,000 threes for the entire 2009 draft class. I might be a little off on that, but he just was not only a trailblazer, but continues to put that mark, I think, out of reach. Harden's not going to reach him, and then, there's really nobody coming up on the back end that's hitting him at that pace. And then beyond the threes, we know who he became as a player and the guy who led that franchise. So pretty incredible stuff.
Great to have Sam Amick on the UMA guest line with us. And yeah, I'm with you, Sam, in the sense that 4,000, he already had the record, but the way that I took the 4,000 was just to kind of zoom out the lens a little bit and think about it in the broader picture. And Steph Curry, to be doing what he's done, not just for a period of time, but for as long as he has been great, where does this recent stretch of basketball in the post-Jimmy Butler trade, how do you rank that with some of the other stretches of great basketball that Steph Curry has played?
It's insane to say, but, when you see the physical and mental shape that he's put himself in and the routine, and really we talk about the body, because I can still see that 21-year-old who I first met and compare him to this guy. I think I probably could have taken that 21-year-old in a fight. This guy's going to, mop the floor with me. You know what I mean? like Steph he's a big, strong dude at this point, and his dedication to the game and his leadership have put him in a place where it's, it's not the best basketball of his life. We all know that, that stretch from 2014 to 2016, 17 was that, but it's not really that far off. It's incredible basketball, and the Jimmy Butler revival has obviously lifted his spirit and the group's play and their spirit. And on the tail end of the Olympic experience that I was lucky enough to cover, you watched those last two games with Team USA with Steph, and you tried to appreciate them. But the backdrop, of course, was like, yeah, this is probably it when it comes to high-level competition, meaningful games. And he even talked about that at that point. So now to see them rattle off, I think they're 11-0 with Jimmy on the floor. Do I think they're going to win the title like Draymond said? Probably not. But they're in the conversation of teams that you don't want to see in the playoffs. And in this parity-filled NBA era that we're in, that's pretty damn good, and it's a lot better than it was a while ago. But none of that happens if Steph doesn't keep himself at the level that he's been at.
And happy birthday to Steph on Pi Day. He's 37 today. What a 36 year he had. He talked about the Olympic experience and, the play-in game against Sacramento, getting run that night and having the elongated offseason, which helped him on Team USA. And then the Butler acquisition, hosting the All-Star game, being the MVP. Pretty amazing. But I want to go back to the young Steph. And, you saw him as a rookie. Age 21, Steph made 166 threes that first year. Second year, 151. And then the ankle injuries just started to be a problem. And they traded Monte to open it up for Steph to be Steph and for Clay to be Clay and get Bogut. He didn't finish the year that year. He was out with an ankle injury, and his career was kind of at the crossroads. Your story today in The Athletic is fascinating on so many levels. But Dr. Richard Ferkel, and I remember that name throughout the years, probably the best foot specialist and surgeon in the country. Take me back to that arthroscopic surgery he had April the 25th of 2012 that you write about. Just look at his career from that point forward. Steph Curry, his first 3 years in the NBA, made only 372 threes. He has this surgery and stabilizes that right ankle. And the next year he comes back and makes 272, 261, 286, 402. MVPs back to back. But Tommy John is known for Dr. Frank Jobe. Should we give more credit for Steph Curry's success to Dr. Richard Ferkel, Sammy?
I would give a resounding yes. I mean, you laid that out well, Papa. The thing is, on that day, and what I learned years ago, and it has been reported a lot, but not broadcast like it should be, is that when Dr. Ferkel went in and eventually performed the arthroscopic surgery, he basically went in and looked at the foot with the ankle with two plans in mind. And if the damage was worse than he had anticipated, they had discussed doing a reconstructive surgery that Steph's longtime agent, Jeff Austin, had told me at the time was very concerning, the type of thing that had not really been done on an elite athlete. And it would have absolutely spelled, if not doom, kind of doubt, serious doubt about Steph's ability to be himself. So they get in there and they all breathe a sigh of relief when the doctor comes out and says it's not as bad as they had feared. The arthroscopic is enough. He's on his way. So last month, you referenced me seeing Dr. Ferkel. I was at the Lakers-Mavs game. Really cool moment. I tweeted about it, put a video up, where Klay Thompson had given Dr. Ferkel a championship ring from the 2022 team because Dr. Ferkel also worked on Klay's Achilles after his injury. So this guy, fixed the Splash Brothers at key moments of their careers. But that 2012 procedure, you just, again, laid it out. That was the beginning of him, ascending. None of it's possible if they don't fix that ankle. You guys remember the contract situation where they were kind of lowballing him because they didn't know if he would be healthy.
He got less money than Ty Lawson. Remember that deal?
Yeah. I mean, he almost, he showed flashes. He almost wins Rookie of the Year. I remember talking to, because he knew I was the Sacramento guy. I remember talking to him about Tyreek Evans' rookie year. Remember how they went down to the wire that season in the Rookie of the Year race, and the Kings were hyping the fact that Evans was averaging 20 points, 5 boards, and 5 assists, was the first guy to do that since LeBron. And it was all kind of a little manufactured, but Tyreek was out in front of the race. And you started looking at Steph going, okay, like he's starting to figure this out. But the health had derailed all of that. And, yeah, Dr. Ferkel, incredibly important man and their story. I joked with him when I met him. We shook hands before I realized who he was. And then Klay's agent, Greg Lawrence, had told me who he was. And I joked about, the significance of the hand that I had just shook for Warriors purposes. Because, yeah, you talk about a what-if moment or a sliding doors moment. That was certainly one right there.
A few more minutes here with Sam Amick on the UMA guest line, and maybe this is getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but we can't sit here and pretend like on Steph's 37th birthday he's going to be playing forever. And he put out there this week that he wants to play beyond his current contract. So do you, just having known Steph Curry and followed his career since the Davidson days, would you predict that he would want to stay with the one franchise he's been with if the Warriors were to do a little bit of a rebuild, Draymond retires, maybe Jimmy Butler moves on, or would he want to finish his career elsewhere, being on a potentially more competitive team? I mean, he's talked about how being on a competitive team is such a priority for him. I just kind of want to get your sense on that, knowing Steph a little bit.
So I have no reason to believe as of now that he has any interest in playing anywhere else. I think the only scenario that could push it in that direction is honestly the type of thing that, and he was nowhere near close. I don't want to overstate it, but the past couple years, I think, he was watching Joe Lacob, figuring out Mike Dunleavy, how are they going to handle the roster? Are they going to prioritize, the end of my days, or rebuild and my priorities are going to become something that fall by the wayside? If that dynamic had gone in the kind of direction where he was not competitive at all or didn't see the effort from the front office, then to me, that's the only scenario where he decides to go somewhere else. He's not going to waste away with the Warriors if it is clear that they are not trying to put something around him. But when they go out and try to get Lauri Markkanen and Paul George in the summer, and the irony, of course, is that those moves now look like they would have been mistakes. But those efforts are the type of things that gained even more support from Steph where he was convinced that they were trying. I mean, it's a league where it takes two to tango in terms of trades and even free agency, or the different means you can get good players. He saw the effort. He's absolutely said nothing but supportive things about this current front office. So I think they're in a good place, and obviously the Jimmy move extends his runway. But anything absent of that other scenario, and I expect him to retire with the Warriors.
Sam, thanks so much for spending some time with us today here on the Yuma Guest Line and KNBR in San Francisco. Look forward to catching up with you at some point with the Warriors and as they play, because it looks like they might be going toward the side of relevancy here as we enter the home stretch of the season. So thanks again for coming by, and looking forward to connecting in person down the road.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys. Be good.
Thank you, Sammy.
He is Sam Amick. You can read him in The Athletic, one of my favorite people to read in all of sports journalism. So great to have him here on the Yuma Guest Line. And if you missed any of that interview, we'll have it all available in podcast form probably in about hour and a half, whenever Dirty Work starts doing their show. Coming up, very quick reset, and then we'll get to Matt George, talk a little bit of Sacramento, Warriors, Kings, A's even, and then we'll close out the show. Just popping silver on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
We're going to be championship.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After yet another victory in the Jimmy Butler era for the Golden State Warriors, are you starting to believe? Well, Murph and Marcus this morning had Frank Isola on the show, and he declared that he believes that the Warriors are title contenders. What say you, Dub Nation? Go ahead and chime in on the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey Steph, what's going on? It's Andres. Just wanted to say congratulations on reaching 4,000 career threes. That's incredible. And in case you forgot, I assisted you on your first career three in 2009 in Phoenix. So no worries, you can thank me later. Congrats again, brother.
Short and sweet segment here because we got Matt George of ABC 10 in Sacramento coming up at 1:30. But what, do you think I was going to do the show without giving some love to Andres Biedrins?
The Goose loves his gray goose. So it was October the 30th, 2009. Andres Biedrins, U.S. Airways Center, Phoenix, Arizona, second quarter, a minute to go. The first three. He also assisted on Steph's 100th three in his career, February 27th of 2010 against Detroit. Andres Biedrins does not show up on the list of all-time Curry assisters for three. Draymond by far number one, 669. Andre, 175. Here's a shocker for you. Guess who had more than Clay? Clay is fourth, 152. Who do you think is number three behind Draymond and Dr. Dre, all-time assists for Steph Curry threes?
Did David Lee play long enough with
David
Steph?
Lee had 83.
Okay, that's not
Monte
even close.
Ellis had 83. Andrew Bogut had 76. Harrison Barnes had 74. Kevon Looney had 97. Andrew Wiggins had 97. Kevin Durant, that great floor general that he is. KD, 153 assists to Steph Curry, threes of 4,000.
I mean, don't get me wrong. That's one of the greatest duos I've ever seen, but I wouldn't have guessed KD just in terms of the short amount of time they played together. And let's not forget, it was 3 years, but there was some overlapping injuries at times. And that first year, Kevin Durant missed a good 6 weeks when we thought he might be done for the year when they were out in Washington late February. So, yeah, wow, good for KD.
What's the new KD sandwich? Have you heard about this? It's a steak sandwich that Kevin Durant is authoring right now. Not nearly as good as the Papa Burger from A&W Root Beer, but did I read today that somebody came out with a Kevin Durant steak sandwich? Very odd.
Kevin Durant and Joe and the Juice collaboration.
Joe and the Juice.
There's a couple of those right down here in Friday. Okay.
Go grab a KD. You'll lose 100 pounds like that.
Sounds good. Coming up next, let's talk to Matt George. He was actually out shooting a feature for the A's to play in Sacramento. So we'll get his thoughts on that, as well as the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors. That's all coming your way, and then we'll wrap up the show and hand it to Dirty Work, Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here, and I won't leave you for the weekend without reminding you once again about the Dolan Law Firm, because many of those attorney ads that you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area, and that is not the case with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. Based right here in the Bay Area and have been for more than 25 years. They're older than your boy. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you right here where you live. So, if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, etc., just know that your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team have seen a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents, and that could be due to motorcyclists, children playing, people in the street, drivers doing crazy things in the city because they are in a rush. And just remember, we all got to work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. But if something does happen, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm, which has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. Less than a half hour to go here on a Friday. Then we'll hand things off to Dirty Work. Just learn about the filth. Shout out to the squad. Tim Webb stepping in the glass for a moment here, and we're going to make the connection with Matt George coming up shortly, ABC 10 of Sacramento. And Papa, you got the Sacramento/Oakland going right now. So Matt George, also the host of the Locked On Kings podcast, he'll be a good person to get some thoughts on the game last night, but knows his baseball pretty well too. And, like Carmichael Dave, is connected to the city of Sacramento, grew up in the area, loves their fans, and also feels just this strange weirdness about not just the A's leaving Oakland, but kind of how it impacts the Bay Area as a whole, because Sacramento got a lot of Giants fans as well. River Cats play at Sutter Health Park.
And we'll talk to Matt about last night's game and the Kings and what's going on with them and Mike Brown and Doug Christie and the future of some of their players. But, what a year. I know it's hard that the A's are out of Oakland, but Sutter Health Park this year, what a schedule they're going to have. They got the River Cats, which is the AAA team of the San Francisco Giants, and they're going to be home for a week. And when they go on the road, the Athletics, just the Athletics, I don't know what they're calling them, are going to take over that ballpark. So how many games are going to be played there? You're going to have a game like every single day, the entire summer. It is St. Patrick's Day weekend. The Giants will wear green. The A's always wear green, and they're going to play on Sunday in the Cactus League. So we'll hit a little bit of everything with Matt.
And we have made the connection now with Matt George on the UMA guest line. ABC 10 of Sacramento sports reporter. Matt, thanks so much for joining the Gregs. Great to have you on again. And how you doing heading into the weekend?
Well, I'm doing better than the Sacramento Kings did against the Golden State Warriors last night. Hey, at least I got to be able to witness history inside the Chase Center. But counting down the days to the end of Kings season, boys, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, what a year it has been. And, we had the Mike Brown firing, and now Doug Christie's coming in, and it started hot, and now it's been a little iffy. So I'm not someone to try to just evaluate a game off of a box score and take one stat and run away with it. But one number that really was glaring to me last night is that for as efficiently as Zach LaVine shot the ball, 5 of 6 and made all 4 of his threes, he was a minus 34. What is your evaluation of the Zach LaVine edition of the Kings? And yes, I understand not having Sabonis out there kind of changes the complexion of your team when it revolves around him. But how is this Zach LaVine experiment looking so far in purple?
Well, I'll say last night, that was inexcusable, right? You are paid almost $50 million a year to score. Zach LaVine is a 3-level, incredible scorer. And for you to only take 6 shots against a team that you have to beat in a lot of ways if you want any chance of avoiding the play and getting 6th place, which I think that ship has now completely sailed and left the harbor. The Kings' offense has been struggling significantly over the past handful of weeks. Now, their defense had gotten better until these last 2 games against the Warriors last night and the Knicks earlier this week. But defensively, they've had improvements, but offensively, they haven't been playing good enough. Now, of course, Domantas Sabonis being out has an impact on that. But if you know you're struggling offensively and you know you're playing in a game that has some very significant playoff implications, every game does from here on out, for you to only take 6 shots in a game is absolutely inexcusable. Plus, you turn the ball over 5 times. I understand, because Doug Christie has talked about this before, LaVine is trying to be a good teammate, and he's trying to fit in and trying to get his teammates involved and not be a guy that just chucks 30 shots and says, everybody deal with it, I'm Zach freaking LaVine. But, you're not a facilitator, first and foremost. Your best ability is your ability to score. And when you're playing for a team that's staring at another 9th seed and then play and exit in the face, the Kings need your best, not the facilitating aspect of what Zach LaVine can do. So I thought last night's performance, only taking 6 shots, was absolutely inexcusable, especially with how efficient that he was. And I know Jimmy Butler's a good defender, but he ain't that good. You can find a way to shoot a little bit more than just 6 times bare minimum. But in the grand scheme of things, LaVine just came off of a stretch where he shot over 60% from 3-point range on a high volume over the course of 2 weeks. Now, the Kings were winning a lot of games during that time, but if the recipe for Sacramento to win basketball games is for LaVine to shoot 60% for the rest of the season, that's probably not very sustainable. So, I mean, I was adamantly against the Mike Brown firing. I was adamantly against trading De'Aaron Fox during the season when you pretty much were handcuffed into only being able to do so many things. And I'm not a believer in where this team is at. I don't know what their direction is. I have no idea what the vision is. And at this point, I talked about it on the Locked on Kings podcast last night. At this point, the best case scenario for the Kings really isn't even good anymore. You make it to the playoffs through the play-in, and then you get swept by OKC. Okay, how good do you really feel about that?
Well, you got to get there. First of all, and the problem is in trading De'Aaron, you don't have a pure point guard on the team. Malik Monk's a good player. He's not a point guard. He had 25 assists last night. DeMar DeRozan led. So even though Zach was 5 of 6 from the floor and made all 4 of his threes, the ball's not going to the right spot. They need direction from the point guard position. And then, they gave up 130 points. And I know they were tilting their defense to stop Steph, but the Warriors got wherever they wanted around that, which leads to Doug. And I like Doug. I don't know why they fired Mike, but we're hearing all kinds of things. But what do you think the future is with this impetuous owner who he fired Michael Malone, years ago, very early in a year. He just moves on from coaches. So it is what it is. They're 33 and 32. Phoenix keeps losing. You may wind up in the play-in, but if they don't get out of the play-in or don't even make it, or you're talking about a scenario where you walk the plank against Oklahoma City, what is the future? Does he give the job to Doug Christie next year, or are they looking for their next head coach?
Well, Papa, here's the thing. Like, the Kings are setting themselves up to repeat a bad part of their history under this ownership tenure, right? Because I'm of the belief personally that this front office has run its course. Like, I don't think they deserve to keep their jobs after they have completely fumbled what was one of the best stories in the league and a fast rising team. It's just completely fallen apart over the last year and a half to nearly 2 years now. Like, I believe it's in the best interest of the organization to move on from this front office. You fired your coach, you traded your star, just complete the full reset and bring in a new front office here. But Doug Christie is such an interesting element of this entire thing because Doug has, for the most part, I think, done a pretty good job given the circumstances. He's also extremely popular here in Sacramento for obvious reasons, his time as a player. But if you decide to move on from your front office, you either have to move on from Doug Christie and allow your new front office to hire the coach of their choice, or for the third time in the Vivek Ranadive era, which I believe is 13 years, you will have hired a coach before a front office. They did it with Mike Malone. Vivek Ranadive's first move as an owner was to hire Mike Malone. Then he hired Pete D'Alessandro as a general manager. We saw how that played out. When Monty McNair, the current Kings GM, first came in, he had Luke Walton. He recommitted to Luke Walton, fired him a couple months later, and then, like a month into the season, really. And then you just committed to Mike Brown, and 30-something games into the regular season, you fired Mike Brown after giving him a multi-year contract extension. So you're staring at continuing this pattern that clearly doesn't work in the face. And unfortunately, that works against Doug in this case, who might be doing a good job and might be doing well enough to earn a head coaching job. But if you're going to move on and restart and reset this front office, which, again, I believe needs to happen, I don't think it's a good idea to force Doug or force anything on this new group who should be coming in with the expectation that they're going to need a couple of years just to clean up this mess.
Matt, do you have a sense on Sabonis's connection with Doug Christie and whether keeping him around versus hiring a new front office and maybe moving on from Doug Christie would impact Sabonis and his desire to stay in Sacramento?
It's the biggest factor, in my opinion. Doug Christie and Domantas Sabonis are extremely close, right? Doug was Sabonis' developmental coach over the last couple of years. Doug was the guy that went with Sabonis during the offseason for all of his workouts. Doug went down with Sabonis to Southern California, to USC, and was there when DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis met for some workouts during the offseason after DeRozan was first signed, right? Like, Doug and Sabonis are extremely, extremely close, and very similar to how De'Aaron Fox tied his future with the organization directly to Mike Brown and not wanting to play for any other head coach again. I think there's reason to believe that if the Kings decide to move in another direction and part ways from Doug Christie, because I have a hard time believing you're going to give Doug this opportunity, decide not to give him the job, but then ask him to remain on whatever new coach's staff to some capacity. I just don't see that working out very well or going very well. I have to believe that now we're hearing these reports from Sam Amick of The Athletic that Sabonis wants to have a conversation with this organization, the direction of this organization in the future. Doug Christie is absolutely a massive part of that conversation. And it sounds very familiar to the conversations that De'Aaron Fox just had. And he was made the villain on his exit from Sacramento because he did not like the direction that this organization, who has a very bad history of mishandling situations, he did not like the direction that they were going in, so he didn't want to sign the prime years of his career to Sacramento. The difference is, though, Sabonis has signed a deal, and it's a $40+ million per year deal. That's not an easy contract to move.
All right, let's go from one crazy owner to another. The Athletics, and I'm checking out your post here on MLB 25, MLB The Show 25, which Renell Brooks Moon, by the way, is going to be the PA announcer. Sutter Health Park is going to be the place to be. Whether it's an A's game one night or the next night, they go on a road trip. It's the River Cats there. But I'm looking at the picture of the outfield there. No Tower Bridge at all from MLB The Show. What's going on there, Matt?
Apparently, someone told me that, like, if you go into, like, a replay in the video game, you can turn the camera to see it slightly in the background. But, I mean, MLB The Show, the video game, did the bare minimum on making a minor league ballpark that the A's are going to call home for the next 3 years. But I can promise you, in Sacramento, there's a lot more happening than the bare minimum. I mean, West Sacramento is exploding. So many businesses going in. They're building new bars, new areas to hang out around the ballpark over the next 3, maybe 4 years. That the A's will be here in Sacramento. There is a massive buzz in this city, a massive buzz in West Sacramento for the A's coming. A lot of excitement, a lot of optimism, maybe giving Kings fans a little bit of relief from this season, knowing that there's something exciting around the corner. So it's definitely an exciting time for baseball in Sacramento. I think the A's are going to be very pleased with, at the very least, the fan support and the turnouts and the excitement in the city. But everything else, I'm sure it's going to be a continued circus, which is nothing new for Mr. Fisher.
Well, Matt, as the flagship of the Giants, I know that sometimes the listeners get a little cranky when we reference other baseball teams, but I'm very fascinated from your standpoint of being so connected to the city of Sacramento, and I'm from not too far from there myself. You know, there's a lot of Giants fans up there. Is the A's moving to play at Sutter Health Park kind of impacting the ratio of Giants fans to A's fans? Like, do you get the sense that any people are kind of swaying or jumping ship, or they're standing strong in one versus the other, or maybe they're embracing both? Like, I don't know if you've gotten a sense, as we're still kind of in the stages of spring training, but how has that impacted the Giants fan base up in Sacramento so far?
Well, I will say this, and no disrespect to your Giants fan listeners, and I know, Papa, you know this. Sacramento's OG A's territory, right? I grew up with the Sacramento River Cats being the AAA affiliate of the A's for a very long time, to where if you go to Sutter Health Park, there's a staircase behind home plate to get up to, like, the suite levels and everything like that. And on the wall are all the River Cats framed jerseys of all these different legends that have come through Sutter Health Park, once Rayleigh Field, as part of the River Cats. And there's just, I mean, from Zito to there's just name after name after name of A's legends that have come through Sutter Health Park. But yes, I believe Sacramento's a Giants town. I think it's very clear that it's a Giants town. I can tell you one thing: when the Giants come to town to play the A's on 4th of July weekend, it's going to be a party for sure at Sutter Health Park. That is not going to be an easy ticket to get. Look, I expect a lot of orange and black at the ballpark on a daily basis. In fact, I'm going to be working on a story for ABC 10 here in the near future, just talking to Giants fans who are balancing their love of the Giants with the wanting to support Major League Baseball in their home city in Sacramento. And I think that's pretty much the rallying cry for everybody, because you're going to see people with Yankees hats at the ballpark. You're going to see just general baseball fans going to Sutter Health Park more and more and more. And I believe they are going to do it to represent the city. Like, this is an opportunity for the city. The A's are the team that's playing here, and there will be plenty of A's fans going. But to me, this is all about the opportunity for the city to send a message to Major League Baseball, send a message to the world that this is absolutely a Major League sports town. The Sacramento Kings have been here for a long time. Sacramento has proven their love and support of that organization over the years. But, hey, two major league sports in Sacramento, yeah, that's very possible. It's not just a cow town. So I don't think the A's being here is impacting Giants fandom really at all. In fact, I know a lot of Giants fans are going to be really excited to be able to watch their team come here to Sacramento and not have to drive to the Bay to see the Giants play, although they're going to do that anyway.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Sacramento Rivercats were the A's AAA team for 15 years, and I would go up there once or twice every summer. I still do. I love that ballpark in West Sacramento, and the Giants have moved in, in the last few years. My question is just the volume of games there. How many baseball games are going to be played at Sutter Health Park this year? And I have heard the Giants are a bit concerned. Like Bryce Eldridge, they want to send him and have him play in that field, or maybe send him to Double-A Richmond. Just how are they going to deal with the playing surface there, playing all these games? I mean, you're going to have a game there virtually every single day, aren't they?
Oh, pretty much. I apologize. I don't remember the exact number off of my head. I know it's between 150 and 160 games. Like it's going to be right? Unbelievable, the amount of games and amount of baseball that's going to be at Sutter Health Park. And what I'm interested in seeing is like, what's the drop off? Because on an average A's game day, or mostly game nights, because they're going to try to avoid the heat as much as possible, that ballpark's going to be, in my opinion, pretty much packed on a nightly basis. Again, not because the A's suddenly have a massive fan base here in Sacramento, but because the city wants to send a message. What's the drop-off going to be like when the A's finish up a series against the Mariners on a Thursday, and then Friday for a weekend series, the Rivercats take on the who knows, right? Like I'm interested to see how that drop-off is. I'll say this. They're making incredible improvements to Sutter Health Park that won't make it necessarily a major league ballpark. It's funny, I was at Chase Center last night and we're driving past Oracle Park on our way home, and I look up at that and I'm like, yeah, okay, there's a drastic difference between a ballpark like this and what the Sacramento what the A's are building or trying to do at Sutter Health Park in Sacramento. But there will be improvements. I think overall the energy and the look around the stadium is in the new clubhouses, the new facilities and everything like that are going to be pretty beneficial for everybody, Rivercats and minor league teams included. So I guess that's the optimistic way of looking at it.
Can't wait to follow all the baseball drama as well as the end of the basketball season. And Matt, really appreciate your time on a busy work day for you coming by to spend some time with us. So keep doing your thing at ABC 10 in Sac. Tell my buddy Kevin what's up, because one of my favorite dudes, and we'll talk again soon.
I will tell Kevin you said hello, and guys, anytime you need me, I'm happy to come on. Love the show.
Appreciate it, Matt.
Brother. Thank you, Matt.
He is Matt George, ABC 10 of Sacramento. On the other side, let's wrap up the show, and I see Jeff in Castro Valley who wants to get a word in. We're here for the people. We'll take your call, 415-808-5627. It is Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After yet another victory in the Jimmy Butler era for the Golden State Warriors, are you starting to believe? Well, Murph and Marcus this morning had Frank Isola on the show, and he declared that he believes that the Warriors are title contenders. What say you, Dub Nation? Go ahead and chime in on the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-5627. That's 415-808-KNBR to join the conversation.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Look at Walter coming in with the beats to close it down on a Friday. Papa and Silver, 19 hours and 55 minutes down, 5 minutes to go on the week. I promised Jeff in Castro Valley out on the phone lines that we would get his thoughts, and he wants to chime in on Steph Curry, which, of course, is the story of the day. So, Jeff, you're with the Gregs live on The Sports Leader. What is happening, my friend? Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday, guys. Thank you so much for having me. I love the show. As a limousine chauffeur, I drive every day, and I'm always listening to the shows on KNBR. So I love what you guys do. Just wanted to say, yesterday, Steph Curry continues to amaze and inspire. I lived over in Europe for 30 years, most of it in Norway, where my cousin Erling Haaland is from, and he plays soccer. I know some of the guys have talked about that before, but Steph Curry is just an amazing, all-encompassing athlete that just continues to inspire. And I was just so amazed that he got 4,000, and I probably won't be amazed when he gets 5.
Wait, so Erling Haaland is your cousin?
Yeah, that's my 5th cousin. My mother's maiden name is Holland, and we are from Norway. Great-grandmother came over about 119 years ago.
The more you know. Well, that's awesome. Hey, appreciate the call and appreciate your support of the show as well. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And it was a night of milestones for sure. Can he get to 5,000? I want to say yes. Can he get to 6,000? We'll see how long he plays. But, hey, it's not a record set. It's just another reminder that with the team now winning, Steph Curry continues to reach great heights at the age of now 37 years old.
Yeah, and Mike Breen will be on the call. It's an ABC Saturday Night Showcase, so we do want to hear a bang, bang. How many bangs is Mike going to give us tomorrow night with Steph? So he's not going to get to 5,000 threes tomorrow night. Maybe he gets to 410 or something. We'll see. But Steve Kerr, they win the game tomorrow night. He's going to pass Mr. Warrior. Guy was with this franchise for over 60 years. The great Alvin Adels. And get to career win number 558. And Al needed over 1,000 games, 1,075 to get there, won 52%. Steve is going to do it if he does it tomorrow night. 558 will be in game number 860. And he's won 99 playoff games. And a lot of reminiscing about the Warriors drafting Steph Curry. And we had Larry Riley on today. Don Nelson was for a while until Pop passed him the winningest coach in the history of the NBA, and Nelly won 422 games as the Warrior coach. So Al is number 1 with Steve right now. Steve wins tomorrow night. He goes 1, Al 2, and then Nelly will be number 3. So think of the great coaching. Do want to give a shout-out to our girl, Kaden Korst, who we met before the season even started, watching World Series games. She is at 23 years of age, the first-year head coach of the girls' basketball team, Marin Catholic. They advanced all the way to the state championship game, and they're going to play coming up in 2 hours at Golden One Center. Marin Catholic is the 3rd seed in Northern California. They've not won the championship since 2002, and they're going to take it home. So bring it home, Caden. And if she wins this game, either way, we're going to have her on Monday. Had a chance to meet her. Amazing young. She's 23 years of age. And Steve was pretty good as a rookie head coach to a championship the whole way, but didn't do it at age 23. So Marin Catholic girls, take it home. Good luck to Reardon High. Good luck at Golden One Center. And Caden, get a win. 10 feet high. The rim is the same as always. Same ball, same game. Just shoot it in the basket and get that title.
Hey, congratulations again to Caden. Keep going. Selection Sunday coming up this weekend. I'm going to see if my Gauchos can get 2 more wins and end up in March Madness, but they play a 28-4 UC San Diego squad, so going to be a tough out. I want to thank our guests today, of course. That is Chris Rose, Larry Riley, Matt Mayoko, Sam Amick, Matt George. Thank you to Walter. Thank you to you, Greg Papa. Together, we are just a group of gladiators, and we'll catch up with you on Monday. Derek Papa, Tim Webb, Adam Copeland.
Happy Pie Day, boys.
Taking it away on Pie Day.
Beer and eat a little pie, gladiator.
St. Patrick's Day weekend. Everybody, Be safe out there. I'll catch up with you Monday. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. The greatest show in America returns to your airwaves right here on the Sports Leader. And I'd say we have a pretty damn good show for you today.
Oh, it's a jam-packed show on a pie day.
On a pie.
Not a Friday, Copes. A pie day.
You know what's funny?
A tasty pie day.
Have you had any pie today?
I have not had any pie today.
I guess technically I did have pie today because it was after midnight. But my, dude, shout out my landlord, Ron. How about when a guy just hits you? And
with some pie?
He says, hey, you want a slice of pie?
Oh, yeah.
He's done this once before.
How neighborly.
Like his girlfriend, he lives above me, and his girlfriend makes pie, or her sister does something like that. And
for a living?
I don't know, but like for events or something. They're an older couple.
She's a pie maker.
So he asked me if I want pie a couple of weeks back, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll have a slice. And so he drops it out.
What kind of pie?
A little dude, it was like a mixed berry pie. It was unbelievable, because everybody knows the best part about a pie. It's got to have good innards, of course, but the crust is
the crust, the crumbly bits on top?
Dude, the buttery. Oh, dude, it was so good. So he hits me the other day, yesterday in the afternoon, like during the show when we were out at Harmonic, and he says, hey, do you want a slice of pie? And I was like, yeah, sure. And he said, I got a big slice for you. Dude, it wasn't a big slice. It was like half of a pie. I'll show you the size of this.
It's not a slice.
It was, bro, you know when pie is good is I put it on my counter last night, and then it was like after midnight. I was like, I'm just going to have a little piece of this. Dude, I was like standing over it in my kitchen just eating cold pie. It was that good. And this one is like an apple mixed berry pie.
That sounds tasty.
It's like pink and red on the inside, but it's all apples in there.
Yeah,
It's fantastic.
Is that your favorite type of pie?
I think apple pie, like a Dutch apple pie with the crumble on top, is probably my favorite kind of pie.
I do like a good chocolate pie.
Like a chocolate cream pie?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's a little bit. There's like to me, I'm thinking more like fruit-based pie, but yeah, like you go to a pie place, they always have like a cheesecake, and I'm like, it's a cake.
Yeah, you know, I was about to say cheesecake is probably like a good, like one of my favorite pies, but I'm thinking about it loud. Like cheesecake is not a pie.
It's like banana cream pie. I like that. I'll get down with the banana cream, like at Nations.
Now answer me this: have you ever seen a pie cooling on a windowsill and thought I can get in on that? Such a cartoony thing, but I've always wanted to do that.
No, I'm not like a cat who walks on its back two legs.
No, but like you're being mischievous. You're like, ooh, nice piece of pie, and then some lady's like, come back with my pie.
And they can always smell it. Like you can see the line of the scent through the air.
I always wanted to live in a cartoon, is what I'm saying.
Different kind of pie than Papa was talking about.
Good Lord,
this guy's out of his mind. This guy's
and I thought I said some things on the radio.
There's all different kinds of pie, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, do we have that?
Do we have that sound? Okay. Do we have that sound from Papa earlier?
He's grabbing.
Grab that, dude.
That's one hell of an open. Like, hey, Steph Curry, 4,000 threes. I like pie.
Happy Pie Day. What's your favorite pie? Apple pie, pumpkin pie, pizza pie. I am a gladiator, so I go with a different kind of pie. But Jonathan, the youngest guy on the team, seems like he's been forever.
Good question. I'm going to fact check that right now.
I'll do that right now. I'm on a roll. Can't stop it. Thinking about other forms of pie, by the way. Anyway.
I love Craig Silver.
I'll fact check that.
I'm not laughing at all.
Yeah, why don't you fact check that? I'm on a roll. I'm thinking about other kinds of pie. I was like, what the hell are you talking about?
Good Lord.
This guy.
Oh, God.
Quit staying gross stuff for a second, would you?
Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's my father. Gross.
More uncomfortable talking about that or like your mom's potential rendezvous with...
With you?
No, with Zach Wilson.
For being a creepy old man.
Now, apologize, you running bastard.
It's an actual line from Dirty Work.
Yes.
That's pretty good. I don't know. I mean, that was kind of came out of left field
with that one. I don't think any of us on Pi Day.
I don't think anything's out of left field with my pops.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? You're probably right. You're probably right.
Yeah.
Made me laugh though.
Yeah,
it was pretty funny.
It was good. It was a good chuckle on a Friday. So we had a good time in the game last night.
Yeah, we did. Also, as I mentioned earlier, great jam-packed show for you today on a Pi Day.
Oh, yes.
Marcus Thompson at 2:50 today.
Hey now,
best sports writer in the country. He joins the greatest show in America at 2:50. We'll talk to him about Steph last night. At 4:15, we're going to catch up with our guy Krug.
Yeah, little weird times today, but
flip some stuff around. Yeah. So Krug's going to come up at 4:15 today. How about this? Herm Edwards at 4:50 talking some football.
You play to win the game.
Doesn't he strike you as a dirty work kind of guy? He seems like the kind of guy who would be a fit on dirty work.
Yeah, it depends on the jokes, though. Because if you remember when Herm Edwards was introduced as Arizona State head coach, there was some guy from the Devil's Digest, and he was like, "Whoa, Devils! Hey, I'm a Christian. I don't get down with devils." He's like, "Dude,
you're coaching the Sun Devils. What the hell are you talking about?"
He's like, "I don't listen to that stuff. I'm just talking about I coach ASU, Arizona State. I don't coach no Devils."
Sounds like Bernie Mac when he sits on that news show in Head of State, and the guy's like, "What are you going to do about NATO?" And he's like, "I don't know NATO." He goes, "What?" He goes, "No, you're going to be the vice president of the United States. You're the nominee." He goes, "You know NATO Jacobs?" "I've never met the gentleman." So, "Yeah, I don't talk about NATO."
I never met the gentleman.
He goes, "Yeah, you don't know NATO. I don't know NATO. I don't talk about people behind their back." It's kind of how Herm was. He was like, "Yeah, I don't talk about no Sun Devils. I coach ASU. I don't know nothing about no Devils." Anyway, he's going to join us at 4:50. 5:30, Adam Kaplan. Talk to him about what's going on free agent wise.
Not to be confused with Adam Copeland.
No, or the Rated R superstar. Guys over here hawking my name, dude.
Yeah,
using my name, which was always fine. I mean, I'm younger, that's fine. But as Tim said yesterday, why like in
Office
Space, why do I have to change my name because that guy stinks? And I don't even think he stinks, but I don't like now that he's using the name Cope and they're putting it on merchandise.
Well, maybe we should get him on the show and talk about this dilemma.
Would he come on, you think?
If I told him, "Hey, Adam Copeland, you want to talk to Adam Copeland?"
Now, being that we are dirty work, we should probably go through like Baby Huey, see if he can get him for us.
Yeah, Baby Huey's got like Huey would probably hook it up.
Yeah, he'd probably text with him normally, like regularly.
Well, you know what?
He knows all these wrestlers. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like we would tell him the name of the show because obviously your name is the same as his. But you notice this? I was going through the little pamphlet or the booklet thing for the Giants' upcoming season.
Yeah,
and it lists all the shows. You got Murph and Marcus. The Gregs.
Yeah.
It says Copes and D Pop.
Dude, this is becoming a gripe of mine, too. And
the name of the show is Dirty Work, people.
As you know, the listeners, it must be Dirty Work because the name of the group of the listeners who are diehard Dirty Work fans are the Filth. Like, they're a part of this, and they should know this.
Are we going with Filth or Pigpen?
We can call them whatever we want. Okay. We can go with numerous names. We can have a bunch of different nicknames. It's like a Joey Chestnut intro. You know what I mean? Whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, Shaq's got 5. We can have a bunch.
We can have as many as we want. Dude, Muhammad Ali-like. You know what I mean? You can have as many nicknames as Babe Ruth-esque, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Anyway, I forgot even what I was talking about. Went off on a tangent on.
Well, the people not calling the show. Work.
Yeah, so this happened too. Like we're putting out all those Giant schedules.
Yeah.
Like we got those schedules coming out. They put all like the KNBR pocket schedules for the Giant season. We saw like a stack sitting on Mike Culler's desk. They got like Copes and D Pop listed on there. It doesn't say Dirty Work. And then I went on a show last week with Myron Medcalf on an ESPN show after the Warriors played last Thursday or something like that, national show. And they introduced me as Adam Copeland from KNBR in San Francisco, host of the Copes and D Pop show. I'm not having this, boys. I'm not liking Dirty Work's name being tainted.
Yeah, if we could be honest, the Copes and D Pop part of it, like I just gave myself a stupid name because I don't want Copes and Papa just sounds too close to Copes and Greg Papa.
You don't have to love the name Dirty Work, but respect that that's the name of the show. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
Other podcasts, other radio shows have dumb names. Respect our dumb names.
Why not just change the name of a team that's coming into play? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We got to get that's their team name.
And the closest we've ever gotten is calling them the Magicians. We stole that from Tom. So
yeah, it's pretty good. The Magicians. I do like that one. And I feel like maybe Tom even got it from Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr calls them the Magicians too.
It's an old friend thing.
Sort of like Tom calling the Lightning the Ning. I like that one. We started doing it with the Manders. We got our own now.
Yeah, but that'd be like calling our show The Work.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
That's not what it is. That's not what it is. Anyway,
down with the D.
Marcus Thompson, Larry Kruger, Herm Edwards, Adam Kaplan, all joining us today. And then Diners Nightly with Larry tonight at 6 o'clock. He's going to review Bennigan's, is what Tim says.
Bennigan's.
All right, yeah, we did go out to the Warrior game last night after we were at Harmonic.
Fun time.
Me, you, and Marcus hung out.
Yep.
It's funny, we were talking before about how 4,000 threes to us didn't really mean much. We were talking to a guy who came by after the show, who was a listener, part of the Filth, presumably. Mm-hmm. And I asked him, "You hyped for the 4,000 threes?" And he's like, "Yeah, dude, it's gonna be cool to see that." And you and I were both like, he's already far and away, and they announced it when he made the three. They're like, he's more than 900 three-pointers away from the next person in line, which is James Harden. But to me, it's like he didn't pass anybody. It's just a milestone achievement. But we do like nice round numbers.
I mean,
in sports, like you like to hit 500 career home runs. You want to hit 300 in baseball. Like round numbers in sports mean something.
Yeah.
Like it's cooler to have a round number.
It's good to have a milestone. You would know this. It's more in baseball when people hit certain numbers that becomes a big deal.
Sure.
But I would say, like, going into it, I didn't even know about this until the other night when Bob Fitzgerald was bringing it up. And I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. But then I was kind of in the back of my mind like, I mean, cool, it's 4,000. Like, we've seen Steph already be the record holder for quite some time. And then when Marcus Thompson went out with the morning show, I was like, yes, I agree with you. Why are we doing this? But then last night, I'm not going to, lie or anything. Sitting with you and Marcus and watching the game, I was like, that was pretty cool to see.
It was pretty cool to see when he hit the first one because the crowd reaction was there. Everybody in the building knew what was going on. When he left the floor and then came back on, it was kind of cool. Yep. Kuminga got a nice ovation.
He did.
Really nice ovation when he went on the floor. He played pretty well. We'll talk more
in the video tribute. Andres giving him the shout out from
pretty funny,
from the first.
What's up, Steph?
Yeah,
remember me?
Yeah, he gave him the assist on his first three.
Yeah,
I mean they did a video tribute for all the current players right now. It was nice. It was a nice thing to do at home.
It was well done. They didn't have to stop the game for it. Steph, it was cool to have the camera on Steph while he sat there and looked up at it and watched the video.
And I don't think he's stopping anytime soon, and I would not be surprised if he gets to 5 or 6.
6? 2,000 more?
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap.
Dude.
How long is that going to take?
Well, happy birthday, Steph Curry. He just turned 37 today, and the man's not slowing down.
I wonder if Steph has a birthday pie instead of a cake. We've got to get Brandon Payne on and talk about how much wind he has to blow out those 37 candles. That's what dirty work does, man. We got to riff. We got to riff. We got to yank some chains. We'll talk more about this one. Derek and I were out there last night with Marcus watching the Steph Curry milestone of 4,000 three-pointers. And it's funny, I joke with you like, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's cool that he's getting there, blah, 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 but it's not going to be the last one. And then I said when we were there, we'll tell people down the line. I was there for 4,000.
I was there for that night.
For 4,000.
I was there for that night. It's a cool thing. Real quick before you get to the guest list and the giveaway, we have a big announcement at the end of the show today, everybody.
Do we?
Big announcement.
I don't know if I know what this is.
Stay tuned.
Big announcement at the end of the show.
Yes. An old friend might be coming by.
That'll keep him.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you.
Not going to tell you what it is.
Dirty work on a Friday, but stay tuned. Stay tuned for the end of the show in 4 hours. You're going to want to hear it.
Oh, yeah.
Big announcement on a Friday night.
Rip the knob off, people.
That's always where they have us announce big news Friday night.
3 hours and 47 minutes away, boys.
5:55 on a Friday evening is definitely where they want us to announce that.
That'll keep the audience. on a St. Patrick's Day weekend, just tune into your radio.
We're really plugging away at that. We are, by the way, one more time today, going to give away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival. And by the way, stay tuned not just for the end of the show, but for next week. Wait till you hear next week's giveaway. It's one of the best you'll ever get. Anyway, this week we are still giving away Aftershock 4-day passes. It's going down at Discovery Park in Sacramento, October 2nd to October 5th of this year. Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. Furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tickets are on sale at AftershockFestival.com. Bands are going to include Blink-182, Deftones, Korn, Taking Back Sunday, Good Charlotte, A Perfect Circle, Rob Zombie, and more. Limp Bizkit is coming to town, though. I'll tell you about that later. What's the cue to call, Tim? Love that part. They still do it. I saw them live last year. Like last summer or whatever over at Chase.
What, play Damn It?
Play Take Your Pants Off.
Take your pants off.
Oh.
Take Your Pants Off. If you hear that.
I didn't hear that part.
Hear that between 3 and 6.
You guys on the YouTube chat doing that right now.
415-896-KNBR, and you will win the tickets if you're caller 10. Again, tickets are on sale at AftershockFestival.com. What did I tell everybody yesterday about last night's game? I'm tired of this. The Kings are going to be a problem for the... Now, I was like, I know this is a tough 4-game stretch, but I said, not happening. Warriors got sloppy after they were up 20 and hung 60 points.
A little too sloppy.
In the first half. Steph made 1 3-pointer in the first, and they put up 60+. They were not going to be a problem. They played sloppy, and the Kings got back into the game because they shot fairly well after the second quarter. But basically, everybody on the Warriors, with the exception of Steph and Jimmy, had a big offensive night, including Draymond Green. Look, as I said yesterday, with respect to the Kings and the Kings fans, but this is big boy basketball now. Warriors are title hunting. The Warriors are going for a Western Conference playoff appearance, a Western Conference Finals playoff appearance with an opportunity to play for Steph Curry and Draymond's 5th title. That's where they are. They're not dancing with a 10 seed. I know everyone's like, well, they're coming if they win. Nah, this is a different ball game now. And teams with experience and teams with killers like Steph and Jimmy and Draymond know how to win these games. They're now 13-2 since they traded for Jimmy Butler, 11 straight with him on the floor. And Jonathan Kuminga came back and looked pretty damn good last night.
He did.
They didn't even have Brandon Podziemski. We'll talk more about this one.
I was way off on my Kuminga.
As the Warriors keep on rolling and way over on the Kuminga minutes. It's a Friday. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it rolls on the Sports Leader.
Now.
The Warriors continue to string wins together after an impressive 130-104 victory over the Sacramento Kings. Cope called this whooping early. Of note, Jonathan Kuminga scored 18 points in an impressive 20 minutes. You hear that? 20 minutes. Wasn't there some sort of bet about that? Anyway, chime in on the KNBR YouTube chat if you'd like to dogpile on bad show wagers.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports.
Sacramento's going to win this game.
You were saying that.
I think they're going to win this game.
Draymond from the corner. That's a pretty good way to start the game. It sure is. 3,999 threes. One more to 4,000. Green is free to fire at three. Another one. Draymond Green has knocked down 4 threes. Give him 19 points. Curry thought about 3. He'll put up a 3. There it is. Number 4,000. A shot for the ages. From a player for the ages. Truly the portrait of an artist. Unbelievable. Kuminga got it and is terminating inside. Green into Kuminga. 6 consecutive wins for the Warriors. They've won 11 of 12. They've won 13 of 15. And with Jimmy Butler playing, they are 13-1. There are not many trades which pay that kind of dividend right off the bat.
If Kuminga comes back and play well, this team could be the second best team in the West. I truly believe that.
Jeez. It's a song. It's a song.
Dirty Work's a big gun show, evidently.
No, it's just Nas made you look.
Made you look.
Has a lot of gunshots.
That sounds like whoa.
It's supposed to symbolize the 3-point shooting. It's
I got you.
Nothing gun related.
I got you. Warriors win 130-104. Steph Curry hits his 4,003 of his career. Only scored 11 points, by the way, and only had 1 3 in the first half, and they put up 60. That's when you look at this team and you're like, damn, they're dangerous.
Dude, this was the best, team win in a while, because obviously Jimmy Butler's been great, Steph Curry's been great, the whole team's been great. But last night was pretty much how they all flow together and how the offense can be even when Steph Curry's not popping. You were saying that they were sloppy at times before halftime. It definitely got that way, where they were up 60 to 40 at one point.
61-41 or something like that, yeah.
And then they got sloppy. They definitely got sloppy. But then the threes started getting poppy.
Okay. All right. Enough of that. We used to gong things like that around here. You know what I mean?
You could definitely gong that.
Yeah, thank you.
Poppy's a little sloppy.
Yeah, Papa's a little sloppy.
Yeah,
What's going on? Anyway, Draymond carried the offense early. I mean, you and I and Marcus were kind of laughing, dude, Draymond's on fire right now.
Dude, 2 threes to start the game?
He made the 2 threes to start the game, and the crowd went nuts. So when he made the first one to open the game, everybody went crazy. And then to the point where when we were walking to where we were going to stand to watch the game, it sounded like
Steph.
We were like, Steph must have made the first 3 because people went nuts when Draymond made the early one, and then he makes another one, and then remember he had a big heat check 3 too. They gave him more space.
And I was like, all right, calm down, Draymond.
But how about the way Gary Payton II's been shooting over the last couple of games?
He's a true 3-and-D player right now.
And they're giving him, they're sagging off of him defensively. They're allowing him to take that shot. And I guess if you're another team and you've got Steph and Jimmy on the floor, that's what you're going to do. You're going to allow guys like GP2 and Draymond to take those shots because on more nights than not, you assume those aren't going to fall.
Well, how many times did guys get open shots and had time to cock it? Like Moses Moody last night was like, all right, I'm open. I got time here.
Quentin Post missed one and made a few where he caught and they just sagged off him and gave him space, but they allowed other people to try to beat him. I don't know if they thought Steph was going to come out gunning, trying to get that record or something, but he wasn't shooting a bunch. He made a couple of really nice passes, a couple of driving kicks.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler had a couple of really nice plays, and we'll talk more about Kuminga, but a couple of times where it looked like moments where he was going to drive and then decided to find a more open man. He did it to Steph a couple of times, found Moody once or twice. They didn't put him on the floor with Jimmy Butler till the second half, but I thought all around, considering Jimmy had 6
points.
6 points. Steph had 11. He was 4 of 9 shooting.
No, I mean, it was refreshing to have a game where Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler weren't the focal points offensively.
Well, it's games like this that allow Steph in moments like the Orlando game where he needs to take over, or the game against the Nets where he's got to score 40 or 45 or 50, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You can't have him do that every night. But when you do this on certain nights and you can take pressure off of him, it allows him on those moments to say, okay, this is a night where I have it and I have to take over. Because you can't ask him to do it every night, and that's effectively what they were doing for 2.5 seasons.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Moses Moody was shooting last night, the way that GP2 was shooting, Quinn Post, Guy Santos. We are the Guy leader, by the way, Guy sports leader. We are a Guy show.
Yeah, we are. We're pro Guy here.
But let me just say that I was incredibly wrong about Jonathan Kuminga and the amount of minutes he was going to play. Played 20 minutes, 18 points.
Mama's wrong again.
Yep, I was wrong. Pop was wrong again.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, he definitely brought something different. And
wrong a lot lately.
Yeah.
Hasn't he, Tim?
Hey, you know what?
Did you agree?
Sometimes going to be right about Deebo Samuel being traded. Sometimes going to be wrong about Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler and a lot of other things.
He's like 0 for his last 6 on Warrior takes and predictions.
I was sitting down at the Richmond Republic having a beer with Nick the photographer and John the dog walker, and they were sitting there, and both of them, big fans of the show, part of the filth, of course.
Yes.
We're saying we were counting down minutes. He got to about 8 minutes in the first quarter and was like, this is
looking
not
bad for
looking
old
great.
D-Pop.
Derek was like, it was funny to watch Derek because there's nothing on the line for this, but we're at the game, and he goes, Kuminga's in the game again? I go, yeah, and I saw him pull his phone out and like look at the box score quick. He's like, it's 9 minutes. This isn't looking good for me. Like he was stressing it. I was like, there's nothing on the line for this. You're just wrong again.
No, I mean, hey, whatever it is with the takes on the show. But look,
I definitely cheered when he got to the 15-minute mark. I was like, woo!
Yeah.
Like nothing was happening in the game at all.
It was a nice victory. It's part of my joy in the Warriors being so good right now is Derek's original take like a month and a half or 2 months ago of like, can't we just enjoy the championships they had? Who cares if they go for another one? They shouldn't get Jimmy Butler. He's going to blow up the locker room. Jonathan Kuminga is going to ruin the team when he comes back.
What voice are you doing for
I don't
me?
know. This is my like Derek if he were a South Park character voice.
Yeah, you're making me sound like who was the old comedian back in the day that is the voiceovers for all the radio spots on Reservoir Dogs? You know what I'm talking about?
No,
Tim knows who I'm talking about.
Very
specific. Very specific.
I know.
You know who I'm talking about.
He has a distinct voice. He's a comedian. He talked like very like. I'll get it later.
Okay. All right.
Just last night, Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, yeah, he definitely brought something different, and he played a little differently. Like, he didn't change things up incredibly, but I will say, like, that's Steph Curry's first three that he makes. Jonathan Kuminga has a chance to go to the rack and slam it down, but instead he dishes it out to Steph Curry. On the three that Steph Curry got to get 4,000 threes, Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga were on the floor together.
Yeah.
It wasn't a lot last night. I wonder if maybe Steve Kerr did that out of necessity because Brandon Podziemski wasn't playing. My whole thing is, yes, I need to give more kudos to Jonathan Kuminga because for whatever reason,
that's one game back.
No, I know, but like I view him as a guy that's getting in the way, and I really need to view him as a guy that could add to this team. But
they're not going to let him get in the way.
That's the thing. Yeah. Like, I agree 100% with what John Dickinson said yesterday. Is there's a certain role that Jonathan Kuminga is going to have on this team, and he needs to accept that. But he is going to bring something more to this team, more bench depth. Something that they're going to have more of a Jimmy Butler when Jimmy Butler's not on the court. So it was refreshing. Like, I love the play last night in the fourth quarter where it was Draymond Green to Steph Curry, back to Draymond, back to Guy Santos, and then to Jonathan Kuminga, who was open. And he dunked it a couple down. He dunked it a couple times in the fourth quarter. No, he brings you something different, and I am interested to see where that goes. But to rely on him as like the superstar that some people think he's going to be, I push back on that. That's my one thing. But I mean, it was good to see that Steph Curry wasn't the focal point last night. Like, as I said before, when he plays the Kings, it's the sisters that get to Steph Curry. And that's what they usually Doug Christie does like a full all-out blitz, two-man coverage on Steph Curry with Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis, everybody else that covers Steph Curry on the Kings. But it was refreshing last night because that was the defensive game plan for the Kings. But then Steph Curry found other guys. And
they knocked down shots.
Yeah, dude.
You're not going to lose a lot of games when you shoot 56%.
The beauty of Kuminga's line is that he took 10 shots, he made 7 of them, and only one of them was a 3, which means he was going to the hoop, which was great. That was fantastic to see that presence that they had. Now, again, no Domantas Sabonis. That kind of changes the calculus a little bit.
Yep.
But the idea that he only took 1 3, they got 3-point shooters on this team. You don't need it to be Kuminga, you know?
Yep, and, 1 assist, I'd like to see that go up a little bit more, but we'll see that happen when he plays with Steph Curry more. But yeah, man, like...
Do you agree with Charles Barkley that they're a top 2 team in the West? Because we've been talking about them talent-wise since they made the Jimmy trade, and at 13-2 since the trade, 13-1 when he plays. as Kevin Harlan said on that clip, there's not many trades that yield dividends like that quickly. And with as far as they've climbed, I mean, they're still only a half game above Minnesota in the 6th seed. But I think talent-wise, what we're talking about is if they're a top 4 talent team, and he's saying, I think Chuck is they're a top 2 talent team potentially if Kuminga is playing at the level that he played even last night, and you get the games out of Steph that you know you're going to get. Like, I can't. It's hard to disagree with him. I think OKC has to be there talent-wise, and they've gotten more healthy, and they've got size and Hardenstein.
They're definitely number 1.
In Holmgren. I think the Lakers are probably in the conversation. But if the Warriors are playing at this level, and we'll see what happens when they play against Denver, the seeding now, as you said yesterday, maybe doesn't even matter. If you're the 6, you don't want to have to play the play-in still. But the seeding may not matter because no matter where they end, they won't truly have been that seed. Because, look, the whole if the season started the day they got Jimmy, it doesn't. It never will. But if it did, they'd be a top 2 team in the Western Conference. You have to believe that. Or a top 3 team.
Yeah, I mean,
this seems more sustainable than the 12-3 start they had.
The more I watch this team, the more I'm believing that there's a possibility that they could upset a Denver team or a Lakers team. Like, yeah, it doesn't really matter what the seeding is, as long as they can go in and Steph Curry is
and you may not even call it an
tested.
upset because they might be a better team. That's my thing. Is I'm like they may not even truly be.
Well, in Vegas terms, I mean, I think if they played, obviously they would be the lower seed if they played a Denver team or most likely.
I wonder if they'd be the underdog in the series.
Maybe.
That's what I'm saying is in Vegas, they wouldn't necessarily be the underdog in the series.
You have to look at the matchup. Like right now, Denver, right now Jokic is having another MVP caliber season. But the biggest flaw with Denver right now is they don't have a lot of bench depth. And that's something that the Warriors have right now. Like I'm with Charles that right now, just based on talent from where they are with their starting 5 and the guys that they have off the bench. I almost said farting.
I'm sorry.
They're farting
what
5.
was that?
So stupid.
They're
What was
farting
that?
5. They're starting 5. The guys that come off the bench, they could be a all-around, very good team that can compete with the likes of Denver and LA. So
you would think, yes, they're a top 2 team, talent-wise in the West. If Kuminga plays at this level, I'm with Jack. I mean, I'm bullish on the Warriors.
Yeah, I think that definitely they could be.
I'm not sweating
I have
the
to
Kings.
see it. Like tomorrow, tomorrow's going to be a true test, and Monday's going to be a real test when they actually play the Denver Nuggets. And if they beat them, then yeah, we could see something happen in the playoffs here.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's a Friday on Dirty Work, the greatest show in America. We're still giving away those Aftershock tickets, so listen up for the cue to call. Marcus Thompson joins us in about 15 minutes at 2:50. Then we'll also catch up later with Larry Krueger at 4:15, Herm Edwards at 4:50, and Adam Kaplan at 5:30, a jam-packed guest show.
Stephen Wright. That was the comedian I was thinking of.
Okay, yeah, Stephen Wright.
You're making me sound like Stephen Wright.
He's the guy on the couch, remember, from Half Baked?
I know Stephen Wright.
Very good. Why don't you just focus on one thing at a time? I'll be fine. The robbery is what's important now.
I don't know him.
And get Funyuns. When we come on back, you said you think Steph could get to 6,000 three-pointers.
Okay, maybe that was a little hyperbolic.
You were like 5 or 6. I'm not going 6. I think 5's absolutely on the table.
Yes.
It's now just a point of longevity, and it's a point of how electric next season could be with a full year of Jimmy Butler. We'll talk more about that. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to text and the number to call. Do you think Steph could get to 5,000, and how long would it take? We'll do that next, only here. Greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
I'm with Charles that right now, just based on talent from where they are with their starting 5,
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now that we've reached 4,000, if he can stay healthy, how far can he take this?
8,000? Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Steve Kerr joked that 8,000's, not too far off the.
I don't think he wants to coach that long, so don't put that pressure on me. Because I like a challenge.
See? It's not crazy.
I like a challenge. It's been 16 years to get to $4,000. I don't think he's.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to 8.
Okay, maybe 6 was a little crazy.
I mean, he's attempted more threes than anybody in the history of the game at 94-41. 9,441 attempted threes, 4,000 made three-pointers.
Yeah.
That's where he's at exactly right now. He's led the league in his 16 seasons in three-pointers made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Last year he made 357. Right now he's at 253. He's broken 300. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What was it, the counting show?
I'm just looking at him like 5 times. I'm just trying to do the math on what it would take, how many seasons it's going to take to get to 5,000. If you think it's going to be that many, we have to talk about the longevity at which you could play.
Right. Yeah, I mean, the whole conversation here, though, is like Steph Curry turns 37 today, and he has a contract for 2 more seasons with the Warriors after this season. Steve Kerr has a contract for 1 more season. We've always heard that they're kind of tied at the hip, at least for Steve Kerr's sake, because Steve says, I'll coach this team as long as Steph Curry's around. I think that Steph's playing at a high level right now that I would believe he's going to play for quite some time. I think recently he just did say that he plans on playing past that contract with the Warriors. So if that's the case, I mean, he's 37. I mean, shoot, we're seeing like Aaron Rodgers want to come back and play quarterback at 42 years old.
Well, I mean, the age at which guys retire, like we have to sort of recalibrate some of that, right? Because of the advancements in medical and training and things that go into allowing these guys to have a healthy and longer career. I mean, Tom Brady played till he was what, like 43?
45,
45?
I think.
Was he that old? I mean, it's incredible.
I think so.
Played till he's like 45 years old. He's out there, but he'd taken care of his body, and they knew how to do it. You couldn't do this 35 years ago.
But at basketball, your body's not taking as much of a toll.
Of course, as much of a beating, right? And I mean, look at LeBron at the level that he's playing.
Yeah.
I mean, taking in the way that in the amount of money that he spends on his body every year.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine Steph the same thing, to be able to play at a high level. The other thing too is because Steph is a jump shooter, because he's a 3-point shooter. It's an old basketball thing, but it used to be like that's the last thing to go. Like even if you're not at the peak of your game and the focal point of the offense, you can still help a team with 3-point shooting. And if you're Steph Curry, why wouldn't you take him?
Dude, I remember Jason Kidd and Vince Carter playing in their 40s being 3-point shooters.
Yeah.
So
Vince Carter's in like the top 15 or the top 10 all-time 3-point shooting now.
So I do believe that just because
I think 5 is attainable. If he's going to play for, I mean, that's like 3 more seasons at 300 a pop. And he can do that.
I see that happening.
I think he can do that. And Marcus
six might be a stretch. Definitely, I think he gets to 5.
Yeah, 6 would be a lot. I mean, I think 5 is on the table because again, 3 years, 4 more years, and around at 250 apiece.
My question
is, average of that, I think you get there if he stays healthy.
My question is, if he does get that last championship, the next 2 seasons here, is it like, all right, I did what I set out to accomplish in my career. Maybe I'll get that record of threes in a game and I'll beat Klay Thompson.
There's not much more I'm playing for. Like a 5th championship will be great, but I'm fulfilled. I want to hang out with my family and do other things outside of basketball.
I think winning is still number one. I think if he can do other things and have a shot at doing what, like the record we talked about with chasing down Clay in 14 threes in a game and maybe going after 400 again in a season. That's what Marcus said last week, that maybe he'd want to do that. And we'll talk to Marcus Thompson about that in about 10 minutes here, just his thoughts on how much longer Steph could play. But if the money's right and if he has a chance to win, or there's still pieces around him that could help a team win, or he can help a team win, I don't think he'd walk away from that. Kind of like Steve Kerr saying, I'm not walking away from Steph. I don't think with the kind of competitor Steph is and with the legacy he's built, that I don't think he's programmed to walk away from an opportunity or a chance to win. And looking around, he and Draymond know what kind of talent you have and what you're capable of. So Joe Lacob, and we'll talk about it more probably next week, had a comment to Tim Kawakami on his podcast a couple weeks ago. I think it was early last week, where he said, our next 15 years, we plan to be as competitive. They think that after this era of guys is over, that we're gonna fall by the wayside. He said, that is not my plan. We plan to be as successful over the next 15 as we were over the last 15, and that's what we're going to do, whether that means overpaying or paying. If we have to spend money to make money or spend money to be successful, that's what we're going to do within the restrictions or the restraints of the rules.
That's a nice thought.
That's a comment. It's a great thought. But to this point, he's put his money where his mouth was every single time. I was complaining about it near the trade deadline. I said, if that's what you plan to do, then go do it. And they've done it. They went and they got Jimmy, and it was the right move.
But they've been able to do it because of Steph Curry.
Right.
And I think that takes a huge hit once he's gone.
Right, and it's why I think that Joe Lacob is not going to allow the next era to take a decade to find success. I think I'm not saying that that's going to be a positive thing. This is what we've seen with owners getting too involved. But what we talk about with how much you might want Giannis, you talk about with
of course,
what kind of players he may try to go attain or
that's what the Lakers are doing right now by passing the torch from LeBron to Luka.
I imagine he's going to look at something like that at some point.
Of course he will, but I will say this: like as much as we kind of do the impression of Joe Lacob, he is a great owner, and we love that he's aggressive where other owners are not.
He's the best owner in the Bay Area.
Let's not get it twisted. Let's not get it twisted. The Warriors are the Warriors because of Steph Curry.
Without question,
they are valued at $8 billion because of Steph Curry.
Without question.
Have the Chase Center because of Steph Curry. And I think that Joe Lacob will be aggressive when we're in the post-Steph Curry era, but that will take a hit, as much as Kobe Bryant leaving the Lakers took a hit for their franchise.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's going to be easy. No, I'm not saying that the players that are going to do that are here right now. But we just saw, to your point, what happened with Luka. I'm just saying, when you have an owner who's that determined and an owner who's like, we're not going to let this happen, that we're not going – the Cavs have lost LeBron twice, and the Pelicans still haven't been able to find success with all the picks that they've had. Joe Lacob's not going to do that, is my point. That's not how he operates.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And so I'm saying I'd rather have a guy with that mindset, even though Steph Curry's the reason for all of it, than a guy who has the other mindset.
So we talked a lot about
a guy like the Pelicans or a team that's continually rebuilding.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about last season. Steve Kerr did not have a contract, and he got one, I think, during the All-Star break. And he's got two more seasons, including this one. So he's got one more. We've always heard that Steve will stay as long with Steph Curry, as long as Steph Curry is playing on the Golden State Warriors. Do you think that Steve would stay on longer if Steph keeps playing? Like that's the one thing I keep hearing, and I do wonder if Steve, after a while, just I'm kind of tired. Like I enjoyed coaching. I did it for 10 seasons now.
I don't know. I'm not really thinking about that at all. Like with the way things are going now, I know Steve's a competitor too. Like I don't know. I think when you're this late into these contracts and you're this late into these careers, it's kind of a season by season or a contract by contract thing. I really don't know. I don't think much about it.
It crossed my mind because
I don't really care that much.
No. I know, but it crossed my mind last night because Steve Kerr tied Al Attles for.
I couldn't believe it took that long for most wins as a Warrior coach. I was like, damn, it's been. That many like 60-win seasons to get to this number.
I know, and then the next one he gets will make him the all-time winningest coach for the Golden State Warriors. And I just wonder if he's rejuvenated now. Like the reason I'm asking this is because it's night and day with where we were from Steph Curry earlier this season saying, I don't know how the hell we get better, to now putting up 56 points and having great performances and everything like that again. Where he's like, we'll play it later, but like Shams Charania talked about their birthday party last night and Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler partying till the early night. They sent
the early morning. You mean?
Yeah, early morning, or maybe it's early night for Steph Curry. But they're all having fun again. Like it's a different vibe than what it was.
Yeah, winning's fun
with Kevin, but even with Kevin Durant, like at times I think it was tumultuous. I think this is different.
It was also a different time in their careers and their championship building era. Like it was just a different time. They brought in a guy after they lost and were 73-9, who they beat. He dealt with a whole bunch of other stuff from around the league that had nothing to do with the Warriors in terms of the hatred for him because he came here. It was a completely different era. So yeah, it's different. And they're having fun, but I don't know that has any. Again, it's season to season when you're this late and you're signing 2-year contracts or 1-year extensions. Like all of these guys, I've told you, I'm not projecting anything beyond next season. The Jimmy Butler acquisition, in my mind, was to win a title this year or to win a title next year. That third year, it's too hard in sports to predict out and project out where players are, what the health of players are, the happiness of those players. Have they moved from Kuminga? Do things get tight financially? Do they end up hitting a wall again? And when you're 39. At that point for Steph, or 40, like things change. So, again, I can't project that far out. I don't think or look that far out. I'm looking at this year and I'm looking at next year. And right now, I think they're a top 2 talent team in the West. And I think they're a contender with Kuminga back.
All right.
I think that's where they are. And if you get the 5th, then who knows? They're
definitely a contender right now.
Do you start chasing 6? You start thinking Jordan-like? If you're, you know what I mean? That's where things get really interesting. We'll talk more about this with our guy Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country. He does it for The Athletic. We'll pick his brain about what happened last night with Steph Curry and how far this Warrior team can go. I told you I'm bullish, man. They got a game against the Knicks without Brunson on Saturday. Then they take on the Denver Nuggets, which is going to be a huge one, and a test next week, a team they've lost 8 in a row against. Marcus Thompson next. Greatest show in America rolls on. It's Dirty Work on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Major League Baseball's regular season continues to inch closer. In the meantime, tune in for some good old-fashioned preseason ball. Tomorrow versus the Mariners and Sunday versus the A's. Both pregames are at 12:50, so crack that cold one and keep it locked to KNBR, the Scottsdale leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Greatest show in America returns on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. It's Dirty Work. We catch up with our guy Marcus Thompson each and every week. We have yet to make the connection with him. We'll do so in just a minute. Should we get into this text line thing before we?
Yes, we should.
Before we get a hold of Marcus, because we're trying to get a hold of Marcus.
I love people texting in the wrong number.
So this happens sometimes on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, and you can check in at 415-808-KNBR 808-5627, and many of you do, and we appreciate it. I'm gonna have Tim read it, but what'll happen sometimes is people will be like texting us and they'll be getting their sports takes off or reacting to something on the show.
And very often, we will all interact with the text line. We like to tag our names and let you know who's there, who's
texting
not.
back, who's messaging back to you.
Yeah, but we're seeing, we're seeing what you're saying. Sometimes people respond, sometimes not. But we definitely get a lot of messages, just like on the YouTube channel.
But what'll happen sometimes is, and of course it's a text, so it's a closed thing. We're getting that message. Nobody else can see it. But on the YouTube chat, obviously, it's like a chat room. Everybody's talking. What'll happen though sometimes is people will like text their partner or text somebody in their family and think they're texting them, but accidentally text our text line. They'll say something like, I'll get eggs. Is there anything else you need? Am I picking up so-and-so after school? And oftentimes they'll catch it. Be like, oh, my bad. I meant to text that to my wife. Or they won't, and we'll respond and say, hey, I don't think this was meant for us. Well, we went to commercial break, and Tim, I'm having a tough time bringing up the text line on my computer here. Tim came across a pretty interesting text, I think, a couple of minutes ago. Tim, you want to give us a background on this?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find some appropriate music. Hang on.
Tim,
by the way, Marcus just texted me. He needs about 5 minutes.
All right, good. So Marcus is going to join us in just a couple of minutes here.
All right. Well, in the 510, we got a text from the 510, and this made me laugh immediately. So I'll do it in my best voice here. Hey, Stacy. It was great meeting you yesterday. Had a fun time with you. Let's do it again next week.
Ooh.
I promise I won't drink as much like I did last night. Let me know what works best for you.
Oh, no. Oh.
So this sounds like a first date.
Sounds like maybe met her. Well, he said met her yesterday. Met Stacy last night or met her yesterday.
Blind date or whatever.
Or just met her through, who knows, met her at a bar. Could have been anyone, just met her.
But the guy drank a lot.
Was drinking a lot, yeah.
And maybe made an ass of himself.
Has he responded to, does he know yet that
he has not responded yet. He had a couple of other texts. One of them included saying, Derek wears a lot of black.
I like the color.
Okay, so how should we go about, one, I kind of feel like if he's listening, if you're the texter who...
should I respond being like, hey, thanks for the wardrobe update?
Also, does this guy deserve a second date?
Well, I don't want to assume...
the details.
I don't want to assume that the first meeting was a date, because it doesn't necessarily... There's nothing contextually there that tells you yesterday was a date with Stacy. If you're just joining us, we got a text. He says, it was nice meeting you yesterday.
I know.
It doesn't mean it was a date. Again, you meet people at a bar, you're hanging out, you go after work for happy hour drinks, you meet somebody, you hang out with them at the bar. It's not a date. She gave him the number.
Yeah, I know. Sounds like it, though.
We gave him KNBR's number.
Yeah, well, what I'm wondering is, so he's texted before, this person. I'm wondering if what he sent is correct. Like, should we help him out? If he's listening, I assume he was listening at some point today. If he is actually, if the KNBR text line is that high up on his most recent text.
I mean, I really do hope it works out for him and Stacy, and it begs the question about her mom.
Yeah, it does. It does. I'm wondering. I don't think you should have thrown in the part about next time I won't drink so much.
Yeah,
He's trying to be self-deprecating, but I think if we could give him some pointers on it, that's not I wouldn't have mentioned that.
Well, it depends on what happened.
Yeah, it's a great call.
Let's say they had a first date. It was going well. It didn't sound like anything
went bad, though. It sounded like maybe he's a little embarrassed about how much he had.
Would you like me to read it again?
Yeah,
sure.
Let's read the text again.
Hey, Stacy.
Well, do it in the same voice.
Hey, Stacy.
There we go.
It was great meeting you yesterday. I had a fun time with you. Let's do it again next week. I promise I won't drink as much as I did last night.
Let's do it again next week.
I'm now thinking maybe more that it was a date.
Yeah, absolutely, it was a date.
Do we have an area code on this?
The 510.
510. Okay. Can I respond to this gentleman? Thinking that I'm Stacy.
Well, I'm thinking what I'm saying is...
I always have fun with that
He's
stuff.
not going to think that you're Stacy because he's going to know based on the other text that he's previously sent to the text line. He can see it in his text thread.
I know, but I'll just go along with it.
No, I don't want to go along with it. I either want to contact this person.
707 says Stacy sounds hot.
Yeah, Stacy does sound... She sounds like a babe. Should we call this guy?
on the
Should
show?
we get him on the line? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I think.
And pretend we're Stacey?
No, and just ask him, like, what I want to get more details on this. I feel like we're now involved since he sent us the
All right,
text.
I'm trying to do a Bugs Bunny Elmer Fudd thing here.
Well, I don't want to, like, pretend. He's not gonna buy that we're Stacey. I
can do a convincing Stacey.
That falls flat. He's going to get a call from KNBR. He's going to know it's not her. He has her number in his phone.
What if Stacey works at KNBR?
She doesn't, and he knows this because he met her and hung with her yesterday.
All right.
I think the proper way to do this.
I'm not yucking your yum. I'm saying it's not a good way to go about this.
But the way that we should do about it is we should text him back and say, hey, this is KNBR. You accidentally did it. But we would love to hear what happened.
We'd love to hear what happened and help you correct the text before you text Stacey again.
When we get Marcus on, I'll reach out and I'll see what he can do.
Okay. Tim, I want you to send a text back to him and tell him it's KNBR. We've been talking about this text on the air, and we'd love you to call us.
You're part of the show now.
Yeah, we'd love for you to call us.
And also, what's wrong with me wearing black?
Nothing's wrong with you wearing black. Yeah. I wear a lot of base colors like that.
I'm the Man in Black. Yeah. By the way, Men in Black was on earlier today.
So was Men in Black 2 right after.
Dude, Men in Black 2, like everything after Men in Black 1, just terrible.
Yeah, by the way, it's a good Men in Black reference in Rick
and Morty?
No, in Dirty Work. Remember they play the porno at the
Men in Black who have sex with each other.
There's an alien.
The end of John Rickles.
There's an alien. Let's have sex with him.
That seems so stupid. And everybody in the audience is just watching it.
Sam, look.
No, I didn't.
Oh man, yes. Okay, I'm feeling more and more like this was actually
it's a date. 100% it's a date.
Yeah. 707 says 707 says who knows who's actually texting Stacey. 510 says should never apologize for drinking too much. Stacey probably wasn't drinking enough to have fun. Yeah, 707 says get him to call in as a guest.
On a first date, you should probably pace yourself.
Yeah. We've made the connection with Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Marcus?
How's it going, Marcus?
It's raining and ugly. How are you?
Yeah,
it's raining right now?
Is it raining?
It's raining where I'm at. Where y'all at?
Oh, man, it's not raining in the city right now.
East Bay is raining?
Yeah, that's a bummer.
That's not good for me when I go home later.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's all good because the sun is out internally because it is Steph Curry's birthday.
Yeah,
that is true.
Right? Yeah. You know how it works?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Get you some pie. Get you some pie.
Get you some pie for Steph's birthday.
On Pie Day.
Yeah, I mean, he was the story last night, I guess, but was he? I mean, Draymond was the guy knocking everything down.
Draymond and when GP2 is in step back, you're done, buddy.
It's incredible. I mean, all the open space that they had. I mean, Moses Moody had some open shots yesterday. Quentin Post had too much time to shoot a couple of threes that he had opportunities for. But Draymond was aggressive, and it's nights like last night where they were completely balanced that lets you think, okay, when they need Steph to go for 50 against Orlando or 45 against the Nets, he can do it because they don't need him to do it every night.
I do think that's the critical component because there is really like a need to have a superstar and have him just go off. Like in the playoff series, you're going to need that. So not only do they have Steph who can go off, and presumably the playoff Jimmy will give you a game, but the difficulty with Steph is like, will he have it after having to carry the whole team? So this is refreshing. This is, if you're Mike Dunleavy and you're Steve Curry looking at this, like, man, this dude is like, got new energy. It's like he found $20 while he was doing the laundry in his pocket, right? Like you feel a little bit better, and he's got that kind of vibe with him. So I just looking at Steph before the trade and who he is now, it's like night and day. And the crazy part is he's really not taking games off either. He's playing every game and he's still got energy. So that's the best news, that if they need him to go for 40 and the team is playing him a certain way, like he'll get the 40. He'll make them say, we're double teaming you a half court, Steph, forget this. And that opens up everything.
So we heard you earlier in the week when on with Murph and Marcus, you were talking about Steph getting 4,000 threes. You're like, I mean, it's not really a record. It's just another milestone. And me and Copes are feeling the same way. But then we were there last night and we got sucked up in the moment. It was awesome. So did you think differently?
It was lit, bro.
Yes.
I was like, what is happening?
So you felt differently when the moment actually happened?
Absolutely not, but it was lit. I was like, what are you all doing? Like, this is insane. Why? Like, he had like a 2-minute standing ovation. Sacramento answered with a 3.
Yep.
And nobody cared.
Yeah,
it was like, hey, the lead's 9. How about you pay attention to the game? Like, nobody cared. It was crazy. It was so loud for that.
Yeah.
Right. It was. I was impressed by it. I was almost like impressed by the awareness and knowledge of Warriors fans who are obviously, top tier when it comes to basketball IQ. But the fact that they put so much weight on that moment violated that IQ. Like this is the thing you care about when you don't really, know hoop. And it's like, oh, hey, he's got 4,000. But it actually speaks to just who Curry is.
Yep.
And in fairness to all these fans who really loved that moment and like delivered in that moment, like Steph is actually bigger than the win, right? Like celebrating Steph is the reason many people are there. And whether they win that game or lose that game or not, it doesn't matter as much as it mattered to Steph, and they gave Steph the moment. And that's kind of what fan bases are supposed to do. It mattered to Steph, even though I think it's ridiculous. Like, it clearly mattered to him. You could tell by his inability to make a shot and how he was forcing it a couple times in the last game. It was like, okay, this is one of the things that Steph wants. And when he hit it, the crowd, like, delivered for Steph in that moment. And I thought that was cool. That's the part I was buying into, is that kind of relationship between the fan base and the superstar. That's kind of how it's supposed to be. But then they almost blew the game, so I was like, what do you do? The final horn sounds, and it's a victory, and they hold on to their spot in the 6th seed, and the reaction was like, hey, good job, Warriors. Nothing like three-pointer number 4,000. I'll tell you what, they better bring it for three-pointer number 4,005, because that's another round number.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. I mean, 5,000 to me almost seems like a given. It's like 4 years of an average of 250, and I just kind of feel like it's on the table. And he was joking last night after the game, like, don't test me on the – Derek's like, he might get to 8. I was like, he's not getting to 8. It took 16 years
I said that joking.
to get to 4. But 5 seems like it's on the table. It's just about longevity. And I at 37, I just wonder how many more you think he has in him.
It's like ability or choice.
It's choice, because it feels to me like shooting. He can shoot forever if he wants.
Yeah, he could easily just become a spot-up shooter somewhere.
Yeah.
Like what Clay's doing in Dallas, Steph could do that easily, right? So, I mean, I feel like in the way he takes care of his body, I feel like he could go, he could hit 42. Like, he could do that. I just don't think he'll want to be honest. I think what gets lost in how he does his work and who he is the amount of work it takes Steph to get ready for a game. Like, the amount of work it goes into the off season to make sure he's this level conditioning. Like, that's the part that, especially as your kids get older and life gets busier and important things start mattering, where it's like, okay, how many more times am I getting up at 6:30, 5:30, 4 o'clock and working out? How many more business meets am I going to and trying to get a workout in while I'm in another country because I can't slip up because they're going to double team me? Like, that part I think might get exhausting and might keep him from getting Derek Papa's guess of 8,000. But I'm actually thinking 5. I think he might break his own record at some point, to be honest. I think 402 is going down next year.
Yeah, we'll definitely see for that. We're talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. So what'd you think of Jonathan Kuminga's first game action in 31 games? And Charles Barkley on the post game said if he plays well, the Warriors could be the second best team in the Western Conference. Do you agree with that?
It's tough. It's a matchup-based thing. I feel like there are a few teams vying for that spot. So if it works out right, I can see the Warriors getting to the West Finals if Kuminga's good. It just depends on who they have to face. But I think Denver's in that mix by virtue of Jokic, even though they probably don't want to see. That's the thing, right? Denver's great. They just don't want to play Minnesota.
Right.
The Warriors are great. They just probably don't want to play Denver, right? That's kind of how it works. So I do feel like they can compete with any of the top teams in the West. I do feel like that. Like, their best ball would, at minimum, push one of those other teams. I don't think Oklahoma City will want to play the Warriors in the first round. I just don't think so. I think they'd be fine doing it, but they're going to lose a pound of flesh having to deal with Steph. They're just going to have to do it. So I do think they'll be pretty good. He looked really good despite being visibly tired. and, tapping out. He's got the old school fro going. He went with the throwback. He's got the fro coming. So I'm feeling a little grimy Kuminga happening. You know what I'm saying? Like the little hey, like the pandemic rock dude everybody was going with. Like I feel like he's in that mode. Like there's no dye, there's no braids. It's just throwing a headband. You don't want to see that Kuminga out here in the streets when he gets his wind back.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. How much will the Denver game tell you? Because yesterday we were talking about this stretch of 4 games starting last night, going through the Milwaukee game, saying it might be, and while it's not incredibly tough, might be the toughest stretch they have remaining on the schedule, even though all 4 games are at home. Denver seems like that'll be a real test. They're 0-8 in their last 8 against them, but they ain't seen Jimmy. They haven't played the Warriors with Jimmy yet. So I'm ready for the Denver game to me is going to be a nice benchmarker for where they are in terms of the powers that be in the West.
Yeah, it's literally the best way to find out how they will handle bigs. Because that's the question. That's the problem with Denver. Their best lineup is small. It's Draymond at center and it's wings and Steph. Like that's what they do. So will that hold up? And Jokic is obviously a problem, but Aaron Gordon has always been a problem too. He's big, he's athletic. They've just had a problem matching up with him. So that element of size, it's a good barometer to see how ready they are to handle it. I think that'll be the test. They play fast, they're athletic, they get to the free throw line. Can they do that against Denver? And Denver has vulnerabilities for sure. Like they have places to attack, and the Warriors are just better with Jimmy at attacking those. So I am interested to see what's their answer. Like do they have a way to deal with bigs? Is it Quentin Post really? Are they going to play more Looney in those games, or is it just hey, Draymond, go be great and give us something? That's the last remaining question mark about this team, I think.
Well, even tomorrow, I know they'll play Denver on Monday, but tomorrow they'll have a test with Karl-Anthony Towns. And I don't think a lot has been made of this, but I'll just ask, do you think there's anything that potentially could happen between Draymond Green and Karl-Anthony Towns, given everything that went on the last 2 weeks?
Man, what you think will happen?
I don't know. Something is said, or man,
ain't nobody. That's it. That's the most that can happen. Somebody gonna say something.
Seriously, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, that's good. They're gonna talk a little. They're gonna chirp a little bit. Draymond and Karl-Anthony Towns is not at all what I'll be watching. It's Jimmy Butler and Karl-Anthony Towns.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the one to watch, right? And that's just a matter of matching up. How much do they talk? I don't know. As was pointed out by my colleague John Krasinski, who covers Minnesota, they've played many times. It's not Draymond actually just wasn't right about this one, right? Where Karl-Anthony Towns was dealing with a death, but he's played against Jimmy. He doesn't it's not that big of a deal, except. Draymond said something, but that just shows you how lit the Warriors are. They're talking, they're feeling good. It's swaggy out here, right? That's what happens when the Warriors win. The locker room is a buzz. Everybody's happy and friendly. The vibes this is a team that feels like it can win, and these are the signs of that. Outside of that, it probably won't have much of an impact.
Are you with me still on the Warriors 26-5 with Jimmy to wrap up the season? 13-2 right now.
Yeah, well, who are the next 3 losses?
That's what I'm saying. I don't even know. Maybe Denver.
I don't see another loss on the schedule. They will lose 5 games for the rest of the season, and I'm talking playoffs included. Book that.
Book it. Yeah, conference final run. That's what I'm looking for.
That's a lot to ask. Calm down.
I'm looking for it. I know it's a lot to ask. It's what I expect now.
Well, what did we say last week? That Steph will get to, 400 threes?
Yeah, that's that book. I don't think we can book that one anymore, Marcus. I was looking at it again the other day. I was we're running out of games, and he made 2.
What did he hit? 2 last night?
2 last night. I was dude, he's ready. He's hosing us, man.
He needed 8 threes the rest of the way.
He needed 8.5 a game for the final 19. We were asking a lot, but I was getting greedy.
Hey, if there was no quote unquote record to chase, he probably would have got the 10.
That's it. I think you're right. He was chucking because he was trying to get there. But
and they were like, "You're not going to do it on us. Keon Ellis is just doing too much. Like, let him hit the 2 threes and start playing for real."
Then he was throwing dimes like in the paint. He was like driving on the baseline and finding guys in the corner. I was just beating him that way. So,
what is it? Why are teams like? I understand it's Steph, but they just really give up wide open layups in the name of triple teaming this dude out by half court. Like, I don't understand it. It's just not good basketball philosophy. Like, come on, Doug. You literally went up against Kobe. Y'all didn't do this scheme.
Yeah.
They are just so terrified of Steph that they'll just give wide open layups to people. Like, that's insane to me.
Yeah. It's kind of like when Barry Bonds would get close to records, pitchers would throw him different because they didn't want to be like the guy who gave it up. You know what I mean? Then you're just in the record book forever, so you're trying to pitch around him a little bit, and it's going to happen. You can't. It's unavoidable. Just let it.
Inevitable.
Let him get it. Yeah. Just let him get it over with.
Better than not being in the record at all.
There you go. I wouldn't know who Mike Bassick was if he didn't give up 756.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Better than not.
It's better than not being anywhere. That's it.
Gotta pull up Baseball Reference to tell my grandkids I really played.
He's like, no, you'll see it on every highlight reel for the rest of my life.
Exactly.
I was there, right there, giving up that tank. Marcus Thompson, the voice you hear. You read him in The Athletic, best sports writer in the country. We'll talk to you next week, Marcus.
Thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one.
All right, good deal. Marcus Thompson, you missed any of that, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. A lot of people checking in on that text we got on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. A 510 texter accidentally texted us when he was asking a girl out on a date. Tim, you want to read the text again?
Sure. It says, "Hey, Stacy, it was great meeting you yesterday. I had a fun time. Let's do it again next week. I promise I won't drink as much again as I did last night. Let me know what works for you."
So we had Tim text him back and say, hey, honest mistake that you accidentally texted the KNBR text line here, but we'd love to know what happened, and we've got some pointers for you on the text that you want to send Stacy. Unless he's already sent it to her, we'd love for you to call in. He's also, by the way, sent a lot of funny texts. I was looking through the past. I think this guy's a member of the Filth.
Oh, definitely.
He's like made reference.
Pigpen.
He's like made reference to Tacky in some of his previous texts.
Okay, have you guys ever drank too much on a first date?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who amongst us?
Yeah, I have.
I mean, I've been with a buddy. I was there at the bar when he was going on a first date with somebody. Got so drunk he passed out on the bar. I had to give the girl a ride home.
Oh no!
And
Did you get the phone number?
I won't tell the rest of the story.
Did you get her number?
I won't tell the rest of the story.
Come on, give us a
comment on your
I got
headboard?
the number. I got different.
Did she comment on the headboard?
Many headboards ago.
Derek likes his headboards.
Derek, he has many headboards. Yeah,
I might have dunked. That's a reference from 2 shows ago. It's a reference from 2 shows ago.
I might have dunked, dude. That day.
Didn't even get home.
God,
Wow.
dude! The body wasn't even cold yet, Derek. Jesus.
Yeah, you should have fallen asleep.
I shouldn't have fallen asleep on the bar.
That's snooze, you lose, my friends.
That's Derek, what a just careful. Don't turn around. He might knife you in the back, dude. 530 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Says the guy texting Stacy. He says, "Is it Stacy with a Y or an EY? That's my wife's name. Should I be worried?" I think you're probably good. Yeah, Tim texted him back. He has not responded yet as to whether or not he'll come on and talk about it.
I'm kind of worried.
I want to just call him. Just cold call him on the air. 408 says, you guys ever seen Stacy's mom? We did talk about that.
Yeah.
530 says, dirty work. We respond to drunk texts.
Yes, we do.
A couple people said this. 209 checks in and says, maybe she purposefully gave him the KNBR text line number as like a deke. Which would, by the way, be a hilarious.
I would love that, but this guy's texted in before.
And I would encourage anybody, if you want to give a fake number, to go ahead and give them 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627.
Become an unintentional member of the Filth.
That'd be great, dude. If people just start being like, you know what, I don't want to deal with this person anymore. Here's the fake number, 808 KNBR. Please, 808-5627 is the number. If you need to ditch somebody and give them a fake phone number, we're your people for it. 415 says, as long as Depop throws in some orange, he can wear all the black he wants. A little black and orange for Depop?
Oh, I have an update for you, by the way, while you were gone. I tuned in to Just Your Opinion Man, which is Derek's awesome podcast that he does. I would encourage anybody to check it out. You can find it where all your podcasts are located.
Oh, thank you, Tim.
I tuned in while I was writing trivia questions on Monday, and they were talking Giants baseball.
It was
Derek's breaking
podcast?
down Giants baseball.
Hey, we do talk baseball on the podcast
I
from time
think
to
you're
time.
a fan, man.
No. Steven's a big Giants fan, so we talked about Giants. He was actually asking, Walter was in the chat, and Steven wanted to know some scoops on the Giants. And I told Steven, hey, I've been paying attention. I've been watching Giants baseball. I know some things.
A random tune in, and they were talking Giants ball. And by the way, Rockin' New Era can confirm this as well.
Yeah, I buy it. I don't know why nobody's listening to me. Derek's a Giants fan. You guys need to start listening to stuff I'm saying. You know what I mean? Warriors are going to kick the crap out of the Kings, just like I said last night.
Yeah, you said
Called it. And I also said Derek's a Giants fan. Just live by it. It is what it is now. Would you not be? How could somebody who's not a Giants fan have a top 3 favorite Giants?
You asked me.
And you gave them.
Okay, do you have a top 3 favorite Kings?
No.
Come on.
Not at all.
Sabonis?
Of all time? Speedy Claxton. No, he was a Warrior. I'm thinking of Bobby Jackson, too.
We're getting a ton of good texts about Stacy. 925 says, this guy drank way too much with me on a first date. He tried to kiss me successfully, and then then tried to take me home and claimed that he'd be sleeping on the couch. I'm married to him now.
Nice. Nice.
The filth is filthy.
A lot of people saying 650-415 that Stacy might be a guy. Yes, there is Stacy Augman and whatnot, but I don't think that that's what's going on.
415 says, hey, Stacy, I wish I could hook up again. I promise not to puke like I did last night after we drank too much. I won't wear as much black as Derek does on KNBR either, is what he says. 916 on the I promise I won't drink too much next time, Stacey, as much as I did last night. 916 says, hey, don't be making promises you can't keep.
Yeah.
707 says, sounds like he couldn't he couldn't get the equipment working because he may have had too much to drink, is what they're saying.
Yeah.
831 says,
that might be it.
831 says, this is Stacey, lose my number. 949 says, a lot of people thinking maybe it was the wrong number on purpose. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. I really want to follow this up. This guy has texted many times on the text line. I'd like to follow up and see if we can get a hold of this dude.
Okay.
We got to know what happens.
If you're Stacy, you feel free to call in as well.
If you're Stacy, yeah. Not the Stacy that this guy...
It's got to be the Stacy.
That was out with this guy last night who drank too much but wants to do it again next week. I'm also wondering if the real Stacy's actually received the text since he sent
in the first place.
Does he know yet that he's sent to the wrong place?
My wager is that he read the response that I sent to him immediately. It was like, uh-oh. And then
if you're listening to your radio station, oh boy.
I won't make you identify yourself, 510. If you want to, we'd love to talk to you about it, but we won't make you give your name or what you do. We just want to
give you a fake name like Mitch or Mel or all the fake names we usually give for the phone calls.
Yeah, or Milt. You know what we do have to do, because it is a Friday?
Oh, yeah, we're out of time here.
I already wheeled it out. It's not a wheel as much as it's a dial. We call it the Dirty Work Dial, and it's nothing like the NBA grab bag.
Is it sponsored by the Department of Homeland Security as well?
No, it's not. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Davidson head coach Bob McKillop described Steph Curry's unrestricted license to shoot in college. Check out that podcast at KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the 4,000 threes leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday, greatest show in America rolls on. We're going to be joined at 4:15 by our guy Kruger, Larry Kruger, Niners Nightly. You hear him every night at 6 o'clock on the Sports Leader. We'll talk some football with him at 4:15. Then at 4:50, Herm Edwards joins the show. And 5:30, Adam Kaplan talking some more NFL. I want to get to the Dirty Work dial and have some time. We have an update?
We do have some breaking news. The 49ers will be seeing a lot of Cooper Kupp, and the Rams will, because he just signed with the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh.
Cooper Kupp going to the Seattle Seahawks.
Well.
He's from Seattle, I believe. Yep.
Washington, yeah.
Yep, from Washington. He's going to team up with Sam Darnold, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. That's your combo in Seattle, Washington.
Oh, man.
Cooper Kupp.
All right, so we got plenty to talk about with Larry Kruger, Herm Edwards, and Adam Kaplan then when they join us talking some football.
That Seahawk team looks a little bit better now. I mean, I know it's not DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, but I don't think that's bad. Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith and Jigba with Sam Darnold and
security blanket there for Darnold now.
And a Clint Kubiak offense.
And they got a third rounder for Geno.
Yep.
Seattle's not going away. You know what I mean? They're kind of an irritant now to me. I mean, Geno putting the Niners to bed with the Steph Curry night. That was tough. I mean, that was really the moment the bottom fell out of the season. When they lost to Seattle, that really kind of made it for the Niners. Almost an impossibility this past year. Not that they were talented enough or healthy enough to go on a run and be a playoff team and keep the Super Bowl hopes alive for a second consecutive season. But that game and watching Geno night the Niners, that's when I was like, there was not really a path to the top of the division at that point.
Yeah, but now with that running combination of Kenneth Walker and was it Zach Charbonnet, and they got those two wide receivers, and that defense, Mike McDonald's specialty is defense. I don't think Seattle's going away. I mean, they were a 10-win team last year. It could be interesting in the NFC West with Cooper Kupp now going to the Seahawks.
So there you go. That's breaking news. Cooper Kupp signs with the Seattle Seahawks. Okay, we'll talk more about that with Larry Kruger, 4:15. Adam Kaplan at 5:30. Herm Edwards at 4:50. He's going to join us. I want to have time to do the Dirty Work dial. We spent so much time talking about that 510 texter who texted in. He was texting a request for a second date with this woman, Stacy. He accidentally sent it to the text line. We've asked him to come on, but we haven't heard back. He's texted a lot, too, so we know he's a listener and a texter, likely part of the filth, as he's even referenced tacky in some of his previous texts. We will take a quick break. We'll do the Dirty Work dial when we come on back, and then Larry Kruger joins us at 4:15. Before we do that, though, sorry, real quick, I want to tell you an update on something going on with the Giants. Landon Roop.
Roop, there it is.
Who's in competition right now and has been one of the best stories of camp so far. Filling up the strike zone, striking guys out, has had electric stuff to this point. A young starter in competition for that fifth spot. And Kyle Harrison's still not throwing well. Threw in the minor league side the other day, gave up 5 runs in the first inning, is what Justice De Los Santos told us yesterday. And then they're like, he settled down a little bit. I'm like, or he didn't tell us that. It was Zach Manassian who said that to Murph and Marcus. Then he pitched well for the next few innings. But Landon Roop on the minor league side today did what Kyle Harrison did, pitched over there instead of in the Cactus League game. Jordan Hicks through the Cactus League game. Landon Roop struck out 13 guys today in 5 innings on the minor league side.
5 innings?
5 innings, 13 Ks. This is my guy, Roop. He struck out the first 9 guys he faced. And of note, Bob Melvin did not go to the Cactus League game in Maryvale for the Giants. He stayed at the minor league site and watched Landon Roop.
Yeah,
I mean, this is probably going a long way in the next 2 weeks.
Put 2 and 2 together here.
Put 2 and 2 together. So that's per Alex Pavlovic, who reported on that. We'll take a break. The Dirty Work dial, which is nothing like the NBA grab bag.
Nothing at all.
Is next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work rolls on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb still awaiting the contact from that 510 texter who's looking for a second date with Stacy. We'll keep you updated if and when that becomes available. Tim, we're going to throw the dial up on the KNBR YouTube chat where everybody should be chiming in. At KNBR 1045 on YouTube. You can watch the show, can interact, can join the filth, talk with us during the show on the KNBR YouTube chat, streaming always.
Talk dirty with us.
Talk dirty with us. And every week we do the Dirty Work dial. I go back into the KNBR storage facility where we keep all the old stuff, and I rolled out this big wheel. It's more of a dial, really. We spin it. We talk the topics that are on it. Tim, why don't we open up the Dirty Work dial?
It's the Dirty Work dial, and it's absolutely nothing like the NBA grab bag.
All right.
Dude, where's Dan Dunn? Can Dan Dunn name the song?
Danny Dunn, who's just rejoined the KNBR
Dan Dunn's
ranks.
back, people.
He starts at the bottom of the board op ranks, by the way. He's got to re-earn.
He knew it immediately. He's already chimed in with the name of the artist and the song and the reference.
Yeah, beautiful. Well done,
Well
Dan.
done, Dan Dunn.
You're on in 5 minutes, Mr. Hoon. All right,
it's win.
We'll spin the wheel here on the KNBR dial, and whatever it lands on, that's what we'll talk about. So
let's do it. Round
and round it goes. And it's going to land on, I saw this story yesterday. The Girl Scouts are being sued.
A story that I'm sure our good friend Tom Tolbert would be interested in. The Girl Scouts of America.
Noted Girl Scout
hater.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd say opponent is what I would say.
Okay. The Girl Scouts of America are being sued over the alleged presence of heavy metals, not the music, actual metals, including lead in the cookies, as well as pesticide in some of their cookies. What the hell's going on here, Girl Scouts of America?
As a man who housed a sleeve of Thin Mints like 4 days ago, I'm pissed.
A whole sleeve?
Yeah, hell yeah. What, are you going to need what?
No, you're right.
Half a sleeve?
I support this move totally.
Wrapping this back up.
You got to get it on a sleeve.
Shame?
Open the freezer
I'm not shaming.
At like 8:30 at night, and I was like, there they are.
I'm not yucking your
$7.
yum.
Go for it.
Eat away. What kind?
Thin Mints. That's what I'm saying.
Thin
I
Mints,
housed a sleeve of Thin Mints. They come in like that, just like one sleeve of them. I'm not repacking that up. If I open it, they're done.
Yeah. You can either have one or the whole sleeve. There's no in between.
That's why I like what Jordan did, one of our coworkers here, one of the KNBR board ops. She just opened one of those gallon Ziploc bags and just poured both sleeves into it. She just had a big Ziploc bag of cookies. Now
she shared, too.
The problem here is that they're upping the price on me, $2. I told you guys my gripe that I walked out of the Marina Safeway a couple weeks ago with a 20 in my hand. And they told me that was only enough for 2 boxes. I was like, I used to be able to get 4 boxes for $20. Now I'm only paying you 14 because I'm not going to find a 1 somewhere. Like, well, you can Venmo. I'm like, no. I'm like Jonah Hill in 40-Year-Old Virgin when he walks into the
want these boom boots
we sell
now.
your stuff on eBay. And he's like, why can't I just hand you the money and
I
walk
like
out
to
with
buy
the boots?
these shoes, go home and wear them. I don't understand why you're making this harder on me.
She's like, I know, it's a little bit confusing. It's not really that confusing. Just stop charging me $7 for cookies you're filling with metal now.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's all I'm asking. I thought we could have
$6 left over.
I thought there was maybe nothing more honest and genuine left in society than seeing some Girl Scouts, buying some cookies. Now they're jacking the price up on me and they're filling it with lead.
No, sir. There is a seedy underbelly when it comes to the community of Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah, clearly. Is the Girl Scout cookies or Girl Scouts of America, are they for profit?
I'm not sure, but like even like the heavy metal aside, it's a rigged thing. Like, these girls, sometimes it's more their parents doing it, or like, it's kind of like drug dealing in a way. Like, oh, you're on my turf?
Yeah.
How dare you?
They're a nonprofit, actually, 501c3.
That's right. I compared Girl Scout cookies to drug dealing.
Well, dude, when I was buying the Girl Scout cookies in front of the Safeway, this guy walks by, and the mom who's with the Girl Scout goes, oh, do you want to buy some cookies? And the guy goes, no, I can't do it. And he goes, Girl Scout cookies, they're like the original crack dealer.
They are.
And I mumbled to the dad who was there, said, I think crack dealers are the original crack dealers.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's right.
I'm afraid, by rule, your team must be disqualified.
God damn you, Bernice!
By the...
I like it, Tim. Well done. Let's move on to the Dirty Work dial. We spin it again here.
Spin it around. Let's see where it goes.
It's going to land on Bill Belichick's girlfriend.
Bill Belichick's girlfriend.
This has lasted longer than I thought it would, to be honest with you.
What, the whole thing?
Yeah, the whole bit.
Well, It has a life of its own. So the reason why Bill Belichick and UNC, or do you want to know why the reason Bill Belichick and UNC pulled out of the offseason Hard Knocks? Well, I'll tell you.
Yeah, they were going to do we reported in the dial or the grab bag that they were going to do Hard Knocks. Then reported shortly thereafter that they said, no, we're not doing this.
Well,
this is nothing like the grab bag.
No, nothing like the grab bag at all. Okay, according to Charlotte Wilder on the Sports Gossip Show, so you know it's got to be true, she claims that Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, was upset she would not be involved in the creative process of the show. Apparently, Jordan Hudson is very involved in what's going on with Bill Belichick at UNC as far as his image and everything like that, and she wanted kind of a say with HBO on how the show was going to go, and they said, thanks, but no thanks.
So now nobody's doing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'd rather just them do it. It'd be fun. Like, no NFL
She
team
wanted creative control.
She wanted to be like, well, I don't want Bill in that light.
Antoine Fisher, written and directed by Antoine Fisher.
Did you watch the Apple TV documentary on the Patriots and everything?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, that painted Belichick in a horrible light.
Yeah, it did, because it was a piece of Robert Kraft propaganda.
Oh, 100%.
And I did enjoy the documentary.
And that unfavorable angle they had Belichick in the whole time, where his lower chin and everything was like, well,
make him look bad.
I didn't care about Aaron Hernandez and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, no, so interesting. I mean, whatever he is, he does have a different image now than he did like 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah, no, he's soft and cuddly.
Yeah.
His girlfriend thinks so, too.
Sort of. Let's spin the dial again. Round and round and round it goes.
You can find me in the round.
Well, I landed on Girl Scouts, but we'll go with the one right above it. We'll go with WNBA male.
The WNBA's LA Sparks are holding tryouts for male practice players to scrimmage against the team. Interesting. Why do they need that, is my question.
I don't know. I used to, when I was in high school and I played basketball, I would scrimmage, like our practice would be after the JV girls, and sometimes I would go in early and run scrimmage with them at the end.
Okay.
Like, guys from our team would go in and do it. I don't know. Extra bodies to do it. If you get former pros who are willing to go do it, or people who have played overseas, like there's another level of talent that you're introducing to the game
question is
as opposition.
What is that? Does that give a chance? Like maybe if you do that, then you have a chance to get in the G League or something like that?
I don't know, and I don't know to what level of talent they're looking for. But I would imagine, like if you're getting former pros who've played in any league globally, you're just adding another level of practice competition to what you're already doing. I don't know. I'm no evaluator of basketball talent, so I couldn't tell you per se. But it's an interesting idea. We'll see. Interesting move here, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
All right, then.
All right. Let's spin
around the dial some more.
Again. I like the song's just on a loop.
You can offer me.
All right, we're landing on, it's going to land on Conan O'Brien.
Okay. So Conan O'Brien hosted the Oscars a couple weeks ago, or just last week, actually. Or was it 2 weeks?
It was March 2nd, I think.
Okay, whatever it was. Conan O'Brien had fun hosting the Oscars, but he found out that the Academy was uptight about certain jokes.
Shocker.
In a commercial for the Oscars where Conan and the Oscar statue were portrayed as a married couple, I don't know if you saw it. It was actually, it was funny. Conan wanted to have the statue lie on a couch and act lazy. Like he was, the other person in the marriage and doing everything. And people from the Academy told him, no. That can't happen. The Oscar can never lay horizontal. That's a rule in the Academy community.
That's funny. My buddy, who's a statue, wants to lay it horizontal with the Oscar statue. So I think it can happen. Yeah, I don't know.
I just don't like Conan's trying to have a good time, be funny. He also said they tried to do a whole Billy Crystal thing from back in the day. Like they did that one sketch where it was him from The Substance.
Yeah, Billy Crystal used to put himself in a bunch of the nominees, or a bunch of the movies that were nominated that year. He'd be in a bunch of scenes within
So Conan in an interview said that we were shooting that in one day. So the plan was he was going to be in multiple movies. He's going to show up in Gladiator 2 and Wicked.
Yep.
The thing is, he wanted to paint his face green and everything, and they told him if you do that, then you're going to be green for the rest of the day. And he was like, all right, that kind of ruins the bit. But actually, it might have been funnier if he was green in every single movie he popped up in.
Why didn't we do that one last? I don't know why we didn't why didn't you just film that one last?
Yeah.
It can be green for the whole next week. By the way, the $1 Million Bracket Challenge is back. Visit KNBR.com for your chance to win $1 million and see how you match up against me in the Bracket Challenge. Go to KNBR.com to pre-register today, brought to you by Xfinity. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house. That's with Xfinity. All right, let's get ready to spin the dial here.
God, a mid-dial, easy there, Tim.
Well, the sounder was a little ahead of the
A mid-dial read there.
I had to do it because I keep forgetting to do it.
Yeah, you do.
Anyway, go ahead. I got a lot going on.
What's up?
Oh, we landed on Gastineau Sears. I thought it said Girl Scout Sears.
No. Mark Gastineau. So we all remember from the 30 for 30 on the New York Sack Exchange.
We remember.
That there was an encounter between Mark Gastineau and Brett Favre where he was like, I want my sack back. You
Brett.
Hurt me, Brett. Like, you probably would hurt me. So that whole thing, we talked about it. It was fun. Mark Gastineau is suing ESPN for $25 million over the clip of his interaction with Brett Favre.
Come on.
Gastineau claims he shook Favre's hand after that encounter, and they left that out of the documentary. Well, that's not enticing. That's not something that we want to see. We want to see you getting into it with Brett Favre. And you know what the problem is, Mark? You should have done it in the first place. It made you. I know he's going through a lot of issues right now, but he should not have done that.
Derek, I know he's going through a lot.
He is, but it made it look crazy.
Stuff, you know what I mean?
It made it look crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when Tom was talking about it, he was like, there's when guys lose value, they believe on their careers, or his career is made up. And Brett Favre noted that in his sort of like public apology about it. And was like, dude, you don't think about that era of player and how much money they lose and how much money is made by them in their post-playing career by autographs and signings and appearances and things like that. And he's like, if you don't have that nugget that you're the all-time sack leader in a season, that's something that is lost, and maybe you don't make as much money, but it's something that Gastineau obviously took very personally. I don't know how successful this lawsuit's going to be.
Nah, it won't.
Can't imagine this lawsuit's going to like to say, well, you didn't show the handshake. Like it's pretty light. They didn't really paint you in a different way. You still did everything you did. The handshake isn't absolutely necessary. I can't imagine I would have felt differently about the interaction had they showed me the handshake afterwards.
It's the same thing.
You know what I mean? But you saw what happened right before that.
And also, why don't you say something when the documentary came out and said, like, me and Brett are on good terms, we shook hands. Come on, it's a documentary. That stuff's going to happen. How about all of his teammates kind of like crapping on him during the documentary? That wasn't a good look either.
That wasn't a good look either. I think we should halt the dial there. That's the dirty work dial.
Oh, no more?
One you really want to get to?
You see this thing with the Cowboys defensive ends?
What happened?
DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons?
No.
Oh, man. So DeMarcus Lawrence, former Cowboy defensive end, signed with the Seattle Seahawks along with Cooper Kupp. And he gave an interview. Tim, do you have this sound we can play real quick? DeMarcus Lawrence, very happy that he's not in Seattle anymore and glad to be out of Dallas.
Dallas is my home. I made my home there. My family lives there. I'm forever going to be there. But, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah. We here.
Yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence saying after all that time in Dallas, he knew that he was never going to win a Super Bowl there. So then Micah Parsons takes to Twitter and says, this is what rejection and envy look like. This is some clown S. Then DeMarcus Lawrence replied back to him, calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left.
Man. Micah Parsons, he's awfully
not
mouthy.
Making friends.
He's awfully mouthy these days for a guy who doesn't have a lot to show winning-wise in terms of success in the NFL. Obviously one of the best at his position, if not the best in the game, but it's tough to run your mouth when you're not winning.
Yeah, I mean, dude, Dallas might trade you, and they probably won't. They'll probably give him the contract. But, you're really just going to, be the cheerleader for everything Cowboys?
I mean, he wants to be there, and so I think Jerry's going to pay him. I think guys who want to be there,
right.
who want to be Cowboys like that for life and prove that they can get it done there, I think that means something, but you haven't, and I don't think you will. I don't think Dak's going to get that job done. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Friday.
I do one more, and you'll like it. I'm sorry.
You got another Dirty Work dial?
Just one more.
Okay.
Jason Sudeikis announced on the New Heights podcast with Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce that Ted Lasso will have a season 4 where Coach Lasso will coach a women's soccer team.
How about that? Ted Lasso returning for season 4.
Yep.
Oh, I love when you go Doc Brown on me because I'm hyped for another season of Ted Lasso. The reason I was trying to get us out of the dial is earlier in the show we had this texter come in on the 510, and he sent a text to the KNBR text line, the Golden State Lumber
follow-up
and showroom text line. He was asking a girl out on a date. Tim, do you have the text again? This 510 text.
The text again. He said, "Hey Stacy, it was great meeting you yesterday. Had a fun time with you. Let's do it again sometime next week. I promise I won't drink as much as last night. Let me know what works for you." At which point I responded. We talked about it on the air.
We decided because we want to get in contact with this guy, find out what happened, and it's a texter who sent in many texts before. We thought maybe we could get him on the air to discuss what happened.
I said, "Hey, honest mistake, but now the audience is rooting for you. We want to know if there's a second date. What's going on?" Took a while for him to get back, but he did get back about 5 minutes ago. And he said, "Oh, man, it's so embarrassing. She gave me this number, and it sounded familiar, but I had one too many drinks to catch it last night. Unsure if there's a second date in the moment.
Oh my God. The text line was right. So this Stacy must be a listener.
She's in the pig pen.
Stacy.
She's filth.
Stacy, call in and tell us what happened on the date last night.
Stacey, you know the number, 808 KNBR. Now it's making me think that maybe there's not a date. If he got her number yesterday and this is the number she gave, I'm thinking that they met yesterday and it wasn't a date.
Okay, but this guy has texted on the text line before.
Yeah.
So how did he not? Well, I mean.
Well, she probably gave the number and didn't say, hey, my number is 808 KNBR.
Yeah, that's true.
415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text if you want to get involved in the
I've worked here for 3 years. If I got drunk enough and someone told me that, I'd be like, cool, thanks, I'll call you.
Yeah, dude, yeah. That's what I said. I was like, it'd be great if people were doing that. And many people on the text line believe that was the case, that she gave this number as a fake, as like not wanting to give the number.
I wonder how many women through the years have given fake phone numbers from KNBR.
Oh, man. That's incredible.
510, you're with us, man. Don't worry.
510, I feel for you,
I've been there, man. Hello?
That took a turn.
Hello?
Yeah, dude.
Hello, is this Gwen? Sorry, sir, this is a Papa John's. Oh, damn.
I'd still love to hear from Stacy. Stacy's side of the If
I
Stacy's done
responded
this
to the
before.
510 and I said, hey, man, if you want to come on the show and talk about it, great. The audience is rooting for you.
Yeah, and we won't give your information away. We won't make you we won't put your info out there and embarrass you. We just want to know what happened. 415 checks in, says Stacy's a G. 415 checks in, says, yeah, the worst part is she gave the last four of the number as KNBR instead of 5627. It'd be great if she said that. Just text me. KNBR. That's hysterical. Oh, man, this is a tough deal. 808 KNBR, Stacy, if you're out there, we'd love to hear what happened. And if this texter, the 510, wants to get involved and tell us more about what went down. And I'm not convinced now. At first I said I didn't think it was a date. I think they met. She gave the number. And now this would confirm that, right? Because if it was a date, they would have had to meet and coordinate previously.
Yeah,
he would have had to have
It sounds like he ran into some girl at a bar last night, and he got drunk and got her number, but what he thought was her number, it turned out to be she gave him a fake number from KNBR.
KNBR's been a lot of people's fake numbers.
That's hysterical. 415 says Stacy is among the filth. Yeah, we're actually rooting for Stacy, too. 310 checks in, says, to quote Rick James and Dave Chappelle, that was cold-blooded. 707 says, dude sounds like a clown. Drink less on the first date. I don't think it was a date. I'm not convinced it was a date.
It was a meeting.
510 says, I've heard that women will give out local police phone numbers to guys who ask. That's from PC Nomad. It's an interesting one. Just stick to KNBR. Anyway, we can get more into this if Stacy gets involved. Or if you know who Stacy might be, let her know.
808 KNBR, the jilted leader.
808 KNBR, the jilted leader. 510. Sorry, bro. A lot of fish in the sea.
Oh, man.
You know?
That's rough. Especially when you texted it on the text line before. It's
pretty bad.
That's a little rough.
Well, I wonder if he typed in the number into like his iPhone, because if you do that and you type in the number,
I've texted this number before. About Derek Papa.
But it wouldn't necessarily, like if he just sent the text, if he typed in the phone number, it wouldn't necessarily just come up.
No, yeah, it wouldn't.
And then he could type the text and hit send, and it would just send to that thread that was previously KNBR. So then he wouldn't know until after. And if he just did that and put the phone in his pocket, then wouldn't know. So there are reasonable explanations for how we got the text and he thought it was still her number.
Tim, you ruined this guy's pie day.
415, brilliant move by Stacy. 925 says, something sounds fishy. Doesn't he have the KNBR text line?
There
Wouldn't
are
he see
people
it?
saying
That's
that it
the
might
one
be
part.
a scam, but again, maybe he texted KNBR and deleted it. Maybe you don't keep all of your text
No,
threads.
you don't. You don't.
Especially to a radio
If you
station.
type in the phone number, if you type in the number, but I don't know, who knows? If he typed in her number and saved it as Stacy, and he said I was too drunk to notice.
Yeah. So the other
then
thing
when he texts Stacy, he's just going to think it's the first text I've ever sent.
The other thing here is that people are saying, well, there's no way that this happened, but because the system that we use, it archives all the text messages. This person is very witty and smart and whatnot. It doesn't seem like, okay, well, he's witty in one moment and just a rube in the next moment.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
No.
Stacy might be calling in right now.
I don't know. We're going to call. 925 says, if it's a fake number, it's got to be dirty work on the sports leader. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, the number to call and to text. We are going to get to more of your calls and more of your texts. We're going to ask you more about Bay Area legends owning records in the way that Steph Curry does, but we can also get to your calls on fake numbers you're giving out, too. We'll get to more of that. We're also going to catch up with Larry Krueger, 4:15. Herm Edwards, 4:50. Adam Kaplan at 5:30. Plenty of football talk coming after Cooper Kupp just signed a 3-year deal with the Seattle Seahawks. More to come on Dirty Work. Stacy is a G on the sports leader.
Frank Isola joined Marcus and the Murph Man this morning, saying that the Warriors are legit championship contenders. And you know it's real if Frankie Ice says it. Check out that podcast and all Murph Man podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The Murph Man leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text if you want to get involved on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Stacy has taken the Dirty Work crowd by storm. The filth have checked in, relentlessly here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I think a lot of them are falling for Stacy. They're saying it's the trifecta. She loves sports. She's witty enough to send out the KNBR text line number as her actual phone number to somebody she doesn't like. So people are saying it's, and there was one more thing they put in there too.
And she's a fan of dirty work.
They're a fan of dirty work. 650 says Stacey knows her dirty work. Another 650 says passive-aggressive breakups, 808 KNBR. 707 says the red flag was when she gave him the number, and she said, ask for Copes. Let's go out to Neil. Neil's in Hayward. Neil's wanted to talk a bit about Stacey, I believe. What's up, Neil? You're on the Sports Leader.
So I got two stories of this. I was out one night with my girlfriend at a bar. Some guy hit on her. So she gave him her name on a napkin, Jenny, with the number 8675309 on it.
Yeah, that's a good one. There you go. And the guy didn't get it.
So the other one.
Oh, come on.
The other one was I worked with this guy. We were in commission sales, and he was always snaking my sales. So I created this guy who would come in and ask for him, and I couldn't get the guy's phone number. But and this guy was running this lead like he was going to close this guy, but the guy didn't exist. And so one day I got pissed off at him, and I gave him the name for Mr. Bayer, Beyer, and the number for the Oakland, the Nolan Park Zoo.
Nice. Beautiful. Well done.
Dude, who are you? Are you like Andy Dufresne?
You're a hell of a prank, dude. Yeah.
I know. Like you're like the end of Shawshank where he like makes up a whole new character.
Yeah, dude, he's playing the long game for like years with this dude. Dude, stop messing.
You got to do it. You got to do it.
You got to make a fake
Neil,
people.
I appreciate the call, man.
Thanks, Neil.
That's well done, dude. That's a pretty long form prank. Good on Neil for that.
Have you, as a producer, and Tim will ask you this too, have you ever texted someone you thought was the guest you're texting and turned out not to be them?
Absolutely. I don't think. I mean, I produced, but I don't know if I did it for long enough to have run into that. I don't recall having had that happen.
I've had that happen many times where I've texted a number where I thought it was it was like a guest, and it not only was it not a guest, they were like, "I know your station, you suck."
Yeah.
One time I said, worse than that is when you send a text message to one of your friends or to maybe a girl that you're like.
Yep.
And it's actually a guest that's been on the show.
Oh.
And that, yeah, you know, not great.
Yeah.
I sent Albert Breer a very weird text one time.
One time,
it's a true story.
Who's the guy who's a little off who runs Black Sports Online?
Oh,
Rob Littell.
Rob Littell.
Littell's got
he just started following me on Twitter.
He's got in his own hot water. I one time accidentally, I don't even know how I did this. I one time accidentally sent Rob Littell my live location. Like I sent him like where I was. Like my iPhone tracker.
Did he text you back, hey, guess this ass?
Yeah, he was like, what's going on there? He was like joking with me, but I was like, it's all good. Don't worry about this. And I was like, I'm going to stop sharing this location.
Yeah. I one time accidentally texted Daniel Jeremiah about something that was going on with another Daniel, and he was like, oh, that Daniel sounds like he sucks. The worst time, though, was when I thought I was texting John Schmaltz. And
Schmaltz?
Schmaltz.
Thank you. You said Schmaltz, right, Tim?
I did initially. John Schmaltz. And this guy sent me back a long text just being like, never in a million years would I go on with you. Why do you think I want to talk to you? I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about that. You sound like a very ugly person. And by the way, this is not John Schmaltz.
Yeah. Sound like an ugly person.
Yes.
Damn. You nailed it. That's crazy. Through one text, he's figured it all out.
Tacky says he wants to know what was on the Albert Breer text. I text him, no, you don't.
I kind of want to know, Tim.
No, you don't.
510 says Stacey versus Harmony, please.
Well,
stay tuned. Stay tuned. Anyway, 925 says trifecta for Stacey. Hot girl, knows her sports, witty enough to give out the text line as her phone number. All right, we are going to be joined at 4:15 in about 10 minutes by Larry Krueger. We'll talk to him about what's going on still with the 49ers. I mean, if you're starting to rank off seasons now for which NFC West team has had the best to worst off season, right now Niners are kind of jury's out.
Oh, dude.
I mean, all they've had is an exodus.
No. Dude, dead last.
I mean, they haven't done much of anything.
I would say if you had to rank right now the best off seasons for NFC West teams, it would go
Seahawks, Rams, or Rams, Seahawks.
I go Rams just because of getting Stafford back and signing
Devontae Adams instead of Cooper Kupp.
Seattle just redoing their whole offense, getting Sam Darnold and now Cooper Kupp. The Cardinals have improved their defense by getting Josh Sweat and a couple of other guys on defense. And then the Niners signed Luke Farrell. Luke Farrell.
Like Russell Gage. You know what I mean? Like guys that's just hanging out there.
Russell Gage on the Niners now?
Did he sign with them?
I think it was DeMarcus Robinson.
Oh, it's DeMarcus Robinson.
Got a Pinnock.
Yeah, Jason Pinnock. I still
Jason
like
Pinnock.
that one. Anyway, yes. If you were going to rank them, I think they got some pieces, but the magnitude of it has not been felt.
Real quick, this kind of dawned on me today. Like we obviously knows this, but it's just kind of like, oh, yeah, I didn't think about this before. Barry Bonds, all-time home run leader, Bay Area legend.
Yep.
Jerry Rice, all-time touchdown leader, Bay Area legend. Steph Curry, all-time three-point legend. As far as the accomplishments, they were talking about this a little bit today on the Greg Show. How would you look at those? It's awesome that all three of those guys are Bay Area athletes, and they all have these records.
Yeah.
Which one do you think is the biggest out of all of them?
Well, you're right in that, pound for pound, if you're going to put Bay Area sports Mount Rushmore up there,
it's all three of those guys.
I mean, three of those guys, then whoever else you want to
Joe
find.
Montana.
Yeah, something like that. But it's like you could put that up against any sports Mount Rushmore in any region of the country.
Well, think about that. Those three guys are Bay Area athletes, and they have the top at all those records.
Well, we got a call during the commercial break from a guy, Mike, in San Francisco. It's pretty funny, too, because he picked up and he wanted to give a Steph Curry take, and he goes, hey, Stacey sounds pretty popular. Then he goes, sorry about that. Anyway, it was like Greg talking pie earlier.
Yeah.
I'm getting
Stacey
distracted.
got a number?
Distracted by pie. Anyway, he was saying, where do you come down on Steph? We had this discussion based on what Shaq was saying the other day. Remember, he's like, I put him above me. He's an all-time great. It's not just greatest shooter anymore. You've got to talk about him as one of the all-time greats. It may be the great, in the GOAT conversation.
Yeah.
My thought is, if you look at those three guys, Bonds, Jerry, and Steph, if they're all three in the GOAT conversation, then they're all three of the greatest of all time. And they are, but not just greatest, like platinum, the best you could possibly be in their class. If you're a Hall of Famer, you're one of the greatest of all time, by definition, right?
Mm-hmm.
In theory. But these guys are in a class above that, where Bonds is one of the most elite to ever play the game of baseball. Jerry Rice, considered the greatest football player of all time. Steph Curry, now we're having the discussion that he should be in the Kobe and LeBron and Michael Jordan and Kareem conversation.
Absolutely.
And if you agree with that, then we're talking about a region that has produced the best talent or just about in every sport. I mean, Willie Mays, maybe one of the other ones you put up there is an all-time great. And he could have been the home run king and had 660 when he retired. Was up right near the top of the list. It is interesting, though, the numbers that they've put up. What are the chances that any of them are caught? 762?
Not happening.
No, I don't think so either. 208 for Jerry with touchdowns?
Not happening.
I don't think so. Derrick Henry's the active leader at 111. Giancarlo Stanton is the active home run leader at 429.
Not happening.
He's not getting a 7.
No.
He might not get to 6.
Nope.
Remember last time I heard from Giancarlo Stanton is when I saw the bottom line a couple weeks ago on MLB Network, and it said Giancarlo Stanton out, and then in parentheses it said elbows. I was like, that doesn't sound good. Yeah, he's got both elbows are a problem.
He might not have 100 left in him.
That's what I'm saying. He's DH.
Throw them bows.
I've never thought of him as a Hall of Fame player, but he's never been healthy.
Yeah.
He's just a massive home run.
And then Steph just keeps playing, and he's 1,000 more than James Harden now?
The question is, will anybody else, and again, he's 900 something above. James Harden's got 3127. Steph's at 4. We both think Steph's getting to 5.
I do.
So if Steph gets to 5 or 5.5 or something like that. Well, I don't know if anybody will catch that, but I think somebody at some point will get to 4 because I think Steph's paved the way for that style of play to happen. Steph wasn't even shooting that many threes, and he was a ton, but in the first couple of years of his career, the style of play had to start to give way to that.
And that's why I think Steph Curry's accomplishments are more impactful than that of a Barry Bonds or Jerry Rice. You could say it's harder to hit all those home runs and harder to get all those touchdowns, but no one was doing this stuff like Steph Curry has. The three-point shot didn't become a thing until 1979, and guys did it from time to time, but it didn't really take off until, honestly, in recent years. I don't remember guys shooting three-pointers when I was a kid watching basketball. It's definitely gone up a notch, but Steph Curry has revolutionized the game of basketball. So for him to do it in my opinion, just a short amount of time, and to make that aspect of the game probably the most exciting thing in basketball. Obviously you have alley-oops and dunks and stuff like that, steals. They're all exciting, but to me, the three-point shot is the equivalent of a touchdown or a home run. And Steph Curry definitely changed the game in that aspect to me.
Without question. What you got, Tim?
And a bunch of people on the text line in the chat are mentioning, would you put Ricky in this conversation?
Unbeatable
his
records?
record will never be broken.
Yes.
It's not even a question. To me, it's so unreachable. Yeah. And his season total to me is so unreachable because of the way that the game is played now. And so I kind of agree with the text line here that Ricky should probably be in this conversation.
Well, we were talking about it like yesterday with Justice. Like the Giants haven't had a 30 stolen base guy since 2007 with Dave Roberts. I mean, think about like what Ricky was doing every single year.
It was like 50 games that year. It wasn't a good season.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, there's been seasons where he got caught more times than people had successful stolen bases. That means you're going every single time. There is no red light. It's like you got on first base, you're going no matter what. I think that one year he got caught 57 times or something like that.
Yep.
And so go back a couple of years when stolen bases were really down and the leader was 60. It's like, Jesus. Yeah. So he got caught almost as many times as people had successful as the leader. So I think he deserves to be in the conversation.
And then what was that one year where Harold Reynolds got 60, and then Ricky called him and was like, "You should be ashamed of yourself. How dare you?"
Ricky going for 100.
It's amazing. He was like, "Congratulations." Not.
You should be ashamed of yourself for leading the league. Ricky missed half the year or something because he got hurt or some crap, and he's like, "You should be ashamed leading with 60." Ricky steals 100, and then he hung up.
Yep.
That was it. That's all he had to say. Yeah, in terms of unbreakable records, that's up there too.
Oh, definitely. And that's because that's something that's not going to be done anymore. Like, do you think anybody would get close to that anymore of Ricky Henderson numbers? Like, we're talking about Ellie De La Cruz, not even close to those numbers.
That's what's funny is even in the age where everybody's trying to hit home runs, nobody thinks anyone's coming close to Barry.
No.
760 is insane.
Yeah, it's wild. And that's crazy that those four guys are Bay Area athletes. I don't think anybody's touching their records.
Well, it's funny because all those skill sets too, Steph Curry's three-pointer, Barry Bonds is a home run hitter, Ricky Henderson is a base stealer, changed the game in a way that I've never seen players change the game. Like Steph and the magnitude. Steph changed it over the evolution of basketball, of course, and the three-point shooting and how you have to defend and what's important now in the game. Ricky Henderson changed it in that if he got on base, you knew he was going to second and probably going to third. You couldn't allow him to get on base. And being a leadoff hitter that could do that and hit for power also was insane and something that every team had to game plan for every time they were going to play him.
Right.
Barry Bonds, the same thing within the game itself. I've never seen any one player in baseball impact a game the way Barry did. I know the shift got big and then they had to ban the shift. They did that to Barry as the only player in the game they did it to for a decade almost, where every time he came up, the second baseman was in right field, the shortstop was playing over behind the bagger where second base was, and the first baseman was playing back. They did that for years. Teams had pitchers in their division, teams in the division had pitchers that were only there to face Barry. Mike Myers was that guy. Remember that, Tim?
Yeah,
Brian
baby.
Fuentes. Yeah, for the D-backs. Jesse Orozco.
These guys, they would just march out to be the Barry guy, And you knew if you were watching a series, you're going to get at least 2 or 3 at-bats. This guy versus that guy.
It's going to be Bond's going to face Myers 3 times this series in the 7th inning or later. They're just going to bring him in to face him because you had to have a guy on your team who could face Barry Bonds. The Padres built their stadium to be Barry Bonds proof and then had to reconfigure it after he retired. They're like, it's too big. We can't hit home runs here.
Even John Schmaltz had trouble against him.
Thank you.
John Schmaltz. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you.
It's the Yiddish version of John Schmaltz.
It's dirty work on a Friday. Larry Kruger's going to join us. There's more football news today, so we'll catch up with Larry, Herm Edwards, and Adam Kaplan. Larry's going to join us next. Cooper Kupp, 3 years to Seattle. So he's going to be a Seahawk.
$15 million a year.
And that's the question. I think we all know the answer. If you were going to rank off seasons so far, who's having the best in the NFC West? Niners are sitting at the bottom regardless.
They may have the worst offseason of any team in football.
All right. You're probably right. Let's talk to Larry Kruger about it. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors continue to string wins together after an impressive 130-104 victory over the Sacramento Kings. Cope called this whooping early. Of note, Jonathan Kuminga scored 18 points in an impressive 20 minutes. You hear that? 20 minutes. Wasn't there some sort of bet about that? Anyway, chime in on the KNBR YouTube chat if you'd like to dogpile on bad show wagers.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 at 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. We're going to catch up with Larry Krueger as soon as we connect with Krug to get into some of the 49er stuff, or lack thereof, so far this offseason.
A lot of lack thereof.
I mean, again, another guy in Cooper Kupp that I wasn't anticipating would be a 49er. We talked about the Demarcus Robinson ad. That's a guy who I think Krug even mentioned a couple of weeks back in terms of what you'd want in speed. He's a veteran. Had a career high in yards last year, over 500 yards receiving. Matt Stafford liked him, so he knows the style of offense the Niners will play. And they'll just be hopefully relying on him to be a number 3 guy if, in fact, Pearsall and Juwan Jennings can be what we saw from Pearsall at the end of last season and from Jennings throughout all of last year. So, I mean, Jennings, I think, has proven he can shoulder some load. That he can be the number 1 or the best receiver on the roster.
He was last year.
It's just still sort of jury's out, I think. And it does feel like they're putting a lot, not just on the draft, but they're putting a lot on some young guys in Ricky Pearsall and Malik Mustafa, and guys who have yet to really prove it. But I've got the confidence in the offense based on what we've seen from guys early in their career like Debo and like Brandon Ayuk.
Let's be real. The biggest load they're putting on somebody is Brock Purdy. And no contract has been done yet. Everyone's saying that it's on the horizon and should be here relatively soon, but who knows? I made the comparison to the Buffalo Bills the other day of how they reset their roster last year, and they managed to be the second seed in the AFC, go back to the AFC Championship game, and Josh Allen was MVP. And that's the key there. Josh Allen was MVP. The Rams did the same thing with Matthew Stafford and Cooper Kupp and Aaron Donald, but it was Matthew Stafford that carried the load for the Rams. That's my biggest concern is, and I wonder if everyone's feeling the same thing, is Brock Purdy good enough of a player to carry everything with the 49ers right now? He's going to have McCaffrey. He's going to have Kittle. He's going to have Juwan Jennings and all those guys. He's not going to have Brandon Ayuk for a good deal of the season. Do they feel comfortable paying Brock Purdy and feeling like he's that type of guy, like he is Josh Allen, he is Matthew Stafford?
He's not that guy.
Then we have a problem.
Well, he's not that guy. And something that's interesting is Sam Darnold was introduced either today or yesterday.
I think yesterday.
Eric Branch has a great piece in the Chronicle about some comments Sam Darnold made at his introductory press conference with the Seahawks, where he was crediting the turnaround. They were asking him about the unlikely or unexpected sort of turnaround for his career. I mean, drafted with top 3 talent.
Yep.
And then a guy who was really, really young at 20 years old when he got to the NFL, but kind of wasting away at Carolina, comes to be the backup for a year with the Niners, and then becomes a starter and is now getting paid. Got a $100 million contract at $55 guaranteed to be a starter for Seattle, and he's still fairly young, like a guy who can I think still do something, maybe even get another contract, depending on how things go for him up there. But he said he credited a lot of what his success has become to Brock Purdy himself.
Yeah.
Not even the Kyle Shanahan offense or how to prepare and all that. It was Brock Purdy himself. And he said, it was shocking to me that Brock, a guy who was the 7th round pick and the last pick of the draft, and he who is the number 3 pick, who came in with far more talent or expected talent to the NFL, had the mentality that, hey, it doesn't matter where I came from. My job as the quarterback is to be the point guard. It's to deliver the ball into the hands and get the ball to the playmakers. We have so many good ones. Why would I ever try to do something to be a world beater? Let me just give it to those guys and let them go make plays. It's an easier thing to say or to think, I think, than it is to actually go out and do. But I would say that's what Brock does. I did read that and think to myself, boy, I sure hope there's always going to be enough talent around Brock Purdy. Not that it says anything about him, but Tom Brady early in his career won. Being a game manager might not be a fair term, but they were a great defensive team.
Yeah.
He didn't have insane playmakers around him on offense.
No, David Givens.
They started to draft those players.
Deion Branch.
They added those weapons. But Tom Brady was winning with defenses,
Yep.
and he wasn't turning the ball over, and he had to make some big plays and put together some big drives to get in field goal range. Had to get a call or two.
Yeah, no, definitely.
But also, like, I would say that Brock is different because the game now is different than Tom Brady was then. But mentally, I think it has to be the same thing. And I'm not expecting that jump for him to become that world beater. But again, this is just the price of having a quality quarterback.
Of course. But I would also say that none of those guys that make $50 million a year are game managers. That's, I think, what the whole holdup is with
I'm not
Brock
saying
Purdy.
Brock's a game manager.
Neither am I, but I think that he has that stigma. People view him that way. Like, I could see that going two ways with, like, when Sam Darnold says that about Brock Purdy, it's like, oh, that's a good compliment. Also being like, he's afraid to rip the ball down the field.
Maybe, yeah. That's kind of where mine was like, I thought the same thing. Like, oh, okay, I just really hope there's always weapons there.
Exactly.
So would you say Jimmy was a game manager?
Yes.
Would you just say Brock then is a better game manager than Jimmy?
Absolutely.
That's how
he
you
made
do it?
smarter decisions than Jimmy. Even though Jimmy Garoppolo was a game manager, he made some terrible decisions. But I think it's because of the scheme that Kyle put around him. I also, the question is, take any of those guys that make $50 million a year. If you put them on a different team, do they have the same success? That's why I think those guys make those deals. Like Jared Goff. Like, at one point in time, I thought, okay, he just does what Sean McVay tells him to do. But actually, he had a fairly good season with the Detroit Lions this year.
Doesn't that make you a good quarterback? I understand that there's different skill sets. That's why we talk about Jordan Love versus Brock. We all believe that he's more talented. He hasn't achieved as much as Brock. And he's definitely not to where he's going to be. But I think we all look at him as potentially having some of the best arm talent in the NFL and could evolve into something really, really spectacular in Green Bay. And that's why they paid him. They believe that, too.
Right.
We don't know if Brock is just who Brock is or if there's another level to what his game can become. My hope would be that there's another level, that a guy like who has the skill set now,
he's young enough, you hope so,
continues to get better, or has the calling card that he doesn't throw interceptions ever, and maybe if you become a game manager for long enough and you continue to win for year after year after year, and you have huge achievements and team success the way they have, you start to evolve and you're just a good quarterback.
Yeah, well, that's why I think the Niners are hopeful that Brock Purdy basically has to turn into Tom Brady and have that Tom Brady jump. Tom Brady was a very good quarterback and won Super Bowls very early on in his career, but he wasn't an MVP type quarterback. He didn't put up those numbers until he got Randy Moss. Once he got Randy Moss and Wes Welker and all those guys,
the offense evolved.
Yeah, exactly.
And he evolved as a quarterback and became a downfield passer, and they had deep threats, and you get Gronk, right?
Yeah.
I mean, earlier they were getting like Corey Dillon. They were grabbing running backs.
So that's the truth, really, is that with the way they reset this team, Brock Purdy does have to make that jump. He does have to take that next level. He does have to be an elite quarterback. That's what they're paying him for. And I know that that's what the market is, and I agree you have to pay him. But now the expectation is we're not going to re-sign Dre Greenlaw. We're not going to re-sign all these other guys. And quite frankly, we didn't need these guys. And sometimes you just, you move on from players after a certain amount of time. And Kyle Juszczyk was there, and he's a fullback. You can replace him.
It's the optics of it all.
Yeah, you can replace a Dre Greenlaw. But there is going to be more pressure on Brock Purdy. That's why people last year saying, well, I'm not giving him a pass just because he didn't have Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. He should still perform. You can feel that way. And that's definitely going to come into play for the next seasons with Brock Purdy as quarterback.
Yeah, it will. It's more about, when I look at across the NFC West now and you see Cooper Kupp signs with Washington, that's when you're just like, man, it's tough to see teams around you doing things, and Giants fans know what we're talking about. It stinks when it's always the Dodgers, but when other teams are signing players that you find attractive, whether their likelihood to come here was high or not. Like, I didn't think Cooper Kupp was coming here, but didn't want him to go to Seattle. Seattle's had a pretty damn good offseason.
Well, I've been listening to a lot of the national media's take on the 49ers, and a lot of them are like, why are the Niners acting like they're a cheap organization right now? They make bundles of money right now. Why are they acting like they have no money to throw out there? And I totally understand that. At the same time, I think Jed York is right to feel like I don't need to start spending money on guys that, quite frankly, didn't play well last year or didn't perform well,
or more. They're more gambles. Really, the Dre Greenlaw one. Like when I look at
or didn't play or wasn't healthy.
When I look at the exits from the roster that people are finding significant, like we knew Javon Hargrave wasn't coming back.
Nope,
we all knew that prior to this year. But when you look at it paired with 6 other guys who have left, it seems like, man, they've lost all these players and they don't have replacements for them because they didn't go out and add in free agency because they do have to sign Brock Purdy. And I really do think, and we've talked a lot about this, at the Brandon Ayuk thing, even though that contract is not fully kicked in terms of what they have to pay him annually yet, after the signing bonus, I think that because of that injury, this offseason has gone far different than maybe they expected or anticipated. When we talked to, what was it, a couple of weeks ago? It was last week. I can't remember who we spoke to about it. He said that they thought, I think it was Matt Barrows maybe, or it wasn't Cam Edmonds. Somebody had said to us that they thought that the 49ers maybe were considering trading Brandon Ayuk after this past season. That they thought if there was this many people who wanted to trade for him now, we get the power back if we sign the contract, allow him to be here, then he can't dictate where he goes. And if somebody would give us a pick for him last year, maybe they'll do it this year. You get hurt, all that changes. And you have to move on from Deebo Samuel, which you anticipated for a long time. You anticipated it the second they drafted Ricky Pearsall. And that's something that wasn't totally expected. Plus,
Deebo knew that, though.
Deebo asked to be out. If Dre Greenlaw hadn't gotten hurt, this might have been a different conversation. But it's a 3-year deal that he took. They were never going to give him a 3-year deal.
No, they weren't.
Talanoa Hufanga didn't play great, and they needed to get younger. That's why they drafted Malik Mustafa. They wanted to get younger and cheaper. You hit on a 5th rounder. became an All-Pro. Good on you.
I don't disagree with any of the moves they made.
But there's questions as to how you replace any of that.
Exactly. That's my thing. And the one release, I'm kind of like, I don't know if you needed to do that. Leonard Floyd. I do look at that and I'm like, you do need a pass rusher.
Yeah.
You do need someone opposite Nick Bosa. You didn't sign Joey Bosa. You didn't go out and get anybody, really. Why not just keep him on the team and have him as a third down pass rusher right there? Like, even if you get somebody younger in the draft, isn't it nice to have some veteran presence with Leonard Floyd? He was under contract. He's not costing you that much. I didn't understand that one. If I'm going through all of them, like I totally understand moving on from Deebo Samuel and Javon Hargrave and everybody. But Leonard Floyd, I thought he could have had him for one more season. And that's the thing. Like, this team is going to get really young. So I don't mind the moves they made, but you better back it up with drafting guys that can fill those holes. And a lot's going to be placed on Brock Purdy. This is his football team now, along with Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle. And let's not act like George Kittle's going to be here for the foreseeable future. I do think that this may be it for him. This might be his swan song after his contract expires after the season.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call or to text. We'll get you updated on what's going on across the NFL. Also, Herm Edwards going to join us at 4:50 here on Dirty Work, and then Adam Kaplan coming up at 5:30. We'll still try to connect with Larry if we can, too, at some point. We haven't been able to connect with him. But
all good.
Cooper Kupp goes to Seattle, and Aaron Rodgers is pulling a Brett Favre. Is that what he wants? He wants to go to Minnesota.
This is pissing me off on multiple levels, and I'll explain why this may impact the show come Monday.
Ooh, that'll keep him.
Derek's hot.
Derek's hot, huh?
I'm nervous as hell. This Aaron Rodgers thing is
nervous as hell.
Making me wonder if I'm going to do a 4-hour show by myself on Monday.
It's March 14th, and Derek's sweating Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk about it next.
I didn't want to do this.
The Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Herm Edwards is going to join us in about 15 minutes at 4:50 Talk about this NFL offseason. And
you play to win the game. Hello?
Hello?
You play to win the game.
And then Adam Kaplan joins us at 5:30. Blade, what's up with Aaron Rodgers, man? I mean, so it sounds like Pittsburgh wants Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Sounds like Rodgers wants to go to Minnesota, and Minnesota's like, we didn't ask. So that's what it sounds like.
So,
and then also, hold on, tied to this as well is Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
So he's holding the Steelers kind of hostage here because it sounds like they want him.
Are you talking about the Rodgers? Yeah.
He wants to go to Minnesota. Minnesota's like not working out a deal with him. Russell Wilson is wanted also, it sounds like, by the New York Giants.
Yep.
And by potentially Pittsburgh if the Rodgers thing falls through.
Yeah.
Maybe he's there. So he's kind of being held hostage.
This whole thing is a gigantic cluster F.
Yeah.
So Aaron Rodgers.
Now it's affecting you.
Well, it is, and I'll get to that. So Aaron Rodgers, I mean, I thought we were done this whole thing. Like, I thought that he would just be grateful to play quarterback again. But no, this has turned into a whole, like, remember when the Jets saga, how long that took for the trade to actually commence? Like, that was an ordeal. And now, like, people are, like, this is the biggest thing on ESPN every single day is, when is Aaron Rodgers going to sign? And I'm kind of interested, but not as interested in years past. So, yes, he has a deal on the table with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it sounds like the Steelers are 100% all in on Aaron Rodgers. The backup plans for the Steelers are Russell Wilson, and that's it. The Giants.
That's a tough deal.
Yeah.
It's not Rodgers, it's Wilson or nothing.
The Giants also are interested in Aaron Rodgers, and it sounds like from Diana Rossini that the Giants have offered the most money between the two teams. And it sounds like Russell Wilson interviewed with the Cleveland Browns yesterday, and he's going to talk with the New York Giants brass today. And the Giants are kind of like, we're not really anticipating Aaron Rodgers to come to us at this point. The Steelers are like, we're waiting on this guy. What's the holdup? The holdup is the Vikings are not 100% telling him, no, we're not doing it. Like, that's what Mike Silver and Diana Rossini are all over this.
Yeah.
The Vikings are giving Aaron Rodgers hope. So it's not Aaron Rodgers taking his sweet-ass time. It's the Vikings taking their sweet-ass time.
Well, what are the Vikings taking their time with? Is it because they don't want to fully commit to Rodgers as the starter for the season?
I think it's that they started making moves with the intent that J.J. McCarthy was going to be their guy.
Right.
And they did go after Daniel Jones to bring him back to be the backup, but Daniel Jones had a better chance to beat out Anthony Richardson with the Colts.
Yeah.
So they're mulling it over. I'm sure Kevin O'Connell's like, Aaron Rodgers for a season wouldn't be bad, and we give McCarthy some time to grow as a quarterback. But then I'm sure
But have a serious injury and he's not playing.
Yeah, and I'm sure the GM, Quincy, is like, we definitely went into this offseason with the intent of J.J. McCarthy being our guy. That's the thing. They are the Vikings are holding this thing up because Aaron Rodgers wants to go to the Minnesota Vikings. He wants to do the Favre thing.
It'd be so funny if he went in the exact same order. If he went Packers, Jets, and then Vikings.
But he wants to play for the Vikings. I'm sure his backup plan is, I'm cool with playing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I like Mike Tomlin.
Why do you think it's Vikings? Is it the style of offense paired with getting to play indoors?
Yeah, playing indoors. Kevin O'Connell's your head coach. You actually have an offensive play caller.
Yeah.
You have the best wide receiver in football, probably next to Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. And yeah, like you have your old buddy Aaron Jones. The scheme is probably very different, or very similar to what you had in Green Bay. And I think the Minnesota Vikings are probably in a better position to compete for a championship than that of the Pittsburgh Steelers right now. And in the AFC, you got to compete with Mahomes and Burrow and Josh Allen. Really, Aaron Rodgers is dealing with guys in his own division, the Packers, the Lions, Eagles, and that's about it. So I understand why Aaron Rodgers wants to go to the Vikings, but I think that he's holding out hope for something that's not going to happen. I was hoping today, but maybe this weekend we'll get an alert that Aaron Rodgers made his mind up and actually is going to Pittsburgh. And the reason why it's affecting me is because you're not in on Monday.
No, I'm off on Monday and I'm off on Tuesday.
Okay, so I've been looking forward to the show for a long time. I had a fantastic show with Dieter Kernenbach on Monday, but we're going to do a
self-proclaimed fantastic show.
I thought it was a good show.
Okay.
Tim, was it a good show? Okay.
Danny Dunchik said no. He was like, no.
No. Come on, Danny, you know what? Get out of here.
Danny's back now?
First day back and you're ripping me? Jesus.
Oh, man. He not only did he rip you, he hung up on the Mexican-American dream.
Oh, AJ
dude.
Cruz? Come on.
man. We were getting
You know what, Danny? You're on thin ice when you're filling in on Monday, my friend.
How about Danny? Danny, before he even came back, I guess today's his first day back. I haven't seen him do a damn thing, by the way.
I know what you're about to
just
say.
walking around.
Adam is about to say is absolutely true.
Danny was like asking for days off before he even started. He was like about to start. He was like, hey, I need he was going to Tim. He's like, I need this day. I need this day.
There was no asking. It was, I'm off these days.
I like that.
I like that.
Dan Dunn putting his nuts on the table.
Yeah, he's back on his own terms. That's how you do it, Dan.
Dan Dunn's going to be with you on Monday as well as Thursday and Friday.
Oh, nice. So I look forward to that. But we're going to do our own edition of Papa and Silver. Thought it'd be fun. Mike Silver was filling in with Greg Silver during the holidays. And he was like, hey, you and I should do a show together. It'd be fun. So we're doing that on Monday. I hope. Here's the deal. I love Mike Silver, but
it's supposed to be Derek and Mike Silver on Monday.
But Mike Silver is tight with Aaron Rodgers, and I understand that. Mike Silver is, loves himself some Aaron Rodgers more than D-Pop. So if this story doesn't break by Monday, he might be in quite the conundrum where he has to stay by his phone and be tapped in. So it's either this Aaron Rodgers news breaks before then, and we get ourselves a nice, tasty show with Mike Silver, or it might be Derry P by his lonesome on Monday for 4 hours with Dan Dunn.
It's a pretty drastic,
very different shows.
Like two pretty wide-ranging outcomes for what could happen for Monday.
That pendulum could swing.
Yeah, stay tuned.
It definitely could. Now,
so you'll know. So if Aaron Rodgers hasn't signed by Monday, Derek's gonna be. You're not gonna have a backup plan?
No, we do have a backup plan. I'm kidding. John Dickinson's gonna fill in need be Monday, but
also a very different show.
Yes, but. I mean, no, but it'll be fine. Meet me and JD, and we're going to be.
You sound nervous.
And harmonic on Tuesday, but
Danny in my ear said, "I know what I'm rooting for."
But yeah, it'd be cool to do a show with Mike Silver. Oh, we got breaking news.
Aaron Rodgers signed.
Breaking news. No, nothing to do with that.
Oh, damn.
Our guy from the 510 that got jilted by Stacy.
Okay, hold on. We got to set this up again for anybody who hasn't heard. Earlier in the show, we got a text from a 510 texter on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. It was a 510 texter, and they accidentally sent us a text what we thought was an accident. It was a text that said, Tim, do you have the text in front of you?
I've been watching this like a hawk for like 2 hours. Okay, I haven't moved on from it at all.
Tim, read the text that the 510 sent to.
The original text from 510 said, hey, Stacy, it was great meeting you yesterday. Had a fun time with you. Let's do it again next week. I promise I won't drink as much like last night. Let me know what time is best for you.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so he says, we went on a discussion about whether or not this was an actual date.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't think it was a date. You said you thought it was. I heard it again. I thought maybe it was. Then we find out, because Tim then texted him and said, hey, go ahead and read your text back to him, Tim.
My text was, hey, it's Tim over at KNBR. It's an honest mistake. However, we read it on the air, and we'd love to hear how the date went and if there's a second date in the future, to which, again, took about half an hour to respond, but he got back, and he said, oh, man, how embarrassing, exclamation. She gave me this number, and it sounded familiar, but I had one too many drinks for me to catch it last night.
Yeah.
Unsure if there's a second date at the moment.
Probably not.
Looking great.
Yeah, so we were thinking this is hysterical. I mean, this woman
looking
Stacey
doubtful.
It's fantastic that she gave this guy a number, and the fake number she gave him was the KNBR Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. He ended up texting her, and people are saying, well, how could that possibly be if he has texted many times before into dirty work? He's a member of the filth, we would believe. Now, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. If he was inebriated and she just put the number in and he saved it as Stacy, he could just save it as Stacy. Maybe he doesn't have the number saved anyway. I don't know. But when he goes to text it for the first time, he could have also just typed in the number, written the message, sent it, and it ends up coming to the text line, and he didn't notice. I'm just gonna give him the benefit of the doubt on that end.
All questions that could be asked, assuming that he was willing to come on the show. So
yeah, we're trying to get him on.
I asked him, I said, would you like to come on the show? The audience has been rooting for you for about an hour. He just got back a second ago, and he said, I don't mind coming on. Maybe I can get some advice. I'll be available in about 20 minutes. What's the number to call in?
This is fantastic. All right, Tim, book him.
So clearly he doesn't know the number at all.
We're gonna talk to him. We're gonna do it at 5:15 after Herm Edwards, or maybe we'll do it like right after we talk to Herm.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
He said 20 minutes. We'll do it after.
We got a jam-packed show.
But this has been a fantastic turn of events.
And on Steph Curry's birthday.
All right, dude, on Pi Day. Are you guys with me now a little bit? Are we giving him the benefit of the doubt that he didn't know it was the text line number since he didn't even know that's the same number to call? He's texted so many times. He had some great riffs, actually, on the text line we were looking at previously.
I mean, like I said, if I was out drinking and someone just gave me a number, I'd be like, yeah, whatever, I got your number. Cool with me. I don't care.
He was getting off some heavy riffs on the day that we were
On me?
on the day that we were talking about how you were conceived
really?
after Smoke Stewart's no hitter.
I don't know if I want this guy on.
We told him we don't have to. He doesn't have to reveal his number or his name if he doesn't want to.
Oh no! Come on, tough guy. Let's get you on now.
Yeah. Now Derek wants to talk to him.
Huh?
Derek wants to talk to him.
You want a piece of me?
All right, if you've been following it all today, what's going on with the saga with the 510 texter trying to reach out to Stacy, who it turns out gave him a fake number, and it was in fact the KNBR text line. He's agreed to come on and talk about it, and we'll try to get some questions answered. We'll try to help him out a little bit.
This is like Love Line with Dr. Drew.
I know, and I imagine, like, we don't have any way to contact her because she just gave him our phone
I actually
number.
kind of want to hear Stacy's side of it a little bit more.
I would too, so we'll just get him on, and I would love to just hear Stacy's end of this at some point.
Stacey, if you're out there.
But she must be a listener if she's got this number.
Got a personality like a dead moor.
She got this number on cue.
This guy just killed me. What's the number to
What's
call
the
me?
number to call? She's
Come
beautiful.
on, texter.
This is a beaut.
If you're going to call me out for my wardrobe, come on, dude.
Herm Edwards will join us next. We'll talk about what's going on in the NFC West and Cooper Kupp joining the Seahawks.
Should we get Herm's opinion on the whole thing?
We'll get Herm's opinion.
Hello?
Like, I would have asked Kruger about it, because Kruger for sure, Kruger, longtime radio guy, he's experienced some stuff like this, I'm sure, before. I mean, it's not uncommon we get texts that go to us that are meant for someone's spouse or their kid or a friend or something like that. And they'll say, oh, wrong text.
I wonder what happened to Crew, too.
But he legit just thought this was her number. So we responded.
Last time we lost Krug, he lost his phone and his
I was in the middle of watching some bird songs.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, Krug got lost in a seat cushion.
I put a spoon on my nose. It got attached.
All right, we got to catch up with Herm Edwards, but stay tuned. We are going to connect with the 510 texter who got deked by Stacy. She gave him the wrong number, and it was the KNBR text line. We'll talk to him coming up a little bit later after Herm Edwards, then Adam Kaplan at 5:30. It's dirty work. It's what we do. It's what we do. It's the greatest show in America.
It's this type of show, people.
The sports leader.
Major League Baseball's regular season continues to inch closer. In the meantime, tune in for some good old-fashioned preseason ball. Tomorrow versus the Mariners and Sunday versus the A's. Both pregames are at 12:50, so crack that cold one and keep it locked to KNBR, the Scottsdale leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's me again. It's Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. Look, you've worked so hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes that so many people make when they get to retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference for you, and you can reduce what you owe to the government, plus keep thousands of dollars more in your pocket, especially for those who have already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today. That phone number is 866-496-2300, and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. That number again, 866-496-2300, or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work rolls on. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Friday afternoon. As more news out of the NFC West just a little while ago, and it's not for the 49ers. We'll talk about it with our next guest, longtime coach in the NFL. You see him on ESPN. Herm Edwards joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Herm? How you doing, man?
Hey, Coach.
I'm well. I can't keep up with free agency anymore. Every other hour you go, oh, he's going. You got to get a scorecard to figure out where all these players are going, right?
It's crazy. I forget. I have to look it up like every day to see who's still available, who's agreed, when guys actually sign. And it's so funny. Yeah. We were saying yesterday, Herm, that when the new league year starts officially, when they say free agency officially starts, that's kind of the end of it. Like everybody else signs before free agency starts.
Yeah, they're negotiating and talking before the letter of the hour strikes. I mean, there's a lot of these deals already done, as we know, and that's just part of the business of an agent, you know. And they understand if you got a hot player, you can get him what he wants. I mean, these guys leave.
So let me ask you this, because we're the 49er flagship here, and people in the Bay Area frustrated about what's going on with the 49ers this offseason. I think for a lot of us who cover it closely, it's not a huge surprise, some of the exits, but it's basically just been an exodus. And I wonder, from your perspective, is this just the nature of what happens with a team that gets expensive and now has to pay a quarterback, or does this feel more like a rebuild from your perspective?
Well, I think two things come to mind when you say that. First of all, they've done a good job of acquiring these players. So you got to look at that and go, oh, by the way, these were our players first. So, I mean, we know how to draft players. We know how to get players in free agency. So you should feel somewhat at ease of that we know what we're doing. But here again, when you sit where they sit now and the quarterback comes due and he's on the rookie contract first 3 or 4 years, you know this is going to transpire. I mean, because you can't keep everybody. And so you've got to stay ahead of it. So in other words, let's say you got a rookie quarterback and you say, okay, he's on a 4-year deal, but eventually we got to pay the guy. And if you brought some players in as well that have been good players at certain positions, you know that, hey, we're going to have to draft or acquire these positions because we ain't going to be able to keep these guys because we got to get the quarterback paid. So that's part of it too. And that's just part of what every team has to go through.
So, Herm, as a coach, what do you think Kyle Shanahan's going through right now? Like when you see a bunch of players leaving and the GM and owner tell you we're getting younger, we're drafting more players, you got to make it work this season. How difficult is that for a coach?
Well, I think, look, you're involved in this too when all this is happening. You're involved in the fact that, look, the quarterback's going to have to get paid. This is not to them, it's not, oh, what just happened? They've already thought about this, 3 years ago, that this is what's going to look like. Now, it's easy to say that when you're 3 years away from it, but now everybody sees it, and you're going, oh, boy. And the head coach has to go to the press conference and say, what are you going to do, coach? And, and he's got to keep the smile on. And look, this is a good organization. They know what they're doing, but it's a shock to your system when all of a sudden all these players are exiting and they're not backup players, they're starters.
Talking to Herm Edwards, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. So they bring back Robert Saleh, which I think a lot of 49er fans were excited about, and people thought maybe he shouldn't have even been let go by the Jets. But when you're drafting this many players, and specifically on defense, they're going to have to draft, kind of like they did this past year, 3 to 4 starters, it feels like, that they can play this year. How important is it to have a guy who can develop talent while they're on that active roster? And what level do you think Saleh is at right now in being able to do that?
Well, I think an excellent football coach. And you're right. I mean, it's a shame what happened to him in New York, but he'll get another opportunity. And I think for the 49ers, that organization feels good about getting him back. And look, he knew what he was walking into too now. I mean, he understood that, hey, when, they've had these discussions now. So he walks in and go, hey, coach, this is what's going to happen. He goes, okay, I got it. Mm-hmm. I'm good. We'll go out and there's some guys we can get to. So they've got a plan. It's just when it happens like it's happening right now, and the draft hasn't come yet. So they pick number 11. It'll be interesting to see what they do there, because there's some spots they need. Do they get to go out and get a tackle? Trent Williams is 37 years old. Yeah. Or do they get another end? They need to get after the passer. So they've lost some secondary players. What are they going to do? So it's going to be kind of interesting when that all plays out.
Talking to former NFL head coach Herman Edwards on the Uma guest line. So, Coach, you were with Brandon Ayuk at ASU. What are your expectations for him in a season where he's coming back from a torn ACL?
Well, look, he's a prideful guy. He looks at himself as a very good player, and obviously the rehab is important, and I know they're doing a good job with that. And I think, if he has to look at it like right now, is that, look, I'm the guy, right? I'm the number one receiver, and he is. There's no doubt about that. And I think Ricky did a nice job for him last year, but Brandon is the number one guy, so. What's good for him, he's playing with a quarterback that he knows. The quarterback's going to get signed, so I know all the fans are going, what's going on? Just relax. Purdy's going to be your quarterback. And I just think that, he's excited about that. And so I think he's looking forward to, coming in and having a really good season.
And you mentioned Ricky Pearsall. You coached him as well at Arizona State. What are your expectations for him in his second season? Well,
I think Ricky is a good asset for these guys. I mean, he's a really good football player, and he can do a lot of things. You can move him around. He can play in the slot. He can play outside. He's not afraid to block. So I think he's a guy that when they looked at him to draft him, they say, look, this guy can do a lot of things for us. And I thought he got a taste of it last year, which was good. So now he has some experience of playing, and that's always helpful. It's one thing when you watch it. It's another thing when you have to go play. And look, and last year, this team obviously, for a lot of different reasons, wasn't the team that everybody expected. Injuries had a lot to do with that, but he had to deal with that too. So he had to go with that. So this team right now, when you look at them, they were 6-11 last year, and now all those players in that locker room are going, okay, there's going to be a new set of players coming in because we're going to lose some guys, and that's okay because some guys are going to have to step up and be leaders now.
Talking to Herm Edwards on the Uma guest line, is it I don't know. I mean, it's always a risky thing because the draft is not a perfect science, but how scary is it to want to and have to rely on the draft to find success in any given year to be successful? I mean, that because they still have some high-paid talent. Like, they still have McCaffrey. If they were fully rebuilding, they could say, we're not paying Brock yet. We'll trade McCaffrey. We'll trade Kittle. But they're not doing that. So they really are trying to hit. I mean, how risky of a proposition is that?
Well, I don't know if it's risky. I just think I think a lot of these rookies are when they come in, they're ready to play. I mean, look at Jaden Daniels.
Sure.
I mean, he was the quarterback for both the guys you just talked about, the two receivers, right? And so, I just think it's when you study the draft and you study the guy you're bringing in, the quarterback's set. So from there, it's like, okay, what other guy? Who do we have to get? And you can say we got to go after this guy or that guy. And look, I say this as a rookie that came in as a rookie and started. And I think this is where the draft comes in when you're studying guys. Is this guy ready to play now? And there's certain guys that come in and you look at him and you go, wow, he doesn't play like a rookie, doesn't act like a rookie. They're ready to play.
Talking to Herman Edwards on the Uma guest line. So I think the biggest story right now in the NFL is everybody's waiting on Aaron Rodgers. Is he going to sign with the Minnesota Vikings or the Pittsburgh Steelers? You know Mike Tomlin well from your days in Tampa together. How long do you think Mike Tomlin's willing to wait this out?
Well, I think when you're Pittsburgh, you sit there and you got to get a quarterback. There's no doubt about that. You're not going to draft one where you're at. I mean, there's not going to be a top quarterback there, but I think they'll wait it out for a while. I mean, but this is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They'll find a way to get a quarterback. They're built historically in this sense. They need a quarterback just to run the operation. They know what the operation is. We're going to run the football. We're going to be physical on offense. We're going to play really good defense. That's how, that you go back to Terry Bradshaw. Just you go back to that era and go forward. The Pittsburgh Steelers, that's their mold. That's how they're built. This is the Pittsburgh Steelers way. So I just think they're an organization that doesn't panic. They don't, they understand who they are. If Aaron Rodgers would get there, I think he's an asset to them. He can still throw the football. They got to protect him. He's going to play on a team that has a really good defense. And so they're going to wait as long as they can, but eventually they're going to have to get a quarterback.
I mean, we're seeing this with a lot of these teams because the quarterback position is becoming so bloated. Like you saw that the Eagles are going to have to deal with it. They're paying receivers. They're paying defensive players. They released C.J. Gardner-Johnson. The 49ers, I feel like, are just kind of doing what everybody else is going to have to start doing when you have to start paying the quarterback. When you see the 49ers have to pay a guy like Brock Purdy, we know they're going to. Does it change how you need to evaluate or the expectations for that player because of that price tag? Or is it just the price of doing business? Like, you can be a game manager and get the ball into the hands of your superstar players, and you just need to pay a quarterback who's going to be there every game.
Well, exactly right. I mean, look, we want to say he's a game manager because now we look at the quarterbacks in today's world, and if the guy is not a dual quarterback anymore, that's almost hard to say.
Yeah.
He's just a game manager. Well, Joe Montana wasn't a game manager. What did Joe Montana do? He played from the pocket.
Yep.
He was very accurate. Got the ball to Jerry Rice. Had a great runner. Had a good offensive line. And Roger Craig. I mean, they had a really good defense. That mold, really, when you look at the 49ers, has it changed a lot? Not really. Not really. And so I just think Purdy is the fit for those guys, what they want to do in the West Coast offense. It used to be West Coast offense, they wanted a quarterback to sit in the pocket and play. And then all of a sudden they got Steve Young, and he was a little bit different. Then it changed a little bit. It varied because you had a quarterback that could extend plays. Okay, so that's become – but you got to identify who you are. And the 49ers, this is who they are. They got a quarterback, very accurate, very smart, doesn't turn the ball over a lot. And he has enough athletic ability. He can run every once in a while, but that's not what they do. And so don't get caught up on what everybody else does. Just do what you do. It's been good enough to win a lot of games and go to some Super Bowls. So just don't try to reinvent the wheel.
So, I mean, everybody expects Brock Purdy to bounce back next season, and Kyle Shanahan's told us that as well. He expects him to watch more film with him and improve on things that he wasn't good at a season ago. When you were coaching the Jets or the Chiefs, what were your expectations for Chad Pennington or Trent Green or any of the quarterbacks that you had in order for them to improve on the next season?
Well, I think improvement is understand the quarterback skill set. That's not going to change. That's not going to change. I think when you get a quarterback like Purdy, and they know him very well now, what does he do well and put him in position to do that? And how does this offense, where does the offense run through? It runs through the runner. It runs through the runner.
Yep.
This is an offense like any offense. They want to be in 2nd and 5 a lot. Okay? Because when you're in 2nd and 5 a lot, you control the game. You control the tempo of how the game's going to be played. Because 2nd and 5 is the worst call for any defensive coordinator. It's a bad down. 2nd and 5, you're going, oh boy. You're already thinking about the next series.
Yeah, right.
Because you got 2 downs to make 5 yards. And unless they go backwards, they're going to convert 5 yards. And so now they got another 6 plays. And so if you just do that, be accurate, don't get behind the chains, the 49ers will be fine.
You know what's wild is how many teams are finding success, and I guess there's not a ton of them, but we've seen more and more coaches via the analytics start to do the 4th down thing. Like if you're playing the Eagles, they're going 4-down territory almost every single series. Same thing with the Lions. Like they're just going to keep going for it 8 or 9 times a game. And when you're highly efficient the way the Lions were this year, it can destroy teams. It feels like because you don't have the traditional play calling structure of what a series should be.
No, you don't. And you know 4 downs is big in football. And you're right. Analytics has something to do with it. But let me tell you what really has something to do with it. Your offensive line.
Yeah.
When you got a good offensive line, you're going, are you kidding me? We can't make 2 yards? You're going, with my guys? The Philadelphia Eagles? It was humorous. I laughed half the time. I mean, when they got to like when they got to like 4th and 3 and stuff like that, and you're sitting there watching games, everybody, what are they going to do? I was sitting there when we were watching these games, I'm going, what do you mean? What are they going to do? They're going to go for it.
Yeah, every time. Yeah, every time.
You can't stop them.
No.
You can't, look, their offense. It's not 1st and 10. It's 1st and 8 for them. See, they're a 1st and 8 offense. They're not 1st and 10. They're 1st and 8 because they're 1st and 8 because they know when they get to 8 yards, it's over. We're going for it, guys. We got 2 plays to make 2 yards. So it's almost laughable. I mean, they're not a 1st and 10. They think 1st and 8, boys.
Yeah.
That's all we got to do. Because when we get into anything shorter than that, when it's 2 yards or less, guess what we're doing? It could be on the -5, and they would go for it. They don't care, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's almost ridiculous.
They will every time. It could be like a long 2. Also, it's like 3. You're like, they're not 3 yards. That ain't there, but they're doing it. Yeah.
That's right. So, I mean, the game has changed, and that's where it's at right now.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay, last one for you, Coach. We love coaching sound bites. We have a segment on our show called Coach Speak, and you have a memorable sound bite from back in the day with your time with the Jets. Hello, you played to win the game. So, do you look at that sound bite as like, oh, that was me. That was me, head coach of the Jets. Are you proud of that moment, or do you look on that like, man, I'm tired of people playing that over and over again?
It has haunted me. It has haunted me. It's been a curse.
Yeah.
Can you imagine when I travel and I go through airports?
Everybody just yells at you.
What people say, hey, Coach, you play. I said, I know. I said it. I don't. and it's funny because I said it one time.
Yeah.
And I've never said it again. And people ask me, I was like, Coach, say it. I said, I won't say it. Even with the worldwide leader, they ask me, Coach, will you say that? No, I don't say it. I said it one time.
Right.
Nah.
I don't need to say anything. Everybody else says I don't need to say anything. Just let it roll.
Yeah, it's not a concert. You got to play the hits. You know what I mean? It's like, they didn't come for that. Came for the analysis.
The only good thing is this, because I chuckle at it. So I said that we were 2-5.
Right.
We had gone to the playoffs my first year. Second year, we've got a pretty good football team, and we're messing around. We're stumbling around and bumbling around, and we're just doing everything wrong. We're not coaching good. We're not playing good. We're sitting there 2-5, and I go in the press conference, and basically, they were about to ask me, is the team going to – the worst thing you can say in life is quit.
Right.
And before they got that out, that's when I said that. And so I said it in the press conference on a Tuesday, and Wednesday the players come in, and I get ready to address the team. And one of them stands up, I think it's Chad, and he says, Coach, we heard what you said. And I looked at him. I said, are we good? They said, Coach, we're good. They were right. They won the division.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. Turned them around. There you go.
Yeah. So, so it's the players. It's all about the players.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
At the end of the day, it's about the players. What do the players want to do? They want to fight. What do they want to do? And all they need is somebody to lead them and say, hey, man, this is what we got to do.
Herm Edwards, the voice you hear, longtime coach in the NFL. You see him on ESPN. Herm, great to talk to you, man. We'll talk to you again soon. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Coach.
My pleasure.
Appreciate you. The great Herm Edwards. That was awesome. Yeah, never knew. I mean, I hear what he's saying. It's like that's one thing that could haunt you for everywhere you go. He's like, imagine walking through an airport. Everywhere you go, somebody's yelling it at you. The Bears are who we thought they were. Well, there's a few of those where it's like you're just getting the practice thing. Now AI has leaned into it.
Yeah.
And has made money off. They're doing like ads for it for DraftKings and stuff.
Oh, dude, remember back in the day? They used
playoffs
to
for Jim Mora?
Well, back in the day, they had like Coors Light commercials where they were making fun of that stuff where like dudes were like in the crowd or like part of the press asking those questions. Yeah. They would do it over again.
Yeah.
I always wondered that because like Jim Mora Sr. or any of these great coaches, they're remembered for their coaching, but also at the same time, their sound bites. And I think that Herm Edwards is an interesting coach where he's remembered for being the coach of the Jets and the Chiefs, but really it is that soundbite. Denny Green's remembered for that. Like, it's funny, but do people, like the coaches, think back and be like, I wish people remember me more than just the stuff I said?
Yeah. I'm with you.
That was my guy that coached at UC Davis for a while, Dan Hawkins.
It's Division I football!
Yeah.
Like, the first thing that he was asked when he got the job was, what do you know about that? And he just was like, I'm not doing it. I'm not saying it. And we're moving on.
Here's the thing, though. If you win, usually it doesn't follow you around as much. Because then it's colorful. You know what I mean? Like it's a colorful thing that you can sort of tack onto your career. Sort of like, I'm trying to think of what another good one would be. Like Bobby Knight's lines and all those other things that have gone famous for him.
Well,
Purdue, but it's because you won national championships.
Well, it's a mix of Bobby Knight winning a lot, but also you remember him throwing a chair.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yelling at that kid. All right. We're going to take a break, as promised, and I can see he's on the line right now talking to Danny Dunn. We had a 510 texter earlier today who shot us a text on accident on the text line, and he was asking a girl out on a second date, said it was great to meet her last night. I would love to do it again, and he apologized for having drank so much last night. He wouldn't do it again, but he sent it to our text line. So Tim responded. We were like, well, we want to get more of the story. This was an accidental text. It turns out that this was the number that the woman gave him. Stacy was her name. She gave him the number to text her, but it was the KNBR number.
Right.
So she didn't want to give him her number. She gave him this one. We got him on the line. We're going to talk to him.
So now we're having a date with him.
We don't know his name. We'll see if he's comfortable allowing us to know his name. But I got some questions I got to ask. How did he text us after he's texted us numerous times in the past and not know that it was the same number? How did he get her phone number? Did she just tell him and he typed it in wrong? Did he save it wrong over the KNBR text line number?
Yeah.
We got to get to the bottom of this. Did he ever pick up that maybe this wasn't going in the direction that he thought? And she was trying to get out of this.
And how much did he drink last night?
Plus, how much did he drink last night? And what was it? It's like our own cheers, jeers, and beers with our 510 texter. I'm loving this. We might get the whole saga coming to a close today. I'm still hoping that Stacy's out there as a listener since she gave the number out to the KNBR text line that she's going to get in contact at some point. Anyway, we will talk to the 510 texter who sent that text earlier to Stacy asking for a date to the KNBR text line. He joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Former Davidson head coach Bob McKillop describes Steph Curry's unrestricted license to shoot in college. Check out that podcast at KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the 4,000 threes leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on. Greatest show in America on a Friday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We do have some stuff we're going to get to. Adam Kaplan joins us in about 10 minutes at 5:30. We'll talk to him about what's going on with the 49ers offseason. And if it's as bad as it seems in the NFC West now for the Niners as the Seahawks have picked up Cooper Kupp. Well,
seems pretty bad.
We've had a saga going on like all day.
Saga.
That started at about 2:45 when we got a text on the text line that was intended for somebody else. It was intended for a woman named Stacy, and it was a guy saying, "Hey, Stacy, it was nice to meet you last night. Would love to see you again. Maybe next week. Sorry I drank too much. I won't let it happen again," or something like that. Something along those lines. And we were like, "Hey, man, wrong number, but we'd love to hear about what happened." Followed up asking, saying, yeah, he would come on with us and tell us a story about what happened because Stacy gave him a number to text, and it was the wrong number. It was the KNBR text line. So
cruel.
We're going to go out to the phone line here. Do we know, is he okay having his name said? This is Mike. Mike is in the 510. Mike, what's going on, man? You're on KNBR. How you doing, bro?
What's up, Mike?
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing all right. Okay, Mike. So tell us about what happened last night. Did you meet this woman at a bar? How did this go down with Stacy last night? What do you remember?
So I knew we were gonna go to the bar, so I went to go get something to eat beforehand. I went to go grab a burger at Habit Burger, and
good spot.
And I think it messed up my stomach, but, I ignored it. So I met her at a bar in Santa Rosa.
Okay.
And I was a little nervous, as I said, meeting her for the first time. And I saw her, and, she was very lovely. And I had a drink. I ordered her a drink. I ordered another drink around. And, she decided to stop drinking. And, of course, when you drink, you kind of have to use the bathroom often. And so I went to the bathroom, and I kind of had an accident when I was taking a leak, and I got it on.
Hold on, Mike. Hold on. Let's back this up a little bit. There's a lot to unpack here. Was this a planned date? Did you interact with this woman before yesterday?
Yeah, we exchanged messages through this one dating app.
Oh, okay. So it's through a dating app. So you set this up through a dating app. You didn't have her phone number. So you go on the date. You had a little too much to drink. You're saying this happened only after 2 drinks?
Well, I ordered a second round, but she stopped at 2.
Yeah. Okay. What were you drinking?
I was drinking Jack and Coke.
Okay. All right.
And I had a few beers, and she was having she was ordering lemon drops.
Okay.
All right.
So you're hanging with her. And does it seem like it's going well even after maybe you had a little accident on yourself?
I thought we were having a good time, and I thought I was gonna have a special night with her. As I listen to the show often, so I thought, as you guys would say, I thought she would yuck my yum or something like that.
All right, Mike. Okay, he's coming with material. I thought he was going to say he was going to.
I don't know if we use it in that way.
That's not how I say it, but yeah. No, Mike, it's all good, dude. It means a lot of different things. Okay, so Mike, you thought it was going well then. So did you guys talk sports? Is she a sports fan?
Yeah, she said she talks sports and she listens to radio shows often.
Is she a big Derek Papa fan?
Is she a KNBR listener, she said then?
I believe so, yeah. She said she listens to both stations. Well, yeah, both stations.
Yeah, I got you. It's all good. It's all good.
And I listen too, so that's I'm familiar with. But I gave her my phone so she can enter her phone number, and I guess she gave me the wrong phone number.
Okay, so hold on real quick. When she put the phone number in your phone, did she save it as Stacy?
Yeah, that's what I have it under, yeah.
Yeah, so when you texted it for the first time, you didn't know it was the KNBR text line like you've texted many times before. You had some pretty funny riffs on the text line.
At my expense.
In the past, at Derek's expense. Now, this makes a lot more sense now,
She
Mike.
input the phone number.
I was wondering, that was one of my questions, was who put the number in your phone and how did this happen? So yesterday is the first time you ever met her in person. You'd interacted on a dating app, and then you got her phone number. So at what point, was it right before she left or you left that you asked for her phone number or she put it in your phone?
Yeah, it was right before we were calling her tonight, and she called an Uber, and as I walked her to her car, I asked her for her phone number, and she said sure, and I gave her my phone, and that's what she entered.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, but Mike, did she happen to notice the accident on your pants?
Yeah. Did she comment?
She did comment. She said, "Oh wow," and that's all I got.
She was impressed.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. She was impressed. Okay. So here's the question: did you feel a real connection, Mike?
Well, I wanted to feel a connection. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. I got you. Here's my next question: have you opened up the dating app today, and are you still matched with her on the dating app? Like, can you still message her there?
That's my next plan. That's what I was planning on doing. But,
okay, so
you guys texted me before she did, so here we are.
In his defense, I definitely responded fast.
Yeah, we did have some time today, so we had to get connected.
Hey,
so
it's all good, Mike. You're getting lucky with us today on the radio.
Mike, I would say this: like, if she gave you the number that was not real at the end of the date, she's probably not down to hang another time. So, if you're going to go back and message her on the app, I would let her know that you're aware that the number she gave you was the KNBR text line, and that we're waiting to hear from Stacy.
Maybe she works there. No,
she doesn't work there. No,
she doesn't work there.
No, she gave you our text line and phone line number.
You should also know that you have the full backing and support of not only Dirty Work, but the entire Dirty Work audience. We're on your side on this one.
Well, not me yet, Mike. I haven't decided. I want to hear Stacey.
Yeah, I'm still undecided because, Mike, I have looked at your previous text messages, and I have to know, what's your beef with my clothing?
Come on, Derek. Come on.
Come on, what?
Well, mix in a few pastels, huh?
Yeah. It's kind of plain. You need some
All
color.
right, Mike. You know what? Says the guy that peed in his pants.
Okay, hold on. I'm not turning on Mike. Peeing your pants is cool. Consider me Miles Davis.
At times.
Yeah.
I'm 54.
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
Mike. All right. Okay. Was Stacy of about the same age you are?
She was 42.
Oh, okay, my man.
Yeah, look at you.
Look at you, huh? Look at you. All right, dude. So if you're gonna message her again, I would say probably don't have expectations for her wanting to hang again.
Drink that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Maybe. And you could even say the same message and apologize or for whatnot. And if any of that was odd, but you should let her know you're aware that the number she gave you is the KNBR text line and that it's been a topic of discussion today.
Also, Mike, what was the count? You said a few Jack and Cokes. So we talking like 2, 3, couple beers too?
How many total drinks did you have yesterday?
Maybe like around 6.
Yeah, that might be a lot.
She stopped after 2 lemon drops?
Yeah.
Yeah. So next time, maybe just cut it in half. You know what I mean?
3.
Yeah, and then maybe you yuck the yum like you were talking about.
Yeah, that's what you guys say. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, dude. Mike, we appreciate you listening, man. We appreciate you being part of the filth, a real member of the filth, Mike.
Thank you for the support.
Hey, bro, let us know how it goes, man. Let us know what happens after you message.
Yeah, we want an update for sure.
Okay, sounds good, fellas.
All right, appreciate you, Mike. Thanks so much, dude. Mike in the 510.
Dude, two days in a row we put members in the filth on. Look at us.
That was.
Made a latchet in his pants, huh?
And she came back dropping bombs on your clothing.
Dude, yeah, he said he
gall on this guy.
He said he wet himself, and then he rips your clothing, and you're like, "What's wrong with my clothing?"
Yeah,
come on, Derek.
You got a big pee stain on your pants, man, and the girl noticed. Good Lord. I mean, Mike, nice guy and everything. I'm not making fun of our fans, but 54 years old. Come on.
It's the pleats.
Jeez. She saw it.
When you asked if she made note of it or saw it, he said, yeah. She said, oh, God, that's a lot. Was that what he said? Something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So do you want another drink?
Yeah.
Well, how do you let that go at that point? I also wonder at that point, was it like her being like, check, please?
I mean, I wonder how long after that, but he said he had a few more drinks. He said after 2 was when that happened. I don't know. I feel like it was maybe a couple more, but.
It does solve the mystery of how the number got into the phone.
Dude, which by the way, brings us back to Stacy's pretty badass.
No, Stacy's a fan.
Stacy wrote out the drinks. She had 2 drinks. She watched him pound a few.
She said she was familiar with with the radio station, so there's a good chance Stacy heard this.
I don't want to know what Stacy thinks about my clothing.
Stacy, feel free to call in 80 anytime. You know the phone number.
And how big was the pee stain?
Okay.
Was it like, oh my God, sir, you're still dripping?
It's like when he walks out in Billy Madison, he goes, "Goo!"
Yeah, dude. You ain't cool unless you pee your pants.
Oh, man.
They consider me Miles Davis.
Anyway, KNBR, if you've been following the saga all day, let us know what you think. I'm for one, happy that we got some answers. How much he drank, what he was drinking, how the number was obtained.
You're glad that we uncovered that mystery?
I'm just glad that I still think it's outrageously funny that Stacey, as the fake phone number, gave him the KNBR.
I wonder
text
how
line,
many men she's done that to.
and kind of a slap in the face after they were talking about how they were fans of the station. And she's like,
she puts that on us?
She knows the number by heart, dude. That's so funny. And then he texted. I wonder what she thought was going to happen. He's like, dude, how
she
about...
didn't know what turned into radio gold.
Accident? What does that mean?
Goo! How about the at one point she we got to get moving, but there was a lot to that story. We're going to have to find a way to put this
We
up
need
somewhere.
5 hours for the show today.
Well, Krug, if we ever find Kruger, maybe fill in the seat of his
we
car.
have a Krug update as well.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know.
Are we full?
Is it good for the air?
Is it Niners Nightly with Dan Dunn tonight?
It's going to be accident nightly, maybe.
Uh-oh. I don't know. It's a hopefully Larry's okay.
Maybe it's one better than Mike. Maybe it's a little boom boom in Larry's.
Okay. All right. Shout out Stacey, knowing the KNBR number by heart and using it as her deek on Mike and giving us something to do on a Friday. 808 KNBR is the number.
Freak-a-deek.
808 KNBR is the number in case you need it for anything. We're here for you guys.
Or if you're Mike, you're Freak-a-leak.
Yeah, that's it. We'll talk to Adam Kaplan of the Pro Football Network, Sirius XM
Sound
Radio.
classy now in the next segment.
Yeah, dude, we'll jump back into some 49er football talk and some NFL talk with Adam Kaplan. He'll join us next. Then we've got maybe some sound we can get for you. We definitely want to get into some stuff at the end of the show. Derek has something special he wants to tell us. He said at the end of the show. That's all coming up. Shout out Mike and Stacey on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's Friday night, 5:30. Keep those feet moving. Stay in bounds. Get up slow. Almost the weekend. We're going to catch up with Adam Kaplan, Sirius XM NFL Radio. Joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Adam, what's going on, man? Adam Copeland, good to talk to you, man.
Guys, good to talk to you, to catch up with you two.
Look at this free agency, guys. It's been a very interesting week. It really has. It's been fascinating because it's not been, in terms of talent, been great, but there's been a lot of interesting movement.
So, Adam, what do you make of everything that's gone on with the 49ers? I mean, I think locally here we look at it and we're like, yeah, most of these moves we were anticipating, but from a national perspective, has it been looked at as the Niners kind of rebuilding?
I would call it a rebuild, guys. The Niners don't rebuild; it's a retooling. It's basically been, their plan was not to have a big cash spend. Last year they had the big Brandon Ayuk extension. They took care of Trent Williams. That was another big cash spend. They're going to take care of Brock Purdy by training camp. They took, by the way, in the last couple of years they redid McCaffrey's contract, gave him more money. And it's just kind of a new beginning in terms of retooling the roster. If you look at the 8 or 9 players they've signed, all have been are lower tier free agents who have some upside. But it's been about retooling the roster and going forward.
So, Adam, you know the Philadelphia Eagles very well. Would you say they're kind of doing the same thing right now, where they have cash locked in on Jalen Hurts and everybody else, but they had to trade away C.J. Gardner-Johnson and let Josh Sweat and Milton Williams go in free agency? Is it kind of the same deal?
Yeah, it's funny you say that because that's actually for my show called Inside the Birds with Jeff Mosher. We called it that. It's been we put our report on our show Monday morning that the Eagles were going to have a low cash spend. It's not about cash space; it's about cash spend always in free agency. And they made a decision organizationally that after all these extensions that they did, plus they re-signed Zach Bond, who came out of nowhere to be an all-pro. Guy never even played off-the-ball linebacker in his life, and he became a really good football player. And they've done a bunch of extensions last year, and then they also have 3 or 4 players who are probably going to extend after this coming season. So, yeah. I think fans have to understand when you put out a lot of cash, at some point you're just not going to spend a lot of money, and this is what's happened.
Is there, and we're talking to Adam Kaplan on the Uma guest line, is there anything about what the 49ers have done and what fans are viewing as like an exodus? I don't think Derek or I think there's been anything wildly surprising to this point, but has there been anything to you that you thought, wow, I don't know why they did that? Maybe Leonard Floyd, that release, just because you still need to fill that void, but what are your thoughts on what they've done to this point?
Well, no, but see, I think what you're going to see, guys, with their draft classes, they're going to have to help out Nick Bosa on the other side. Guasmanos, by the way, they have a decision to make on his contract coming up this over the weekend, but he's just not a pass rusher. He's not really been the pass rusher I think the Panthers and maybe the Niners thought he would be. He's more of a run defender.
Yeah.
And we know Drake Jackson really has not contributed like they thought he would. So they'll address that position. They'll continue to address the cornerback position, though. Renardo Green, I know, talking to the Niners, they're very happy with him. He actually had a very good rookie season. You know about Lenore, they just need some depth there. And they'll address some issues on their offensive line. And you know what? Receiver is one that's fascinating with the Ayuk ACL injury, and we know Pearsall missed almost all of his rookie season, though he ended it well. But look at that. It's just the big thing for them is getting Brock Purdy back on schedule. That to me is what's got to happen here with Kyle Shanahan and his coaching staff. It was not what they thought. I know they're going to extend his contract, but they got to get him back to where he was.
So what's your expectation with the contract? I know you said by training camp. You think it'll last that long? And I know that some insiders like Adam Schefter and Albert Breer have said, like, they could just franchise tag him. I don't think it goes down that road, but how long do you think this process goes on for?
Their plan is to extend his contract. If not, yes, you've got – first of all, if I'm Kyle Strongen, his agent, who, by the way, used to work for the 49ers in personnel as his college scout, there's no way he's playing on the contract that he has. There's just no way. Now, do they find a bridge deal? Do they give him more cash this season? Whatever the case may be, you can't make a case for him to play on this contract. It's just not right. I understand how there's some consternation about it. After the season he had, why give him a $45 to $50 million a year contract? I could certainly understand that, and maybe you go for a bridge deal. There's got to be a good compromise between the Niners, Brock Marate, John Lynch, and Purdy and his agency. So they've got time to figure it out. There's no rush here. Games don't start till September. Camp doesn't start till late July. I think sometimes we overdo these things. And the Niners. Look, the Ayuk thing was a little bit weird. It took way too long. It got kind of ugly, as we know, and he almost was traded twice, not just once. I remember reporting on the George Kittle contract extension 4.5 years ago. That thing was interesting, the way that went down. It was not your normal situation. The Niners took care of Trent Williams that they knew they had to. And by the way, Juwan Jennings right now, it's very underrated. He's also very, very underpaid.
Yeah, I got him back on a great deal last year. I mean, 19 catches 2 years ago. Might have been the Super Bowl MVP if they pulled out that win against Kansas City.
He had a great season last year.
He had a huge year, and then maybe the number one or the number two when they opened the season. And when you look at like a team like the Rams landing Devontae Adams after Cooper Kupp exits, and then he goes up to Seattle, Sam Darnold goes to Seattle, and they get a third rounder for Geno Smith, how would you evaluate the offseasons for those two teams?
All right, so let's start with Seattle. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. You trade your number one receiver to the Steelers. Yes, they got decent compensation back, but Jackson Smith and Jigba, who had a breakout season as a slot receiver, they ran a ton of 11 personnel. The offense, as I understand it, that they're going to be running going forward, the Clint Kubiak offense will be more 12 personnel. So the emphasis is Mike McDonald, the head coach, wants on the run game, not the pass game. But man, to go to Cooper Kupp with all of his injuries in recent years, and Marquez Valdes-Scantling was really a number 4 receiver. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit conservative. It's kind of weird. They go to Sam Darnold, who had never played good football in his NFL career until last season. Now he's going to play as I was told, he's going to play in the same scheme that he played in Minnesota. The Seahawks thought that this is a good transition for him to play in the same scheme, and that's fine. And they're going to be so committed to the run, it won't be a high volume pass game, and I understand that. And I believe they are going to address their offensive line. It's been a really interesting offseason for their offense. It's going to take on the look that Mike McDonald really wanted them to take. And then you look at the Rams here. The Rams are always confident because they had Stafford under contract. They gave him the ability to see what's out there, and Stafford really took less money to stay. But in the end, it's Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua at receiver now. Tutu Atwell, by the way, 1 year and $10 million. He's really a fourth receiver. That was not a smart contract by the Rams. That surprised me. He's a former second rounder who they like, but he's a smaller player. They got to look at extending Kyron Williams' contract. His contract is up after the season. That could get done. They've had significant changes to the offensive line over the last year. And they really overachieved last season. Let's face it, folks. I don't think it's a great roster. I think the coaching's been great. They draft really well. Les Snead does a great job. They're an okay team. I mean, they'll always be in it. But to me, if the Niners could get Purdy back on track, the Niners have enough on that roster if they could draft well to go past the Rams.
Talking to Adam Kaplan on the UMA guest line. Adam, what do you make of, I just saw the alert a couple of hours ago that the Cincinnati Bengals are close to signing Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. And during the Combine, Duke Tobin said that they were going to make Jamar Chase the highest paid non-quarterback in football. And that happened last weekend where Myles Garrett got his contract. You think they're going to actually pay Jamar Chase around $40 million and then make T. Higgins a $28 million receiver every year?
Well, Jamar Chase, it's all going to be on structure, folks. He'll beat the Justin Jefferson deal because they waited too long. That was a mistake, but they're not a cash-rich team, and that's kind of what happens sometimes. You wait, but on the Myles Garrett deal, sometimes what's reported is not exactly what the contract is. But because it's so backloaded, as I understand it, maybe it's not quite what's out there. But yeah, I look, they made this commitment to both players. They had to use the tag on Higgins first just to make sure he didn't walk. But they want to keep this thing together. But here's the other part about this. What do they do with Trey Hendrickson? They've given the ability to seek a trade. They would like to keep him. He's under contract. He can't go forward making $16 million. That's just, you're talking about guys, one of the two best edge rushers in the National Football League. He's a phenomenal football player. This is another situation. They've got a lot to get through. They're not a cash-rich team, and their defense was abominable last season. So they've got a lot of work to do there. They'll be spending a ton of cash this season.
Adam, I know we're all stoked to be on Aaron Rodgers' watch again. It's our favorite thing every couple of off seasons.
Kind of pathetic, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I know.
It's ridiculous.
I meant it facetiously.
Think about it. Two teams off seasons are held up by a quarterback who will be 42 in December. And I remember from my work on Sports Grid, I'd said in December, guys, this is a little early to say this, but trust me when I say this. If you're a team that's looking for a quarterback, this is not a good year to look for it. It'll be dreadful in free agency. It's been. On the draft, I wouldn't call it bad like other people are calling it, but it's just not a good year to need a quarterback. It's just not. The NFL guys, it struggles to develop quarterbacks, and this is what you continue to see.
So, Adam, out of all the free agent contracts that you saw this offseason, which one was the worst in your estimation, and why was it Javon Kinlaw?
The Kinlaw one, boy, that one, I got to tell you, when I saw that, I know he did well last year. I know he looked like he finally got healthy, and he started to become the player that the Niners thought they were drafting because, he just was not healthy. And I get it. When you look at Adam Peters, the former personnel director for the Niners, he wants some of his own guys, and he's doing that. He's bringing guys that he knew, and I get it. But to do a contract with $30 million, I believe, fully guaranteed at signing, is just insane. He's not a pass rusher. Now, he's got great length. He's a good football player. Look, I never fault an agent. I give the agent phenomenal credit. I think it's Brian Arold who did. He represents the Bosas. I mean, that's just you don't do a contract like that. By the way, if you're the Niners, if you don't have leverage, excuse me, if you're Washington, if you probably knew the player had other teams interested. It just stuns me that they did a contract like this for a non-pass rusher.
So what's the next step of free agency, Adam? I know we're all waiting on Aaron Rodgers, and that's very annoying. But when do you see the other wide receivers like Amari Cooper, or Stephon Diggs, or Keenan Allen? When does that next wave of free agency start?
All right, here's first of all, Diggs is coming off a torn ACL, so he's by the way, he's really not the same player he once was. Okay, so he's a number 2 receiver at best. That's a bad injury. Amari Cooper is the best receiver out there. He's a number 2. I remember talking to the Browns. They didn't have a problem 2 years ago extending his contract, but they just didn't see him the way that Amari did in terms of cash, and they weren't going to do it. Elijah Moore, by the way, is a really good receiver. He's more of a number 3. Now the number 2, he's out there. Brandon Cooks is out there. It's simply, at this point, when you get to the second week, as my friend Bill Polian, the Hall of Fame general manager, told me when we worked together at ESPN, the first week you're paying Neiman Marcus prices. The second week is Filing's Basement. If you're out east, you would know about it, but Filing's Basement is closed.
Yep.
You get the discounts, and that's Tyler Lockett, by the way, who would be a good number 3 at this point of his career.
Yep.
Keenan Allen he's more of a number 3, who, by the way, might be a Hall of Famer someday. It's just then you get to the third and fourth receivers. It's a buyer's market, okay? It is a buyer's market. Once you get to the second week, there are a lot of D tackles out there. There are a lot of safeties out there. We know Hufanga left, which we knew because of his injury history that was probably going to happen. So you get to the buyer's market, folks, next week. And look, John Lynch has been bargain hunting, man. So far, boy, it's been certainly a buyer's market for the Niners.
Voice you hear, Adam Kaplan. And I remember that jingle, Filing Space. I remember that whole thing. Yeah, I remember that. That's a good.
Yeah, but you're not from out east, are you?
No, I think we had them out here. We had jingles for it out here. Did we say we did? Anyway, Adam Kaplan from Sirius XM NFL Radio. Enjoy Rodgers Watch. We'll talk to you soon, Adam.
Okay,
thanks, Adam. All right, later, bro. All right, that was Adam Kaplan. Anything you missed there, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. I don't know if everybody's still just coming down from the high that was the call with Mike, the prospective dater of Stacy from last night.
Oh, yeah.
So you were right, by the way. You stuffed it out that it was a date.
Yeah.
And I didn't even think about the possibility of the interaction via online dating. He said he was nervous, too, don't forget. He said he went and he got a habit burger to eat before.
Okay, do you think the burger or the booze?
I don't think
or
the burger.
nerves?
I don't think the burger led to the pants wedding.
Okay.
No, I couldn't have been.
Can't rule it out, Danny.
Couldn't have been. 925 checked in on the Golden State Lumber and
Danny's
showroom.
shaking his head at me.
Showroom text line. He said, "Dude, Mike messed up by not taking a key home in the bathroom. That was a rookie mistake, dude."
What are we going, Shane Gillis on SNL? A little bump, couple of beers, a little bump.
Couple of beers. That's pretty funny. A lot of people check in. A lot of people are checking in on the text line on Mike. It's basically the only text that have come in. 510 says, "This effing guy." 408 says, "I want to hear from Stacey, mostly because I want to know how bad that pee stain was."
That's what I want to know.
I was with my dude Mike until then.
Yeah. And, like, how bad was it? Like,
I gave him the defense of the entire audience, and then we got to the peace day and was like,
Yeah, I was like, I don't know about the defense of the Tim kept saying that. I was like, I don't know if I'm on the defense of the entire audience.
It kind of reminds me, like, how bad was it, like, Artie Lang peeing on off the side of the building in Dirty Work, and then the guy comes up, he's drenched in pee. He's like, well, that's a hell of a piss.
He's like, you just peeing off the side of a building? 623 checks in on the text line, says, oh, dude, I'm sorry. I'm just catching up on all this. He wet himself? You brought the filth to a whole new level, says the 623.
The guy peed his pants, came on the air, said he peed his pants, and then still fired some takes on Derek.
He got some balls, Mike.
The best was that he came on.
He got some balls.
Told us about some embarrassing. He must not have been too embarrassed about it.
No.
He was still planning to go back to Messenger on the dating app. And I said, you should not expect another date, but...
Who among us haven't peed their pants?
It is objectively funny that we reached out first.
Yeah, he did say, he said, have you heard from her? Like, did you reach out on the app? And he said, no, I was going to, but you guys texted me before she ever would.
We need the ratings.
925 checks in, says, I'm not sure about Stacy, but they're all going Stacy's mom. A lot of people texting.
Yeah, Stacy's
mom. 530, Dirty Work, the preferred show for drunks who pee their pants. 925 says, Mike said he got a burger ahead of time and it messed with his stomach. So I interpreted that as he had an accident to mean something different as opposed to merely peeing on himself. Yeah. The date did continue.
Dude, if it was boom, boom, like, come on.
Everybody's saying they need to hear Stacy's version of the story. I did want to ask him, but I felt like it had to be true because he met her on a dating app. I was going to ask, do you think her name was really Stacy? But he didn't meet her out in the wild. They had plans to go meet her.
Her name probably was Stacy. She just gave a fake number.
In a bar in San Rafael. She'll let you know the million... Segue here. The $1 Million Bracket Challenge is back. Visit KNBR.com for your chance to win $1 million and see how you match up against me. Go to KNBR.com to pre-register today. Brought to you by Xfinity. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house. This has been an incredible sequence of events today. From getting the wrong text.
Oh, it gets better, my friend.
Of a guy who was asking for a date from a woman. Shows up on the text line instead of in her inbox. And then he tells us that she actually put her number in his phone last night on a date. And she put it in as the KNBR text line. We had a texter say, hey, as one of your listeners who's a woman, I think I'm going to use this strategy that Stacey's.
As you should.
And I hope you do, because if you do, we may end up with more like this.
Well, we got more to get to, because we need to get to the bottom of what happened to Krug, and we need to talk about March Madness. And I think everybody that loves the show, both shows, Tolbert and Copes, to the current iteration of Dirty Work, pay attention next segment when we talk about March Madness.
510 says, okay, 510 says now, did he pee himself or just not shake enough?
Been there.
I think he actually got on himself because she made note of it. One of the other texters said after he noted that she was drinking lemon drops, they said he had his own lemon drops in his pants. I was like, come on, man. Come on, dude. We're getting on Mike hard.
Yeah.
Mike, part of the filth. What do you got, Tim? You get something else? Tim looked like he was going to add something. All right. We will put the show to bed and stay tuned for a special guest when we come on back. It's Dirty Work. It's been a dirty one on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Frank Isola joined Marcus and the Murph Man this morning, saying that the Warriors are legit championship contenders. And you know it's real if Frankie Ice says it. Check out that podcast and all Murph Man podcasts at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. The Murph Man leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. And you know what? It's time to grab your phone or your dancing shoes because it's time to make entries on March college basketball with Underdog Fantasy. Nothing beats March basketball. Bring the fun of every bracket to every game by making picks on Underdog. You want to win up to 1,000 times your money? Underdog is the place for you to be playing. To play, all you have to do is choose whether a player will go higher or lower than one of their stats. You can go with points, assists, rebounds. You can pair them together. Sometimes it's points plus assists plus rebounds. You match those in basketball. You could even go with some pro if you wanted, or mix in some hockey like Derek would with the Sharks pool. Plus, like the Sharks pool, you can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right, you can win up to 1,000 times your money. So turn $1 into $1,000 with just your hoops knowledge. Millions of fans have already won billions making plays on Underdog, and their app has over 100,000 five-star reviews and millions of players. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KNBR to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credits when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KNBR, like you're listening to now, to claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus credits instantly upon your first deposit. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.